Two people, right? The person on the other side still did not speak. At this moment, Zhao Hai walked to Kong Miao's side and said softly, "Master, there are a lot of Sioux tribe people surrounding us. If we let them surround us, we'll be in trouble." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai's words, her expression could not help but change, and she snorted coldly, "Everyone, you're so thoughtful. You actually want to eat all of us in one bite. However, I'm afraid that you don't have such a big appetite." With that, Kong Miao waved her hand, and everyone in the cultivation world revealed their magic tools. The people on the other side still didn't say anything, but they all showed their weapons at the same time. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the Dharma order that they showed. The weapons they showed were all the same style. They were all blood-red guan diaos that were more than 3 meters long. Upon seeing this, Kong Miao couldn't help but be stunned, and his expression changed. His eyesight was not bad, and he could tell that the guan diaos these people had brandished were not ordinary weapons. Moreover, the guan diaos were filled with killing intent. One look and he could tell that they were vicious weapons. Such weapons were already considered high-grade magic weapons in the cultivation world and were extremely difficult to obtain. However, these people had brandished thousands of them at once. It could be seen how powerful the forces behind these people were. The other cultivators were also stunned, and then their faces turned ugly. They were all old foxes and naturally understood what these people meant by showing these weapons. At this moment, the leader of the other party waved his hand, and about 30 people walked out from his team. Then one of them waved his hand, and 3 huge objects suddenly appeared in front of those people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 3 things were huge. The 3 things were no smaller than the Pluto, but they were different in design. It was obvious that the Pluto was a ship, but the things that the 3 people took out were 3 cars. They were not ordinary carriages, but 3 bronze horse carriages. All 3 carriages were glowing with the unique green light of bronze. These were 3 4-wheeled carriages with boxes and 8 bronze horses pulling each carriage. In front of the boxes sat a bronze imperial guard, and the wheels were equipped with huge spear-like devices to protect the wheels. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the bronze horses that were pulling the chariot could move. The 8 bronze horses raised their heads and neighed as if they were real horses. The chariots on the chariots were holding onto 2 bronze reindeers. They could actually move. The 3 chariots lined up in front of the people looked like 3 ancient war gods who had just walked out of their graves. At this time, the 30 masked men had already gotten into the cars. They were obviously here to control the 3 cars. Zhao Hai understood what was going on. It seemed like the other party wanted to use the 3 bronze carriages to deal with his Hades pagoda. Upon seeing this situation, Kong Miao's expression became even uglier. It should be known that this kind of bronze chariot was very famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield. It was not that the bronze chariot was a special item of that realm. In fact, this bronze chariot was really not a special item of that realm. Many large sects had this kind of bronze chariot. This chariot also had a very nice name, called the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot. It was a kind of large combat magic weapon that was very common in the large realms. Although this bronze horse carriage was not uncommon in the great world, it was rarely used in battle because it was very troublesome to operate. It was not an ordinary celestial device, but a machine-like celestial device. Those bronze horses were made with the technique of a machine. However, in the eyes of cultivators, machines could not be called machines. Instead, they were called puppet mechanism technique, which was a kind of magic technique. Puppetry mechanism was similar to the magic mechanism of the machine array. They both used various parts and arrays to assemble a machine or a puppet beast to help people in battle. This 8 Handsome Green Imperial carriage was a mechanism spiritual artifact. It was precisely because it was a kind of mechanism-type magic artifact that many people were required to operate it at the same time. In order to ensure the combat power of each car, at least 10 people were required to operate it. It was precisely because this 8 Handsome Green Imperial chariot had been used in battles in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a long time that there were not many 8 Handsome Green Jade chariots in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Moreover, they were rarely used. It was said that only a few of the most top-notch large fields would keep a few 8 Handsome Green Imperial chariots in the Myriad Realm battlefield. But this time, the other party had taken out 3 8 Handsome Green Imperial carriages. This was enough to prove their strength. The forces behind these people were definitely extremely powerful. As Kong Miao thought of this, she turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think? Those guys want to use the 8 junking Imperial chariot to deal with your 2 great magic tools. Can you stop them?" Zhao Hai's face was ashen, but he was not afraid. He was just angry. He didn't think that the other party would really want to exterminate the self-cultivation world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so well prepared. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai's expression and thought that he was not confident. He immediately said in a low voice, "If you're not confident, then forget it. We won't be able to think of any other way." HMPH, Zhao Hai snorted. "If they want to play, I'll play with them. Master, don't worry. These 3 cars are mine." After saying that, Zhao Hai shouted, 4 musical instruments appeared around the Hades, followed by the 12 metal beasts. When these magical weapons first appeared, they were not very big. However, as soon as they appeared, they immediately grew in size and became about the size of the Hades. With a wave of his hand, countless undead creatures appeared around the Hades. These undead creatures formed a huge Rubik's Cube formation. Each magic formation was made up of at least 100,000 undead creatures. Zhao Hai revealed nearly 10 million undead creatures in an instant. Kong Miao and the others looked at Zhao Hai's actions in a daze. They had never thought that Zhao Hai would have such a method. Those 12 huge metal beasts, each of them no smaller than the 8 junking imperial chariot, in addition to the 4 sets of huge musical instruments, standing at the Emperor's border of the Hades, it was truly a frightening sight. What was even more shocking was the tens of millions of undead creatures. They were all in armor and stood there motionlessly. However, their strict formation and cold killing intent made the temperature at the scene drop by a few degrees. Zhao Hai was truly enraged this time. The cultivation world was his root. He couldn't let the cultivation world end just like that. The other party had deliberately planned to deal with them, which naturally made him even angrier. That was why he had released so many undead creatures, metal beasts, and 4 musical instruments. Kong Miao's eyes lit up when she saw this. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you take care of those 3 handsome green imperial carriages. The rest of you attack." After saying that, Kong Miao was about to fly out of the Hades. In his opinion, Zhao Hai had so many magical artifacts under his control, so he naturally wouldn't attack with them. This was indeed Zhao Hai's intention. The 3 great mystic artifacts that the other party had released were enough for him to deal with for a while. Right now, he really did not have the ability to attack together with Kong Miao and the others. Seeing this situation, the others understood Kong Miao's intentions. They all flew up from the Hades and attacked their opponents. Zhao Hai did not hold back either. The 4 huge musical instruments began to play, and waves of sound waves attacked the 3 junking imperial chariots. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts also moved and pounced towards the 3 junking imperial chariots. Zhao Hai also drove the Hades and charged towards the 3 junking imperial chariots. As for the undead creatures, they weren't under Zhao Hai's control anymore. He had already handed them over to Lies and the others to command and help Kong Miao's group attack the masked men. The masked men were actually even more shocked than Kong Miao and the others. They had investigated Zhao Hai before and knew of his strength. However, they had not expected Zhao Hai to hide his strength. This time he had released so many magic tools at once and had even made them so large. This had truly shocked them. However, at this time, Kong Miao and the others had already attacked, so those people naturally had to meet them. In this battle, Kong Miao and the others finally realized that there was still a huge gap between them and the other party. Although the weapon used by the other party seemed very simple, its attack power was extraordinary. It actually suppressed them for a moment. Just as the masked men were about to kill the cultivators of the great cultivation world, walnut-sized metal balls suddenly flew towards them. The masked men were stunned because they recognized that these metal balls were black yin lightning, and the reason for their shock was not because of how powerful the profound yin lightning was. On the contrary, the reason for their shock was that there was actually someone who could use the profound yin lightning in the myriad realm battlefield. This was truly beyond their expectations. The dark yin lightning could be considered a killing weapon for ordinary cultivators. After all, it was quite lethal. But what kind of place was the myriad realm battlefield? This was a place where the top experts of more than 30,000 realms fought. For experts like them, even if they were caught off guard and some mysterious yin lightning exploded near them, they would not be hurt. It could be said that the mysterious yin lightning was useless in the myriad realm battlefield. However, just as they were stunned, the mysterious yin lightning suddenly exploded. There was a loud boom, followed by a scream. The mysterious yin lightning exploded at the same time, and there was almost no second sound. The masked men had neglected the fact that when there was a certain amount of things, their destructive power would be extremely great, especially for a magic tool like the profound yin thunder, which had a very strong attack power. If one dark yin thunder exploded next to them, they wouldn't be injured, but what if 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 dark yin thunder exploded next to them? The destructive power of the profound yin lightning had grown over the years. Of course, ordinary black yin lightning couldn't do this. Ordinary black yin lightning could only be triggered. They wouldn't explode unless they encountered something. However, the black yin lightning produced by Zhao Hai was remotely controlled. It wouldn't explode unless the user gave the order. Even if you used a magical weapon, it wouldn't explode. In addition, the undead creatures were completely under the command of Lies and the others. Therefore, the dark yin thunder that blotted out the sky and covered the earth exploded at the same time. The power of the explosion made the masked men suffer a great loss. More than 50 people were killed on the spot, and more than 30 were injured. Nearly 100 masked men were forced out of the battle. The other masked men were also shocked. They had never thought that the power of the profound yin lightning would be so great. One of the masked men waved his hand, and some of them were immediately separated to fight the undead creatures. The masked men suddenly realized that although the undead creatures weren't strong individually, they acted as a group. They also realized that the undead creatures were using celestial devices. More terrifyingly, these celestial devices were all made with weapons, which were similar to the blood-red guan dao they used, but not as advanced as the guan dao. In addition to the magic weapons, the undead creatures also used a large number of magic cannons and mysterious yin thunders. The magic cannons fired at the same time. They wouldn't care if there were one or two magic cannons firing at the same time, but the undead creatures fired at the same time with nearly 10,000 magic cannons. Even the Crossing Calamity stage powerhouses had to be careful when dealing with such attacks. The masked men quickly realized that these undead creatures were truly difficult to deal with. They could no longer focus all their attention on the people from the cultivation world. They had no choice but to split into two teams. Each team had about 300 masked men to deal with the undead creatures. Even if they couldn't kill the undead creatures, they couldn't let them disturb the battle between the other masked men and Kong Miao's group. The other group of 600 or so people continued to fight Kong Miao and the others. Although these 600 or so people were very strong and still had the upper hand, it was no longer possible for them to kill or injure the cultivators of the cultivation world on a large scale. However, the masked men weren't disheartened. On the contrary, they were burning with anger and wanted to tear the undead creatures into pieces. The masked men were so confident because they still had reinforcements. The Sioux people were coming to them, and as long as they arrived, they could deal with the undead creatures from behind. When that happened, the undead creatures would be attacked from both the inside and outside, and it would be impossible for them to not lose. The masked man could tell that the undead creatures weren't very strong individually. They relied on numbers. If they were attacked from the inside, their formation would be in chaos. Once the formation was in chaos, the undead creatures wouldn't be a threat anymore. Therefore, they only needed to maintain the current situation and wait for the Sioux tribe to arrive. Then they would win. However, it was clear that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. If it was the previous Zhao Hai, he would not have been able to release the 12 huge metal beasts. However, since he had the power of faith, Zhao Hai could control the metal beasts without using any spirit chi. Moreover, the combat power of the metal beasts had also improved a lot. With the 12 metal beasts, Hades, and the 4 musical instruments, it was not difficult to deal with the 8 handsome green imperial chariots. If there were not 10 Duji stage powerhouses in each of the 8 handsome green imperial chariots, the 8 handsome green imperial chariots would have been torn to pieces by Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, the masked men had also underestimated the number of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's hands. This wasn't even a fraction of the number of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's boundless space. Due to the fusion of the heart and the boundless space, all the undead creatures from the underworld had entered his boundless space. Zhao Hai couldn't even tell how many undead creatures there were in his boundless space, but he knew that the number of undead creatures in his boundless space was more than all the people in the cultivation world combined. This was a terrifying number, just that no one knew about it. Zhao Hai had only released 10 million to deal with the masked men, and the rest of the undead creatures had yet to be moved. If he released a few more undead creatures, they would be enough to stop the Sioux people's attack. Of course, the masked men didn't know about this. They were still waiting for the Sioux clan to return and help them deal with the undead creatures. At first, the masked men thought that at their level, they could no longer win by numbers. However, after this incident, they realized that they were wrong. Sometimes, when numbers reached a certain level, it was really terrifying. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to care about that. He found that the 8 junking imperial chariots were quite difficult to deal with, especially when they were operated by 10 Duji stage experts. The 8 junking imperial chariots were like 3 tanks that moved freely on the battlefield. He really couldn't do anything to them at the moment. However, now that he had basically figured out the attack method of the 8 handsome green imperial chariots, it was much easier to deal with the next step. The attacks of the big celestial devices were really monotonous. Because the celestial devices were too big, they couldn't move nimbly like the small celestial devices. However, the big celestial device was superior in the word big. Every attack of the big celestial device was like a thunderbolt. This was the so-called a heavy sword. Without a sharp edge, great skill is useless. Comparing the nimbleness of a big spiritual artifact with a small spiritual artifact was a pure suicide. It was like a small tank couldn't drift with a sports car, but if a sports car collided with a tank, the sports car would definitely be crushed. The attack method of these 8 handsome green imperial carriages was actually similar. The impact force was very strong. Even if he were to charge at one of the 12 metal beasts, the 12 metal beasts would not be his opponent. However, their attacks were limited. Now that Zhao Hai knew about it, he would naturally have a way to deal with them. Under normal circumstances, the 3 handsome green imperial chariots would move together. They would line up and charge forward. When they charged forward, they would be like a thunderbolt, sweeping away anyone who stood in their way. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the 3 handsome green imperial taxis seemed to have some kind of energy connection system. When the 3 of them moved together, if Zhao Hai only attacked the one on the left, the energy of the other 2 taxis would gather on the one on the left. This way, Zhao Hai would have a hard time dealing with that taxi, so it was not easy to break through them one by one. After testing out the 8 handsome green imperial chariots' attack method, Zhao Hai also came up with a way to deal with him. The 3 handsome green imperial chariots once again lined up in a row. The 24 bronze horses all had their heads held high and were ready to charge at any time. HMPH. Zhao Hai snorted and directed the sound waves of the 4 instruments to attack the taxi on the left. At the same time, he directed the 12 metal beasts over. Hades also gathered over and charged at the taxi on the left. However, the other party did not seem to care and continued charging. Zhao Hai also shouted, and the 12 metal beasts and Hades all charged at the taxi on the left. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. However, Zhao Hai's charge did not do much. The enemy had already focused all their power on the left engine. Zhao Hai's charge did not damage the engine. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to give up just like that. He gathered all his power and aimed it at the taxi. Then he charged at it. The other party understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai wanted to attack one of the taxis with all his might. If he destroyed the taxi, their strength would decrease, and Zhao Hai could take the opportunity to destroy the other 2 taxis. However, the masked men were not worried. They knew very well that the 8 handsome green imperial chariot was not so easy to break. If the 8 handsome green imperial chariot was so useless, it would have been eliminated long ago. It would not have existed until today. The masked man didn't care. He continued to form his formation and charged forward. Another round of attacks came. Zhao Hai still failed, but he seemed to be angry. He continued to form his formation and charged toward the taxi. The other party also fought back like before. It was as if both parties had agreed on this. They would fight in this manner and see which side could not hold on any longer. It seemed like Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. He was fighting 1 against 30. Naturally, he would not be able to outlast his opponent. However, one should not forget that the Hades, the 4 musical instruments, and the 12 metal beasts all contained power of faith. In order to increase the offensive power of these ritual implements, Zhao Hai had also added the yin-yang lake from Hades to his other ritual implements, increasing the offensive power of his ritual implements. It was precisely because of this that he could attack the 3 handsome green imperial chariots again and again. After a dozen attempts, Zhao Hai knew that it was about time. Once again, the 2 sides got into formation. Zhao Hai gathered all his strength and aimed at the 8 handsome green royal carriage on the left, launching another assault. The other side also charged at him. Both sides seemed to be used to this kind of attack. To both sides, this was another meaningless charge because neither could do anything to the other. To be honest, the masked men were still very depressed. They thought that with the 3 handsome green imperial carriages, they could easily take care of Zhao Hai. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to fight them to a draw. They didn't know how Zhao Hai was able to fight with them for so long, but they didn't have time to think about it. They only wanted to stall Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai turned around to deal with the others, it would be a disaster. The distance between the 2 parties was getting closer and closer. When they were about 100 meters away from colliding, the masked men in the 3 junking imperial taxis suddenly realized that Zhao Hai and all his big magical weapons had disappeared. The masked men were shocked to find that Zhao Hai had suddenly appeared on their right. They were still 100 meters apart, but Zhao Hai had switched from left to right. The masked man panicked as soon as he saw Zhao Hai on the right. The 8 junking imperial armor could be connected with energy. Zhao Hai had been attacking from the left, but after more than a dozen rounds of attacks, they had shifted all their attention and energy to the left. At this time, their right side was almost defenseless. It would be a disaster for them if their right side was attacked. If it was an ordinary attack, it would be fine. It would take time for a small magic weapon to destroy a large magic weapon. However, Zhao Hai was using all large magic weapons. Now that he focused his power on the right side, it was really like a coffee table to them. With a loud boom, the 2 sides collided once again. The masked men quickly realized that they were in for real tragedy this time. This time, Zhao Hai did not choose to crash into the 8 handsome green imperial carriage on the far right. Instead, he chose to crash into the joint between the far right and the middle 8 handsome green imperial carriage. It was like 2 armies charging at each other. The masked men were facing Zhao Hai from 3 different directions. All of their power was concentrated on the left side. The right and middle sides were just for show. Zhao Hai had gathered all of his power to fight the left side. This made the masked men think that Zhao Hai would continue to fight them from the left. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly focus all his power on attacking their right side, and he attacked from the middle of the two phalanxes. It was like a man holding two knives passing through the middle of two people, and the people on both sides of him would be stabbed. The explosion just now wasn't because Zhao Hai was forced back, but because the two handsome green imperial carriages on the right and in the middle had been shattered by Zhao Hai's impact. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? While the enemy was still in a panic, he directed the 4 musical instruments, the 12 beasts, and Hades to rush toward the 8 handsome green imperial chariot on the far left. The masked man did not expect Zhao Hai to return so quickly. It was clear that he was not prepared. In addition, they were a little flustered. Zhao Hai's full-powered attack had severely injured the 8 handsome green imperial chariot, and the people in the chariot were also injured. The 3 8 handsome green imperial chariots had all suffered different degrees of damage and were almost useless. However, Zhao Hai did not let them go. With a wave of his hand, countless flying swords shot toward the 3 8 handsome green jade chariots. The masked men realized that the 8 handsome green imperial chariot was completely useless now. If they stayed inside, they would be waiting for death in the iron coffin. Thinking of this, the masked men moved and flew out of the 8 handsome green imperial chariot. When they came out, they were greeted by flying swords. Although these masked men were injured, they were still strong. They immediately took out their blood-red guandaos and guarded the door. Zhao Hai looked at them and snorted. The stars returned, myriad changes of yin and yang rise. As Zhao Hai spoke, the 12 metal beasts looked up at the sky and roared. Then their bodies slowly disappeared. Sword formation formed by the 10,000 swords that Zhao Hai had released slowly gained some astral chi. The surroundings seemed to have become a universe with countless planets and meteorites floating around. The 30 masked men looked around and their expressions changed. They gathered together. 10 of them were in charge of defense, while the rest of them gathered their guandao and charged forward. It seemed like they were trying to break out of the sword formation. However, it was too late for them to do anything. Zhao Hai had already used all his might in the Star Myriad Transformation Sword Array. In addition, the 12 metal beasts had already merged into the sword array. It was impossible for them to escape. Zhao Hai glanced at them and snorted. He waved his hand and put the 3 damaged 8 handsome green imperial carriages into his origin space. Not even a small piece of them was in his origin space. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to put the 3 8 handsome green imperial carriages into his origin space was to obtain the materials needed to make them. He also wanted to repair the 3 8 handsome green imperial carriages and use them for himself. At the same time, he wanted to see if the 3 8 handsome green imperial carriages could be integrated into the Mercury staff. After the 3 8 handsome green imperial chariots were stored in the medium, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about them anymore. He left the rest to Heir. What he needed to do now was to trap the 30 masked men in the sword formation. Soon, the 30 masked men realized that they couldn't get out of the sword formation because there was no sword in the sword formation. They were surrounded by planets and meteorites, but there was no sword. It was the first time they had encountered a sword formation like this. Right at this moment, he suddenly let out a beastly roar. Following that, 12 incomparably ferocious beasts suddenly appeared around them, pouncing straight at them. The 30 men were stunned for a moment, then they immediately got into formation and attacked the wild beasts. However, the wild beasts seemed to be unkillable. No matter how hard they were beaten, although wounds appeared on their bodies, they would heal in the blink of an eye. However, the masked men didn't dare to underestimate the attack power of these wild beasts. Although these wild beasts looked very ordinary, their attack power was extraordinary. Those masked men were now seriously injured. If they were really scratched by those wild beasts, they would be finished. The 30 masked men quickly realized that they were truly trapped because they could not break out. Seeing this situation, the 30 of them felt quite dejected. They could only guard the door and hope that the people outside would come and save them. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them the chance to do so. Zhao Hai had already increased the intensity of his attacks. In an instant, those people felt the pressure increase. At that moment, the Su clan people returned. The Su race had been monitoring Zhao Hai and the others from the outside. Although they had come up with this plan a long time ago, the Su race was still a bit far from the battlefield. They were afraid of being discovered by the people of the cultivation world, and the masked men didn't want them to get too close to them either. So, it had been a while since the Su race returned to the battlefield. The Su people had thought that the masked men had completely defeated the people from the cultivation world, and that they only needed to come and take advantage of the situation. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. They couldn't take advantage of the situation at all. Before they could figure out what was going on, they were already surrounded by countless undead creatures. There were probably tens of millions of undead creatures. Although the Su people were very powerful, there were only about 1,000 of them. On the other hand, there were tens of millions of undead creatures surrounding them. Although these undead creatures weren't very strong, they were very good at using the magic cannons and Darkian lightning. In addition, these undead creatures could accurately locate their positions, which put the Sioux people in a very passive situation. At this time, the 30 masked men trapped by Zhao Hai could not hold on any longer. They were already injured, but they were forcibly suppressing their injuries. They wanted to hold on until they were rescued by the people outside. However, they soon realized that it was almost impossible. Zhao Hai's attack was too fierce. Although they were only defending, this kind of high-intensity attack accelerated the recurrence of their injuries and made them even more serious. One by one, the masked men were killed and turned into Zhao Hai's undead creatures. However, Zhao Hai didn't let them out to fight the enemies as it would attract too much attention. After the formation of the Starry Myriad Sword Array, it would be an independent existence. If these undead creatures were to participate in it, it would only affect the Sword Array, and its power would only decrease. The strength of the Starry Myriad Change's sword formation was that it could continuously absorb the star power and then transform it into attack power. The longer one stayed in the Starry Myriad Change's sword formation, the more one would be at a disadvantage, because the sword formation would absorb more star power and become more powerful. Although the Myriad Realm battlefield was a relatively independent space, it was, after all, a part of the universe, which was made up of countless planets. No matter where it was, the Starry Myriad transformation sword formation could absorb star power. Soon, only 10 of the 30 masked men were left. They were all seriously injured and didn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. The other masked men didn't have time to care about the situation here. The group with the most people was being held back by Kong Miao's group, and they couldn't separate from them at all. Kong Miao's group's fighting strength was beyond the imagination of the masked men. Up until now, not only had they not been able to do anything to Kong Miao's group, on the contrary, they had been held back by Kong Miao's group, and Kong Miao's group was slowly turning back their disadvantage. Previously, Kong Miao and the others weren't very used to these people's attacking methods. Their attacks were fierce, almost as if they were a violent storm. This kind of fighting method made Kong Miao and the others feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the undead creatures forced the masked men to divide some of their people. This allowed Kong Miao and the others to block the other party's attacks and slowly adapt to them. Zhao Hai calmly watched as the last masked man died in the sword formation. This was within his expectations. These masked men gave Zhao Hai a very strange feeling. They didn't seem to have any other ritual implements, only that Guandao. This made Zhao Hai very confused. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, he had never heard of a person using only one magic weapon. Other than a few sword cultivators, everyone wanted to use a few more magic weapons. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai proposed to use many magic weapons to deal with the Sioux people. However, these masked men only used one weapon. This was obviously not right. What made Zhao Hai feel even more wrong was that these people were not very familiar with their weapons. Although the Guandao in their hands still displayed amazing combat power, Zhao Hai could tell from the subtle changes that the masked men were not very suitable for the Guandao. If a cultivator only used one weapon, he would not choose a weapon that was not suitable for him. However, these people only used the Guandao and did not use other weapons. This showed that they were trying to hide something. In addition, these people were wearing masks. This made Zhao Hai understand that these people were using the Guandao to make up for the numbers. They didn't use any other Dharma artifacts because they were afraid of exposing their identity. Using Dharma artifacts would expose their identity. It seemed that these people had their own unique ways of using Dharma artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so worried. After this discovery, Zhao Hai asked the masked man and the undead creatures that he had kept in the space and finally got the answer. The masked man who attacked them this time turned out to be from the most famous realm in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm was one of the top realms on the battlefield of the Myriad Realms. The reason why it was called that was not because they had many treasures. In fact, the 100 Treasures Realm meant that they could use many celestial devices. The 100 Treasures world was different from the other large worlds. The other large worlds usually tried to make their Dharma artifacts as big as possible. Even if they couldn't, they would make their Dharma artifacts as big as ordinary weapons. At the same time, they would also have a magic array to amplify the Dharma artifacts. However, the world of 100 Treasures was the exact opposite. They tried to make their Dharma artifacts as small as possible, and even the arrays they added to their Dharma artifacts could make them smaller. It's hard to say how many magic weapons the world of 100 Treasures can control. Anyway, it's not a problem for a powerhouse at the Crossing Calamity stage to control hundreds of magic weapons. Their Dharma artifacts were usually not big. Small Dharma artifacts such as lancet knives, iron caltrops, darts, flying needles, and so on were their favorite. 100 Treasures World was also the most difficult big world to deal with in the Myriad Realms battlefield, because they used too many celestial devices, and ordinary cultivators would feel very unaccustomed to these small celestial devices. In addition, there was a special magic formation in Hundred Treasures World, which could be added to some very small celestial devices, such as flying needles, which only had one feature, and that was to break armor. The so-called armor-breaking formation was to break the opponent's magic defense. Whether the opponent was using a magic weapon or a spiritual chi shield, this kind of armor-breaking formation could play a very good role. This was the most troublesome part of the Hundred Treasures World. If ordinary cultivators were ordinary warriors, then the Hundred Treasures World could be called the Dark Chi experts in the world of cultivators. Their magic weapons were usually silent when they were used. It was because of these characteristics that these people did not dare to use other celestial devices. The celestial devices in the Hundred Treasures World were very special, and the way to control them was also very special. Once they used celestial devices, they were likely to be recognized. Therefore, for this operation, the Hundred Treasures World had specially made more than 1,000 blood-red guandiaos. All the participants of the operation were not allowed to bring any other magic weapons, except for the guandiaos. It was also because they did not have any other magical equipment that they could only use the guandao, even if they were forced into a corner by Zhao Hai. As a heavy weapon, guandao was completely different than hidden weapons. Therefore, even if they told others that they were from Treasure's World, nobody would believe them. In addition, they deliberately made the guandao blood red. In the world of cultivators, generally speaking, cultivators who considered themselves righteous wouldn't use blood-red weapons because they gave off a strong killing intent. One look and you could tell that they weren't used by good people. Generally, only some demonic cultivators would use them. Although the world of 100 treasures wasn't a good thing, they were at least labeled as righteous. Therefore, they deliberately used this blood-red weapon so that others wouldn't guess their identity. The people from the treasure world thought that they would be safe. Even if someone died in battle, they wouldn't find out their identity. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai could turn people into undead creatures and keep their memories. It could be said that the 100 Treasures world had suffered a double loss this time. After knowing the identity of these people, Zhao Hai didn't hold back anymore. He immediately commanded the 12 metal beasts and 4 musical instruments to attack the cultivators who were fighting the undead creatures. With Zhao Hai's participation, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures world were in even more danger. Zhao Hai was very powerful and he used a big celestial device. After a few attacks, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures world were in chaos. The undead creatures also claimed to have killed many of them. As a result, the small group of 100 Treasures world cultivators couldn't keep an eye on them. They began to slowly retreat to the large group of 100 Treasures world cultivators, planning to work together to find a way to deal with this situation. Zhao Hai didn't stop them. He wanted them to retreat to the group so that the undead creatures could work with Kong Miao and the others to deal with the cultivators of the 100 Treasures world. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all about the merfolk in the outer ring. Tens of millions of undead creatures were enough to make the merfolk suffer. If things went wrong, the Margaret and Meljan would be the ones commanding the undead creatures. Although these 2 girls were obedient to Zhao Hai, they were very crazy when they commanded the battle. Before this, Kong Miao and the other cultivators from the 100 Treasures world were in a stalemate. Neither side had the energy to pay attention to other things, so they didn't know the situation of Zhao Hai and the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. They also didn't know how the 300-man team was dealing with the undead creatures. Both sides had fought to the point of forgetting their feelings. In their eyes, there was only the enemy, and they even forgot about the existence of the other battle. At this time, as soon as the cultivators of 100 Treasures world joined the battle, the 2 sides of Wang Qing finally came back to their senses. However, their first reaction was a bit strange. As soon as the cultivators of 100 Treasures world joined the battle, Kong Miao and the others' first reaction was to defend with all their strength. However, the cultivators of 100 Treasures world did not take the opportunity to attack, but let them join the battle formation. Then, both parties took a look at the situation outside the arena. They found that Zhao Hai was riding those big Dharma artifacts toward them aggressively, while the 3 handsome green imperial carriages from the Treasures world had disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's undead creatures were also coming toward them. The number of undead creatures didn't seem to have decreased at all. Both sides were stunned by the scene, as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Neither side was stupid. They knew what had happened the moment they saw it. Zhao Hai had taken care of 3 of the others' 8 handsome green imperial carriages by himself. This was something that no one had expected from the very beginning. Although Zhao Hai had used many big magic weapons, and those people regarded the 12 metal beasts as big magic weapons, no one thought that Zhao Hai could defeat the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. In their opinion, it was already a great achievement for Zhao Hai to be able to control those big magic weapons and stall the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. After all, there were 30 Duji stage experts in the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. Those were Doogie stage experts, not cabbages on the street, nor 30 pigs. Even if there were 30 pigs, it would still take some time to kill them all. Now, the 3 handsome green imperial carriages had disappeared. Although they didn't know what happened to them, judging from Zhao Hai's lively appearance, it was obvious that the 3 handsome green imperial carriages had been taken care of by him. He had defeated 30 of them by himself, and he had become a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of situation was this? Who could explain this? How did Zhao Hai do it? Where did the 3 handsome green imperial carriages go? Where were the people in the taxi? All of this was like a mystery in everyone's hearts, but they soon lost the mood to think about it, because Zhao Hai had arrived. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He commanded the 4 musical instruments and the 12 metal beasts to attack the formation of the world of 100 treasures. The cultivators of the world of 100 treasures reacted immediately and sent out most of their people to resist Zhao Hai's attack. At this time, Kong Miao and the others also came back to their senses. Everyone roared excitedly and began to attack the people from the 100 treasures world with all their might. The people of the 100 treasures world couldn't hold on any longer. Great ritual implements were very useful in a group battle like this. Zhao Hai's attack was very powerful. The people of the 100 treasures world blocked Zhao Hai's attack, but they also sent out most of their men. The undead creatures didn't give up on this opportunity and continued to attack the people of the world of 100 treasures. This diverted the attention of many people of the world of 100 treasures, and they could only spare a small number of people to deal with Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others had already adapted to the 100 treasures world's attacking style. Now that the 100 treasures world was only using so few people to deal with them, it was naturally much easier for them to deal with them. They had already gained the upper hand, and those people from the 100 treasures world had no power to fight back. The people from the 100 treasures world were a little anxious. They had been so confident before because they thought that the 3 handsome green imperial carriages could easily take care of Zhao Hai. Then they could use their big magic weapons to deal with the people from the cultivation world. With their strength, they could easily take down the people from the cultivation world. But now they realized that the situation had changed. The 3 handsome green imperial chariots had failed. Instead, Zhao Hai had come with a big magic weapon. In this kind of group battle, a big magic weapon was a great killing weapon. In order to deal with the impact of a big magic weapon, many people needed to cooperate. The Sioux people had lost so quickly and miserably because of the big magic weapon. Now, it seemed that they were going to repeat the Sioux people's mistakes. At the same time, the cultivators of the 100 treasures world also understood why Zhao Hai had destroyed the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. They had personally experienced how powerful Zhao Hai's great Dharma artifact was in terms of attack. Each of Zhao Hai's large magical artifacts came with a yin-yang pool, which was an energy source for the magical artifacts. As the space was upgraded, the level of the yin-yang pool would also increase. With the yin-yang pool providing energy for the magical artifacts, Zhao Hai's use of the magical artifacts would be maximized. Originally, other than Hades, none of Zhao Hai's large spiritual artifacts had the yin-yang pond. However, the last time he used the pagoda, he realized that it consumed too much spiritual qi. Moreover, the pagoda's attack power was not as strong as Hades. At first, Zhao Hai did not understand what was going on. After careful analysis, he immediately realized that the problem was with the yin-yang pond. To be honest, as Zhao Hai's strength increased, he no longer thought that the yin-yang lake was of much use to him. It was only when he used the pagoda last time that Zhao Hai realized how useful the yin-yang lake really was. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately corrected his previous thoughts and began to pay more attention to the yin-yang pool. This time, he used the yin-yang pool in the pagoda, Hades, the 4 musical instruments, and the 12 metal beasts. He let the yin-yang pool provide energy for these ritual implements, so that he could use less spiritual qi to control these ritual implements. What Zhao Hai was thinking now was whether he could use the yin-yang lake in all his spiritual artifacts in the future. If that was the case, it would be too easy. However, it was just a thought for now. It was not the time to analyze this situation with the all-purpose analysis machine. However, there was good news from the boundless space. The 3 junking imperial chariots had been repaired. The universal analysis machine had also analyzed the manufacturing method of the 8 junking imperial chariots, as well as the weapons and materials used in them. This was very helpful to Zhao Hai. There were dozens of more mineral veins in Zhao Hai's boundless space, some of which were more precious. Another thing that made Zhao Hai the most happy was that the 8 handsome green imperial armor could also be fused with liquid silver. With the increase in Zhao Hai's level and the addition of the power of faith, he could now fuse other weapons or materials into liquid silver at any time. The more materials were fused into liquid silver, the more powerful it would be. This was definitely a heaven-defying ability. Although Zhao Hai was very happy, he didn't let the 8 junking Imperial chariot integrate with the liquid silver immediately. It would take time for the 8 junking Imperial chariot to integrate with the liquid silver. The liquid silver could no longer be used during the integration process. Now was the time of battle. If the liquid silver couldn't be used, Zhao Hai would lose all his weapons. Of course, he wouldn't do that. The 8 junking Imperial chariot wouldn't run away anyway. It wouldn't be too late to integrate it after the battle. The battle was still going on, but the people of the 100 Treasures world were in despair. They realized that it was almost impossible for them to leave this place alive. Now that they were being attacked by Zhao Hai's great Dharma artifacts, they had to send out a large number of people to stop Zhao Hai. Kong Miao and the others were not to be trifled with. Their attacks became more and more powerful. In addition, the undead creatures were also attacking them. Until now, the people of the 100 Treasures world had to pay attention to the undead creatures. They realized that with the undead creatures around, it would be very difficult for them to escape even if they wanted to. The undead creature's individual combat strength was indeed very weak and was only at the level of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, it was unusual for so many undead creatures to gather together and attack and defend. Even with their strength, it would take a lot of effort to rush out. Zhao Hai, Kong Miao, and the others wouldn't just stand by and watch them charge out. As long as the undead creatures kept them busy, they would be finished. The people of the 100 Treasures world were no longer counting on the Sioux people. The fact that the Sioux people hadn't arrived at this time already explained the problem. Either the Sioux people had been stopped or they didn't want to come. From the current situation, the former was more likely. The people of 100 Treasures world knew the Sioux people very well. They were a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. 100 Treasures world was much stronger than the Sioux people, so the Sioux people would rather fight with the cultivation world and offend the cultivation world than the people of 100 Treasures world. If the Sioux people hadn't been stopped this time and hadn't come to ask for help, the people of the 100 Treasures world wouldn't have let him go if they had known. So it wasn't that the Sioux people didn't come to help, but that they had no way to help. The people of the 100 Treasures world were even more desperate after getting such a result. However, this also aroused their ruthlessness, because before they came, the higher-ups of the 100 Treasures world had already given them a death order. If this operation failed, they would not need to go back, because they would be punished if they went back. In addition, they had no hope of escaping at all, so the people of the 100 Treasures world had already begun to fight for their lives. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately put away the 4 musical instruments. To be honest, the 2 times he used the 4 musical instruments to attack with sound waves, he didn't add the power of faith. In other words, the current 4 musical instruments attack was just for show, no different from an ordinary sound wave attack. It was almost impossible for such an attack to pose any threat to those guys from the treasure world. The reason why Zhao Hai did not use the power of faith was that he was afraid of being seen through by the people of the 100 Treasures world. The 100 Treasures world was a large world with endless cultivation techniques, much stronger than the cultivation world. He was afraid that if he used the power of faith in front of these people, they would not think of eliminating the people of the cultivation world, but would try their best to break out and bring the news back to the 100 Treasures world. NBSB, once the news of Zhao Hai using power of belief spread, he would have endless problems. Thus, Zhao Hai did not use power of belief. With Zhao Hai's current strength, even if he didn't use the power of faith, he would still be a very terrifying expert. This was why Zhao Hai didn't use the power of faith. It wasn't the time to go all out, so there was no need for that. After putting away the 4 musical instruments, Zhao Hai released a large number of flying swords to fight with the raw weapons. This gave the people of the 100 Treasures world even more headaches. Before, they only needed to deal with Zhao Hai's big celestial device. Now they also had to deal with the flying swords. What was going on? It was like Zhang Fei waving his snake spear and throwing embroidery needles. It was a combination of Zhang Fei and Dongfeng Bubai. Faced with such a Zhao Hai, the 100 Treasures world's people wanted to cry. They finally realized that the most threatening person in the cultivation world this time was not the famous Kong Miao, but Zhao Hai. However, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hades, but the Hades didn't participate in the attack. Only the 12 metal beasts and the flying swords were attacking. If they wanted to kill Zhao Hai, they had to first defeat the 12 metal beasts, then get rid of Zhao Hai's flying sword, destroy the Hades, and even kill all the undead creatures. No one could complete such a mission. The people of the 100 Treasures world suddenly thought of this saying, but when they thought of it, they couldn't help but feel sad. Who were they? They were from the 100 Treasures world, but in the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were a few big realms. In the past, no matter where they went, they were not respected. When ordinary rascals saw them take out their celestial devices, they would kneel down and beg for mercy. It had always been them who watched others struggle in vain. When was it their turn to struggle? Although they were sad, they still had to fight. If they really surrendered, the people of the 100 Treasures world would not let them go. Even their families and sects would be affected. Cultivators were heartless, but they also valued relationships. Every cultivator would always have something that they couldn't let go of. The only ones that could let go completely were devil cultivators. In fact, even devil cultivators couldn't let go of a large number of things. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't show any mercy to these people. As long as these people were still resisting, his attacks would not stop. Kong Miao and the others' attacks became even fiercer. Zhao Hai's current actions had really boosted the morale of the cultivators. He had destroyed 3 of the enemy's 8 handsome green imperial carriages by himself. For the cultivators of the cultivation world, this was definitely a boost in morale. Their battle had attracted a lot of attention, but they only saw the Sioux people fighting the undead creatures on the outside. They didn't see what was going on inside, so no one knew what was happening. However, Zhao Hai knew the situation outside. He knew that the situation couldn't last for too long, or the 100 Treasures world might send reinforcements. The 100 Treasures world had sent 1,000 people to deal with Zhao Hai's group because they were confident of winning. If not, they would have sent even more people. The situation of the 100 Treasures world was different from that of the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux clan. The Great Cultivation world and the Sioux clan were both mid-sized forces, and it was already impressive to send out more than 1,000 crossing calamity stage experts. However, the 100 Treasures world was not afraid of sending out more than 1,000 crossing calamity stage experts. This was the difference between a big world and a small world. The 100 Treasures world had only sent so many people this time. Other than thinking that they were confident in dealing with the cultivation world, there was another reason. They did not want to have a direct conflict with the big power behind the cultivation world. If they sent too many people, they would easily give themselves away. Thus, they did not send too many people this time. However, if they knew that the people of their own world were being besieged and were about to die, they would come to save them at all costs. The cultivation world might be able to stop them. With that thought in mind, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the metal beasts to strengthen their attacks. At the same time, he also increased the attack power of the flying swords, Hades, and the pagoda. The people from the 100 Treasures world were dying one after another, but they were still holding on. However, they could not hold on for long. About 500 of them had been killed by the cultivation world, and there were less than 500 left. These people could not resist the attack of the cultivation world. All they did was to let themselves live a little longer. To Zhao Hai's surprise, none of the 100 Treasures world's people surrendered. Even though they knew they would die and had no hope of winning, they still resisted. As time went by, more and more people died in the 100 Treasures world. Gradually, there were only about 100 people left. All of them were injured, and there was no hope. Seeing this, the leader of the 100 Treasures world showed a sad look in his eyes. He suddenly shouted and turned his guandao, directly stabbing into his own throat. He had committed suicide. For a cultivator, suicide was almost impossible. Their lives were very long. Ordinary cultivators would not give up their own lives. Some cultivators would rather give up their family and everything they had than to give up their lives. However, these cultivators did it without any hesitation. This was completely unexpected for Zhao Hai and the others. Before Zhao Hai and the others could react, the other cultivators turned around and committed suicide at almost the same time. Seeing the appearance of these cultivators, Kong Miao and the others' faces could not help but change. It was understandable for a cultivator to be so unyielding, but for so many cultivators to rather commit suicide than surrender, that was an extremely remarkable thing. However, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He immediately waved his hand and kept all the undead creatures from Treasure's world into the medium. Then he flew to Kong Miao's side and said in a soft voice, "Great Master, I've found out that these people are all cultivators from the 100 Treasures world." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao's expression could not help but change. He knew very well that the 100 Treasures world was not to be trifled with. However, he also knew that Zhao Hai would not lie about this matter. Can you be sure? Kong Miao turned to look at Zhao Hai. Kong Miao really didn't want this matter to be serious, which was why he had asked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can be sure. I turned them into undead creatures. A few of them used a special method to preserve their memories. I obtained information from them. I can't be sure." Kong Miao's expression finally changed. The thing he least wanted to happen had happened. Zhao Hai glanced at Kong Miao and said in a low voice, "Master, my undead creatures are currently blocking the Sioux tribe. I think the most important thing for us to do now is to take care of those Sioux tribe people and then immediately send a letter to the higher-ups to tell them who are going to deal with us so that they can be prepared." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao immediately nodded and said, "That's right. What we need to do now is to immediately tell the higher-ups who are going against us. Otherwise, our cultivation world will really be in trouble. Lead your men and go deal with those Sioux people. I'll send a letter to the higher-ups." Su Wuzhen had a bad feeling about this. He was a high-level member of the Sioux clan, so he knew very well which realm was going to attack the cultivation world. It was because he knew that he understood why the higher-ups had no choice but to attack the cultivation world and fight it to the death. It was because the people from the Hundred Treasures world were not people they could afford to offend. For example, a Dudong stage expert from the Hundred Treasures world could deal with 2 to 3 Sioux tribe experts, who were also at the Duji stage. The people from the cultivation world could deal with more. It was precisely because they knew the difference in strength that the Sioux people had no choice but to deal with Zhao Hai. They would rather fight to the death with the people from the cultivation world than offend the people from the Hundred Treasures world. Unfortunately, the 2 times they had tried to deal with the cultivation world, they had been beaten back by the cultivation world and suffered heavy losses. The Hundred Treasures world was already very dissatisfied with them, so they had sent a 1,000-man team to help them deal with the cultivation world. They were only responsible for gathering information about the cultivation world and ambushing its people. When the cultivation world's people started fighting with the Hundred Treasures world, they would ambush the cultivation world's people from behind. By then, the cultivation world's people would die. This was supposed to be a perfect plan. Su Wuzhen had been a little worried about the big celestial devices of the cultivation world, but the people of the Hundred Treasures world told him not to worry. With them dealing with them, he naturally wouldn't say anything. However, he didn't expect that when the people of the cultivation world and the Hundred Treasures world were fighting and wanted to launch a sneak attack, they would be stopped by the undead creatures. He had only heard of undead creatures but had never seen them. He knew that they were very weak and weren't worth mentioning. However, when there were a certain number of them, they would be unparalleled. Su Wuzhen was already a soul-splitting cultivator, but he never looked at Foundation Establishment cultivators in the eye. To him, Foundation Establishment cultivators were like ants that didn't deserve his attention. But now he found that he was wrong. When tens of millions of Foundation stage cultivators lined up in a neat formation and attacked them, he found that the situation was too terrible. They could no longer kill each other. In fact, even escaping was a problem for them. What terrified Su Wuzhen even more was that the other party had only used some undead creatures against them. What would the result be if they had more undead creatures against the people of the Hundred Treasures world? After all, the other party didn't only have these undead creatures. They also had over 1,000 powerhouses at the Crossing Calamity stage. A chill ran down Su Wuzhen's spine at the thought, but he knew that it was useless to say anything now. They were just facing some undead creatures, and he couldn't get through to them. They could only wait for the people from the cultivation world to appear, or for them to be exterminated, and then be rescued by the people from the Hundred Treasures world. Of course, he hoped that the latter would happen. However, after such a long time, the number of undead creatures surrounding them didn't decrease at all. In fact, their attack power had weakened significantly. This made the ominous feeling in Su Wuzhen's heart grow stronger and stronger. Just as Su Wuzhen was at a loss for what to do, the undead creatures around them suddenly opened up a path for a large ship to sail in. Su Wuzhen's heart sank when he saw the ship. Of course, he recognized this ship. It was Zhao Hai's warship. Now that this ship had appeared, it meant that the people of the treasure world had been dealt with. Seeing this, Su Wuzhen knew that he was finished. The people of the Hundred Treasures world would not let the people of the Great Cultivation world go, and they would not let them go either, because those people of the Hundred Treasures world died to help them. They had no pity for them, and the people of the Hundred Treasures world would definitely use this as an excuse to kill them. At this moment, the person on the opposite boat spoke. A voice came over. Zhu clan people, listen up. We've taken care of the people behind you. We know who they are. You should be very clear about the current situation. Those people won't let you off, and they won't let us off either. Our 2 worlds have no chance of winning against them. It's for you and it's for us. For the continuation of our 2 worlds, there's only one way now. You have to cooperate with us. The Sioux tribe members were taken aback. They didn't quite understand what the Great Cultivation world meant, but they realized that the undead creatures had stopped their attack. The Sioux people didn't attack. They just stood in a neat formation and looked at the ship. The voice on the ship then said, Sioux people, you should know how strong and unreasonable the people behind you are. They lost nearly 1,000 people this time, and they lost them while helping you. Under such circumstances, will they let you go? No, they won't let you go. If our cultivation world is destroyed, your Sioux people won't be any better off. We know that you Sioux people have nothing to do with those people, but you have to be their fighters because you're afraid. With our current strength, it's completely possible to defeat you, but you'll die faster if you do that, and it won't do us any good. That's why I hope that we can work together. Our cultivation world has someone backing us up, and as long as we report this situation to the higher-ups, they won't just stand by and do nothing. When the 2 worlds work together, we'll be a force that can't be underestimated. I hope that you Sioux people can consider this carefully. Su Wuzhen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to say that, but he had no choice but to admit it. The man made a lot of sense. The Sioux people were doomed this time because the people from the Hundred Treasures world wouldn't let them go. The cultivation world wasn't any better off than them. If the people from the Hundred Treasures world wanted to deal with them, the people from the cultivation world would probably be exterminated. However, if they cooperated, the situation would be different. The Sioux people in the cultivation world were both mid-tier, and if they cooperated, their combined strength would be above average. Although there was still a gap between the top and bottom levels, they had some bargaining chips by cooperating. Even if the people of the 100 Treasures world wanted to touch them, they would have to think twice. If they split, the two realms would be destroyed, but if they combined, they would still have a chance of survival. Now that this multiple-choice question was placed in front of the Sioux people, what would they choose? Su Wuzun was already tempted. This was because the other party had made it very clear to him that if they were to separate, it would be the same as being annihilated. However, it was a pity that he wasn't the one who had the final say in the Sioux tribe. If it was him, he would have agreed to the proposal right away. Just as Su Wuzun was about to speak, the other party spoke again. He said loudly, "Sioux clan people, your leader is still His Excellency Su Wuzun, right? This matter cannot be decided by 1 or 2 people. We will give you 6 hours, and I believe that by then, the higher-ups of the Sioux clan will have sent us the news. If you don't give us a reply in 6 hours, then we will not be polite anymore. The time starts now." Su Wuzun immediately took out a messenger jade sword and informed the higher-ups of the Sioux tribe about the situation. He then released the jade sword, but Su Wuzun didn't realize that he had also released a jade sword from the Hades. Turning back time to the battle between Zhao Hai and the 100 Treasures world, Kang Miao wrote down the situation with a jade sword and released it. Just as he was about to attack the Sioux people, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped Kang Miao and said, "Master, we can't deal with the Sioux people now." Kang Miao was taken aback. She looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Little Hai, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Master, we already know that the people who want to deal with us this time are from the 100 Treasures world, and they won't let our people go. Similarly, they won't let the Sioux people go either. The hatred between us and the Sioux people was formed because of the 100 Treasures world. Now, both of us are facing the danger of being killed by the 100 Treasures world. Under such circumstances, we might be able to cooperate with the Sioux people. The combined strength of the people from our 2 worlds is equivalent to the strength of a middle and upper realm. At that time, even if the people from the 100 Treasures world want to deal with us, they will have to think twice." Kang Miao nodded. He was very supportive of Zhao Hai's suggestion. Right now, they were practically standing on the same starting line as the Sioux people. However, Kang Miao was still a little worried. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What if the other party doesn't agree?" Zhao Hai smiled. "It doesn't matter if they don't agree. They're already surrounded by undead creatures. Moreover, we've already made it clear to them. If we make them feel that there's no chance of survival, they'll naturally fight us to the death. However, if we let them see the hope of survival, they won't fight us to the death. This way, even if they don't agree, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them. Even if the higher-ups of the Sioux tribe don't agree, I'm afraid many of them will surrender. It'll be much easier for us to deal with them then." It was precisely because of Kang Miao's approval that Zhao Hai had come out to negotiate with the Sioux people. This negotiation was too easy for Zhao Hai. He had analyzed the Sioux people's weaknesses in detail and lowered their wariness to a minimum. Seeing Zhao Hai's way of negotiating, Kang Miao felt even more strongly that handing over the negotiations to Zhao Hai was the best decision he had ever made. Compared to Zhao Hai, his negotiation skills were not even worth mentioning. Seeing the Sioux clan people release their messenger jade swords, Kang Miao immediately followed suit. After releasing the messenger jade sword, Kang Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "If the Sioux people agree to cooperate, what do we do? Should we release these Sioux clan people?" Zhao Hai smiled. "That's impossible. Since we're working together, we'll have to invite the Sioux people to our cultivation world as guests. I'm sure the higher-ups will start gathering their forces after receiving your letter. Few bases might be abandoned, and everyone will be gathered in one base for full defense. We'll invite the Sioux people and have them meet up at our base. The opponent we're facing this time is no ordinary person." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kang Miao really did not know what to say. He only felt that Zhao Hai was a little too shameless to do such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He turned to Kang Miao and said, "Master, let's go back first. I want to rest for a while and retrieve all my Dharma artifacts. Of course, the undead creatures won't take them, but don't worry, I won't be resting for long." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kang Miao said nervously, "What's going on? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while." In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need to rest at all. He wanted to merge the 8 handsome green imperial chariot into the liquid silver. He didn't know if the Sioux people would agree to his suggestion. If the Sioux people didn't agree and wanted to fight them to the death, Zhao Hai would have a few more trump cards in his hands. Although the 3 8 handsome green imperial chariots had been repaired, they were not equipped with the yin-yang pool because they had not been integrated with the liquid silver. In other words, if Zhao Hai wanted to use the 3 8 handsome green imperial chariots, he would have to provide energy for them. With Zhao Hai's strength, It was already very difficult for him to provide energy for 2 of the 8 handsome green imperial chariots, let alone 3. Zhao Hai also realized that he could not install the yin-yang lake anywhere he wanted. If he was making a weapon for someone else, he would not be able to install the yin-yang lake in the weapon. The yin-yang lake could only be placed in a spatial device or a mercury staff. However, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed, as he didn't want others to know about the yin-yang lake. It was naturally for the best if he used it for himself. Although the yin-yang lake couldn't be used in the weapons as it would reduce the combat strength of the undead creatures, Zhao Hai didn't mind it as the undead creatures didn't rely on their individual strength to defeat their opponents. They relied on their numbers. Of course, it was not necessary now. There were many Duji stage undead creatures in Zhao Hai's spatial zone. These undead creatures were Su people and the cultivators from the 100 Treasures world. Zhao Hai had already asked the cultivators of the world of 100 Treasures. They knew how to operate some special Dharma artifacts, but they didn't know some important Dharma arrays. They were only combatants. If they needed weapons, the world of 100 Treasures would make them, but it was impossible for them to know the core contents of the weapons. Of course, this weapon referred to the weapons they had used before, not the Guan Dao they were using this time. To be honest, the Guan Dao that they were using this time was a pretty good weapon, but it was not used to break armor. This was the most important part of the Su people's weapons. These people didn't know the armor-breaking formation, nor did they know what kind of celestial devices were used. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't get the secret of the world of 100 Treasures yet. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai was doing now was to add the Guandao to the furnace and make weapons that the people of the world of 100 Treasures were used to. Although these weapons didn't have the unique celestial devices of the world of 100 Treasures, they did have some unique celestial devices, such as the Vibration Magic Array, which had a strong armor-breaking ability. Zhao Hai had been using the Vibration Magic Array the most. Almost all weapons were equipped with the Vibration Magic Array, which made them extremely powerful in both offense and defense. As for the undead creatures from the world of 100 Treasures, their combat power might be reduced after using weapons with the Vibration Magic Array, but they were much stronger than when they used the Guandao. It was because of these two things that Zhao Hai wanted to rest for a while. Kang Miao naturally did not know what Zhao Hai meant, but he still agreed. He even took the initiative to tell the others about Zhao Hai's situation. Naturally, no one would object. Zhao Hai's strength was obvious to all. It was precisely because everyone knew of Zhao Hai's strength that no one would object to what Zhao Hai was doing. The Su people watched as the ship from the cultivation world slowly retreated. The undead creatures had sealed the opening again, which puzzled them. At the same time, they felt very uneasy. They didn't know why the cultivation world was doing this. Was the cultivation world going to attack in advance? All the Su people were on high alert, defending themselves against any attacks from the great cultivation world. However, the undead creatures didn't attack and remained standing like statues. The retreating Hades disappeared in an instant, and many undead creatures in beast form appeared around Zhao Hai. All the cultivators in the cultivation world could sit on these undead creatures. Not only could they stand on them, but they could also roll around and sleep on them as they were huge. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't going to hold back. The undead beast he summoned was none other than Alien. When he entered the alien's stomach, the alien closed its mouth. Kang Miao and the others couldn't even use their mental powers to check on Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's situation, the others also wanted to go into the undead creatures' stomachs. The undead creatures agreed. As soon as the people from the cultivation world went into the stomachs of the undead creatures, they found out that there was a small room inside them. They were overjoyed. They felt that staying in the stomachs of the undead creatures was more comfortable than staying on the Hades. Although the space on Hades was huge, Zhao Hai didn't want to make a scene. He only arranged a few rooms for Kang Miao and the others. The rest of them stayed in a shared space. Even though the space was huge, the results were not to their satisfaction. This was because cultivators didn't like others to see how they cultivated. Even if they were just meditating, they didn't want others to see it. Now that they had these undead creatures, they had their own independent space, which was equivalent to a small mobile cave dwelling. They could do whatever they wanted in it, which naturally made them very satisfied. This was also Zhao Hai's arrangement. He had chosen these undead creatures and modified them. Otherwise, ordinary undead creatures wouldn't have such a space in their bodies. This time, Zhao Hai only brought Mo Sheng into the alien's body. Li Zongdao had already been arranged by Zhao Hai to cultivate in another undead creature. Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng entered the space as soon as they entered the alien's body. He had to see the liquid silver fusion with his own eyes before he could feel at ease. After entering the medium, Zhao Hai immediately fused the liquid silver and the 8 junking imperial chariot. As long as the 3-8 junking imperial chariots were fused with the liquid silver, the attack power of the 3-8 junking imperial chariots would be increased once again. The 8 Junking Imperial Armor's combat power had been improved because of Liquid Silver's characteristics. The biggest feature of Liquid Silver was that the space had given the demon staff a special feature, which was that it was indestructible. There was almost no power that could destroy the evil grinding magic staff, because the laws of space and the outside world were not the same. The laws of the outside world could not be used in space, so the demon magic staff could not be destroyed. The 8 Junking Imperial Chariot had been destroyed by Zhao Hai. If the 8 Junking Imperial Chariot could not be destroyed, his combat strength would naturally increase by a lot. The second reason was the existence of the Yin-Yang Lake. In the past, the offensive power of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot was related to the number of people operating it and the strength of the people operating it. For example, a foundation-building cultivator simply could not operate the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot. However, a Duji Stage cultivator could do it, and so could 10 Duji Stage cultivators. If 10 Duji Stage cultivators could do it, they could easily defeat a single cultivator. This was another flaw of the 8 Junking Imperial Armor. However, as long as the 3 8 Junking Jade Chariots were fused with the Liquid Silver, the 8 Junking Imperial Chariot would naturally be able to use the Yin-Yang Pool. At that time, the Yin-Yang Pool would continuously provide power to the 8 Junking Imperial Chariot, and the combat power of the 8 Junking Imperial Chariot would naturally be improved. In addition, the operation of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot was very complicated. Even a Duji Stage expert could operate the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot, but he couldn't use many of the changes in the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot. After all, the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Chariot was a machine-like puppet magic artifact that needed to be operated by people. However, once it was fused with the Liquid Silver, this would no longer be a problem. Heir would use the computer-made methods in the array world to make some modifications to the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Carriage. This way, the operation of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Carriage would be much easier. With just one order from Zhao Hai, he could control the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Carriage. Most importantly, Zhao Hai and the others could modify the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Armor. Although the impact of the previous 8 Handsome Green Imperial Armor was not weak, its destructive power was not that great. Zhao Hai could modify the appearance of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Armor to make it more lethal. Heir was already prepared. As soon as she saw Zhao Hai, she immediately went up to him. Zhao Hai followed Heir to the side of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Carriage. He carefully looked at the appearance and the interior of the 8 Handsome Green Imperial Carriage, then turned to Heir and said, "Let's start." Kai replied and waved his hand. A mass of silver liquid metal surrounded the 3-attribute Handsome Green Imperial Chariot. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and turned to Heir. "How much more time do you need?" "About 2 hours, Kai said after some calculations. Zhao Hai nodded and led Heir and Mo Sheng into the villa. When they arrived, Zhao Hai asked Meg to arrange for Mo Sheng to eat while he sat beside Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very busy at the moment. She was busy dealing with the undead creatures from the treasure's world. She wanted to record the cultivation method of the treasure's world and save it for future use. Meanwhile, the undead creatures were still under the control of Li Jai and the others. They surrounded the Sioux tribe while also keeping an eye on Kong Miao and the others. Although Kong Miao and the others treated Zhao Hai very well, Zhao Hai was in the limelight in this battle, so they had to be careful. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's arrangement this time was very clever. Although it seemed like he was summoning undead creatures one by one for those people, it also cut off all communication between them. Until now, Kong Miao and the others hadn't contacted anyone. They were all sitting in their small rooms, meditating quietly. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It seems like these guys are in love with the undead creatures. Do you guys think we should give them an undead creature each?" Laura smiled. "If you really give them to them, they might not accept them. After all, these undead creatures belong to you. They might be afraid that you will use them against them." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. "That's right. There's always fighting and scheming in the cultivation world. Almost no one will easily trust others. Forget it. I'd better not give it to you." Laura smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, the people from the world of 100 treasures do have some unique ways of controlling their celestial devices. You can learn them when you have time. It might be beneficial for the starry myriad sword formation." Zhao Hai nodded. "After we're done with this, do you think the Sioux people will agree to ally with the cultivation world to deal with the 100 treasures world?" Laura smiled and said, "I think they will. The Sioux people are not stupid. This time, they caused the 100 treasures world to lose 1,000 people. With the domineering character of the 100 treasures world, they will definitely be angry with them. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it's better to give it a try. As long as they win, they can continue to rob in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Otherwise, they can only wait for their clan to be exterminated." Zhao Hai smiled. "I believe they'll agree too. But this time, the 100 treasures world has been provoked. They've probably received the news by now and are about to send people to deal with the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux tribe. I hope the people behind the Great Cultivation World will stand up for them. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Lola smiled slightly. That group of people will definitely stand up for the Cultivation World because they are natural enemies of the Hundred Treasures World. They have been fighting with each other for tens of thousands of years. It's just that they have stopped for a while these past 2 days. Now that the Hundred Treasures World has made the first move, they will naturally fight back. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at her in confusion and asked, "Oh, really? How do you know who's behind the Cultivation World? I don't even know." "You're the only ones who don't know," Lola said with a smile. "Don't tell me those people from the world of 100 treasures don't know. They've been fighting for so long, and it can be said that they know each other's background. Naturally, they know who their enemy is." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Which realm is the 100 treasures world's biggest enemy? How come I've never heard of it before?" Laura smiled. "In fact, there are some clues, but even those who know about it won't say it out loud. The biggest enemy of the treasure world is the people of the giant spirit world." Hearing Laura say that she was from the giant spirit world, Zhao Hai nodded his head. It was possible that the giant spirit world and the treasure world were at odds with each other, because the cultivation methods of the two worlds were completely different. They were almost two extremes. The reason why the Great Spirit World was called the Great Spirit World was that the people in the Great Spirit World were very tall. Of course, they were not very tall. The average height of the people in the Great Spirit World was more than 2 meters, but very few were more than 2.2 meters. However, such a height was enough to be called tall. Ordinary cultivators were not so tall. In addition to being tall and big, the people of the Great Spirit World also had another characteristic. That was, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were all based on strength, and the artifacts they used were all based on strength. In the eyes of the giant spirit world, only big and heavy things were good. The weapons they used were all heavy weapons, and in the giant spirit world, they had the most large magic weapons. The great spirit world was good, while the 100 treasures world was small. These two extreme cultivation methods had always made the people of the two worlds very hostile. Battles, big and small, had almost stopped at the same time. It was only recently that the two sides had stopped fighting, but now it seemed that the 100 treasures world was going to provoke a dispute again. Zhao Hai nodded. "So it's from the giant spirit world. This is interesting. The giant spirit world also belongs to the upper world, and so does the treasure world. I just didn't expect that the cultivation world was actually under the protection of the giant spirit world." Laura smiled and said, "A world like the cultivation world can only be regarded as an intermediate world, and it's one of the weaker ones. The giant spirit world protects them, but they won't let them spread it. In the eyes of the people of the giant spirit world, it's a bit embarrassing to protect an intermediate world, but this matter is different. This time, the people who came to provoke the treasure world are from the treasure world. If they know, they won't just stand by and watch." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. I have the chance to get in touch with the people from the big worlds. I just don't know how strong they are. The people from the 100 treasures world are indeed strong. I'll see how strong they are after they finish making their weapons." Laura smiled. "Big Brother Hai, I think it's best to use this time to familiarize yourself with the control of the world of treasures artifacts. It's a good way to control them." Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no rush. I have a lot of things to do now. It won't be too late to learn after I'm done with my work." Laura didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai any further. She knew that Zhao Hai knew what he was doing. In fact, Zhao Hai might really be able to get along well with the people of the giant spirit world. Among the Buddhist techniques that Zhao Hai had learned, there was a technique that specialized in training strength, the demon-subduing super strength technique. The strength that was trained from this technique was really not just for show. Moreover, after this incident, Zhao Hai should be able to make a name for himself. Furthermore, he was famous for being good at controlling large magical artifacts. This might make him more popular with the giant spirit race. The giant spirit race was a very strong race by itself, and the people they liked were also the strong type. The greater the human chi, the more popular they were with the giant spirit race. Hence, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the giant spirit race was also called a powerful race. Knowing who was behind the cultivation world, Zhao Hai was relieved. He had been afraid that the person behind the cultivation world would not care about their affairs. If it was the Titan race, then it would not be a problem. He then observed the situation at the Array world. Fortunately, planet Jere 2 was now being heavily protected by the Array world. Everything was developing smoothly. It was the same at the pirates' playground. The Crossblades was still the strongest pirate group there, and their reputation was even greater than before. The reason why the Crossblade was so powerful was entirely because of the undead creatures. Many of the undead creatures had already learned how to pilot mechas and were already powerful. With their participation, the strength of the Crossblade was increased by 2 levels, and the power of the Crossblade was naturally stronger than before. After dealing with some matters on planet Jere number 2 and the Crossblade, Zhao Hai, Lola, and a few others came out of the villa. The undead creatures were still watching the Sioux people, so they didn't move. They didn't dare to move either. The undead creatures alone were enough to kill them. Now, with the addition of the people from the cultivation world, the Sioux people didn't even have the intention to escape. They also discovered that their invisibility couldn't hide from the undead creatures. This invisibility was their biggest reliance on escaping. Now that this reliance was gone, they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Zhao Hai went outside to take a look. The 3 handsome green imperial carriages had disappeared. In their place was a bronze staff. The moment he saw the staff, Zhao Hai knew that it was a flowing silver staff. However, he did not expect it to be bronze in color. With a wave of his hand, the staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. He didn't notice anything special about the staff, but with a wave of his hand, an 8 handsome green imperial carriage appeared in front of him. The shape of the 8 handsome green imperial carriage looked a lot more powerful than before, and its color was a little lighter than before. The body of the carriage was glowing, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary one. Zhao Hai nodded attentively. Even though Liu Yin's expression had changed again, he did not mind. Even if Kong Miao and the others knew, so what? With Zhao Hai's current strength, to be honest, he really did not fear Kong Miao and the others. After resting for a while in the origin space, Zhao Hai came out when it was almost time. He returned to the alien's body and said in a deep voice, "Contact Master Kong Miao." Zhao Hai wasn't lying. All his undead creatures were equipped with a communication system. As long as he gave the order, a screen would appear in front of him. As long as the other party connected to him, he would be able to see the other party through the screen. It was very convenient. Kong Miao was currently sitting in a room within the body of an undead creature. This room wasn't very big, only a little over 10 square meters. There wasn't much inside either, just an ordinary small room. However, Kong Miao was extremely satisfied. Sitting in her room, she carefully sorted out what had happened today. Only then did Kong Miao realize that today's incident had a lot to do with Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, they would probably be dead for sure today. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Putting aside the fact that Zhao Hai was able to deal with the 3 handsome green imperial carriages, the undead creatures were already a huge headache. Kong Miao had noticed that the undead creatures had a certain degree of restraint in their advance and retreat. Even with the Staff of Infinite Changes, it would be difficult for him to kill his way out. The crucial point was that there were simply too many undead creatures. Once there were too many of them, it would be difficult to deal with them. With the help of the undead creatures, Zhao Hai should have no problem dealing with them. When she thought of this, and Miao couldn't help but feel discouraged. She didn't understand why Zhao Hai's strength had increased so quickly. At this moment, a beeping sound suddenly came from the room. Kong Miao was stunned, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, a mechanical female voice said, "Mr. Zhao Hai has requested to speak to you. Do you accept?" As he spoke, a screen popped up in front of him, but there was nothing on the screen. Kong Miao looked at the item in confusion, not knowing how to use it. However, he was a smart person, so he tried to say, "Connect." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hai's image appeared on the screen. Kong Miao looked over and saw that Zhao Hai was sitting in a small room similar to his, chuckling as he looked at him. When Zhao Hai saw Kong Miao appear on the screen, he smiled and said, "Master, I hope so. Do you want to return to Hades, or do you want to stay here for a while?" When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "We'll just stay here." "I say, little Hai, I didn't expect that the undead creatures would have such a thing. Can I use this thing to contact anyone I want?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. I'm blaming myself for not making it clear. With this thing, you can contact anyone you want. As long as you say the name, you can contact that person. Of course, that person must be in the undead creature's internal space. Once they leave the undead creature's internal space, you can't contact them." Kong Miao nodded. "Good, this thing is so convenient. I don't think you need to release Hades. Everyone seems to prefer to stay here. Are you done resting?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm fine now. But Master, I have to tell you that I destroyed the 3 handsome green imperial carriages from the treasure world. Now I've integrated them into my Dharma artifact. You won't blame me, right?" Kong Miao was taken aback. "Fuse it into a magic tool. How do we merge them?" "When I was making my magical equipment, there was a fusion technique that allowed me to fuse other magical equipment into my magical equipment. This was the most brilliant part of Senior Lang Wayang. This time, I've shattered the 8 handsome green imperial carriage and fused them into my magical equipment. From now on, I can use the 8 handsome green imperial carriage through my magical equipment," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Kong Miao exclaimed, "Senior Lang Wayang is truly a peerless genius to be able to craft such a weapon. Sure, it's fine if you want to fuse it. It's not a big deal. You've done a great job this time. It's no big deal for you to ask for something." Zhao Hai nodded happily. The reason why he told Kong Miao this was so that he could use the 8 handsome green imperial chariot in the future. If he told Kong Miao this, she wouldn't be surprised when he used the 8 handsome green imperial chariot in the future. It was better to tell her now than to explain it later. The two of them chatted for a while more. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned his head and said to Kong Miao, "Master, the reply from the Sioux tribe is here. Do you think we should go out and take a look?" When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, he was also stunned for a moment. However, he still waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. It doesn't matter if he's here. Let's wait for a reply first. It won't be too late to see the Sioux people when we receive a reply." Zhao Hai agreed and nodded. "All right then, master. I won't disturb you any longer. If you're looking for someone, just tell me their name. You should be able to contact them soon." Kong Miao nodded and sent a message on the virtual screen. Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh. These undead creatures were really good. Kong Miao was really envious of Zhao Hai now. However, he immediately used the undead creatures to contact a few of them, especially Su Ning and the other soul-splitting stage experts. He also told them that the reply from the Sioux tribe had arrived and asked them to pay attention. If the Sioux tribe had any unusual movements, they didn't need to be polite. Just as he finished communicating with Su Ning and the rest, Kong Miao felt his mind stir. He knew that his messenger flying sword had returned. He immediately made the undead creature open its mouth, and a messenger jade sword flew in through its mouth. After receiving the jade sword, he used his psyche to probe inside. Kong Miao understood what the higher-ups meant. He immediately contacted Su Ning and the others before contacting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had long known what Kong Miao had done, but he was only listening to him describe it once. However, Zhao Hai still immediately turned on his screen and looked at Kong Miao. "Master, you were looking for me." Kong Miao nodded and said, "Go and get ready. We'll go and meet those Sioux people." The higher-ups have already said that we can cooperate with the Sioux people and even make some concessions. However, the Sioux people must move to the old camp in the Great Cultivation World and fight together with them. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, the Great Cultivation World was considered a mid-tier power. There were several camps, and the residential area for newcomers that Zhao Hai had stayed in was the smallest one. There were a few other camps for the older people. Among these camps, the most important one was the old camp in the Cultivation World. This old camp was in an abandoned mine in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The mine was originally a place that produced nephrite and chalcedony, but later on, the nephrite and chalcedony were all excavated, so the mine was abandoned. It took the Cultivation World 100 years to build it, and it became the most important stronghold in the Cultivation World. Not only were there more than 20 soul-splitting cultivators guarding the stronghold all year round, but there was also a mountain-protecting formation. In addition to the mountain-protecting formation, there were countless other formations. Even an expert in the longevity stage would not be able to attack it. Most importantly, there were large teleportation formations that led directly to the Cultivation World at the stronghold. If necessary, they could transfer all the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield back to the Cultivation World at the fastest speed. As long as anything happened in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the people in the other strongholds would destroy the teleportation arrays in their respective strongholds as fast as possible, leaving only one teleportation array and passing it back to the old camp. If the old camp could not be defended, they would return to the Cultivation World through the teleportation array. At the same time, they would use self-exploding magical artifacts to destroy all the teleportation arrays in the old camp and the other strongholds. However, the Cultivation World would not normally use their old camp, nor would they withdraw their people there, because that would be too great of a loss. But this time they had no choice but to do so, because their opponent this time was the 100 Treasures World. That was the upper realm. If the 100 Treasures World really dealt with them, they were afraid that they would not be safe even if they hid in the old camp. Fortunately, there were people behind the Cultivation World. If they really couldn't handle it, they would retreat to the Cultivation World, so they weren't scared off. This time, the higher-ups wanted the Sioux people to move to the old camp so that both sides could fight against the enemy with all their might. This request was a little too much. The Sioux people might not trust the people of the Cultivation World. After all, they were still enemies before. However, Zhao Hai believed that the Sioux tribe would agree. They had already lost a few hundred people, and now nearly 1,000 of them were trapped here. If they didn't agree, then these 1,000 people wouldn't be able to go back. After all, these were all crossing Calamity Stage powerhouses. If they really died here, then the Sioux tribe would suffer a great loss and would probably be reduced to the lower or middle world. Once the Sioux people were really reduced to the lower or middle realm, then they were almost finished. The Sioux people had always been bandits and had offended countless people. However, they had always been very careful. The people they had offended were usually the lower or middle realms. The strength of these small realms was not very good, so he didn't have to worry about anything at all. It was no big deal to offend them. However, once their strength became weak, like those they had offended before, they would be dead. At that time, the people of the 100 Treasures World would not need to deal with them, just their previous enemies would be enough to destroy them. In addition, the 100 Treasures World had lost 1,000 people because of them, so they definitely wouldn't let them go. The Sioux people weren't like the Cultivation World, where they had no one to protect them. Under such circumstances, the Sioux people could only cooperate with the cultivation world. They might even be willing to cooperate with the cultivation world. In the past, the Sioux people's reputation was so bad that it was impossible for them to find someone to protect them. If they cooperated with the people of the cultivation world, it would be equivalent to finding a big backer for free, which was very important to the Sioux people. Kong Miao and the others walked out of the space within the undead creatures' bodies and came to the center of the encirclement. Su Wuzhen was pacing around anxiously. As soon as he saw Kong Miao and the others come out, Su Wuzhen immediately came up to them and stopped 100 meters in front of them. He dodged Kong Miao and the others and said, "Zhu Wuzhen greets Master Kong Miao. Master, I've received orders from my clan. From today onwards, my Sioux clan is willing to form an alliance with the great cultivation world to fight against the people of the 100 Treasures world together." Hearing Su Wuzhen's words, Kong Miao knew that they really wanted to form an alliance. When Zhao Hai was negotiating with the Sioux people, he only mentioned the person standing behind them, but he didn't mention which world he was from. Now that Su Wuzhen had taken the initiative to mention the people from the 100 Treasures world, it was equivalent to surrendering to the cultivation world. Kong Miao nodded and said, "All right, your decision is completely correct. However, if you want us to form an alliance, there are conditions. The main force of your Sioux people must come out of Octopus Island and enter our old camp in the great cultivation world to face the upcoming dangers with us. Of course, we've already sent letters to the people behind us. They'll soon send people to help us." When Su Wuzhen heard Kong Miao's words, he couldn't help but frown. The clan had already given him orders to make a decision at the last minute. It would be best if he could form an alliance with the people of the great cultivation world in the shortest time possible. Even if the great cultivation world had any requests, he would agree to them. However, Su Wuzhen was still a little troubled by Kong Miao's request. Su Wuzhen was a very orthodox member of the Sioux clan, and they were all bandits. However, bandits all had one thing in common: they valued their lairs very much. Other than robbing, they would usually not leave their lairs easily. However, the people of the cultivation world actually wanted all of them to leave their lairs this time, and this was something Su Wuzhen could not accept. Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzhen's expression, then turned to look at Kong Miao. Kong Miao nodded in response. He knew very well that he was far inferior to Zhao Hai in terms of negotiation. If Zhao Hai were to speak, Su Wuzhen and the others might accept this condition more easily. Zhao Hai glanced at Su Wuzhen and coughed lightly. He then bowed to Su Wuzhen and said, "Greetings, Sir Su Wuzhen. I, Zhao Hai, pay my respects." Su Wuzhen was thinking about how to reject Kong Miao's offer, but he was interrupted by Zhao Hai. Although Su Wuzhen was secretly angry, he didn't dare to show it. He was now the meat on the chopping block, and he was no stranger to Zhao Hai. He knew very well that the Sioux clan's failure was because of Zhao Hai's appearance. The failure of the 100 Treasures world this time was probably also related to Zhao Hai. In the face of such a person, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly returned the greeting and said, "I wouldn't dare. Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai. What can I do for you?" If the outside world were to know that a powerful cultivator in the soul-splitting stage was actually returning a bow to a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, they would definitely not believe it. However, it really happened, and Su Wuzhen did it as if it was only natural. Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. Sir Su Wuzhen is too polite." "From the way I see it, I'm afraid you don't want to agree to Master Kong Miao's conditions." "Right. Actually, you don't have to do this. I know that you don't want to leave Octopus Island because it's the Sioux people's old camp, which is very important to you. However, you must also understand that our old camp in the cultivation world is equally important to us. If we let your Sioux people enter our old camp in the cultivation world, you'll know all the details of our old camp. So strictly speaking, I'd like to invite you to our old camp. For you and me, the benefits and disadvantages are equal. It doesn't mean that it's only good for our cultivation world." Su Wuzhen couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He had never thought about it this way before, but then he realized that Zhao Hai was right. Take the Sioux people as an example. Octopus Island, their home, was not a place that just anyone could enter. Other than the Sioux people, no one was allowed to enter Octopus Island easily, or they would be killed on the spot. Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzhen and continued, "Right now, we have a common and incomparably powerful enemy. If we stay in two different places, we'll be defeated by that enemy one by one, and no one will have an easy time in the end. But if we live together, it's the same as joining forces. Even if the enemy comes, we can hold on for a while. What do you think, sir?" Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai enviously. He realized that Zhao Hai was really good at tricking people, let alone Su Wuzhen. Even Kong Miao felt that the Sioux clan moving to their old camp in the cultivation world was not a bad thing. Su Wuzhen looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "What you said makes sense, sir, but why can't people from the cultivation world come to our Octopus Island? In that case, we can join forces to fight the enemy, right?" Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzhen and smiled. "Your Excellency Su Wuzhen, you're right. Octopus Island's defense may be very strong, but don't forget that the upper realm behind our cultivation world will send people to help us. They don't know that the Sioux clan has formed an alliance, so when they come to help, they'll definitely go to our old camp first. If that happens, they might just withdraw and not care anymore. At that time, I'm afraid that both of us will really be finished." When Su Wuzhen heard Zhao Hai's words, he was slightly taken aback. Then his expression changed. He finally remembered the most important point, and that was that there was someone behind the cultivation world. Su Wuzhen's face was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Zhao Hai. He nodded and said, "All right, I can agree to that. We Sioux people can follow you to the old camp in the cultivation world, but I hope that the people of the cultivation world can really treat us as allies." Zhao Hai smiled, bowed, and retreated behind Kong Miao. Zhao Hai knew very well that it would be best for Kong Miao to go first. He did not have the authority to agree to the Sioux clan's conditions. Everything had to be done with a sense of propriety, and Zhao Hai was very good at this. When Kong Miao saw Zhao Hai retreat behind him, he immediately understood Zhao Hai's intentions. Kong Miao nodded and muttered a Buddhist chant, "Amitabha, please rest assured, benefactor Su Wuzhen. We said that we will form an alliance with the Sioux clan, so we will treat you as our true allies. Please don't worry, benefactor Su Wuzhen. Then may I ask, Master Kong Miao, how do we get to the old camp in the cultivation world?" Su Wuzhen nodded. Kong Miao said in a deep voice, "We'll follow Su Wuzhen to the Octopus Island now. Then we'll use the teleportation array there to head to the old camp in the cultivation world. This is the fastest and safest way. What do you think of Su Wuzhen's suggestion?" Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the undead creatures all fell silent. Then he waved his hand again, and Hades appeared under everyone's feet. Zhao Hai said to Su Wuzhen, "Sir Su Wuzhen, please take your tribesmen onto the ship. We'll rush to Octopus Island as fast as we can." Su Wuzhen didn't say anything. He just nodded and directed the Sioux clan members to board the Hades. After everyone was on board, Zhao Hai immediately directed the Hades to head straight for Octopus Island. Su Wuzhen and the others were still very curious when they got on the Hades. They kept looking around. Zhao Hai didn't stop them. They could take a look if they wanted to. After all, you wouldn't be able to tell anything from the Hades just by looking at its surface. If Hades was at full speed, it would be very fast. In just a few hours, they had entered the ocean. Octopus Island was only an offshore island, so once they entered the ocean, it was almost equivalent to entering the territory of the Sioux people. It was obvious that the Sioux people were very nervous as well. A large number of them were standing guard outside the Octopus Island. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others arrive, they were all stunned for a moment before they became nervous. Many of them gathered around, clearly unaware of the alliance between the two sides. Of course, Su Wuzhen had to step in at this time. Su Wuzhen's status among the Sioux clan was still very high. As soon as he saw the Sioux clan people retreat, the Pluto arrived at Octopus Island very quickly. The Octopus Island was really similar to a big octopus. The main island was a round island with a high mountain on it. Around the Octopus Island, there were 8 submerged reef belts that looked like the 8 tentacles of an octopus. It looked very strange. It was obvious that Octopus Island was on high alert now, and the island's protective formation had been activated. It was impossible for Pluto to enter Octopus Island, so it stopped outside the island. Then Su Wuzhen entered the island alone. Because the island's protective formation had been activated, they could only see the rough terrain of the island. They could not see how many people were on the island. However, Zhao Hai and Kong Miao were not in a hurry. They just stood on Pluto and waited quietly. After a while, Su Wuzhen flew out with 5 old Sioux people. These 5 people were all soul-splitting stage powerhouses, and it seemed like they had a high status among the Sioux people. Su Wuzhen led the few Sioux tribe members onto the Hades and introduced them to Zhao Hai and Kong Miao. "Master Kong Miao, Mr. Zhao Hai, these 5 are the 5 elders of the Sioux clan's Elder Council. They have something to ask Master Kong Miao, and as long as you can answer them truthfully, we will immediately organize people to follow you to the old camp in the cultivation world." Kong Miao's expression wasn't too good. He hadn't expected that the Sioux clan people would still want to question him at a time like this. However, he still said in a low voice, "If the elders have any questions, please ask." The oldest of the 5 elders looked at Kong Miao and cupped his fists towards her, saying, "Master Kong Miao, our question is actually very simple. We just want to know which realm the upper realm behind the cultivation world is." When he heard the 5 elders say this, Kong Miao's expression could not help but change because he did not know the answer to this question. In the great cultivation world, the number of people who could answer this question could be counted on one hand. Even the very experienced Master Su Ning and Jian Yi probably only knew a little and were not sure. However, if they didn't answer this question, these Sioux people probably wouldn't go with them. If that happened, the cultivation world would lose a powerful ally. Whether they could stop the 100 Treasures world's attack before reinforcements arrived was unknown. Seeing Kong Miao's expression, Zhao Hai could more or less guess what he was thinking. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Master, there's nothing to hide from him at this time. Elder, we've formed an alliance with you because we trust you. I hope you won't say what you said today. Otherwise, it won't just be our cultivation world that won't let you off. I'm afraid the people behind us won't let you off either. Of course, the elder nodded. We know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded and looked around. Then he turned to the elder and said in a low voice, to be honest, the upper realm behind our cultivation world is the giant spirit world. The giant spirit world and the 100 treasures world are mortal enemies, which is why the 100 treasures world wants to deal with us. Kong Miao, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. She glanced at Su Wuzhen and then transmitted a message to Zhao Hai. Little Hai, how do you know who's behind our cultivation world? Even I don't know about this. You're not lying to them, are you? Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. He replied, I'm not lying to them. It's true. The people of the giant spirit world are behind our cultivation world. The reason I knew about it was because I turned the people of the 100 treasures world into undead creatures. They told me the reason why they wanted to attack our cultivation world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that it was the people of the 100 treasures world. It's nothing, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. As the two of them conversed, Pluto had already entered Octopus Island. The island was really huge. Fang Yuan was probably about 1,000 miles long, and there was a mountain on the island that looked like the head of an octopus. There were many cave abodes on the mountain, and people from the Beard tribe were going in and out of the cave abodes. Zhao Hai knew very well why the great elder of the Sioux tribe had asked who was behind the cultivation world. The great elder of the Sioux tribe must have known about the enmity between the people from the upper worlds in the myriad world battlefield. If the great cultivation world was not backed by the giant spirit race, an upper world that had a feud with the 100 treasures world, but by an upper world that had little to do with the 100 treasures world, they might not have left with Zhao Hai and the others. The people of the upper realm were the most ruthless. If it was an upper realm that had no enmity with the 100 realms, they might not care about the cultivation world after knowing that it was being attacked. After all, no upper realm would offend an upper realm for the sake of a medium, and small realm. However, if the cultivation world was backed by the giant spirit world, then the situation would be different. The giant spirit world and the 100 treasures world were mortal enemies. When they had nothing to do, the two sides would fight twice, and small conflicts would continue. Now that the 100 treasures world was dealing with the cultivation world under the protection of the giant spirit world, the giant spirit world would not stand by and do nothing. The Sioux people had such concerns, which was why they wanted to ask. If the cultivation world wasn't backed by the giant spirit world, they wouldn't go. They would rather stay and beg the 100 treasures world, then they might have a chance of survival. If they really went and the cultivation world didn't come to save them, then they might not even have a chance. After Kong Miao and Zhao Hai followed Su Wuzhen up to Octopus Island, Su Wuzhen immediately brought them to the teleportation square on the island. Kong Miao didn't stand on ceremony, and immediately had the people from the cultivation world come out. They started using the teleportation array at the teleportation square to set up a teleportation array that led to the old camp in the cultivation world. Since the teleportation square was an open teleportation array, they only needed to make some changes to it, so the teleportation array was set up very quickly. Kong Miao immediately arranged for Su Ning and the rest to bring some of the great cultivation world's cultivators to the old camp and let the old camp make the necessary preparations. He stayed behind with Zhao Hai to help the Sioux tribe make arrangements for their relocation. Cultivators moved very quickly, and it was even faster in the Myriad Realm battlefield because there were no elderly or children here, nor were there any weak cultivators. The weakest cultivators were nascent soul stage experts, so it was naturally much faster for them to pack their things. The Sioux tribe members were done packing in a short while, and under Kong Miao's arrangements, they all went into the teleportation array. The teleportation array flashed with white light, and groups of Sioux tribe members left. On the entire Octopus Island, there were nearly 4,000 Sioux people. Among them, more than 400 were experts at the nascent soul stage, 30 were experts at the soul splitting stage, and the rest were experts at the crossing calamity stage. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, experts at the crossing calamity stage were as common as cabbages. They could be seen everywhere. However, it must be known that in medium realms like the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux tribe, almost 95 of their experts at the crossing calamity stage were gathered in the Myriad Realm battlefield. It was as if they had put all the power of an entire realm into the Myriad Realm battlefield, so the number of people was naturally not small. It was precisely because of this that the Sioux tribe had no choice but to compromise with the cultivation world after Zhao Hai's group had killed hundreds of them and trapped thousands of them. They knew very well that if they lost all of their people, it would be a huge blow to the Sioux tribe. They only had about 5 Duji stage experts in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If they lost nearly 2,000 of them in the cultivation world, it would be a disaster for them. The loss of nearly half of their manpower was too much for the people of the cultivation world. For the sake of these people, they had no choice but to compromise with the cultivation world. As the number of Sioux tribe people on Octopus Island decreased, Kong Miao and the others began to relax. Seeing that there were less than 500 Sioux tribe people left, Kong Miao smiled and said, "It seems that it's going quite smoothly. When this person arrives at the old camp, we'll seal the teleportation formation at the other end. We can delay the 100 Treasures world for a few more days. By then, I think the reinforcements from the Great Spirit world should also arrive." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the reinforcements of the Giant Spirits world arrive, this will be a matter between the two worlds. I'm afraid they won't care about small fries like us. But this time we made the 100 Treasures world lose nearly 1,000 people. I'm afraid they won't let us go so easily. We can only hope that the Giant Spirits world can stop the 100 Treasures world. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble." As soon as he finished, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned to Kong Miao and said in a deep voice, "Master, the people from the world of 100 Treasures are here." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, her expression changed. "How far away are we from here?" "It's less than 4 hours away," Zhao Hai immediately replied. Kong Miao looked at the Sioux clan people and nodded. There should be enough time, but the people from the 100 Treasures world have discovered that the Sioux clan has disappeared. We'll definitely be their next target. Although we're not retreating from our old camp in the cultivation world, we can only delay it for a few days. I can only hope that the Giant Spirit clan will arrive soon. Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to look at Su Wuzun, who was commanding the Sioux tribe, and said in a deep voice, "Master, we should tell this to Su Wuzun and let him know." Kong Miao nodded and said in a low voice, "Go do it." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded his head. Although he was very powerful in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the words of the Buddhist sect were the law. And Kong Miao was someone that the Buddhist sect had put in great effort to cultivate. Thus, Zhao Hai still respected Kong Miao a lot. He did not want to be schemed against for no reason. Zhao Hai walked up to Su Wuzun and bowed, "Your Excellency Su Wuzun." Su Wuzun looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. Of course, he knew how strong Zhao Hai was, but after this period of interaction, Su Wuzun understood the other side of Zhao Hai. Not only was Zhao Hai strong, but his intelligence was also shocking. In Su Wuzun's opinion, the real threat in the cultivation world was not Kong Miao, who had the staff of 100 changes, but Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's most impressive ability was that he could persuade you to do whatever he wanted you to do. Even if you tried to find a reason to refute him, you would find that you could not. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, strength was everything. Zhao Hai's strength had already won the respect of the Sioux people. Whether it was him or the other Sioux people, when they faced Zhao Hai, they would all show some respect to him. This was respect for strength. It was precisely because of this that Su Wuzun returned Zhao Hai's greeting. "Mr. Zhao Hai, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the Sioux clan people were heading to their old camp in the cultivation world through the teleportation array. He sent a voice transmission to Su Wuzun. "Your Excellency Su Wuzun, if possible, it's best to speed up. The people from the 100 Treasures world will arrive at Octopus Island in about 3 hours." Su Wuzun's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He transmitted a message to Zhao Hai. "Is the information accurate?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Don't worry, sir. We're allies now. We won't lie to you about the issue of the 100 Treasures world, but I think we can move everyone away in 3 hours. Su Wuzun nodded, but he was very glad that the people in his tribe had agreed to the proposal of an alliance with the cultivation world without much consideration. If they had been any slower, the Sioux tribe would have been finished. "How many people are there?" Su Wuzun asked in a deep voice. "No less than 3,000, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "They're still wearing masks. It seems like they don't want to expose their identities. However, I think they already know that the 1,000-man team can't return. They're here for revenge." Su Wuzun nodded. He didn't think that the 100 Treasures world had sent a team of 3,000 people to help them. The people from the big worlds were unreasonable. The Sioux clan had caused the 100 Treasures world to lose 1,000 people. If the 100 Treasures world didn't kill them all, they wouldn't let the matter rest. Thinking of this, Su Wuzun couldn't help but feel even more fortunate. Su Wuzun transmitted his voice to Zhao Hai. "I'll get them to speed up. I guarantee that they'll be there in an hour. Please tell the master to rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. "You don't have to worry about that, sir. I'm not worried about time. I plan to set up a diversion formation here after they leave. It'll be best if it can hold the people from the 100 Treasures world back for some time. Then it'll buy us more time. The people from the 100 Treasures world didn't find anything here, so they'll definitely go to the cultivation world. The more time we buy, the more guarantee we'll have. As long as we wait for the people from the Great Spirit world to come, we'll be safe." Su Wuzun nodded. He looked around and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, you can set it up now. I can make the decision." "No matter how you set it up, it won't be a problem. As long as you can hold back the people of the 100 Treasures world, I won't have any objections even if you turn Octopus Island over. I'll go and inform Master Kong Miao, then we'll take action, Zhao Hai said in a low voice. Su Wuzhen nodded his head. Zhao Hai cupped his fists at him before turning around and returning to Kong Miao's side. Meanwhile, the other Su clan members had already begun to hurry the other Su clan members. Zhao Hai returned to Kong Miao's side. Kong Miao glanced at Su Wuzhen and said, "You told him." Zhao Hai nodded. "I've told you everything. Master, I want to set up something on Octopus Island to confuse the people of the treasure world. If my suspicion formation is useful, it can delay the treasure world for a while." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned and said, "Will this work?" "You should know that the 100 Treasures world can invite people from the visiting clans over. By then, wouldn't they find out everything once they investigate?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Let's try. It'll be best if we succeed. If we don't, we won't lose anything. Anyway, when those people from the treasure world see that there's no one here, they'll definitely come to us." "All right," Kong Miao said with a nod, "go set it up." "Yes," Zhao Hai replied and flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, 8 handsome green imperial chariots appeared beside him. With another wave of his hand, the Hades appeared. Then Zhao Hai directed the 3 chariots to clash with the Hades. Then Zhao Hai released the 1,000 undead creatures from the treasure's world and some other undead creatures. After a fierce battle on Octopus Island, Zhao Hai finally stopped. Su Wuzhen and the others looked at Zhao Hai's arrangement in a daze. They had never expected Zhao Hai to be so strong to be able to set up such a formation. However, this wasn't the end. After setting up everything, Zhao Hai kept everything and stood alone in the air. He formed a seal with his hands and lowered his eyes. He had a smile on his face and was indescribably kind. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Kong Miao knew that this was a Buddhist technique. However, he didn't know what kind of technique it was. Slowly, Kong Miao's expression changed. He was also a Buddhist practitioner, so he had a good understanding of Buddhist techniques. He realized that the Buddhist technique Zhao Hai was using seemed to be a spiritual technique. This technique didn't seem to have any offensive power, but he could feel that everything on the entire Octopus Island, including everyone's body, was a spiritual technique. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every rock had already begun to get close to Zhao Hai. This feeling was very strange, but it was real. This made Kong Miao very confused. Kong Miao looked around and realized that this feeling was real. On the entire Octopus Island, it was as if even the air had started to become close to Zhao Hai. This was a very mysterious feeling, but Kong Miao could really feel it. This gave Kong Miao quite a scare. He had heard that there were some techniques in the Buddhist sect that could communicate with all living things. However, those techniques only existed in legends. He had only heard of them but had never seen them. It was said that in the Myriad Realm battlefield, there was also a realm of Buddhist cultivators. There were Buddhist experts who knew this kind of technique to communicate with all living things. However, he did not expect to see it on Zhao Hai today. Kong Miao could not help but mutter the name of Buddha in a low voice. He was now even more curious about Zhao Hai. If not for Zhao Hai's background, he would have thought that Zhao Hai was a spy sent by the Buddhist sect to the cultivation world in the Myriad Realm battlefield. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before it completely disappeared. This was because Kong Miao knew very well that if that Buddhist sect had an outstanding disciple like Zhao Hai, they would definitely not be willing to let him be a spy. What Zhao Hai was using now was actually the greater world-reaching technique. This technique was used to communicate with all living things. It was a supplementary technique. Zhao Hai knew that the Tan tribe was very powerful and could use their alien race to know what had happened on Octopus Island. It was because he knew that Zhao Hai used the greater world-reaching technique. He wanted to see if the Tan tribe could break his greater world-reaching technique. The Tan clan's ability to restore the scene was actually a kind of special technique. There were high and low-level special techniques. Zhao Hai was very confident in his own Buddhist techniques because the Buddhist techniques he had learned were all power of faith techniques. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to try and see if this Tan clan's person could break his technique. If he could break it, he would have to be more cautious of this Tan clan's person in the future. If he could not break it, then there was nothing to say. The Octopus Island could delay the people of the 100 Treasures office for a few days. With these few days of buffer, he believed that the Great Spirit's world would be able to react. After Zhao Hai used the greater understanding mystical technique, he returned to Kong Miao's side and said, "Master, I'm done." Kong Miao didn't say anything and only nodded her head. She turned to look at Su Wuzhen's place. Now that Su Wuzhen's place was ready, there were only a dozen or so Su clansmen left. Zhao Hai, Kong Miao, and Su Wuzhen were also going to leave with them. After they left, the entire Octopus Island would really be empty. Kong Miao and Zhao Hai walked over to Su Wuzhen's side. Su Wuzhen looked at Octopus Island and sighed. Zhao Hai knew what Su Wuzhen was thinking. Octopus Island had always been the home of the Su people, but today they were forced to leave their home. This made them feel really bad. Zhao Hai didn't try to persuade him. Su Wuzhen took another deep look at the octopus eyes before turning to Zhao Hai and the others. "Let's go," he said. Kong Miao and the others entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from Octopus Island. Just as Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from Octopus Island, a few Sioux people suddenly appeared on the island. These Sioux people had destroyed the teleportation array on the island, and it didn't look like they had done it on purpose. Instead, they had been affected by the battle. Of course, these Sioux people weren't real Sioux people. They were just undead creatures in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai had teleported away, but he had stored Octopus Island in the space map. He could send undead creatures in at any time. This time, he had sent these undead creatures to Octopus Island to destroy the teleportation array to make the people of the 100 Treasures world even more confused. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and his group appeared in a teleportation formation. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Hai immediately looked around. They were in a huge cave, which was probably tens of thousands of square meters in size. There were many teleportation formations carved on the ground. A few cultivators were waiting in the cave. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others come out, a few Buddhist cultivators immediately went forward to welcome them. One of the young monks said to Kong Miao, "Greetings, senior brother." Kong Miao nodded and smiled. "Oh, it's junior brother Kong Xiang. Junior brother, how are the arrangements with our friends from the Sioux tribe?" "Don't worry, senior brother, everything has been arranged," Kong Xianshan said hurriedly. "We've specially allocated a place for our Sioux tribe friends to rest. The people who came before have already gone there to rest." Kong Miao nodded, then turned to Su Wuzhen and said, "Sir Su Wuzhen, you should go and rest first. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it later." "What do you think?" Su Wuzhen also wanted to see how his clansmen were doing. He immediately nodded and said, "That's for the best. I'll take my leave first." With that, Su Wuzhen bowed to Zhao Hai and left with the Buddhist disciples, along with the other Sioux clan members. Kong Xiang, on the other hand, was looking at Zhao Hai in confusion. He had clearly seen Su Wuzhen bow to Kong Miao and Zhao Hai, which confused him. Kong Xiang was only at the crossing calamity stage, but he was Kong Miao's junior brother, so he was still a little younger than Kong Miao. At his age, he was already considered a genius to have reached the crossing calamity stage. However, people like Su Wuzhen would not bow to him, because Su Wuzhen was at the soul-splitting stage, while he was only at the crossing calamity stage. Kong Xiang could also tell that Zhao Hai was only at the nascent soul stage. Although he knew a lot about Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai's strength was not bad, he still did not believe that Zhao Hai was that strong. It was impossible for an expert at the soul separation stage to bow to a nascent soul stage cultivator. However, it had happened in front of him today. This made Kong Xiang freeze for a moment. He really did not know what to say. Kong Miao looked at Su Wuzhen's departure, then looked at Kong Xiang's appearance and said with a slight smile, "Junior Kong Xiang, this is Mr. Zhao Hai. I don't think I need to introduce him. Please arrange a better room for him." When Kong Xiang heard Kong Miao say this, he was stunned again. If Kong Miao said this, it meant that he valued Zhao Hai very much. To be honest, he had never seen Kong Miao like this before. However, he still immediately replied, "All right, don't worry, senior brother." Kong Miao nodded, then turned to Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, you should go rest too. We don't know when we'll have to fight again, so you should be prepared." "Don't worry, master. I'll be at your beck and call," Zhao Hai nodded. Kong Miao nodded and turned to face the minister. In BSB, among the people who returned, there are Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. They are Zhao Hai's friends. If possible, arrange for them to live in the same cave as Zhao Hai. Kong Xiang's expression became even more serious. He realized that Kong Miao really thought highly of Zhao Hai. If he did not think highly of Zhao Hai, he would not have given her such an order. He immediately responded. Before this, Kong Miao's arrangement for Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng was already not bad because Jian Yi and Su Ning had taken special care of those two. Now that Kong Miao had said this, Kong Miao could not help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai and the other two. Kong Miao then turned around and bowed to Zhao Hai before turning to leave. When Kong Xiang saw how Kong Miao bowed, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Kong Miao would actually bow to a nascent soul stage cultivator. He felt that the world was in chaos. Only after Kong Miao had left did Zhao Hai walk to Kong Xiang's side. He smiled at Kong Xiang and bowed, saying, "Zhao Hai greets Master Kong Xiang." Zhao Hai followed Kong Xiang, always half a step behind Kong Xiang, and did not surpass him at all. He also appeared to be very polite. Kong Xiang looked at Zhao Hai's expression and was somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why such a person would attract Kong Miao's attention. Was he really that strong? Zhao Hai did not know what Kong Xiang was thinking. He was looking at the people from the world of 100 treasures in his mind. They would arrive at Octopus Island in about an hour. This time, the world of 100 treasures had sent a total of 3,000 people. Although they were still wearing masks, Zhao Hai did not think that they would be able to use the Guan Dao. A cultivator's combat power would be greatly affected if they were not used to or were not used to using magic weapons. If the people from the 100 treasures world had used the small magic weapons they were good at, Zhao Hai and the others would not have won so easily. This time, the people of the 100 treasures world were probably aiming to exterminate their whole family. In this case, they would certainly use their best celestial devices instead of asking the ambassador to use celestial devices they were not familiar with. However, Zhao Hai did not find any Tan family members among the people of the Hundred Treasures world. The last time Zhao Hai saw them, they always dressed in a very special way. Zhao Hai was sure that there were no Tan family members here. This not only made Zhao Hai feel strange, but it also made him wonder if the people of the Hundred Treasures world already knew what had happened. Zhao Hai couldn't help frowning. He recalled the battle with the people from Treasure World. He had ordered the undead creatures to form a larger encirclement around the battlefield. He was sure that outsiders couldn't enter the battlefield. Moreover, the undead creatures were using a spiritual device that could block the spiritual power. No matter how strong the spiritual power of outsiders was, they couldn't detect the battlefield. Outsiders definitely didn't know. Could it be that the people of the Hundred Treasures world had some special method to know what was happening on the battlefield? The reason Zhao Hai thought so was because he had made some arrangements for the battlefield. After they had fought with the people from the Treasure World, they had stayed there for a few hours. Although they had been waiting for news, Zhao Hai had been in the medium the entire time. However, he had still cleaned up the battlefield and removed all the aura. Zhao Hai had also used the wondrous access technique there, but Kong Miao and the others had not known when he had used it. When Kong Miao and the others were sitting in the space of the undead creature's body, they thought that their mental strength could be placed outside, and that they could know everything that was happening outside like the back of their hands. But they were wrong about the rest. As long as they entered the undead creatures' bodies, Zhao Hai would let them know whatever he wanted them to know, no matter how strong their spirit energy was. Zhao Hai didn't want them to know that he was cleaning up the battlefield. Therefore, he had the undead creatures disguise the people from the cultivation world. Mental disguise didn't mean that one's mental strength would be completely blocked. Mental disguise was much more difficult than blocking one's mental strength, especially for Duji stage and nascent soul stage experts. Mental disguise was the use of a specific type of mental energy at a specific time to hide from the other party's mental energy. This mental energy couldn't be maintained for too long, or it would be easily discovered. Because of this, mental disguise was extremely difficult to use. Most people did not dare to use it lightly. Even Zhao Hai did not dare to use it for a long time. He only used it for a short while to clear the battlefield and remove it. It was because of all the equipment that Zhao Hai was sure that if the people from the Hundred Treasures world did not send the scouts, they would not know where the battlefield was. Even if they did, it might not be of any use. But now, these people from the Hundred Treasures world didn't seem to have brought the explorers with them. They just came directly. This was a little strange, right? In fact, this was because Zhao Hai did not know much about the upper realm. The people of the upper realm were never unreasonable people. If they wanted to deal with someone, sometimes they did not even need to find an excuse. They would just kill their way to the door. This battle was a little special. Not far from the battlefield, there were many people from other worlds watching the show. Although they didn't see what happened to the people from the Hundred Treasures world, they saw the great cultivation world and the Sioux people riding the Hades to Octopus Island. This was enough. If the people from the Hundred Treasures world wanted to deal with the Sioux people, they didn't need any excuses or evidence. That was why they went straight to their doorstep. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Kong Xiang had already led him to a cave abode. Kong Xiang bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is your cave. If you need anything, please let me know. You can visit the old camp, but there are some restricted areas that you can't enter. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the formation." This time, because he was afraid that the people from the Hundred Treasures world would suddenly attack, see Lord Zhao Zongdao had brought Mo Sheng here first. With Jian Yi taking care of them, Zhao Hai had nothing to worry about. Kong Xiang smiled. "Don't worry, sir. They'll be here soon. They're here." He pointed to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai took a look, and indeed, Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng had arrived under the guidance of a monk. When Kong Xiang heard Zhao Hai's words, he was not stunned for a moment. However, he did not object. He only nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say, Zhao Hai. If you need anything, you can tell the monks here. If they can't make the decision, they'll inform me. Please, I won't disturb your rest any longer." After saying that, he bowed to Zhao Hai and left. Zhao Hai also returned the bow. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng and said with a smile, "Let's go in and have a good rest. I'm afraid there will be a big battle in the next 2 days." Li Zongdao nodded, and the three of them entered the cave together. Tang Jai flew straight ahead. To be honest, he was really angry now, not at others, but at the people above him. Tang Jai was a famous master among the younger generation in the Hundred Treasures world. He was already a powerhouse in the soul-splitting stage. How could he be asked to carry out such a task? To attack a Middle World's encampment? This was too embarrassing. Wasn't this looking down on him? Could he be happy? From Tang Jai's point of view, those old guys at the top were already done for. They had no ambition and did everything for stability. What great things could they achieve if they did this? It was just like how they had sent the Sioux people to deal with the cultivation world. The cultivation world was just a medium world under the name of the giant spirit world. Even among the medium worlds, they were one of the weaker ones. What was the point of dealing with such a small world? If they wanted to do something big, they could just start a war with the giant spirit world and defeat it. Then everything would be solved. By then, the medium and small worlds like the cultivation world would have to curry favor with them. There was no sense of accomplishment in cleaning up such a small realm. This time, the order Tang Jai received included several tasks. First, find out the situation of the previous 1,000-man team and see if they were all dead or alive. Second, they had to deal with the Sioux people. The 1,000-man team had gone missing because of the Sioux people. The Sioux people still knew the background of the 1,000-man team and were in contact with them, so they couldn't stay. Third, they had to destroy the people of the cultivation world. The cultivation world dared to start a war with them, which was absolutely not allowed in the 100 Treasures world. Therefore, the cultivation world had to be destroyed. First, it was to establish their might. Second, they were afraid that the people of the cultivation world would find out who was going against them and send a letter to the giant spirit world in advance. That would greatly affect their subsequent plans. In fact, the people of the 100 Treasures world had their own reasons for dealing with the cultivation world. They had sent the Sioux people to deal with the cultivation world and planned to silence them afterwards. However, as long as the Sioux people destroyed the cultivation world, they would take the opportunity to spread some rumors that the giant spirit world would not help them. In any case, they would destroy the name of the giant spirit world. At that time, the people from the small realms under the great spirit world would be tempted. The reason why the small realms submitted to the big realm was that they were not its opponent, and they also wanted protection. If the big realm could not protect them, they would naturally have to think of other ways. To put it bluntly, the cultivation world was just an unlucky guy randomly chosen by the 100 Treasures world to discuss the giant spirit world. The 100 Treasures world already had a follow-up plan. As long as their plan succeeded, some of the upper, middle, and medium small worlds under the giant spirit world would become their people in a short time. By then, even the cultivation world would have to submit to them. The weapon he used was the Guan Dao. The Guan Dao was a heavy weapon, a weapon that the giant spirit race liked to use. The 100 Treasures world had let their people use the Guan Dao to frame them. Initially, everything had been planned out well. In their opinion, the roots of the cultivation world would be destroyed if they were caught off guard and schemed against by the Sioux tribe. When the time came, they would send some people to help the Sioux tribe and destroy the cultivation world. Then they could find an excuse to find the great cultivation world and help them exterminate the Sioux people. At the same time, they could also silence the Sioux people and make them scapegoats. Then, they could start the rumor plan and take over the upper and middle worlds in the shortest time possible. Although these worlds didn't seem very strong, as long as they were united, they would be a force that couldn't be underestimated. The most important thing was that through this matter, they could damage the reputation of the Great Spirits world. At that time, the reputation of the Great Spirits world would be damaged, and the realms below would be at odds with each other. This was the best time for them to attack the Great Spirits world. The 100 Treasures world and the Great Spirit world had fought many times and had not gained any advantage. They had also lost many soldiers. The hatred between the two worlds had long been deep in the bones and was impossible to clean up. That was why they had been planning for many years now, not to deal a heavy blow to the Great Spirit world. However, the people of the 100 Treasures world had never thought that their perfect plan would be ruined by Zhao Hai. One person had ruined their plan. Because their plan had been ruined, the people of the 100 Treasures world had to change their plan. They had sent out 3,000 people, of which there were about 50 masters in the soul-splitting stage. Their goal was to eliminate the Sioux people in one fell swoop, then turn around and destroy the great cultivation world. After that, they would carry out the second step of their plan, the rumor. This time, Tang Jai was sent to carry out this task. He was still angry about it, but he didn't know that it was because the senior management of the treasure world valued him, so he was sent to carry out this task. Tang Jai didn't want to find any evidence at all. He directly rushed to Octopus Island. When he reached the periphery of Octopus Island, Tang Jai waved his hand, and the cultivators of the 100 Treasures world immediately scattered and paid attention to the surroundings. However, the surroundings were very quiet, and there was no one in sight. Even so, Tang Jai did not dare to let his guard down. He knew who he was dealing with, the Sioux clan. What were the Sioux clans best at? Invisibility, of course. It was precisely because the Sioux people were good at invisibility that Tang Jai was so careful. Tang Jai knew that the Sioux people were very good at hiding, so he went straight to Octopus Island this time. He knew that Octopus Island was a place that the Sioux people couldn't give up the most, so no matter how they hid themselves, as long as they attacked Octopus Island, they would definitely appear. Although the people from the 100 Treasures world were very careful of their surroundings, they didn't take it to heart. They were very clear about the Sioux people's combat power, but they were far inferior to them. This was also the difference between the big world and the small world. Everything used in the big world was the best. The cultivation methods were the best, the defensive equipment was the best, the magic tools were the best, and the medicinal pills were the best. Everything was the best. When all these things were added up, the people in the big world would be much stronger than those in the small world. It was impossible for the Sioux clan to defeat the Hundred Treasures world, even though they were all Duji stage experts. The people from the Hundred Treasures world slowly made their way to Octopus Island. They had not been attacked, not even once, which made Tangjai a little nervous. Very soon they could see the Octopus Island, but even so the Sioux people still didn't appear. This surprised Tangjai. Could it be that the Sioux people wanted to put them on the island and then use the array on the island to deal with them? That's impossible. Normally a defensive array would keep people outside, and this magical artifact was the most powerful one. The Sioux people were only people from the middle world, so their defensive array should be set up in this way. They couldn't possibly not use their strongest defensive array, but let people enter the island and then shut the door to beat the dogs. They didn't have that kind of power. Although they had been thinking about this, they were not afraid of their speed. Soon, they were close to Octopus Island. Tangjai was even more careful. He looked around and found that if Octopus Island had a protective array, the range of the array should be around here after the protective array was activated. However, Tangjai was disappointed. They still didn't encounter any attacks. The entire Octopus Island was like an undefended city, and they could enter and exit easily. Soon, the people of the treasure world entered the Octopus Island. As soon as they entered the island, they were dumbfounded because there were obvious traces of a battle on the island, which made Tangjai and the others very confused. The news that Tangjai and the others had received was that not too far from Octopus Island, there had been a huge battle. Their clansmen had participated in the battle. After the battle had concluded, the people of the cultivation world and the Sioux clan had flown to Octopus Island on the big magic artifacts of the cultivation world. However, their clansmen had disappeared. This was precisely why their clan had sent them here. If 1,000 clansmen had disappeared, they must have met with an accident. The people from the cultivation world and the Sioux people had returned to Octopus Island together. This meant that the Sioux people had most likely sold them out and befriended the cultivation world. But if that was the case, the traces of battle on the island were a little unreasonable. If the great cultivation world really did ally with the Sioux people, then there would be no need for the two worlds to fight. Furthermore, it would be on Octopus Island. Were the people of the great cultivation world really that strong? He dared to fight with the Sioux people on Octopus Island. Tangjai looked around carefully. The Octopus Island was not severely damaged, but he could see that it was the marks left by some big magic weapons after a fight. This made Tangjai very confused. Before the Hundred Treasures world used the Sioux tribe, they had already investigated their strength. The Sioux tribe was not very strong in the middle and middle worlds, and they did not have any great celestial devices. It was because of this that they were at a disadvantage in the battle with the cultivation world. In order to deal with the big celestial device of the cultivation world, the Hundred Treasures world had specially taken out 3 handsome green imperial chariots to deal with the big celestial device of the cultivation world. If the people of the cultivation world had really wiped out their 1,000 clansmen, their big celestial device would definitely have been taken by them. Then, there might have been traces of a battle between big celestial devices on Octopus Island. Now, it had appeared here. What exactly was going on? Tangjai was completely confused. He could not figure out what had happened on Octopus Island. In fact, he wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The other people of the Hundred Treasures world also didn't understand. Just as Tangjai was feeling vexed, a person walked to his side and whispered to him, "Senior brother, the situation here is too strange. I think we should tell the higher-ups about it and wait for their decision. It's just a few hours anyway." "What do you think?" Tangjai sobered up at once. He nodded and looked around. He immediately took out a messenger jade sword and sent his spiritual power into it. He wrote down the situation on Octopus Island and added a sentence at the end, asking for help from the patrollers. Then, he released the jade sword. After releasing the jade sword, Tangjai immediately turned to his junior brother and said, "Tangwen, immediately have everyone look around the Octopus Island to see if they can find any clues. Then send a team of 500 people to the battlefield that people talked about earlier to see if they can find it. It's strange. When we came here before, we should have passed by the battlefield. Why didn't we feel any traces of battle?" Tangwen nodded. "I'm very curious. This matter is indeed strange." "I'll arrange it." Tangjai nodded and slowly flew around the Octopus Island. He also wanted to find some clues. After watching for a while, Tangjai was finally sure that there must have been a huge battle on Octopus Island, and it was not a small one. However, apart from these things, he could not see anything else, which made Tangjai very distressed. At the same time, he also felt very depressed. He was a master of the spirit division stage with strong spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, even without the help of the Tan family, They only needed to use their spiritual power to scan the battlefield and they would roughly know what was happening. However, this trick didn't work here. On Octopus Island, there were traces of a battle between large celestial devices. There were energy fluctuations from the Whisker race's celestial devices, people from the Cultivation world's celestial devices, and people from their world's celestial devices. These fluctuations were mixed together and were very chaotic, making it impossible for people to investigate. Tang Jai couldn't help but curse. Although he had come out this time to deal with the Sioux clan Great Cultivation world, the most important thing was to find the 1,000 people from their world. They had thought that the 1,000 people had been killed, but now that the energy fluctuations of the 1,000 people had appeared on Octopus Island, they had no choice but to stay on Octopus Island and search carefully in the hope of finding more clues. After taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down, Tang Jai could only wait and hope that the explorers would arrive soon. As long as they arrived, they would be able to figure out what had happened on Octopus Island. In a short while, Tang Wen came to Tang Jai's side and said to him, "Senior brother, I've already made the arrangements, but the 500 people who went out didn't find anything. They still haven't reached the battlefield, and we didn't feel any energy fluctuations on the way here. This is too strange." Tang Jai nodded. He then frowned and said, "That's not supposed to happen. The information we received before was that the Sioux people might have allied with the people of the Cultivation world. Our people fought with them outside the island, so there shouldn't be such traces left on the island. Also, my people used a mark weapon on the island. This is too strange." Tang Wen nodded and said, "It's very abnormal. There's a very strange aura here. Senior brother, I think we should tell everyone to be careful. It's best to have some people go to the periphery to guard and set up the defense array here. This way, even if someone wants to deal with us, it won't be easy." Tang Jai nodded. The situation on the Octopus Island was too strange. He was a little uncertain now. What if this place was really a trap? It was better to be careful. Tang Wen saw Tang Jai nod and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll go make the arrangements." Tang Jai nodded and waved his hand. He, Tang Wen, had the best relationship with Tang Jai. They were disciples of the same master. When Tang Wen was young, he was always bullied, and it was always Tang Jai who helped him. After they grew up, Tang Wen and Tang Jai were inseparable, as good as one person. Tang Jai was a bit arrogant, but he was very good at commanding and had a very strong combat power. Tang Wen was different. Tang Wen was very smart and cautious, but he lacked a trace of domineeringness. At most, he was just a military counselor, so Tang Wen had been following Tang Jai. One of them commanded and the other gave ideas. Their cooperation was seamless. After a while, Tang Wen returned to Tang Jai's side and said softly, "Senior brother, there's good news. The island's protective formation on Octopus Island wasn't seriously damaged. It can be used after some simple repairs. We can use this place as a temporary base." Hearing Tang Wen's words, Tang Jai couldn't help but be stunned. He then frowned and said, "The Great Mountain Protecting Formation isn't severely damaged. Didn't that mean that it was the Sioux people who let them in? And then they started fighting here. Who could it be? It's too strange. Little Wen, you do it. Fix that formation first. This Octopus Island is really suitable to be a temporary base." Tang Wen nodded, turned around and left. Tang Jai walked around the island twice and still found nothing, so he had to give up. Now he really hoped that the explorer would come earlier to see what had happened on Octopus Island and why it had become so strange. In fact, Tang Jai and Tang Wen were not the only ones who had noticed that something was wrong with the situation on Octopus Island. The others had also noticed that. These people were all Duji stage experts with strong spiritual power. In addition, they had been through hundreds of battles, so they could tell what was happening on the island with a sweep of their spiritual power. However, they were as surprised as Tang Jai when they saw the situation on the island. These people were all experienced. They were naturally more careful in such a strange place. When they saw that Tang Wen and the others were repairing the mountain defense formation, they also went to help. Those who didn't know much about formations also stood guard. In a short while, the mountain protecting formation was fixed, but it needed someone to control it now, unlike the Sioux people who could enter and leave the formation as they pleased with just an identification device. Even so, Tang Jai was very satisfied. He assigned some people to guard the island, and the others could find their own places to rest. Although some of the island's buildings had been damaged by Zhao Hai's suspicion, the damage was not much. Most of the buildings were still in good condition. In addition, the Immortals' caves of cultivators were very sturdy, so it was not a problem for them to find a place to live. Soon, Octopus Island quieted down. Apart from groups of people from the 100 Treasures world patrolling the area, there was no one else. Tang Jai once again gathered Tang Wen and a few of their team leaders. From this, it could be seen that the 100 Treasures world was much stronger than the Great Cultivation world. The 3,000-strong team in the 100 Treasures world was divided into leaders like an army. However, there was almost no such distinction in the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux tribe. Everyone gathered together temporarily, and there was no such thing as a leader or not. Tang Jai sat on the futon, looked at the few of them, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen the situation on Octopus Island. It's a little strange here. There's also our aura here, which proves that they might have had a conflict with the cultivation world on Octopus Island. However, this is not quite the same as the information we received. I've already reported this situation to the higher-ups and asked them to invite the explorers over. Before the explorers arrive, everyone must take good care of this Octopus Island. This might be the only clue to where those people went." Everyone nodded. Tang Wen looked at Tang Jai and said, "Senior brother, what about those from the cultivation world? We're on a mission this time. If we let the cultivation world spread the news, the giant spirit race will probably react. That'll be very bad for us." Tang Jai sighed. "I'm afraid the people of the Great Spirit World already know that our identities were exposed the moment the Great Cultivation World cooperated with the Sioux people. The people of the Great Cultivation World will definitely inform the Great Spirit World of this news as soon as possible. It's too late for us to react now." Hearing Tang Jai's words, Tang Wen didn't say anything else. He wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. He knew that Tang Jai was telling the truth. The people of the Great Cultivation World would probably ask about the Sioux people's identities the moment they came into contact with them. The Sioux people were people with no moral integrity, so they wouldn't mind selling them out. As long as the people of the cultivation world knew of their identity, they would definitely report it immediately. In that case, the Giant Spirit clan would definitely know about this matter. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, it was not a news that they were not on good terms with the Giant Spirit clan. It wasn't that Tang Wen hadn't thought about this before, but he still had a trace of hope that the cultivation world didn't know about this. This was also where Tang Wen and Tang Jai were the most different. A military counselor could take chances, but a superior couldn't. It was necessary to recognize the situation. The people in the room felt their hearts sink when they heard Tang Jai's words. Their faces turned ugly. Tang Jai looked at the crowd and snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just letting the giant spirit race know, right? So what if we know him? Our 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit world have fought countless times before. I heard that the situation in the giant spirit world is not very good now. There is a bit of a gap between the two. The higher-ups want to deal with the giant spirit world at this time because of this. If the higher-ups are not afraid, what are we afraid of?" FCK his mother. When Tang Jai said that, everyone in the room was shocked. They were all young and hot-blooded. When Tang Jai said that, they immediately felt waves of heat in their bodies. Their blood had already begun to burn. If it was against other worlds, these people might not be so concerned, but this time they were facing the Great Spirit World. The Great Spirit World and the 100 Treasures World were enemies. The 100 Treasures World had suffered many losses in the hands of the Great Spirit World. If they could really defeat the Great Spirit World this time, then they would definitely leave their names in history. Tang Jai looked at these people and couldn't help but smile. He knew that his plan had succeeded. The reason why he said that was to raise the morale of these people. In the battle between the two worlds, especially against a spirit face like the Great Spirit World, they must be careful. Even if there was a slight difference in morale, they might be caught by the other party. At that time, they would be the unlucky ones. Although they had received information that the giant spirit race was lacking in talent and that there were no experts in the new generation, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. No one dared to take such an enemy lightly. When Tang Jai saw that there was no problem with the morale, he then continued in a deep voice, "The cultivation world is just an unlucky fellow that we picked out. There's nothing special about it, so we don't have to worry about it. Our main task now is to find out if the last group of people who came here are alive or dead. The cultivation world is an existence that can be easily destroyed. Don't worry, it won't be too late for us to deal with them when we have the time. If they really dare to do anything to our people, then they can only wait for their clan to be exterminated." Everyone nodded. To be honest, they didn't think much of the people from the cultivation world. Although they knew that Zhao Hai could use a large celestial device, it was not rare in these worlds. Zhao Hai was just better at controlling it, so it wasn't worth their attention. In the eyes of the 100 Treasures world, a cultivation world in the middle world was just a rabbit in a cage. They could kill the rabbit whenever they had the time. Although the rabbit would bite when it was anxious, it would never kill a person. Tang Jai looked at the crowd and continued, "After this incident, the people of the Great Spirit World must know about our actions. Everyone, get ready to fight at any time. This time, a tough battle is waiting for us. Therefore, we must manage Octopus Island well, even if it's just a transfer station." Everyone nodded. Tang Jai waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, go rest. Arrange for people to patrol. When the scouts arrive, we'll figure out our next step." Everyone responded and turned to leave, but Tang Jai asked Tang Wen to stay. When there were only the two of them left, Tang Jai's expression became a little serious. He looked at Tang Wen and said, "Little Wen, after you go out later, immediately build a teleportation formation that is connected to our old camp. Remember, build it in a hidden place. It can also be considered as leaving a way out for us." Tang Wen was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Jai's words. Then he looked at Tang Jai in confusion and said, "Senior brother, what do you mean? Do you really think that this is a trap for us?" Tang Jai let out a long sigh and said, "It's hard to say. This time things are too strange and I can't be sure, but I'm sure that these things must be related to the cultivation world. I just don't know what their purpose is. I believe that the previous group of people are probably dead now. In the myriad realm battlefield, no one is kind. If the cultivation world wants to devote themselves to the great spirit world, they won't be polite to our people. I'm afraid that they will treat those people as proof of their loyalty. That's why we have to be more careful." Tang Wen frowned and said, "They can't be that bold, can they? We have 3,000 people now. Do they still dare to attack the octopus island?" Tang Jai shook his head and sighed. When a person is forced into a corner, they will do anything. Zhao Hai watched the conversation between Tang Jai and the others on the screen calmly. He had been monitoring them since they entered the periphery of the octopus island. Now that they had entered the island, their every move was under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Zhao Hai only smiled after Tang Jai finished his last sentence. He really didn't expect the arrangement on Octopus Island to be so good and so useful. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that the old camp was temporarily safe, but the people of the treasure world would not let them go so easily. However, he was already very happy that they could buy some time. At this moment, a voice came from outside the cave. "Is Mr. Zhao Hai here? Someone wants to invite you over and has something to ask you." Zhao Hai knew that it was Kang Xiang the moment he heard the voice. With a single movement, he appeared in front of the cave abode. Kang Xiang bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, Master Kang Xiang." The two of them flew out of the mine in a few turns. Zhao Hai found that they had arrived at a mountain. The mountain was not very high. There were mine holes everywhere, making it look like a beehive. However, there was a palace on the top of the mountain. The palace was huge and had golden walls. It was very beautiful. Kang Xiang led Zhao Hai to the palace. Zhao Hai knew some information about the old camp. He knew that the person with the highest status in the myriad realm, battlefield from the great cultivation world, lived in that palace. The two of them soon arrived at the palace. There were a few cultivators standing guard outside the empty hall. These cultivators were all Duji stage powerhouses. Kang Xiang saluted the cultivators standing guard and then walked inside. After going around a few large palaces, the two of them arrived at a side room at the back. This side room looked very ordinary from the outside, not eye-catching at all. However, when Kang Xiang reached the outside of the side room, his expression became very respectful. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai has arrived." An old voice came from inside. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come in." "Yes," Kang Xiang bowed and said. After saying that, he stepped aside and made way for them. He extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Of course, Zhao Hai knew what the gesture meant. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was a quiet room with a few old monks sitting inside. These old monks didn't look young at first glance. Although they were wearing monk robes, their robes were very old and worn. Their faces were also full of wrinkles. Although their hair was very clean, their faces were covered with beards and their eyebrows were very long. Of course, Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to their appearances. What he paid attention to was the strength of the old monks. He could not see their strength clearly. Their bodies seemed chaotic and he could not tell their strength at all. Zhao Hai's heart trembled. He knew very well what this meant. The strength of these old monks must have reached the immortal stage. Otherwise, they would not give him such a feeling. Although the crossing calamity stage could usually be promoted to the longevity stage as long as one was willing to cultivate, Zhao Hai knew that this saying was simply meant to comfort people. The crossing calamity stage was the crossing calamity stage, and the longevity stage was the longevity stage. There was indeed no barrier between the Duji stage and the longevity stage. However, if one wanted to go from the Duji stage to the spirit splitting stage, one's spiritual cultivation base had to be increased by at least 100 times. Although this seemed very shocking, it was not very difficult for a cultivator to achieve this. As long as one used a large number of medicinal pills, one's spiritual energy could be greatly increased in a short time. If possible, one could reach the spirit splitting stage in just a few years. However, it was impossible to use medicinal pills to improve one's spiritual energy from the spirit division stage to the longevity stage because the gap between the two stages was too big. The amount of spiritual energy alone would be millions of times more than that of the spirit division stage. The strangest thing was that it was impossible to use medicinal pills to improve one's spiritual energy from the spirit division stage to the longevity stage. Don't even think about going into longevity. The longevity in the longevity stage did not mean that one could live forever. The one stage of longevity meant that one could live to 1296 years old. An ordinary expert in the longevity stage could live past 1296 years old, but they would not live past 2592 years old. In other words, an ordinary expert in the longevity stage would not live past the number of 2 yuan. These old monks were all experts of the longevity stage, and judging from their age, they should be over the age of 1 yuan. Their eyes were closed, and their faces were as calm as an ancient well. Zhao Hai quickly bowed to the old monks and said, Zhao Hai greets the grandmasters. May I know why the grandmasters have summoned Zhao Hai? The old monks looked at Zhao Hai. One of them with especially long eyebrows and beard said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai, I heard that you've learned Buddhist techniques. I wonder what the name of the Buddhist cultivation technique is. Master, the Buddhist technique that I have learned is called the Arhat Divine Technique. Zhao Hai bowed and replied. The old monk still did not open his eyes. He only said calmly, I'm afraid that little benefactor's words are not entirely true. Among the Buddhist techniques, there has never been a technique called a divine technique. What can little benefactor tell me? When Zhao Hai heard the old monk say that, he could not help but feel that he could not offend him. His heart trembled as he suspected that this was a spiritual attack. However, he still said carefully, Please forgive me, master. In order to protect myself, Zhao Hai had to come up with a random name. The technique I learned was not a complete set of techniques, but half of a set. I obtained it by accident. The half of the technique consisted of the dragon subduing mystic technique, tiger subduing mystic technique, Buddha mystic technique, greater world mystic technique, breath exhaling sword mystic technique, and great strength devil subduing mystic technique. Later, I found out that these names were all related to the Arhat of Buddhism, so I gave it a name Arhat power. When the old monks heard Zhao Hai's words, they did not speak for a long time. However, the prayer beads in their hands were still spinning at a steady pace. Zhao Hai could feel the pressure on his mind increasing. It was as if he would be punished by the heavens if he lied. However, Zhao Hai maintained a clear mind and said in a deep voice, Master, the way I control the big celestial devices is derived from the Buddha mystic art. The Buddha mystic art is a method of controlling the big celestial devices and mastering the techniques. I wonder if you can tell me the truth about this cultivation technique, the old monk continued. Zhao Hai could already feel that the mental pressure he was under right now was something that even an ordinary expert in the spirit division stage couldn't withstand. He would definitely say whatever he wanted to say. If he hesitated even a little bit at this time, he would definitely be suspected by those old monks. With his current strength, if he was suspected by those old monks, he would definitely die. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately said in a deep voice, Yes, master. The old monk threw him a jade slip and said in a deep voice, Please record the cultivation technique into the jade slip. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and closed his eyes. He then slowly entered the cultivation technique into the jade slip. Of course, the cultivation method that he recorded could not be the real Buddha mystic technique, but only the control method of a large celestial device. This control method was analyzed by the omnipotent analyzer. It was far from the real Buddha mystic technique, but it was still a supreme cultivation method to control the great method. Most importantly, this cultivation technique did not require the use of power of faith. It only required spiritual energy. Zhao Hai had created this cultivation technique a long time ago. In fact, each of his 18 Arhats techniques did not require the power of faith. They could be used with only spiritual qi. This cultivation technique was not very difficult, but it was definitely not simple. At the very least, it was much stronger than the cultivation techniques he had come into contact with. Zhao Hai didn't ask the omnipotent analysis mechanism to create this technique to deal with today's situation. Instead, he wanted to pass this modified technique to some undead creatures or for the people in the boundless space to learn. He never thought that he would face such a situation one day. But now he had no choice but to take out this cultivation technique. If he took out the real Buddha wondrous technique, these old monks would be able to tell at a glance that it was a cultivation technique that relied on the power of faith. At that time, even if he was covered in mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. After a while, Zhao Hai had finished recording the technique. He opened his eyes and held the jade slip with both hands respectfully. He said to the old monk, The cultivation technique has been recorded. Please check it, master. The old monk waved his hand, and the jade slip appeared in his hand. He then sent his mental energy into the jade slip, and after a long while the old monk nodded and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, how do you cultivate your undead creatures? Why are your undead creatures so much stronger than the ordinary undead creatures? When Zhao Hai heard the old monk say that, he could not help but curse in his heart. These old monks were obviously trying to dig him out before they would stop. However, he still said respectfully, Master, I didn't cultivate my undead creatures. The reason why my undead creatures are so powerful is because I obtained a black staff in the lower realm. As long as I use this staff, the undead creatures that I can produce will be very powerful, and there will be no limit to the number. Mr. Zhao Hai, could you take out the staff and show us? The old monk asked in a low voice. Master, that staff has already been integrated into the liquid silver staff. I really can't take it out, Zhao Hai said with a troubled expression. Mr. Zhao Hai, may I know if you would like to take out the flowing silver staff to have a look? The old monk asked in a low voice. Zhao Hai responded. With a turn of his hand, the mercury staff appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old monk. The old monk waved his hand, and the mercury staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. He looked at it, but he couldn't see anything. He then said in a deep voice, I wonder if Mr. Zhao Hai is willing to transfer this staff. Master, the staff recognizes its owner. Other than me, no one else can use it. It can't be transferred, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Omskiver Zhao Hai, please transfer the ownership. The old monk looked at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai didn't say a word and slapped his head. It looked like he was going to break the top of his head and die. When Zhao Hai was about to pat his head, the old monk suddenly waved his hand, causing Zhao Hai to stop. However, it seemed that he didn't want to stop, but because of the old monk's wave. All right, the old monk said in a deep voice. Little benefactor, please put away your staff. I don't want it anymore. Hearing that, Zhao Hai retracted his hand and took the staff. The old monk looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little benefactor, please go back. Zhao Hai dodged the few old monks and turned to leave. After Zhao Hai left, the old monk who spoke to Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Senior brothers, what do you think of this person? Was he faking it just now? An old monk who had his eyes closed shook his head and said, This person is not faking it. He has just been subdued by Junior Brother's mischievous stone technique. The other old monks heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the old monk's words. The old monk who spoke to Zhao Hai was a practitioner of the wonder of the stubborn stone. This was not a defensive technique, but a mental attack. It meant that the stone would nod its head. This technique was similar to Zhao Hai's art of purification, but it was far inferior. The old monk who was talking to Zhao Hai said, If that's the case, there's nothing to investigate about this person. He must have obtained a few Buddhist cultivation techniques by accident, which is why he has achieved his current results. I also took a look at the Buddha mystic technique just now. It's indeed a very special mystic technique. It's very helpful in controlling large celestial devices. The other old monks also nodded. One of them said in a deep voice, It seems like this person's luck is not shallow. I can let Kong Miao befriend this person. The few old monks nodded and did not say anything else. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had already returned to his own cave abode. He could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Of course, he was not affected by the mischievous stone. He had already mastered the Dharma passing technique. It would be strange if he was still affected by the mischievous stone. Zhao Hai's last move was a gamble. He was betting that the old monks would not let him die. If he died without knowing why, no one in the cultivation world would agree. He was now a person who had contributed greatly to the cultivation world. If those monks could not even tolerate him, the people of the cultivation world would disband. They might even disband, let alone deal with the 100 Treasures world. Zhao Hai had already realized that in the cultivation world, the enmity between the Xuanmen and Buddhism was not small. Although Jian Yi had cooperated with Kong Miao before, it was impossible for Kong Miao to order him around. Moreover, Jian Yi had taken great care of him. This care was not only because of his relationship with the Xuan Qing sect, but mainly because he was now a member of the Xuanmen. Zhao Hai understood that Jian Yi had probably already regarded him as a representative of the younger generation of the celestial sect of wonders in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If he were to die for no reason at this time, Jian Yi would definitely not agree. Although Jian Yi was only at the soul clone stage, it was not as if the celestial sect of wonders did not have any experts at the longevity stage in the Myriad Realm battlefield. When Jian Yi reported this situation to the higher-ups, the experts of the celestial sect of wonders would definitely not agree. For the people of the celestial sect of wonders, it was better for everyone to get nothing than for Buddhism to get so many good things in the Myriad Realm battlefield. At the worst, they would just break up. It was precisely because he thought of this that Zhao Hai dared to wave his palm at the top of his head. He was betting that the old monks would not let him die. If he made the right bet, he would be able to dispel the suspicion of the old monks. This would only be beneficial for him in the Myriad Realm battlefield. He had made the right bet. The old monks would not let him die. Instead, they stopped him and dispelled his suspicion. This was the result Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. The scene just now was a battle of wits and spells between him and the old monks. To be honest, even though they didn't really fight, the process was even more dangerous than a real fight. If things went wrong, the old monks would rise up and attack him. Even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him. Even if he escaped with the help of space, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the cultivation world in the future. The foundation he had built there would be destroyed. This was something that Zhao Hai did not want to see. Hence, he had been taking a gamble. For this, he had even used the Buddha mystic art that he had created in the medium. Although the Buddha mystic art was a simplified version of the original space mystic art and was not as powerful as the original one, it was still a rare technique in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai would not have been willing to take it out under normal circumstances. However, the situation this time was different. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he did not eliminate the doubts of the old monks, it would be very troublesome for him to do things in the future. Therefore, he had put in a lot of money and obtained the Buddha's wonder. Sure enough, he had passed the test this time. The old monks no longer doubted him. They only thought that he was blessed with great fortune. This would be very beneficial for his future actions. Fortune was something that you couldn't see or touch. It was even more mysterious than the power of faith. People who cultivated zero valued this thing the most. If you didn't have fortune, you wouldn't be able to achieve anything, no matter how much of a genius you were. NBSB Zhaohai's current performance was that of a blessed person. This way, not only would the old monks not make things difficult for him, but they would also take care of him. This was the result Zhaohai wanted. After listening to the words of the old monks, Zhaohai finally calmed down. He knew that he had managed to get through this. However, he was very curious as to what the old monks would do in preparation for the upcoming situation. Unfortunately, the old monks did not say anything else after that. This made Zhaohai very depressed. He did not understand why the old monks were not moving when the situation now concerned the survival of the cultivation world. In fact, Zhaohai did not know that the situation of these old monks was similar to that of the tribulation-passing stage experts in the Six Realms battlefield. As long as it was not to the point of destroying the sect, they would not make a move. And now the people from the Hundred Treasures world had not come to kill them, so they naturally could not take the initiative to find trouble. Because in the Myriad Realms battlefield, the experts of the longevity stage were generally not allowed to leave the territory of their own realm. This was very similar to the Six Realms battlefield. When Zhaohai and the others sent back the news that their opponents were from the treasure world, the old monks had already made arrangements. Now that they were all set up, there was no need to prepare anything. Seeing that the old monks were fine, Zhaohai turned his attention back to Octopus Island. He wanted to see what the people of the treasure world would do. Tang Jai was having a headache now. Although he had stabilized everyone's mood and boosted their morale, the situation on Octopus Island was still not resolved. This was what gave Tang Jai the most headache. However, Tang Jai didn't wait for too long. About 4 hours after they set up on the island, the clan explorers arrived. Speaking of which, the people who explored the clan were truly legendary in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The battle power of the Tang clan was not strong. When they first entered the Myriad Realm battlefield, they were just a little realm with lower middle strength, and they were often robbed. That was the hardest time for the Tang clan. However, later on, the restoration technique of the Tang clan was noticed by a large world. In that large world, the direct descendant of an expert in the longevity stage was killed in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Even when the expert in the longevity stage personally took action, he still could not find out what was going on. In the end, he heard that the Tang clan had such an ability and called them over to help him investigate how his descendant had died. The Tang clansman did not disappoint the longevity expert. He used his own special technique to find out who killed the descendant of the expert. In a fit of anger, the expert destroyed the realm where the murderer was located. The realm where the murderer was located was just a lower upper realm. In the lower upper realm, there were generally no longevity experts, which was why the longevity expert destroyed it. And the consequence of this matter was that in the Myriad Realm battlefield, after a discussion between the various upper realms, a rule was directly issued. That was, the longevity stage experts in the Myriad Realm battlefield were not allowed to leave the territory of their own realm. And this rule was also learned from the cultivation world and used in the Six Realm battlefield. On the surface, the impact of this matter seemed to be so great, but the impact on the Tang clan was even more far-reaching. The special technique of the Tang clan was finally taken seriously by people. All the major realms protected the Tang clan because they had their own disciples cultivating in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If those disciples died, it would be a great loss to all the major realms. Therefore, for the safety of their disciples, all the major realms began to protect the Tang clan. In this way, the status of the explorer race in the Myriad Realm battlefield would naturally rise, and they would not be the middle-lower realm that was bullied by others. As time passed, more and more realms took a fancy to the ability of the explorer race. Slowly, the status of the explorer race in the Myriad Realm battlefield became transcendent. As long as it was a person in the Myriad Realm battlefield, they would seek the help of the explorer race. Therefore, the status of the explorer race in the Myriad Realm battlefield was very high. Although their strength was not good, their ability to restore things was needed by everyone. The Scout clan also discovered this. They discovered that this kind of restoration ability was the foundation of their survival in the Myriad Realm battlefield. With this ability, they did not need to pick herbs or dig in the mines. They only needed to help others understand what they needed to know, and the other party would naturally give them benefits. This kind of work was not dangerous, and they would obtain more benefits. After discovering this, the Tang clan began to fully develop this ability. Now, the Tang clan did not just rely on restoration for a living. They had slowly developed into a system. They observed the ground, collected evidence, and so on. In addition to their restoration ability, they allowed everyone who came to them to know the truth of the matter. That was to say, the Tang clan had slowly developed into private detectives in the Myriad World battlefield, and those private detectives with a 100 case solving rate. Because of this, when Tang Jai heard that the explorers had arrived, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately went out to welcome them. In front of him was a middle-aged man wearing a tail suit, a top hat, a civilized stick in his hand, and a pair of glasses. Although this man didn't look young, he still looked very handsome. His face still had a trace of hopelessness, which was very attractive. Beside this man stood several people in black cultivators' clothes and masks. They were sent by the 100 Treasures World to protect him. Tang Jai bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Tang Jai greets the visiting friend. Friend, please." The strength of this member of the Tan clan was not very strong, only at the nascent soul stage. By right, Tang Jai did not need to pay attention to him, but Tang Jai was very respectful to this person. From this point, one could see the status of the Tan clan in the Myriad Realm battlefield. The Tan family member did not act arrogantly. He quickly bowed to Tang Jai and said, "Zia Beichuan greets Senior Tang Jai. Senior is too polite. Beichuan is just an ordinary person. I really can't be called Senior's friend. Senior can just call me Beichuan." Tang Jai appreciated Zia Beichuan's polite behavior. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Please come inside." A young man in his 20s called a middle-aged man by his name and considered himself an elder. This scene seemed a bit strange, but it wasn't a rare thing in the world of cultivators. In the world of cultivators, everything was based on strength and seniority. Even if you entered the door early and your strength wasn't good enough, no one would treat you as an elder. You entered the door late, but your cultivation speed was fast and your strength was powerful. Then you can become an elder. Even the sect master has to bow to you when he sees you. This is the world of cultivators, which is extremely realistic and cruel. Zia Beichuan was obviously very pleased with Tang Jai's address. He ducked and responded to him before following Tang Jai into Octopus Island. As soon as they entered the island, Zia Beichuan frowned because he felt that the spiritual chi fluctuations on the island were very chaotic. In other words, this would be a very difficult case to solve. Tang Jai had been paying attention to Zia Beichuan's expression. When he saw Zia Beichuan frowning, he quickly said, "Beichuan, is there something wrong?" Zia Beichuan was slightly stunned when he heard Tang Jai's words, but he immediately said, "Senior, I just feel that the spiritual chi fluctuations on this octopus island are very chaotic. Looking at the situation on the island, it seems that a great battle has occurred. This situation is more difficult to deal with." When Tang Jai heard him say this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "What's wrong? Will this affect your spell casting?" Zia Beichuan nodded and said, "The more chaotic the spiritual energy fluctuations are in a place, the greater the impact on our spell casting. Sometimes the restoration might not be the same as the situation at that time, and there may be some mistakes. But please rest assured, Senior, even if there are some mistakes in the restoration, it can't be too many. Dajai's situation won't be wrong, only some details are wrong." After hearing Zia Beichuan's words, Tang Jai nodded and said, "Good, there's no rush for this matter. You've also traveled quite a distance, so go and rest first. It won't be too late to return to the original state after you've recovered." Zia Beichuan didn't decline. He agreed and followed the people arranged by Tang Jai. Tang Jai looked at Zia Beichuan and heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Jai had seen the restoration of a clan before. It was not so easy. During the restoration, a lot of preparation work was needed, especially in places with chaotic spiritual energy. The more chaotic the place was, the more preparation work had to be done. Otherwise, there was no way to restore it. Although Tang Jai was anxious, he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. It was better to be steady. This was related to the lives of 1,000 clansmen. Although Tang Jai was almost certain that his clansmen were most likely dead, he still had to figure out how they had died. He was not afraid if it was only the people from the cultivation world, but he was afraid that there might be people from the giant spirit clan. Tang Jai couldn't help but suspect that he had some understanding of the 1,000 people sent out by the realm. Although they didn't use the weapons they were familiar with, they had obtained the Guan Dao for a long time. They had also been trained for a period of time and were very good at using the Guan Dao. Moreover, they were made up of some people who were quite strong. With the combat power of these 1,000 people, even if they were to face the 3,000 people from the cultivation world, they could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. Before the operation, they had asked around and found out that the great cultivation world had only sent a little more than 1,000 people this time. It should not be a problem for his clansmen to take care of the people from the great cultivation world. Moreover, the Sioux people had helped them. Tang Jai didn't think that the Sioux people would have the courage to betray them from the beginning. The Sioux people were bandits and knew how to adapt to the situation. They wouldn't have dared to betray them if they hadn't been forced into a corner. What else could force them to bow their heads to the people of the great cultivation world? There was only one possibility, and that was that something had happened to their people. The Sioux people were afraid of their revenge, so they could only work with the people of the cultivation world. Tang Jai wasn't an idiot. At first, he didn't take the cultivation world seriously, nor did he take this mission seriously. But when he came to Octopus Island and saw the situation here, he had no choice but to take this mission seriously. After paying attention to this matter, Tang Jai thought about it carefully and could more or less guess what had happened. However, he still didn't know the situation on Octopus Island. To be on the safe side, he told his clansmen that he would invite a visitor. It was precisely because he had thought through all this that Tang Jai did not think that this matter was done by the Great Cultivation World alone. The Great Cultivation World did not have such power, so he suspected that the Giant Spirit Clan might be involved in this matter. If there were really people from the Giant Spirit Clan involved, it meant that the Giant Spirit Clan might have known about their plan long ago and had begun to prepare for a counterattack. If that was the case, it was not good news for the treasure world. Although Tang Jai was arrogant and thought that he could definitely beat the people of the Giant Spirit Clan, he never looked down on them. He had also come up step by step from a low-level cultivator. It was impossible for a cultivator to cultivate to his level without killing people and going through trials. Therefore, Tang Jai was not afraid of what he had seen. It was also because of those trials that he would not look down on the people of the Giant Spirit world, even though he was confident in himself, because he was very clear that underestimating others would only lead to his own death. It was very important for Tang Jai and the entire Hundred Treasures world to find out whether the people of the Giant Spirit world were involved in this matter. In order to deal with the Giant Spirit world this time, the people of the Hundred Treasures world had been preparing for a long time. If the death of those people was really related to the Giant Spirit world, it meant that the Giant Spirit world had long known their plan. If the Giant Spirit world was not involved, it meant that the Giant Spirit world did not know their plan before. This was crucial to what method the Hundred Treasures world was going to use to deal with the Great Spirit world. It was precisely because of this thought that Tang Jai was so nervous and even invited the Tan family over. Now that the Tan family was here, the truth of the matter would soon be revealed. Tang Jai's mood was calm because he understood that regardless of whether the people of the Great Spirit world were involved in this matter, a battle between them and the Great Spirit world was inevitable. Xia Beichuan also knew that the people from the Hundred Treasures world were more anxious this time, so he didn't rest for long. He took the pill, adjusted his body, and came out of the room. Tang Jai had been paying attention to Xia Beichuan's situation. As soon as he saw him coming out, Tang Jai immediately went over to greet him. Xia Beichuan quickly bowed to Tang Jai and said, "Senior, Bai Chuan is ready." "All right, what do we need to prepare?" Tang Jai nodded. Xia Beichuan looked around and cupped his fists to Tang Jai. "Senior, please allow Bai Chuan to look around before you decide." Tang Jai nodded and waved his hand. Xia Beichuan flew around Octopus Island very slowly. Sometimes he would stop and observe every corner of the island very carefully. The more he observed, the more serious his expression became. In the end, his brows were tightly knitted. Xia Beichuan felt that the spirit chi on Octopus Island and the traces of the battle were very strange, but he couldn't put his finger on what was strange. From the traces of the battle, a huge battle had indeed taken place here, and both sides had used large Dharma artifacts. Moreover, Xia Beichuan could also feel the spirit chi fluctuations of the people from the Hundred Treasures world, the Su people, and the cultivation world from the spirit chi fluctuations. The Tan clan's focus was no longer on fighting. Their main goal was to restore the scene and find the truth, so they had some understanding of the spiritual chi of each world. Of course, one person could not remember the spiritual chi fluctuations of all the worlds in the Great Cultivation world, so the Tan clan had divided up their work. Their Great Cultivation world was divided into hundreds of pieces, and each piece was taken care of by a specific person. These people did not need to care about what happened in other places. He only needed to remember the fluctuation of the world energy in their area. Xia Beichuan was the explorer in charge of this area, so he was very clear about the spirit chi fluctuations of the Great Cultivation world and the Beard tribe. Xia Beichuan was very puzzled. The traces of the battle on Octopus Island looked very fierce on the surface, but when you looked closely, you would find that it was not like that. The battle this time was far less intense than expected. The reason why there were so many traces was that the two sides were too close to the ground. Perhaps an ordinary person wouldn't be able to tell the difference between these marks, but Xia Beichuan could. He had received professional training, so he could tell the difference at a glance. Although he didn't quite understand why there were such traces here, Xia Beichuan didn't come to a conclusion too early, because it was related to the people of the Hundred Treasures world. In the cultivation world, the Tan clan had a very high status, but they had always been very humble. Whether it was the upper realm or the lower realm, their attitude was almost the same, putting themselves in a very low position. It was precisely because of this attitude of the Tan clan that they could become the most popular group of people in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Even Xia Beichuan, a nascent Soul Tan clan member, would not be robbed when he walked in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Once the other party saw that he was from the Tan clan, they would give him some face. The reason why the Tan clan used such an attitude towards people was because they knew very well that they did not rely on combat power to get to where they were today, but because they were useful to the people of the various worlds. Those people flattered them, and that was why they got to where they were today. If they showed even the slightest bit of arrogance to those people, they would offend them, and when that time came, the Tan clan would fall from their position. If that happened, the end of the Tan clan would not be good. After taking a closer look at the situation on Octopus Island, Xia Beichun went to Tang Jai's side. Tang Jai looked at Xia Beichun's frowning face and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Beichun? Did you find something?" Xia Beichun nodded and said, "I did find something. I realized that the battle on Octopus Island is not as exciting as I thought. Although there are traces of battle here, they seem to be caused very close to the ground. It's not because the battle was too intense. But this is only my preliminary judgment. We still need to see how the scene looks like after it's restored. I'll get ready and restore it immediately." Tang Jai nodded, but his face had already sunk. He knew very well what Xia Beichun meant. Xia Beichun suspected that those marks were made very close to the ground. In other words, there were only two situations where these marks appeared. One was that two groups of people were fighting very close to the ground. However, the possibility of this happening was very low. A battle between cultivators generally wouldn't be too close to the ground. This was a habit that cultivators had developed for many years, especially in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were treasures everywhere in the Myriad Realm battlefield, so when two groups of people fought, they would usually choose to fight in the sky. This way, the ground would not be damaged. If the precious medicinal herbs below were damaged because of a battle, then it would not be worth it. Although the Octopus Island was not the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, it was hard to change the habits that had been formed over the years. It was for this reason that Tang Jai did not believe that their people would fight so close to status. If this wasn't the case, then it must be another case. That was, someone did it on purpose. In other words, this was a suspicious array set up by someone else. At the thought of this, Tang Jai's face could not help but turn uglier. If the original situation on Octopus Island was really a suspicion array set up by someone else, it meant that his previous guesses were all wrong and he had fallen into someone else's trap. Tang Jai was a smart man. Once he thought of falling into a trap, he could roughly guess whose trap it was. It must be the cultivation world. The main purpose of setting up a diversion here was to delay him and buy them time so that they could tell the situation of the 100 Treasures world to the Giant Spirit world, so that the Giant Spirit world could come to help. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Tang Jai's expression also became uglier and uglier. At this moment, Xia Beichun was already preparing to restore the scene. Of course, Zhao Hai knew what had happened at Octopus Island. However, he did not have the time to care about it now, because Kong Miao had come to find him. Kong Miao had not come to find him for anything, but to ask him to go and pick up someone from the Giant Spirit race. It had been a few hours since Kong Miao and the others had sent the news of the 100 Treasures World's people attacking them to the Great Spirit World. The old camp of the Great Spirit World was not very close to where they were, but with the speed of the messenger Jade Sword, a few hours was enough for a round trip. Just now, Kong Miao had received a notice from above. The Great Spirit World had already replied, asking them to open the teleportation array, and they would send people over. The higher-ups had arranged for Kong Miao to receive the people from the Giant Spirit World. This showed that they valued Kong Miao very much. Kong Miao also understood the meaning of the higher-ups, but he had never done such a thing before, so he thought of Zhao Hai. Kong Miao saw that Zhao Hai was so good at tricking people, so this kind of reception should not be a problem. Thus, she had Zhao Hai go with her to receive the people from the Giant Spirit World. Zhao Hai naturally agreed. He wanted to see what kind of people from the Giant Spirit World were. Zhao Hai had already seen the combat power of the 100 Treasures World. They were very strong. Zhao Hai was really curious about someone who could become the old enemy of the 100 Treasures World. Zhao Hai came out, so Mo Sheng naturally followed. However, since he didn't say anything, Zhao Hai didn't mind, so he just let Mo Sheng follow. The three of them left Zhao Hai's cave and flew straight to the teleportation mine. The three of them quickly arrived at the mine. There were already many people standing in the mine. These people were all soul-splitting stage experts. Some of them were from the cultivation world, and some of them were from the Sioux tribe. There were nearly 40 of them. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He knew very well that these soul-splitting cultivators were equivalent to more than half of the soul-splitting cultivators in the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux tribe. One look at them, and he knew that they were here to welcome the Giant Spirit tribe. Zhao Hai never thought that the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux people would place so much importance on the arrival of the Giant Spirit race. So many soul-splitting stage powerhouses had come to welcome them. When the Soul Division cultivators saw Kong Miao, they all greeted her. However, when they saw Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng, their faces were filled with confusion. These Soul Division cultivators naturally knew Zhao Hai's identity, but they had never thought that Kong Miao would bring Zhao Hai here at this time. Among the many Soul Division cultivators, only the nascent Soul cultivators, Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng, stood out from the rest. Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. He just smiled and bowed to the soul-splitting cultivators. A large number of them returned the bow. Many of them were Sioux people, and a few of them were from the cultivation world who had participated in the battle before. These people did not dare to be rude to Zhao Hai because they had seen his strength. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed was something that even they, the soul-splitting experts, might not be able to do. Zhao Hai had won the respect of these soul-splitting experts with his own strength. As for the soul-splitting cultivators who did not take part in the operation, they were all stunned. They did not understand. Although Zhao Hai had made a name for himself in the Myriad Realm battlefield, he did not have to ask them to return the favor, did he? Zhao Hai didn't mind. After greeting the soul-splitting cultivators, he arranged for himself to stand behind Kong Miao. Mo Sheng stood quietly behind Zhao Hai, completely ignoring the others. Not long after Kong Miao and the others stood still, a white light flashed on a large teleportation array in front of them. Following that, some people appeared on the teleportation array. These people were not wearing cultivators' clothes, but plate armor. They did not wear helmets on their heads, but iron headbands. They had iron wrist guards on their hands. They were all over 2 meters tall, and one of them was extremely strong. The muscles on his body seemed to be cast from copper and iron. These people's attire was somewhat similar to Mo Sheng's. At a glance, one could tell that their physical cultivation techniques were very impressive. There were about 50 people in total, and the leader was a strong cultivator in the soul-splitting stage. This soul-splitting powerhouse looked just like Zhang Fei. He had an iron hoop on his head. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His face was covered in a Dalian beard, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Spacetime Wonder immediately went up to him and bowed. Kong Miao greets the senior of the giant spirit race. Welcome, senior. When everyone heard Kong Miao say this, they also followed suit and bowed. Welcome, senior. The giant spirit race member wasn't as arrogant as Zhao Hai had imagined. He immediately returned the greeting. Master Kong Miao, you're too polite. I've heard of your name a long time ago. I've met you all at the true giant spirit race's Ba Yandong. Although this person spoke very courteously, his voice was like a great bell, making people's ears buzz. This was not because he had intentionally raised his voice or shouted loudly. It was because he was born with such a loud voice. After the two parties greeted each other, Ba Yandong led his people down from the teleportation formation. Kong Miao immediately asked a few monks to lead the giant spirit clan members to rest, while he personally led Ba Yandong to the great hall above the old camp. This hall was prepared to receive some distinguished guests. Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng had been following Kong Miao. Ba Yandong also noticed Zhao Hai. He seemed to recognize Zhao Hai and sized him up with curiosity. In a short while, Kong Miao led Ba Yandong to the main hall. Other than Kong Miao, Su Ning, Jian Yi, and several other experts at the soul-splitting stage were also in the main hall. However, one of the experts at the soul-splitting stage was from the devil world, and the other was from the monster race. The elf race and the spirit race were also present. If Zhao Hai was included, then all the realms in the great cultivation world were represented here. Apart from the people from the great cultivation world, Su Wuzhen was also present. Clearly, he represented the Sioux people. Everyone sat down. Zhao Hai sat at the end of the table and Mo Sheng stood behind him. Ba Yandong sized Mo Sheng up curiously. Mo Sheng's figure and dress caught his attention and he had a good impression of him. After they sat down, Kong Miao said to Ba Yandong, Senior, I think you already know the general situation. Is there anything else you would like to ask? Kong Miao's straightforward approach obviously won Ba Yandong's favor. With a smile on his face, he nodded and said, I have a rough idea of the matter, but I think I know more in detail. Kong Miao turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Ba Yandong. Senior, please forgive Zhao Hai's rudeness. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and an undead creature in a black cultivator's suit appeared beside him. This undead creature was, of course, from the treasure world. After the undead creature from the treasure world appeared, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Introduce yourself and tell me about your current plan. The undead creature responded and began to introduce himself and the action plan of the treasure world. The undead creature that Zhao Hai released wasn't an ordinary one. It was the leader of the 1,000-man team. He knew a little about the plan of the treasure world. Although he didn't know the specific details, he could at least give a general idea. After the undead creature explained the situation, Ba Yandong's face darkened, and his eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that the treasure's world would take action at this time. Just as the treasure's world said, the giant spirit world was indeed in some trouble. There were fewer successful young people in the past, but it wasn't to the extent that there was a shortage of talents, but it would have some impact on the future. It was obvious that the treasure world was looting a burning house by taking action at this time. How could Ba Yandong not be angry? After the undead creature finished speaking, Ba Yandong asked a few more questions before he stopped. Zhao Hai then put the undead creature away. Ba Yandong glanced at Zhao Hai and laughed. You're Zhao Hai, right? I heard that you're pretty good at using your great magical weapon. Good, that's more like a man. Men should use great magic tools, that's too hidden. Like those guys in the 100 Treasures world, they use either knives or embroidery needles. They're so girly and annoying. Zhao Hai smiled and dodged Ba Yandong. That's Zhao Hai. I didn't think that senior would know of me. It's my good fortune. Ba Yandong laughed and said, there are not many people in the Myriad Realm battlefield who don't know your name. It's rare to see someone who can use such a great magical weapon so well in the Myriad Realm battlefield. You're only at the Myriad infant stage and you can actually do this. It's not easy. I'm just borrowing the advantage of my magical equipment. I don't deserve your praise, Senior, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Kong Miao hurriedly smiled. Senior, you're too polite. Our cultivation world usually relies on the giant spirit world to take care of us. When we discover this situation, it's only right to report it to the giant spirit race. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Ba Yandong nodded. I have to return to the clan personally to report this matter. I can't stay here any longer. Please forgive me, Master Kong Miao. Kong Miao smiled and said, it's nothing, it's my duty, Emo said, but I have something to ask of you, Senior. This time, we in the Sioux tribe have really offended the 100 Treasures world. Now, a team of 3,000 people from the 100 Treasures world has arrived at the Sioux tribe's Octopus Island. I'm afraid it won't take long for them to attack us. With our strength, it'll be difficult for us to resist the attack of the 3,000 people from the 100 Treasures world, so I hope you can go back to your tribe. We can ask the Great Spirit Sector to send some reinforcements to help us. Ba Yandong was stunned when he heard Kong Miao's words. Then he looked at Kong Miao in confusion and asked, when did you get this information? Did the people from the world of 100 Treasures really come to Octopus Island? Kong Miao nodded. It's definitely true. We just came back from Octopus Island a few hours ago. When we came back, the people from the world of 100 Treasures were almost there. They're already there, but we don't know if they're coming to us. If they're coming to us, I'm afraid they'll fight soon. Before Ba Yandong could finish, Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Kong Miao. Master, I have something to say. Kong Miao was stunned, but she immediately asked, what's wrong, little Hai? Did you discover something? The people from the 100 Treasures world are here. After Kong Miao finished asking Zhao Hai, she did not wait for Zhao Hai's reply and said to Ba Yandong, Senior, little Hai is a black mage. His undead creatures have everything he wants. He usually uses his undead creatures to monitor the enemy, and it's not easy to be discovered, so he can get the information first. Upon hearing Kong Miao's words, Ba Yandong also turned to look at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, since Grandmaster Kong Miao calls you Little Hai, I'll accept you as Little Hai as well. You can call me Uncle Yan. Tell me, what did you discover? Ba Yandong nodded. Okay, I'll leave now. Don't worry, the reinforcements will be here. Those who came with me will stay here. I'll ask them to send out the troops as soon as I get back. Very quickly, everyone had sent Ba Yandong to the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, Ba Yandong disappeared from the teleportation formation. After Ba Yandong had left, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, come with me. Zhao Hai responded and led Mo Sheng and followed Kong Miao, flying towards his immortal's cave. Soon, the two of them entered Kong Miao's cave. Kong Miao asked Zhao Jing to sit down, then looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Little Hai, that explorer is here. I'm afraid the people of the 100 Treasures world will soon know what happened and will soon arrive at the old camp. Do you think we should make some corresponding arrangements? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, it's best to set it up now. The explorer has just arrived. He should need to rest for a while before he can start restoring it. When they know the truth and rush over from Octopus Island, there should be a few days. We can use this time to set it up. Kong Miao nodded. All right, we'll set up immediately. But didn't you just say that they'd be here in about a day? If the people from the Great Spirit world find out that we're lying to them, will they teach us a lesson? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, Master. They won't. We've done a great favor for the giant spirit world this time. They won't do anything to us. We can find some excuses. Compared to saying that the people of the 100 Treasures world are delayed on Octopus Island or some other reason, we should give the giant spirit world enough time so that they can transfer people to help us. Kong Miao immediately understood Zhao Hai's intentions. Zhao Hai wanted to report more time to the people from the giant spirit world so that they wouldn't be late. Their losses were too great. Zhao Hai could report an extra day or two and find some excuses to brush it off. This way, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Kong Miao agreed with Zhao Hai's way of doing things. The rule of survival for small worlds was to reduce losses as much as possible. If the losses were too great, they would not be able to develop much even with the cover of the big world. Kong Miao nodded. All right, I'll inform the higher-ups right away. We'll start setting up now. Even though all the formations in the old camp have been activated, we still have to make some arrangements. We'll prepare for the worst. Zhao Hai nodded. although they had a magical array that could return to the great cultivation world at any time. If the teleportation array in the Myriad Realm battlefield was destroyed after they returned, it would take a long time for them to return to the Myriad Realm battlefield. They might not even be able to return ever again. One should not underestimate the Myriad Realm battlefield. If they lost the qualification to enter, the cultivation world would lose the source of many medicinal herbs and materials. It would only be detrimental to the development of the cultivation world. Therefore, they would not return to the cultivation world unless they had no other choice. The Sioux people were just like them. If they were not greedy for the various materials in the Myriad Realm battlefield, they would have run to their own realm long ago. When the teleportation array exploded, even if the people of Hundred Treasures World wanted to go to the Sioux people's realm to hunt them down, it would take a lot of effort. By then, it would be hard to say what the situation of Hundred Treasures World would be. However, there were too many things that attracted people to the Myriad Realm battlefield. Whether it was the Sioux people or the people of the cultivation world, they were all reluctant to leave this place, so they had to resist. The old camp of the cultivation world was well arranged and easy to defend but hard to attack. However, if the mountain protecting formation was broken and the enemy came up the mountain, it would be a little troublesome. Although there were some traps and arrays on the mountain, their enemies were all powerful masters. The energy fluctuations of the arrays could not be hidden from them. If they could not be hidden from them, the cultivation world would face a tough battle. Therefore, it would not be a bad idea to let the people of the cultivation world set it up. This time, they would not be setting up a trap array, but a very powerful combat array. This kind of combat array was a kind of array that was set up with array flags and array discs. As long as you did not install the core of the array would not be activated, and there would be no energy fluctuations. This way, it would naturally not be discovered. During the battle, you could lead the enemy to the array and then put the pivot of the array up. The array would be able to be used immediately, and you could control the array to help you fight. This was the method used by ordinary array cultivators. However, in the cultivation world, Duji stage experts usually had a few tactical formations to help them fight. Even if they were not good at setting up formations, they could still figure out how to control the tactical formations they used. It could be said that the arrays had already become a part of the strength of the cultivators in the great cultivation world. Almost everyone knew how to use them. When Kong Miao said that she wanted them to set up the arrays in advance, she was actually asking them to set up the arrays. Apart from being used for battle, Kong Miao also had another intention, which was to let those giant spirit clan members who stayed behind see that they were now ready for battle. The people from the Hundred Treasures world came late because they were delayed by something, but it had nothing to do with them. Zhao Hai didn't make any arrangements. He was still following Kong Miao. Looking at the Duji stage cultivators who were setting up their tactical formations, Zhao Hai said to Kong Miao, "Master, don't we have an expert in the longevity stage here? Why does it seem like everyone is so nervous?" Kong Miao sighed and smiled bitterly. "I can't help but be nervous." Do you think that the experts of the longevity stage are invincible? In a big world like the world of 100 treasures, there will be fewer longevity experts in that world. If our longevity experts make a move, the longevity experts of the world of 100 treasures will come to kill us in the shortest time possible. Don't think that the rule of not allowing longevity experts to make a move in the battlefield of the myriad realms will be of any use. For the longevity experts of those big worlds find an excuse. Killing our way out of their territory is a very normal thing. To put it bluntly, those rules were set for us, not for them. Zhao Hai was silent. He knew that in any place the law was set for most people. For a small number of people, they could override the law. The law was of no use to them. Kong Miao ignored Zhao Hai, sighing and saying, "We're weak, so we'll always be bullied. Just wait and see. One day, I'll make sure that no one in the Myriad Realm battlefield dares to look down on the people of the cultivation era." Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was stunned by Kong Miao's words. He had never thought that Kong Miao would have such thoughts. When Kong Miao heard that Zhao Hai did not say anything, she could not help but turn to look at him and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Don't you think I'm a little crazy?" Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "No, I just didn't think that Master would have such great ambitions. Since Master has such an idea, I might be able to help Master." Kong Miao was stunned by Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Help me. How can I help?" What Kong Miao had just said was not only said to Zhao Hai, but he had also said it to others. They were all good friends to him in the past, but all he got in return was ridicule. In the eyes of those people, Kong Miao was just talking nonsense. Yet Zhao Hai had said that he could help him. This was the first time someone had said this to him, and this caused Kong Miao to be stunned. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and smiled. "Master, have you forgotten what I do for a living? I'm a black magician, and I've turned the people of the treasure world into undead creatures. Whatever they knew when they were alive, they know now. I can get them to record the cultivation technique of the treasure world. As long as we get their cultivation technique, isn't it a good thing for our cultivation world?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao was stunned for a moment. Then an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, "Really? Can you really record the cultivation technique of the 100 Treasures world?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and directly took out a jade slip and threw it to Kong Miao. He said with a smile, "This is the cultivation technique of the treasure world." Take a look. Zhao Hai had been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for some time. He was very clear that the reason why there were so many levels in the Myriad Realm battlefield was not only because of the strength of the people, but also because of the quality of the cultivation technique. Just like Kong Miao, if he had not learned the top Buddhist cultivation method, he would not have been able to reach his current level in such a short time. Cultivation techniques were of the utmost importance to a cultivator. Zhao Hai had thought it through before deciding to give the 100 Treasures World's cultivation technique to Kong Miao. He believed that even if he didn't give it to Kong Miao now, she would soon think of this. At that time, Kong Miao would think that he was a selfish villain. If Kong Miao started to guard against him and suppress him everywhere, his days would not be good. Today, he had given the 100 Treasures World's cultivation technique to Kong Miao, but this didn't mean that he couldn't give this cultivation technique to others. He could give this cultivation technique to Huang Dioran, Feng Beiming, Louis, and everyone he wanted to give. The cultivation technique of the 100 Treasures world was much stronger than that of the cultivation world. As long as the people of the celestial sect learned this cultivation technique, they would catch up with the Buddhist sect sooner or later. However, the effects of learning this technique in the array world would probably not be too good. After all, the density of spiritual energy in the array world was far worse than in the cultivation world. However, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to increase the strength of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. When the Celestial Sect of Wonders' strength increased, they would be on equal footing with the Buddhist sect. Then, they could use the Celestial Sect of Wonders to help the array world and slowly increase the strength of the array world. In fact, besides the cultivation techniques of the 100 Treasures world, Zhao Hai also wanted to learn the cultivation techniques of other worlds. He wanted to collect all of them so that the cultivation world's strength could be improved. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. As long as he did, he would be able to help the cultivation world even more. He might even come into contact with a world he had never come into contact with before. Kong Miao took the jade slip and sent her mental power into it. She immediately saw the cultivation technique. This was no ordinary cultivation technique, but the entire cultivation process of a person from the body training stage to the soul splitting stage. It could be said that this thing was not inferior to the jade slip he had obtained. As long as they had this cultivation technique, they could cultivate a large number of experts in a short time. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai with a slightly excited expression, but she did not know what to say for a while. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and smiled, "Master, I'm doing this for the good of the great cultivation world, but I'll make it clear that I won't just give this technique to you. I'll also give it to Master Jianye." Kong Miao was taken aback and then shivered. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, Master. It'll be fine. There's competition in the cultivation world. As long as it's healthy, it'll be beneficial to the cultivation world. In the future with you and me there, those guys won't be able to cause any trouble." Kong Miao was stunned. Of course, she understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Zhao Hai said that, it meant that he had already put himself on the same level as him. However, Kong Miao didn't feel any disgust at all. In fact, in her heart, Zhao Hai was in equal existence as him. If not for that, he wouldn't have brought Zhao Hai with him everywhere he went and would like to discuss everything with Zhao Hai. Letting out a long breath, Kong Miao nodded and said, "You're right. There's competition in the cultivation world. In the future, as long as you and I are here, they won't do anything too outrageous. Okay, don't worry." Zhao Hai's earlier words were not without the intention to test Kong Miao. Zhao Hai wanted to know how Kong Miao would react after hearing his words. If Kong Miao showed a trace of hypocrisy, then Zhao Hai would have to think of ways to deal with Kong Miao from now on, because Kong Miao would definitely deal with the Xuanmen sect in the future. Kong Miao, on the other hand, did not show any signs of hypocrisy. He truly wanted the cultivation world to develop, and this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Zia Beichuan took out a few array flags from his interspatial ring and inserted them into the island one by one. He held an array flag in his hand and stood in the middle of the island. Tang Jai and the others stood at the periphery, and no one spoke. Even if someone did speak, they were whispering. They didn't dare to speak loudly as they were afraid of disturbing Zia Beichuan. Many of the 100 Treasures world's people had never seen the restoration of the scene before, so they were very curious. However, they also knew the importance of this matter. This matter was related to the 100 Herbs clan. If anything were to happen because of them, Tang Jai would not let them off. After Zia Beichuan stood still in the array, he flipped the flag in his hand into the array. Then he took out an array disc and held it gently in his hand. Then he closed his eyes and chanted softly. No one knew what he was chanting. After a while, Zia Beichuan suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the array disc. As his blood spurted onto the array disc, it immediately lit up. Then the array flags around them also started to move on their own without any wind. Finally, the array disc, array flags, and Zia Beichuan all disappeared. An image appeared in front of Tang Jai and the others. A huge battle was taking place. The 1,000 people from the 100 Treasures world were in formation, commanding 3 handsome green imperial chariots to rush forward. The other side also used a big ship and a pagoda to clash with the 8 handsome green imperial chariot. The rumbling sounds were endless. Then the people from the 100 Treasures world and the people from the cultivation world attacked each other. The Sioux people were helping from the side, and there were many undead creatures. The scene was very lively. After a while, the video suddenly came back. Tang Jai and the others were stunned. They saw that Zia Beichuan, who was standing in the middle of the formation, had a red face. Tang Jai was about to ask what had happened when he saw Zia Beichuan spit out a mouthful of blood. This time he didn't want to spit it out. He wanted to suppress it, but he couldn't. He was really injured. Tang Jai moved to Zia Beichuan's side and injected some spirit qi into his body. As soon as the spirit qi entered Zia Beichuan's body, Tang Jai was shocked because the spirit qi in Zia Beichuan's body was in a mess. He even looked like he was going crazy. This discovery shocked Tang Jai. Although Zia Beichun's strength was a little weaker than theirs and he was only in the nascent soul stage, even a nascent soul expert had a very high level of control over his own Reiki. How could he have gone mad? However, Tang Jai also discovered that although the spiritual energy in Zia Beichun's body was chaotic, his mind was clear, and he was trying his best to control the spiritual energy. Tang Jai continuously injected spiritual energy into Zia Beichun's body and took out a pill to put into his mouth. Zia Beichun was obviously still conscious. He opened his mouth and took the pill. With Tang Jai's help, it took a while for him to guide the Reiki in his body into the normal track and avoid the danger of qi deviation. You're doing this for the treasure world. Tang Jai waved his hand and said, "Tell me, what happened just now? How did you suddenly go berserk?" Hearing this, Zia Beichuan obviously remembered the situation at that time. He couldn't help but show a trace of lingering fear on his face. He said to Tang Jai, "I don't know why, but I just felt a huge force interrupting my restoration and rushing straight into my body. If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid I would have exploded and died. It seems that there must be a master who is proficient in mental power in the enemy's formation. That person must have cleaned up the scene with great magic power. This restoration can be broken by this method." Tang Jai was stunned and asked in a deep voice. Zia Beichuan shook his head. "Ordinary people can't use this method to break it. Only those who are absolutely proficient in spiritual power and have strong magical power can. Then can you estimate the strength of the person who broke your special technique?" Tang Jai nodded. Zia Beichuan thought for a moment and said, "He must be at least in the soul-splitting stage. Moreover, he must be extremely proficient in mental attacks. It can be said that this person mainly cultivates mental power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this." Tang Jai nodded. He understood Zia Beichuan's meaning. Although cultivators also cultivated mental power, they generally didn't take mental power as their main cultivation. What they learned most was the use of various spells and artifacts. Mental power only played an auxiliary role. However, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were cultivators who mainly cultivated mental power. In fact, if an ordinary cultivator were to encounter a cultivator who mainly cultivated mental power, it would still be very troublesome. This was because mental power was invisible and shapeless. If it was cultivated to the extreme, it would be very troublesome. Although Tang Jai believed Zia Beichun's words, he was relieved. He didn't see anyone from the Giant Spirit Clan in the restored image, which meant that the Giant Spirit Clan didn't participate in the attack. This was definitely good news for the 100 Treasures world. The Giant Spirit race didn't participate in the attack, which meant that they didn't know about the 100 Treasures world's actions before, which gave them the upper hand. As for which spiritual power master was helping the people from the cultivation world, Tang Jai didn't care much about that. However, he thought that the person was likely to be Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's strength appeared to be only at the nascent soul stage, he was able to control 2 magic weapons to fight against the 8 handsome green imperial flag. It was clear that his strength was not as simple as it seemed. He was likely to be good at mental attacks. However, Tang Jai could now confirm that their clansmen were in grave danger. From the images of the battle just now, the battle did take place on Octopus Island, and it was not very high above the ground. It could be said that those restored images had made Tang Jai believe that Octopus Island was the first battlefield. He had nothing to worry about now. Since he did not have to worry about the Octopus Island, the next thing he had to do was naturally to cause trouble for the great cultivation world. The Giant Spirit Clan might have already known about this, but Tang Jai still wanted to cause trouble for the great cultivation world because it was the great cultivation world that had killed his clan members. He could also use this incident to strike a blow to the giant spirit clan. As he thought of this, Tang Jai immediately said to Tang Wen, "Little Wen, gather everyone. Leave 300 people to guard Octopus Island. We'll set off immediately to deal with the people from the cultivation world. The last group of people is probably dead. We have to avenge them." Tang Wen responded and turned to leave. Tang Jai then turned to Xia Beichuan and said, "Bai Chuan, you should also stay here and rest. It's not too late to go back after you've recovered." Xia Beichuan didn't decline. This time he was indeed injured, so he agreed. After that, Tang Jai asked someone to bring Xia Beichuan to the cave. After a while, the people from the 100 Treasures world gathered. There were 2,700 people following Xia Beichuan, and only 300 people were left to guard Octopus Island. Tang Jai wanted to build a base on Zhangyu Island, so he left 300 people to guard it. Octopus Island was strictly guarded and was already the territory of the giant spirit clan. It would be beneficial to the 100 Treasures world to plant a nail here. As soon as he saw that everyone had gathered, Tang Jai stood in front of everyone and said loudly, "You all saw the video just now. It's certain that the last batch of our people were killed by the people of the cultivation world. Since when did a small middle world dare to attack our 100 Treasures world? Today we'll let them know the consequences of offending our 100 Treasures world." Everyone's mood was also stirred by Tang Jai, and they all shouted loudly. Tang Jai said in a deep voice, "In order to get to our base in the cultivation world as fast as possible, I've decided to use the soaring cloud shuttle." Hearing Tang Jai's words, everyone immediately responded. 300 people walked out of the team, forming groups of 10. Then one of them took out a small boat-like celestial device from his invisible storage equipment. As soon as this celestial device was released, it immediately expanded in the wind and soon became a shuttle-like celestial device with 2 sharp ends. It was definitely not a problem for 100 people to sit on this big boat. The soaring cloud flying shuttle was a magical weapon in the Treasures world that was specially used for traveling. It was extremely fast, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Although the shuttle could be powered by crystals, it also required spiritual energy to drive and control the shuttle. Therefore, people from the Treasures world would not usually use the soaring cloud flying shuttle. The 30 soaring cloud shuttles were ready in no time. There were less than 100 people on that one shuttle, so the speed of the shuttle would be even faster. Seeing that everyone was ready, Tang Jai also got on a shuttle. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." As he spoke, the 30 flying shuttles were like 30 sharp arrows, flying straight in the direction of the old camp in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai had already seen the situation through the spatial zone. He realized that he had underestimated the background of those big realms. He had never heard of the soaring cloud shuttle before. However, the speed of this shuttle was much faster than that of a human. It would probably take less than a day for the people of the 100 Treasures world to arrive at the old camp. It was much shorter than his previous estimation. Fortunately, in order to give the giant spirit race a feeling that they were about to fight, they had already started to make preparations. Now they were almost done. If the giant spirit race's reinforcements arrived quickly, they would not be in any danger. However, as a precaution, Zhao Hai immediately went to find Kong Miao. Kong Miao was in his cave dwelling, and he did not have to worry too much about the decorations outside. He was now looking at the cultivation methods of the treasure world. Although he could not change the main cultivation method, he could still learn some ways to control the celestial devices. It should be known that the 100-changing Vajra scepter could also be turned into a small celestial device. Learning how to control the Dharma artifacts in the world of 100 treasures would be very helpful in using the staff. At this moment, Zhao Hai's voice could be heard. "Master Kong Miao, Zhao Hai has come to my rescue." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's voice, Kong Miao immediately put away the jade slip and said in a deep voice, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai replied and turned to enter Kong Miao's cave. Kong Miao's immortal's cave was very big, and there were many rooms inside. It could be seen that the interior had been carefully decorated and tidied up very beautifully. Zhao Hai entered the silent room, cupped his fists towards Kong Miao, and said, "Master, Zhao Hai has something to report." Kong Miao rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it, Little Hai. Why are you returning the favor? Sit down. What's the matter?" Zhao Hai didn't sit down. He just smiled and said, "This time I'm really busy. I just got the news from the undead creatures that I'm coming here from the treasure world. They're using a flying spiritual artifact called the Soaring Cloud Shuttle." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she could not help but be stunned. Then her expression changed as she said, "The Soaring Cloud Shuttle. Is it really the Soaring Cloud Shuttle?" "That's right, the Soaring Cloud Shuttle. I can't be wrong," Zhao Hai nodded. Kong Miao frowned and stood up. "This Soaring Cloud Shuttle is a special flying spiritual artifact from the 100 Treasures world. Each shuttle can carry 100 people. It's extremely fast, but it consumes a lot of energy. The people of the 100 Treasures world are usually reluctant to use it. It seems that they really want to deal with me this time. Master, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and asked, Kong Miao said in a deep voice, I'll go inform everyone now and have them prepare. I believe that it won't take long for the people from the 100 Treasures world to arrive. Now, I can only hope that the giant spirit race's reinforcements will arrive soon. Kong Miao said as she walked out, Zhao Hai following behind her. Kong Miao quickly told everyone the latest news. Whether it was the Sioux people or the people of the cultivation world, when they heard this news, they all seemed a little nervous. This was a natural fear of the world. It wasn't just the people from the two worlds. Even the remaining members of the giant spirit race knew about this. When they found out that there were more than 2,000 people in the world of 100 treasures, their expressions turned ugly. However, they didn't say that they were going to leave. Instead, they were going to stay and fight with Zhao Hai and the others. Kong Miao told the news to the others and the longevity experts who were guarding the place. They didn't say anything. In fact, they didn't plan to take action this time because they knew very well that if they took action, the longevity experts of the 100 Treasures world would also take action. At that time, they would probably die here. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai and the others stood on the mountain, calmly looking out. Kong Miao looked outside and said to Zhao Hai, this time, it's a disaster for our cultivation world. Even if we defeat the 100 Treasures world's attack this time, we've offended them. Our days in the Myriad Realm battlefield won't be easy in the future. Kong Miao sighed. The 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit world can afford to lose them, but our cultivation world can't. Every death means that we're weaker. It'll be difficult for the cultivation world to develop. Zhao Hai did not reply. He knew that Kong Miao wholeheartedly wanted the cultivation world to develop. However, Zhao Hai knew very well that with the cultivation world's current strength, it was impossible to develop in a short period of time. This would require the efforts of several generations, as well as a few powerful experts who could suppress the situation. Only then would the cultivation world truly develop. Although there were a few longevity stage experts in the cultivation world, they were clearly unable to control the situation. They didn't even dare to show their faces in this incident. This was the cultivation world's biggest weakness. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Kong Miao could not help but turn to look at Zhao Hai. What's wrong, little Hai? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Hai looked outside and said in a deep voice, Master, if you want to go outside, you can use the formation to block the attack of the 100 Treasures world on the mountain and wait for the giant spirit race's reinforcements. I'll go outside and give them a hard time if I have the chance. What do you think? When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, he was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, forget it, little Hai. It's too dangerous to go outside. We'd better stay inside and guard. Zhao Hai smiled. It's fine, don't worry, Master. If there's no chance I won't make a move, you don't have to worry about me. Kong Miao saw that Zhao Hai was about to head out and could only nod his head, saying, all right then, you can leave if you want to, but we've made a deal. If there's no chance, you must not attack. Your safety is the priority. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, Master. However, I'll be hiding after I go out. You don't have to inform me. I'll act on my own when the time comes. By the way, I've brought Mo Sheng out. Kong Miao nodded. Go, be careful. I think we'll be fine here. Zhao Hai nodded. He did not release Hades and led Mo Sheng away. Seeing that Zhao Hai had left, Su Ning walked to Kong Miao's side in confusion and said, why did Zhao Hai leave? Kong Miao smiled. It's fine. He's gone outside. If those guys from the 100 Treasures world attack us, he'll give them a hard time. When Su Ning heard Kong Miao's words, he could not help but be stunned. Following that, he could not help but frown. However, he quickly relaxed and continued, that's very dangerous. Actually, Su Ning's first thought was not whether Zhao Hai was in danger or not. He was thinking whether Zhao Hai had found an excuse to run away because he was afraid that this place was too dangerous. This was not Su Ning's fault for being suspicious. The truth was that he was old and had experienced all kinds of things. He had seen too much of the sinister nature of the human heart, which was why he had such a thought. However, on second thought, Su Ning denied this thought. He was well aware of Zhao Hai's strength. The last time he fought with the people from the treasure world, he did not back down even when he was up against 3 handsome green imperial chariots. Although there were many people from the treasure world this time, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to back down without a fight. It was precisely because he had understood this that Su Ning dispelled his suspicions and started to worry about Zhao Hai's safety. In fact, Su Ning was really worried about Zhao Hai. The great cultivation world wasn't very strong right now. In addition, the Sioux people had killed a lot of new people in the previous period. These people were the new geniuses of the great cultivation world. In the future, the great cultivation world would rely on them. Now that these people were dead, the great cultivation world was really in a state of shortage. With Zhao Hai's age and strength, he could easily become the representative of the younger generation in the cultivation world. That was why Su Ning was so concerned about Zhao Hai. Kong Miao shook her head. I'm fine, don't worry. Little Hai knows what he's doing. You don't have to worry. At this moment, Hai Shui and Mo Sheng had already left the cultivation world's old camp. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Zhao Hai found a place with no one around and brought Mo Sheng into the medium. As soon as the two of them entered the space, Laura and the others came up to them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Big Brother Hai, are you really going to attack the back of those people from the Hundred Treasures world? Let's talk inside. Where's Meg? Zhao Hai said with a smile. Seeing that Meg had not come out, Zhao Hai asked Laura in confusion. Laura smiled and said, Meg went to prepare food for Masheng. Brother Hai, don't let Masheng go out if he can't. Why is he running around with you? It's more convenient to stay in the space. If he wants to eat something, let Meg get it for him. Forget it, Zhao Hai laughed. He won't do it if we keep letting him stay in the origin space. Before Laura could speak, Masheng said in a muffled voice, I want to follow Big Brother. The people from the Hundred Treasures world all had the flowing silver needle on them. The merging ability of the flowing silver needle was so strong that it became like a thin thread on their bodies, so they didn't care. When Lola saw Zhao Hai paying attention to the people from the world of 100 treasures, she asked in confusion, Little Hai, you're not thinking of running out and stopping them right now, are you? Zhao Hai shook his head. I'm not crazy yet. I can't kill these people alone. I'll have to use the undead creatures. But once I use the undead creatures and let 2 of them escape, my secret will be exposed. That's why I can't deal with them. I have to deal with these people. Zhao Hai turned the screen around. Laura took a look at the screen and found it was showing the location of Octopus Island. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, she immediately understood his intention. Zhao Hai wanted to deal with those people of Treasure's world on Octopus Island. Although the protective formation of Octopus Island was activated, it was just a decoration for Zhao Hai. He could go in whenever he wanted. The formation couldn't stop him at all. There weren't many people from the world of 100 treasures left there, so Zhao Hai was confident that he could kill them all. Not only could he attack the people from the world of 100 treasures, but he also didn't have to worry about being exposed. When Laura saw the image of the Octopus Island, she understood what Zhao Hai meant. She nodded and said, So you want to deal with the people from the 100 treasures world on the Octopus Island? That's possible. There are only 300 people there. There are already many Duji stage undead creatures in the realm, and there are 2 soul-splitting stage undead creatures. They won't be able to escape if they go to deal with those 300 people. In this way, there will be more powerful undead creatures in the realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, I've realized that the more powerful this person is, the more power of faith he can give me. The power of faith he can provide me is almost equivalent to 10,000 undead creatures. Compared to the people in the realm, the power of faith provided by 20,000 people is not as much as the power of faith provided by a single undead creature. I feel that this power of faith is very useful to me, so we should collect more. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lola was stunned for a moment. Then she said with a happy face, There's such a good thing. That's great. In this case, the undead creatures we've collected in the realm will provide you with a lot of power of faith. When are we going to the Octopus Island? Hearing Laura's words, number 1 Zhao couldn't help but smile. He knew that Laura wanted him to become stronger as soon as possible so that they wouldn't have to worry about him. He smiled and said, We'll be there soon. We'll be there when the 100 Treasures world and the Cultivation world fight. Tang Jai looked at the cultivators from all realms who were fleeing in all directions, and a smile appeared on his face. If ordinary cultivators saw such a large group of flying spiritual artifacts, they would definitely turn and run. However, Tang Jai was very clear that there must be people from the cultivation world among those cultivators. However, he did not care. This time, he was going to deal with the cultivation world in an open and above-board manner. As long as the cultivation world did not leave the Myriad Realm battlefield, they would not be able to escape. Just like what people said, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues were useless. Now Tang Jai felt that he was a man with absolute power. No matter what tricks the cultivation world was playing, if he went straight to the root, the cultivation world would have no choice but to stay there and let him beat them. Any realm would have their own base in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Some small realms might only have one base, while some large realms might have hundreds or even thousands of bases. These bases were for the cultivators of their own realm to rest, and also to divide their territory. Therefore, usually, no realm would give up on such a base. If they gave up their own base, they would become a wild ghost without roots. It should be known that other than those bases, the other places in the Myriad Realm battlefield were all battlefields. Moreover, the base even had a teleportation array that could return to their own realm. No realm would give up on it. At this time, Tang Wen walked to Tang Jai's side and said to him, Senior brother, let everyone get ready. We'll reach the old camp in the cultivation world in about 20 minutes. Tang Jai nodded and took out a messenger jade sword. He sent the message to all the ships and asked them to start preparing. At the same time, he looked nervous. One of Tang Jai's biggest targets was Zhao Hai. Tang Jai knew very well that the previous group of people must not have been able to withstand the attack of Zhao Hai's great spiritual artifact. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated so quickly. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the Sioux tribe would have won in the battle against the cultivation world. They had calculated many times before choosing the Sioux tribe to fight against the cultivation world. Based on their calculations, the Sioux tribe was slightly stronger than the cultivation world. It was because of Zhao Hai's appearance that the Sioux had failed. It was also because of this that they had no choice but to send people over. After they sent people over, they disappeared. It could be said that this was all because of Zhao Hai. It was for these reasons that Tang Jai had set Zhao Hai as his ultimate target. He would only be satisfied after he killed Zhao Hai. In his eyes, killing Zhao Hai was the same as avenging his clansmen. As soon as he saw these people, Tang Jai couldn't help but snort coldly. Suddenly, Tang Jai's expression changed, and his eyes stared in one direction. In that direction, there were a few tall people standing. They were wearing iron armor and iron hoops on their heads. From their attire, it was easy to distinguish that these people were from the Great Spirit World. The people of the Giant Spirit World were easy to recognize in the Myriad Realm battlefield, much easier to recognize than the people of the Hundred Treasures World. The people of the Giant Spirit World were generally tall and wore iron armor, which had almost become a symbol of their existence. At this moment, Tang Wen also noticed the people from the Giant Spirit clan. He was not as composed as Tang Jai. When he saw the people from the Giant Spirit clan, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Giant Spirit clan. It seems like they already know about this. However, there aren't many of them, only a few dozen. It seems like they're here to investigate." It seems like the people from the cultivation world have already told the Giant Spirit clan. Tang Jai nodded and said with a cold glint in his eyes, "Good, it's even better that we've told them. This way, we'll take care of these Giant Spirit race people first and also give them a heads up." After saying that, Tang Jai waved his hand and all the flying shuttles were collected. The 2,700 people gathered together. Inside the light barrier, the people from the cultivation world and the Sioux people had also gathered together, but they were divided into two teams. Although the people from the two worlds were now in a cooperative relationship, the Sioux people and the people from the cultivation world had many different ways of fighting. Because of this, they could only fight separately. The members of the Giant Spirit clan did not participate. In fact, the people of the cultivation world did not need to gather. If Tang Jai and the others wanted to attack the people of the cultivation world, they had to first break the mountain protecting array. It was not just a light shield that was only used for defense. If it was only used for defense, it would not be worthy of being called a mountain protecting array. A mountain protecting array had offensive power. The Great Mountain Shielding Formation of the cultivation world was not a simple thing. He had spent nearly 100 years in the cultivation world to build it. Most importantly, this Great Mountain Shielding Formation had to be personally presided over by an immortal stage master. Although the longevity experts couldn't personally deal with these guys, they could preside over the mountain protecting formation. No one could find an excuse to do so. How could a mountain protecting formation, controlled by an expert in the longevity stage, be a simple thing? Obviously not. So if these people from the Hundred Treasures world wanted to break the mountain protecting formation of the cultivation world, they had to show some real skills. Tang Jai was also very clear about this, but he wasn't very worried. They had come out this time to deal with the Sioux people and the great cultivation world. No matter which race they were from, they had their own mountain protecting array. If they didn't bring something to break the array, they would fail and attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Tang Jai waved his hand and the team slowly retreated a distance. Then Tang Jai patted one of his storage bags and a huge needle-shaped magic weapon appeared in front of him. This huge needle-shaped magic tool was very strange. It was not straight like ordinary needles. Instead, it was curved like a snake. The entire magic tool was about 30 meters long, and its thickest diameter was about 5 meters. It slowly became thinner from the tail to the top. Upon seeing this magic tool, Kong Miao's expression could not help but change, and she said in a deep voice, "Formation-breaking snake needle." Su Ning, who was standing beside him, nodded his head and said, "That's right, formation-breaking snake needle. I didn't expect that someone from the Hundred Treasures world could make a formation-breaking snake needle. It seems that we're in trouble today." The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was a very famous celestial device in the Myriad Realm battlefield. This celestial device was best at breaking all kinds of magic formations, and the reason why this formation-breaking spirit snake needle could break all kinds of celestial devices was because of its refining materials. There were nearly 1,000 kinds of refining materials for the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, among which there were more than 300 kinds of spirit-breaking and spirit-terminating materials. It was precisely because of these spirit-breaking and spirit-terminating materials that this formation-breaking spirit snake needle could break all kinds of formations. The second reason was the appearance. This formation-breaking spirit snake needle looked like a spirit snake, but it was actually because the needle was very soft. Under the command of a person, it could really advance like a spirit snake. In addition, there were some special wave-shaped designs on the surface of the needle, which allowed the needle to move forward like a spirit snake in an ordinary energy shield. This naturally made it much more convenient to break the array. The third reason was that this needle had the ability to gather spiritual energy. The so-called spiritual energy gathering ability was actually very simple. It was to gather all the spiritual energy and use it together. In other words, this formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was a magic weapon used by many people. It could gather the spiritual energy of many people into its own body, forming a strong and unified spiritual energy, and then break the formation. In other words, the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle could concentrate the spiritual chi of 2,700 cultivators from the 100 Treasures world into one point and break the mountain-protecting formation of the cultivation world. The protective formation of the cultivation world was very powerful, but it was like a huge shield that blocked attacks from all directions. The formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was like a sharp arrow that aimed at a single point. It was precisely because the formation-breaking spirit snake needle had these characteristics that in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle had always been known as the nemesis of magic formations. However, there were only a few realms that had the ability to make the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. This time, Tang Jai and the others actually brought a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It could be seen how much importance the 100 Treasures world attached to this operation. Although the mountain-protecting formation of the cultivation world was personally controlled by a powerhouse in the longevity stage, it was still impossible for one longevity stage powerhouse to block the full force attack of more than 2,000 crossing calamity stage powerhouses. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in the soul-splitting stage among them. This time, it was enough to break the mountain-protecting formation of the cultivation world. Kang Miao snorted coldly and said, "So what if they can break the formation? Anyway, we're already prepared inside. Tell everyone to get ready to face the enemy." Naturally, there were monks who passed down Kang Miao's orders. The faces of the members of the giant spirit clan were also very ugly. Before they came to the old camp in the cultivation world, they did not believe the report from the cultivation world. They did not think that the people from the 100 Treasures world would be bored enough to attack a middle world, so they had only sent 50 people this time. On the other hand, B.A. Yandong believed that the people of the cultivation world would not lie, because this matter was too important. All the high-level people in the Myriad Realm battlefield knew that the giant spirit clan and the 100 Treasures world were not on good terms. If the cultivation world used this matter to lie, the giant spirit clan would not let them go. The cultivation world would not tell such a lie either, as it would not benefit them at all. Although B.A. Yandong believed it, it did not mean that the others believed it too. Many of the giant spirit clan members who followed B.A. Yandong did not believe it, but now they had to believe it. Although the people of the 100 Treasures world didn't have any obvious symbols on their bodies, as the enemies of the 100 Treasures world, the giant spirit clan people could recognize them at a glance. It was said that the one who understood you the most was your enemy. This saying was true. You might not notice your own flaws and habits, but your enemy would notice them. They would understand your first flaw in every small habit and turn them into weapons against you. This was the case for the giant spirit clan and the world of 100 Treasures. From the beginning of their cultivation, the giant spirit clan would treat the people of the world of 100 Treasures as their imaginary enemies. In addition to the normal trials, they would spend more time understanding the people of the world of 100 Treasures and come up with all kinds of ways to deal with them. In fact, the people of the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit clan were the same. They would try their best to understand the people of the giant spirit world and treat them as their enemies. The hatred between the giant spirit race and the 100 Treasures world was so deep that it had seeped into their souls. Thus, it was not strange that they could recognize each other at a glance. Following Kang Miao's words, the people from the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe began to make their preparations. They had already made some preparations, so it was not difficult for them to prepare now. The giant spirit clan members also began to make their preparations. No giant spirit clan member would back down when they saw the people from the 100 Treasures world. This was the clan rule of the giant spirit clan. After taking out the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, Tang Jai said in a deep voice, "Assemble." As he spoke, a burst of spiritual chi of various colors flew out of the array and gathered on the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. After absorbing the spiritual chi, the whole needle turned golden and emitted a burst of golden light. Then, the needle body twisted like a spiritual snake. When the whole formation-breaking spiritual snake needle became golden and shiny, Tang Jai shouted, "Go!" Like a sharp arrow, the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle shot toward the shield of the cultivation world at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The formation-breaking spirit snake needle hit the shield of the cultivation world. The shield changed several colors in a row, but then shattered like glass. The moment the protective shield was broken, Tang Jai and the others quickly retracted their formation-breaking spiritual snake needles. At the same time, the large group charged forward, straight for the old camp in the cultivation world. At this time, the people of the cultivation world also started to move. They did not gather together to fight the enemy. Instead, they split into several small teams and retreated up the mountain. This did not mean that they had given up on resisting. On the contrary, they had already begun to resist. Although there were no formation-breaking snake needles in the cultivation world, they still had some understanding of this famous magic weapon. The attack power of this formation-breaking snake needle was needless to say. It was specially used to break the mountain's protective array, so how could its attack power be low? However, such a great formation also had a weakness, which was that it consumed too much energy. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to make the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle alone. Therefore, these people from the Hundred Treasures world only used it once and put it away. In the great cultivation world, they had long been prepared to fight with the people of the Hundred Treasures world in the old camp. Therefore, in addition to the mountain protecting formation, the old camp was also arranged with various magic formations of various sizes. These magic formations were naturally not comparable to the mountain protecting formation, but their attack power could not be underestimated. At least, if a powerhouse at the crossing calamity stage was trapped in the formation, it would not be easy to escape. When Tang Jai and the others started to attack the old camp in the cultivation world, Zhao Hai was already prepared to deal with the people from the world of 100 treasures on Octopus Island. However, when he saw the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, he stopped. To be honest, he really wanted to get his hands on it. Originally, when Tang Jai and the others directed the formation-breaking spirit snake to attack the old camp of the cultivation world, it was the best time for him to collect the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. At that time, the flying needle commanded by Tang Jai and the others was very fast. With high speed, the inertia was great. Although the attack power was very strong, it took a lot of strength to stop the flying needle. At that time, if Zhao Hai had suddenly opened a spatial crack in front of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, the needle would have plunged into the space. Then the needle would have been his. However, after some thought, Zhao Hai gave up on it. It was too risky. Not only would the people in the Myriad Realm battlefield know that he knew spatial magic, but there was also the possibility that the space itself would be exposed. In order to minimize the risk, Zhao Hai decided not to use this method to retrieve the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. After taking a look at the situation at the old camp, Zhao Hai decided to follow his original plan. He would first deal with the people from the world of 100 treasures on Octopus Island. The cultivation world had been preparing for a long time, so they should be able to hold out for a while. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and the others. I'm going to the Octopus Island. This time I'm going to let those Duji stage and soul-splitting stage undead creatures participate in the battle, but you guys will still be in charge. Don't let anyone escape, especially that explorer. Laura and the others nodded their heads. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. This time we are acting alone. We must do a good job. After we take care of the guys on Octopus Island, we will turn around and help them. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared. When Zhao Hai reappeared, he was already on Octopus Island. There were not many people from the treasure world left on Octopus Island. In addition, Zhao Hai had appeared without a trace, so the people of the treasure world on Octopus Island had not discovered him at the beginning. However, these people from the world of 100 treasures had received military training. Very quickly, someone on patrol discovered Zhao Hai and immediately sounded the alarm. The people from the world of 100 treasures who had stayed behind to guard Octopus Island immediately gathered. Zhao Hai didn't move. He calmly looked at the gathered people from the 100 treasures world. These people weren't very strong. They were all at the crossing calamity stage. Obviously, Tang Jai didn't think that they would be attacked here, so he didn't leave any soul-splitting stage experts behind. In this way, Zhao Hai was even less afraid. The people from the 100 treasures world quickly surrounded Zhao Hai, and one of them looked at Zhao Hai with an unfriendly expression. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Zhao Hai from the cultivation world. Greetings to all the experts from the treasure world. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people from the 100 treasures world were stunned, and then their expressions changed. Of course, they knew Zhao Hai's name. In fact, there were not many people in the Myriad Realm battlefield who didn't know his name. For a nascent soul stage cultivator to be able to control two great magical artifacts, it would be difficult for him to not be famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were quite a few great magical artifacts in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Many large realms had great magical artifacts like the 8-junking Imperial Chariot. However, those great magical artifacts were almost the same as the 8-junking Imperial Chariot. Those great magical artifacts required several people to drive them. There was almost no one like Zhao Hai, who could control two great magical artifacts by himself. In addition to this reason, he knew from the treasure world that Zhao Hai was not the one who destroyed their plan. Even the death of the previous group of people had a direct relationship with Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai say his real name, the faces of the people from the Hundred Treasures world changed. The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, good. I didn't expect you to have the guts to appear here. What, do you think you have the strength to deal with 300 of us?" Zhao Hai glanced at the man from the treasure world and smiled. "Of course, I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can deal with you all by myself, but it'll be more or less the same with them." Zhao Hai pointed behind the people from the Hundred Treasures world. They didn't turn around, but their expressions changed. These people were also experts. They could feel what was happening behind them without even turning their heads. There was indeed something wrong behind them. More than 2,000 experts appeared behind them. These experts were all at the crossing calamity stage, and some of them were even at the soul-splitting stage. Most importantly, these experts were all undead creatures. Finally, the leader couldn't help but turn around. He had no choice but to do so because he saw a familiar face among the undead creatures. Among the undead creatures that Zhao Hai released, 1,000 of them were from the Hundred Treasures world, the rest were from the Sioux tribe, and a few of them were from the Myriad world battlefield. They wanted to rob the Duji stage experts that Zhao Hai had set up. This time, Zhao Hai released all of them to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Soon, the people of the Hundred Treasures world confirmed that the undead creatures standing behind them were indeed at the Duji stage and the soul-splitting stage. However, this was also the reason why they were stunned. They couldn't understand how these people could still maintain such strength after turning into undead creatures. Could it be that he was just pretending? Was he bluffing? Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Hundred Treasures world and smiled. "I won't hide it from you. I, Zhao Hai, am a black magician. Making undead creatures is my strength. The undead creatures I make have a special feature, which is that they can retain their original strength. It is because of this feature that I have never dared to use these undead creatures. If others knew about it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live. Today, I let these undead creatures out. You should know what I mean, right? The people from the Hundred Treasures world weren't stupid. They knew what Zhao Hai was trying to do. At this moment, they suddenly heard a few sounds of fighting. The people from the Hundred Treasures world scanned the area with their spiritual power and found that the place where the fighting was happening was where Xia Beichuan lived. In a short while, Xia Beichuan was captured and brought out. It was a few undead creatures who restrained Xia Beichuan. Now Xia Beichuan was tied up like a rice dumpling and was taken outside. Zhao Hai and Xia Beichuan were still separated by the people from the treasure world, so they couldn't bring him to Zhao Hai. Leader from the Hundred Treasures world didn't care about this. He just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You dare to touch the people from the Scout clan. Aren't you afraid that the clan scouts will find you? You must know that in the Myriad realm battlefield, many realms owe the visiting clan favors. Zhao Hai, you're seeking your own death. Seeking your own death." Zhao Hai smiled. Everyone, don't think too highly of the Tan clan. Do you really think that Octopus Island is a battlefield for us and your clansmen? I'll tell you the truth, this place was set up by me later on. How is it, did the Tan clan people find out? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the expressions of the person from the Hundred Treasures world and Xia Beichuan changed. They knew very well what Zhao Hai meant. He was telling them that everything they saw was fake. It was just a trap. At the thought of this, the man from the Hundred Treasures world couldn't help but panic. He was very clear that if everything they had seen and known before was fake, they were likely to have fallen into someone else's trap. Zhao Hai looked at the man from the Hundred Treasures world and smiled. "Everyone, I've said enough trash talk. This one won't be polite." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared in a flash. The people from the treasure world wanted to rush forward and control Zhao Hai, but they couldn't find him in the blink of an eye. At this time, the undead creatures outside pounced on them. The battle had begun. The undead creatures had the advantage in numbers and strength, so they naturally wouldn't give the people of the Hundred Treasures world any chance. In addition, many of the undead creatures were from the Hundred Treasures world, so they knew their attacking methods very well. Thus, they naturally had the upper hand when facing the people of the Hundred Treasures world. It didn't take long for the battle to end. The leader of the group from the Hundred Treasures world wanted to run, but it was impossible for him to do so. He had just let go of the soaring cloud shuttle and rushed out of the encirclement when he was hit by an 8 handsome green imperial chariot. He was immediately captured. However, Zhao Hai didn't take any prisoners this time. Everyone in the Hundred Treasures world was executed, including Xia Beichuan. Zhao Hai didn't even spare his life and turned him into an undead creature. Don't blame Zhao Hai for being ruthless. In the Myriad realm battlefield, there was almost no such thing as surrendering. These people were all experts at the crossing calamity stage. Even the weakest Xia Beichuan was an expert at the nascent soul stage. It was impossible for you to subdue such people. Even if you set up some kind of restriction on them, it would be useless. As long as you let them out, they would run back to their own clans and let the longevity stage experts in their clans break the restriction. Then they would be free. Therefore, it was better to have an undead creature than a living human captive. At the very least, the undead creature would be completely loyal to you. After dealing with this place, Zhao Hai immediately began to set up again. All traces of battle were wiped away, making it seem as if there had never been a battle. Even the protective formation on Octopus Island was still active. Then he flashed back into the space. Once in the origin space, Zhao Hai entered the mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, his eyes turned to the screen and he said, "How is it?" By "how's it going," Zhao Hai was naturally asking about the battle at the old camp in the cultivation world. Lola shook her head and said, "It's not good. If those longevity stage seniors don't take action, I'm afraid the losses will not be small." Now the people from the Hundred Treasures world have the upper hand. Although they have some arrangements before, there are several formation-breaking experts in the Hundred Treasures world. They are not too scattered. They are divided into 5 teams of 500 people. This way their attack power will become very strong. Moreover, these people are now focusing on breaking the formation. They also understand that as long as they can break all the formations, they will be able to break it. Master Kong Miao has also noticed this, and he's also organizing people to gather the team. It looks like they're ready to fight those guys from the world of 100 Treasures head-on. Why haven't the giant spirit race's reinforcements arrived yet? Zhao Hai frowned. What were these fellows from the giant spirit race thinking? Do they really want to ignore the matters of the cultivation world? Zhao Hai could not be blamed for being so angry. It had been a few hours since B.A. Yandong had returned to the giant spirit tribe. The situation in the cultivation world was almost certain. However, the giant spirit tribe had not sent any reinforcements after such a long time. Something was not right. Lola shook her head and said, "I think the people of the giant spirit clan don't really believe this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only sent so few people. However, I think that B.A. Yandong seems to believe it very much. As long as B.A. Yandong believes it, the reinforcements of the giant spirit clan will arrive soon. By the time they arrive, there won't be many people left in the cultivation world." Zhao Hai snorted. Lola sighed and said, "This can't be helped. However, it shouldn't be that bad. Just now I saw a giant spirit clan member leave through the teleportation array, but the other giant spirit clan members stayed. I think they left to ask for reinforcements." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good too. It's my turn now. No matter what, we can't let the great cultivation world suffer too much damage. That doesn't go according to our plan." However, even though Zhao Hai said he was going to fight, he didn't move. Instead, he looked at the 5 teams from the treasure world on the screen and said to Li Jai in a deep voice, "Lies, which team do you think I should attack first?" Without thinking, she pointed at a group of people from the world of 100 Treasures and said, "This team." Ru immediately understood why Zhao Hai had asked him to attack that team. It was because that team of people from the world of 100 Treasures was still active on the mountain of the old camp in the cultivation world. The other teams had already gone into the mines. Although the mines in the cultivation world camp varied in size, Zhao Hai's big celestial device could not spread out there. However, it was different for the team outside. Zhao Hai could use his big celestial device to attack this team of people from the world of 100 Treasures. He unleashed the powerful impact of his great magic tool. "All right, here it is," Zhao Hai nodded. With that, his body flickered and he left the space, reappearing outside the old camp of the cultivation world. From afar, he could already see the group of people from the 100 Treasures world. They were being held back by some Sioux people. These Sioux people were fighting on their own, and Kong Miao didn't command them. However, they were also putting in a lot of effort this time because they knew very well that since they had already arrived here, the people from the 100 Treasures world would not let them go. It was better to take a risk. The Sioux clan had the nature of bandits. They would do anything for a chance of survival, including surrendering to their enemies. However, if they found out that their last chance of survival was gone, they would only have 2 fates. Either they wait for death or be killed. At that time, the fierce blood of bandits in their bodies would be stimulated. No matter who the enemy was, they would fight with all their might. The Sioux people were in this situation. In their opinion, they had no way to survive anyway, so they would fight to the death. This made the Sioux people's attacks more ferocious. In addition, they could use more magic artifacts than ordinary cultivators, so they were evenly matched with the group of people from the 100 Treasures world. At this moment, both sides felt something. The Sioux clan people looked behind the people of the 100 Treasures world, and the spiritual power of the 100 Treasures world also swept behind them. The faces of the people from the 100 Treasures world changed when they saw a huge silver-white ship-shaped Dharma artifact rushing toward them. What frightened them was that there were 3 handsome green imperial carriages beside the ship. The 4 great magic tools were rushing towards them aggressively, bringing a visual shock that directly affected their minds. The battle-hardened people of the 100 Treasures world were dazed for a moment. However, they weren't people who had experienced big scenes. They were just dazed for a moment, but immediately reacted. One of the people from the 100 Treasures world shouted, "The last 3 teams, turn around and face the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 squads behind him turned around and faced Zhao Hai. At the same time, the 3 squads immediately released their spiritual artifacts. However, this time they didn't use their usual spiritual artifacts. Instead, they used 3 soaring cloud shuttles. Not only could the soaring cloud shuttle be used for traveling, but it could also be used for combat. However, the main use of the soaring cloud shuttle was for traveling. In addition, the size of the soaring cloud shuttle was considered small among the large magic tools. Therefore, the soaring cloud shuttle was rarely used for combat. However, now that 4 powerful magical weapons were charging towards them, they really couldn't think of anything else other than the Ling Yun shuttle. The impact of these 4 powerful magical weapons couldn't be underestimated. The most troublesome thing about these large magic tools was that they were too large. If you used a small magic tool to deal with them, even if you could penetrate them, the large magic tool would not stop. Large magic tools had too many original magic formations, so it was not a big deal to break a few parts. The magic weapons used by the people of the 100 Treasures world were much smaller than normal magic weapons. In this case, it was almost impossible for them to use their small magic weapons to block the 4 big magic weapons. Therefore, they had no choice but to use the Lingyun flying shuttle. Although the soaring cloud shuttle wasn't designed for combat, it still had a certain amount of combat power. In addition, the size of the soaring cloud shuttle was much larger than the magic tools they used. They were also stronger than Zhao Hai. In their opinion, no matter how strong Zhao Hai was, he was still one person. However, they could have more than 10 people to control the 3 soaring cloud shuttles. In this way, they had the advantage in numbers. They might really be able to stop Zhao Hai. However, they had forgotten one thing. When they were watching Xia Beichuan restore the scene on Octopus Island, they saw Zhao Hai driving the Hades and charging at 3 handsome green imperial chariots. The 3 handsome green imperial chariots were all driven by 10 people. Zhao Hai was able to fight against 30 people and not fall behind. How could he be defeated by 15 people? Was that even possible? However, it was normal for them to not think of this in such a short time. Very quickly, Zhao Hai's Hades and the 3 handsome imperial carriages had already collided with the 3 soaring cloud-flying shuttles. Boom, 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 creak, creak, creak. With 3 loud crashing sounds, followed by a series of teeth-numbing creaking sounds, the 3 soaring cloud shuttles were like 3 QQs that had been turned around by a tank. They fell apart in an instant and were scrapped. The people from the 100 Treasures world on the ship also spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. That was how they didn't die. After destroying the 3 soaring cloud shuttles, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He rushed straight into the formation of the Treasure World. The people of the Treasure World finally showed a trace of panic. Almost at the same time, they all released their magic weapons and shot at the 3 handsome green imperial carriages of Hades. However, they had underestimated the toughness of liquid silver. It was as soft as water and as hard as diamond. The celestial devices used by the people of Treasure World couldn't break the Hades and the 3 handsome green imperial carriages. However, because they had released too many celestial devices, they also had strength. Although they couldn't break the Hades and the 8 handsome green imperial carriages, they slowed them down and lost their impact. Seeing this, the people from the 100 Treasures world were overjoyed. They knew very well that this big celestial device won in its impact. Once the impact disappeared, the weakness of the big celestial device's lack of flexibility would be exposed. Now that Zhao Hai's big celestial device was slow and lost its impact, it was flexible and full of water. For them, this was their chance. Maybe they could rush up and grab these big celestial devices. Zhao Hai and the others were also making hand seals on Hades in a panic. It was obvious that he wanted to charge forward. The people from the 100 Treasures world couldn't help but shout when they saw this. They rushed toward Zhao Hai. However, they did not see the cunning look in Zhao Hai's eyes when they pounced on him. As soon as they pounced on him, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the 3 handsome green imperial taxis disappeared. The Hades under his feet instantly turned into a huge lotus. The petals of the lotus were huge, and they protected Zhao Hai well. At the same time, there was a small bell on the corner of each petal. The bell was a sound wave attack. At the same time, countless flying swords appeared beside the lotus, rushing towards the people from the world of 100 Treasures. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 3 handsome green imperial carriages appeared behind the people from the 100 Treasures world who were fighting with the Sioux people. They rushed over directly. Zhao Hai's move was completely out of the 100 Treasures world's expectations. In their eyes, Zhao Hai had been trapped and was just waiting for them to kill him. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have so many tricks up his sleeve. He had stalled them here and then used his great ritual implements to attack the Sioux people's rear. Now they were attacked from all sides. Seeing this, the people from the 100 Treasures world started to panic. Some of them wanted to save their companions, while others wanted to take Zhao Hai down. In their opinion, everything would be solved as long as they could take Zhao Hai down. At this moment, Zhao Hai made another move. 12 metal beasts appeared beside him. As soon as they appeared, they immediately pounced on the people from the Treasure World who were surrounding him. These metal beasts were much more agile than the Hades and the 8 junking imperial chariot. they also had extraordinary attack power. With the addition of the flying swords, the people from the treasure world suddenly found that they had no chance to get close to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't arrogantly think that he could kill all the people from the Hundred Treasures world without the help of those Duji stage undead creatures. He couldn't do that because their attacks were so powerful that it was almost impossible for him to kill them all. All he had to do was to hold them back and let the 8 handsome green Imperial chariot mess up the formation of the other group of people from the Hundred Treasures world. Then, with the attack of the Sioux tribe, they would win. Zhao Hai's thoughts were completely correct. After he had sent out his flying sword and metal beast, he had already stalled the people from the Hundred Treasures world who were confronting him. However, the 3 8 handsome green Imperial carriages did not stop and rushed straight towards the people from the Hundred Treasures world who were fighting with the Sioux people. The people from the Hundred Treasures world had not expected Zhao Hai to do this. They had always thought that the group of people could hold Zhao Hai back, so they were almost defenseless behind the 3 8 handsome green Imperial carriages. Their formation was immediately thrown into chaos. The Sioux people had noticed the situation a long time ago. When Zhao Hai arrived with his magic artifact, they had strengthened their attacks. Now that the formation of the Hundred Treasures world was in chaos, they would not let this opportunity go. They immediately rushed forward and strengthened their attacks. With the increase in their attack power, the people from the Hundred Treasures world couldn't hold on any longer. Their formation had been messed up, and they couldn't form an effective resistance. In addition, the Sioux people had the advantage in numbers, so the formation was still there. It was impossible for the people from the Hundred Treasures world to stop the Sioux people's attack. However, although the formation of the Hundred Treasures world's people had been disrupted, they were not in a mess. Everyone was slowly approaching Zhao Hai. It seemed that they wanted to meet up with the people who were fighting with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't the only one who noticed this. The other Sioux tribe people also noticed this. Someone in the Sioux tribe army gave the order, and all the Sioux tribe people increased their attack speed. They didn't want these people to meet up with the people around Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai noticed this. He moved his body and put away the lotus flower and the 8 handsome green Imperial armor. Then the flying swords he released gradually became smaller. In the end, the flying swords turned into flying needles. Although the flying swords had turned into flying needles, the impact of the flying needles was not weak. Coupled with the large number of flying swords, they were more difficult to deal with than before. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered that he could now set up a larger starry myriad transformation sword array. The number of flying swords was much greater than the flying swords. Moreover, he had previously controlled the flying needle to probe the swords, so it was very easy for him to control the flying needle. The people from the Hundred Treasures world found that they had kicked an iron plate this time. They were famous for using small magic weapons. In their hands, the attack power of small magic weapons was very strong, and it was impossible to guard against. However, not many people in the Hundred Treasures world used flying needles as magic weapons. There were several reasons for this. First, the flying needles were too small, so it was very difficult to record magic weapons on them. The second reason was that the size of the flying needle was too small, so the destructive power it caused was not as great as other magic tools. In order to increase the lethality of the flying sword, he had to increase the number of flying needles. Once the number of flying needles increased, he would need more mental strength to control them. An ordinary person's mental strength could not control too many flying needles. The third reason was that the size of the flying needle was too small. It was also very thin, so the strength of the flying needle was a problem. To make a very tough flying needle, the best materials were needed, and even a big world like Hundred Treasures world did not have many of those materials. It was for these reasons that flying needles had never become the mainstream weapon in the world of 100 Treasures. Although some people in the world also used flying needles as a weapon, the number was very small. Moreover, those people did not use flying needles as their main weapon, but used them as a weapon for sneak attacks. However, Zhao Hai's flying needles were different. These flying needles were all equipped with a large number of magical formations, making them extremely lethal. Coupled with the fact that they were made of liquid silver, they were naturally very tough. Moreover, these needles could be soft or hard. They were as soft as silk, but as hard as steel. It was almost impossible to break the flying needles. Because of Zhao Hai's change in formation, the people from the Hundred Treasures world couldn't help but panic. A few people were hit by the flying needles one after another and lost their ability to fight. Then they were swarmed by the flying needles and killed on the spot. Zhao Hai didn't hold back and immediately turned them into undead creatures. However, he didn't let them join the battle. Instead, he kept them in his origin space. The attacks of the Sioux tribe on the Hundred Treasures world's people also increased a lot. For a while, the Hundred Treasures world's people were completely passive, and many of them were killed. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that he had underestimated the tenacity of the people from the Hundred Treasures world. There were more than 500 people in the group, and more than 100 of them had been killed. 1/5 of them had been killed, but they still had no intention of retreating. Instead, they were still resisting. Zhao Hai didn't know that it was very difficult to make a big realm like the Hundred Treasures world give up resistance or run away. The people of these big realms were very proud. It was because of their pride that they thought it was a shame to be defeated by a small realm like the cultivation world. Even if they could escape, they would be too ashamed to face others in the future. It was because of this that they would fight desperately. They would rather die in battle than run away. Since they didn't want to run away, Zhao Hai decided to kill them. He didn't show any mercy this time, but he didn't use any Buddhist techniques. He was afraid that the people of the treasure world would see that he was using the power of faith to attack. Even if Zhao Hai didn't use those Buddhist techniques, his current attack power was still very strong. With the 12 metal beasts and those flying needles, although the people of the treasure's world had gradually gotten used to the attack of Zhao Hai's flying needles and started to organize some resistance, a large-scale resistance had not been formed. Because of the 12 metal beasts, as long as the people of the treasure's world gathered together, the 12 metal beasts would immediately attack them. It was only over when their formation was scattered. The Sioux people didn't stay idle either. They kept attacking the people from the world of 100 treasures. Zhao Hai didn't manage to hold off many people from the world of 100 treasures by himself. There were only about 100 or so people. This was Zhao Hai's limit, and he only managed to do so with the help of the 12 metal beasts. But even so, it was enough for the Sioux people to slow down. There were about 1,000 of them. If 1,000 of them were to fight against 500 people from the 100 treasures world, they would at most be tied, or even be at a disadvantage. However, with Zhao Hai's disturbance, he had taken care of more than 100 people from the 100 treasures world. On top of that, he had also held back more than 100 people from the 100 treasures world. This meant that more than 200 people could not participate in the battle with the Sioux people. The remaining people from the 100 treasures world did not form an advantageous formation. In addition, they were fewer in number than the Sioux people. For a moment, the Sioux people had the upper hand, and they were constantly killing and injuring the strength of the 100 treasures world people. Although Zhao Hai had been fighting with the people from the 100 treasures world, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the others. If those people couldn't resist, he would go and help them. Anyway, with the number of Sioux clan people now, even if he went to help others, they could deal with the people from the 100 treasures world alone. However, after taking a look, he found that it was okay. Although the people of the 100 treasures world were strong, they were not familiar with the terrain here. The old camp of the cultivation world was an abandoned mine with countless mines. After many years of arrangement by the cultivation world, the offensive Dharma artifacts in the mines had been broken, but the Dharma arrays had been installed in the past few days, so it was fine if they were broken. What really gave the people of the 100 treasures world a headache was the spirit-eliminating Dharma array in the mine. This was not the kind of celestial device that could isolate spirit chi, but a Dharma array that could block mental power. He had learned this method from the insect race. The insect race used shellac to stick the soil together, which could block mental power by itself. There weren't that many things like shellac in the cultivation world, so they had carved many spirit-extinguishing arrays on the walls of the mines. These arrays could block out mental power. These magic weapons could not be made in a day or two. The people of the cultivation world had not given up on doing so over the years. Now almost the entire mountain was engraved with this kind of spirit-extinguishing array, which was the biggest headache for the people of the 100 treasures world. Because of the spirit-eliminating formation, the people of the 100 treasures world couldn't use their spiritual power to sense where the people of the cultivation world were, so they could only find them bit by bit. This mine was huge, and there were so many of them that it looked like a beehive. It was extremely difficult to find people from the cultivation world or the Sioux people in these mines. Kong Miao had wanted to gather all these people together and have a final battle with the people from the cultivation world. However, he soon realized that this would not work. The mine was not very big, and the people from the 100 treasures world formed teams of 500 people. Their 500 people in the mine were already a little crowded. If he gathered everyone and fought with the people from the 100 treasures world, they would not be able to display their full strength. If there were too few people going, they would be eaten by the people from the 100 treasures world. If there were too many people going, they would be eaten. Many people simply couldn't do anything, and in the end, they would still be eaten up by the people of the 100 treasures world bit by bit, so the final battle wouldn't work. Decisive battle didn't work, they could only use other methods. After discussing with the Sioux people, Kong Miao changed their fighting style. They were now mainly setting up various offensive arrays in the mine to break the 100 treasures world. It would be best if they could kill a few, but if they couldn't, it would take up some of their time. Kong Miao finally understood. Right now, all he wanted to do was to stall for time. As long as the giant spirit race's reinforcements arrived, he would have nothing to fear. He believed that the giant spirit race's reinforcements would come, because the ones attacking were from the 100 treasures world. They might not have come before because they didn't believe it, but now that some of the giant spirit races people had gone back to ask for help, they would definitely come. It had to be said that Kong Miao's method was really effective. Right now, the people of the Hundred Treasures world couldn't even see the shadow of the people from the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux people. They could only break the formation from below. Kong Miao had also thought of another method. When they were setting up the formation, they would set up some small sensing formation inside. As long as the formation was broken, the sensing formation would send the information back to the person who set it up. This way, Kong Miao and the others would be able to grasp the whereabouts of those people from the Hundred Treasures world. In this way, Kong Miao could be considered a genius to be able to grasp the whereabouts of those people from the Hundred Treasures world. However, not only did he grasp the whereabouts of those people, but he also made use of the advantage of being familiar with the terrain and began to set up a formation behind those people. This resulted in the formation being broken by those people from the Hundred Treasures world in front while they set up the formation behind them. Even if the formation was set up quickly, the formation was broken quickly. This was a very shameless tactic. To be more precise, this tactic wasn't thought of by Kong Miao, but by the Sioux people. Kong Miao was a little arrogant and didn't want to use this method, but after careful consideration, he realized that this was the most suitable method for them at the moment. Kong Miao wasn't a pedantic person. In the end, he agreed to use this method. Then they began to send some people to lure the people of the Hundred Treasures world, making them circle around in a certain area. This way, they wouldn't be able to threaten them and could even delay time. When Zhao Hai saw that Kong Miao and the others were actually using this method to hold back the people from the Hundred Treasures world, he couldn't help but be even more careful. He focused on fighting with the people from the Hundred Treasures world. However, Zhao Hai was even more dissatisfied with the giant spirit world. It had been a few hours since the attack from the treasure world. The person from the giant spirit world had gone back to ask for help for more than 2 hours, but the reinforcements from the giant spirit world had not appeared yet. This was what Zhao Hai was most dissatisfied about. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how many things the cultivation world sent to the jade spirit world every year, he believed that it wouldn't be any less. They respected the giant spirit world as an upper realm so that the giant spirit world would provide them with some protection. Now, someone was attacking them, and the one attacking them was the giant spirit world's sworn enemy. It was because they wanted to deal with the giant spirit world that they attacked them. They were waiting for them to ask for help from the giant spirit world. It had been a long time since the giant spirit world had sent any reinforcements. This really didn't make sense. However, Zhao Hai had no other choice. He could only follow his plan. First, he and the Sioux people would take care of the 500-odd people from the world of 100 treasures. Then, he would send his army to the mine and take care of the large teams from the world of 100 treasures one by one. There were less than 300 people from the 100 treasures world who were fighting with Zhao Hai and the Sioux people. Half of them were dead. The people from the 100 treasures world were getting tired. They tried to get rid of Zhao Hai and the Sioux people many times, but they failed. How could Zhao Hai let them escape? To him, these people were a part of his strength. As long as he turned them into undead creatures, not only would his combat strength be enhanced, but his power of faith would also be greatly enhanced. This was what Zhao Hai valued the most. Those Sioux people who were fighting with Zhao Hai against the 100 Treasures world were now very excited. They had always been hated by everyone in the Myriad Realm battlefield. None of the big worlds in the upper realm took a fancy to them. Even if they brought good things to them, no one would pay them any attention. This made the Sioux people very resentful of those people in the upper realm. But so what if they had resentment? They were no match for the upper realm at all. The other party just extended a finger and they would die, so they could only endure it. Now they finally had a chance to vent their anger. They used to dream of beating up those people from the upper realm. Now that this dream had come true, they were all excited. Everyone had a kind of mentality of hating the rich. This was called not worrying about poverty, but about inequality. If you had something, you would naturally be angry. No matter where, people would have this kind of mentality, and it was naturally the same here in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Although this was the law of the jungle, those who lived in the Myriad Realm battlefield were, after all, some cultivators, the elites among humans. They were not wild beasts without thoughts. They might respect this law of the jungle, but there was a prerequisite. That was, they did not have the strength to not respect this law. When they had the strength, they naturally had to make their own laws, because people, after all, had thoughts, not just wild beasts that relied on their instincts. It was precisely because people had their own thoughts that this kind of hatred for the rich was even more intense, especially for people like the Sioux clan. They were bandits and were looked down upon in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Previously, the Sioux clan wanted to find a large realm to protect them. However, when the people of the large realm saw the Sioux clan, they did not even accept their gifts and directly drove them away. They could not send out any gifts even if they wanted to. This was called carrying a pig's head and not being able to find the temple's door. To the Sioux people, not being able to give out the gift and not having anyone to protect them was not a big deal. The most important thing was that they were being looked down upon and their dignity was hurt. This was what the Sioux people were most concerned about. However, the Sioux clan's bandit nature allowed them to live well. What was a bandit? Those who only wanted to take advantage of others and not suffer losses were not necessarily true men. They were like bandits, and they were the group of people who knew how to adapt to the situation. The Sioux people knew that they couldn't afford to offend those people from the big realms, so although they were very angry that they had been humiliated by those people from the big realms, they didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, when they saw those people from the big realms, they would walk around them. It was because the Sioux people were so careful that those people from the big realms didn't touch them. The Sioux people swallowed their anger, but this didn't mean that they didn't want to deal with those people from the large world. On the contrary, they wanted to deal with those people too much. They wanted to deal with those people at all times. It was a pity that they never had the chance. Those large Jai were still powerful, and they could only dream about it and fantasize about it. This time, they had completely fallen out with the 100 Treasures world, and there was no room for negotiation. They would die if they didn't resist, and they would die if they resisted. Why didn't they drag a few down with them? It was because of this that the Sioux people were willing to risk their lives against the 100 Treasures world. Zhao Hai's participation was an accident, because his participation showed the Sioux people the hope of winning against the 100 Treasures world. The people from the 100 Treasures world also realized that they couldn't go on like this. If this continued, they might not be able to survive. Right now, they couldn't organize an effective large-scale counterattack. Once they did, they would be scattered by the metal beasts, and they wouldn't be able to deal with the Sioux people and Zhao Hai. Although it was a little late to realize this, the leader of the Treasure World team immediately made adjustments. His adjustments were also very special, which was to lead the people slowly back into the mine. Obviously, the people of the 100 Treasures world also realized that they had no advantage in fighting Zhao Hai in such a large space. They couldn't do anything when Zhao Hai's big Dharma artifact rushed out. If they retreated into the mine, Zhao Hai would not be able to use his magical weapons. Moreover, it would be easier for them to gather their men in the narrow space. Zhao Hai had also discovered the intentions of the people from the Treasure World. He did not want to completely stop them. If they wanted to go in, then they could. As long as they entered the mine, it would be equivalent to entering a maze. At that time, he would take care of these guys bit by bit. The people of the Sioux clan also realized the intention of the people from the 100 Treasures world. They wanted to stop them, but they were not strong enough. The people from the 100 Treasures world moved very quickly. When the leader moved, the others followed. This allowed them to inadvertently form a unified action, and it was too late for the Sioux clan to stop them. The 100 Treasures world's people quickly went into the mine, but the Sioux people didn't chase after them. They didn't know the situation in the cave very well, and if they went in rashly, it would be the same as seeking death. The Sioux people put away their magic tools and slowly gathered around Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, he immediately understood what they meant. It looked like they were planning to follow his lead. Zhao Hai smiled. "You're welcome. We're allies now. It's only right for us to help each other. Everyone, I think it's time for us to go down and help. What do you think?" When the Sioux clan member heard Zhao Hai's words, he smiled wryly and said, "Sir, it's not that we don't want to help, but you've also seen this situation. We're not familiar with the situation in the mine. If we go in like this, we're afraid that we'll be attacked by those people from the Treasure World, so we want to ask you for your opinion." When the Sioux clan people heard Zhao Hai's words, they didn't object at all. Instead, they were all very happy. Sioux WFA bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "It's all up to you, mister." However, there were also a few caves in the cultivation world that had not been set up with arrays for the convenience of people entering and exiting. These caves were very remote, and ordinary people would not notice them. Only those who were familiar with the terrain of the cultivation world would know. Zhao Hai had entered from one of the entrances, but one shouldn't think that everything would be fine just because they had entered the mine smoothly. There were countless traps in the mine, but these traps were very cleverly designed, leaving a gap for them to walk through. Zhao Hai did not pay attention to these people. After all, he had only been here for a short time. However, even though the old camp was not small, Zhao Hai was able to find out everything after using the needle. After all, Zhao Hai had too many needles. Furthermore, after the battle started, Zhao Hai had been monitoring the situation at the old camp. He knew exactly how Kong Miao and the others entered the mine and how they set up the formation. After leading the Sioux tribe members into the cave, Zhao Hai followed the same path and advanced carefully. The Sioux tribe members followed behind him like a long snake, slowly moving forward. After about half an hour, Zhao Hai and the others finally entered the cave. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. There were traps everywhere in the cave. If he made a mistake, he would trigger the alarm. It would be bad if he caused a misunderstanding. Zhao Hai was also monitoring the people from the 100 Treasures world. The people who had been forced into the mine by Zhao Hai were also very careful. As soon as they entered the mine, they encountered a few aggressive formations. They immediately broke the formations and laid an ambush at the entrance. They thought that Zhao Hai and the others would come in immediately and give them a head-on blow, but Zhao Hai didn't take the bait. Instead, he led the Sioux people away. The people from the Hundred Treasures world saw Zhao Hai leave, but they still didn't dare to go out. They were afraid of Zhao Hai's attacks and were also afraid that he would ambush them. If they could ambush Zhao Hai inside, Zhao Hai could also ambush them outside. If they came out of the mine and triggered Zhao Hai's ambush, they would be finished. In the end, they gritted their teeth and headed into the mine. They would rather break the magical formation in the mine than go out and fight Zhao Hai. It was precisely because he saw that those people had already entered the mine that Zhao Hai led the Sioux clan people into the mine. Their speed was not fast, but they did not trigger any arrays along the way. In terms of speed, they were much faster than the people from the Hundred Treasures world. After more than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others finally found the people next to Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others had used a relatively large mine as a command center and were giving out all kinds of orders. The Sioux people and the cultivators from the cultivation world had completely separated. A few cultivators from the cultivation world were leading a few Sioux people to set up arrays in front or behind the people from the Hundred Treasures world. There were many differences between the formations of the cultivation world and the Sioux people. If they took turns to set up the formations, it would cause more trouble for the people of the Hundred Treasures world. In addition to setting up the array, these people were also responsible for guiding the people of the Hundred Treasures world to follow them. This was to ensure that the people of the Hundred Treasures world would not go to other places to cause destruction. This mine was the old camp of the cultivation world. There were still many places here that could not be known to others, let alone destroyed. This time they had no choice but to let the people of the Hundred Treasures world in. They could be let in, but they could not cause too much damage. Therefore, someone had to lead them around in the mine to stall for time. At the same time, it was to drag them down and tire them out. The people of the cultivation world were not stupid. They knew very well that it was better to rely on one's own strength than on others. Thus, when Kong Miao first dealt with the Hundred Treasures world, he had already thought of this. When he dealt with the people of the Hundred Treasures world, he had always left himself a way out. It was precisely because he was extremely careful that when Kong Miao was dealing with the people from the Hundred Treasures world, he did not let them come into contact with the teleportation mine. Zhao Hai knew very well that if necessary, the teleportation mine would be the cultivation world's last retreat. Kong Miao was also an ambitious person. He also wanted to defeat the Hundred Treasures world's attack with his own strength. Kong Miao had always wanted to develop the cultivation world and become an expert in the Myriad Realm battlefield. But to become an expert in the Myriad Realm battlefield, he had to first show his strength, and this was an opportunity. To be honest, Kong Miao was very dissatisfied with the Great Spirits world now. B.A. Yandong had been back at the Great Spirits world for a few hours. Even the person who had gone back to ask for help had been back for more than 3 hours. After such a long time, the reinforcements from the Great Spirits world should have arrived long ago. However, they had not seen any good reinforcements yet. Under such circumstances, Kong Miao had to think about her own world. The Giant Spirit world and the Hundred Treasures world were enemies. They had been at war for many years. However, if the Giant Spirit world really intended to sacrifice the cultivation world to paralyze the Hundred Treasures world, it was not impossible. It was precisely because of this that Kong Miao had accepted the Sioux people's suggestion and used such a shameless tactic to deal with the Hundred Treasures world. Although this tactic was effective, it couldn't keep the people of the world of 100 treasures forever. They were still expanding their territory. Although those people were setting up magic arrays and attracting the attention of the world of 100 treasures, the territory of the world of 100 treasures was still expanding. The people of 100 treasures world should not be underestimated. They were always very careful. They would make a mark with each step they took. At the same time, they would mark their territory. Although such a clever tactic was useful, it was not very useful. It could only slow down the progress of the people of 100 treasures world, but it could not make them go in circles forever. Kong Miao frowned as she looked at the map on the stone table in front of her. This map was a magic tool that the great cultivation world had made after they had planned to build the old encirclement in the mine. This magic tool could show the path of the enemy after they entered the mine. At the same time, it could also show their path of action in the mine. The 5 red lines that represented the world of 100 treasures had occupied a small part of the map, and they were expanding at a very slow speed. Although the speed was very slow, he had never been confident. What caught Kong Miao's attention the most was that there was a new force slowly expanding from one of the mines. Although the people of the 100 treasures world had passed through the mine before, the people of the cultivation world could now set up a magic array there again. The 4 teams from the Hundred Treasures world were still expanding and did not come in after leaving the mine. In other words, they were a new enemy. This was the reason for Kong Miao's headache. If the Hundred Treasures world continued to increase their troops, then the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux tribe would be in even more trouble. Just as Kong Miao was in a difficult position, a monk suddenly came in from outside. That monk dodged Kong Miao and said, "Senior brother, Mr. Zhao Hai, please save me." When Kong Miao heard this monk's words, she could not help but be stunned. Then she said with great joy, "Quickly invite him in." The monk responded and turned around to leave. Kong Miao was not the only one in the mine. Su Ning, Jian Yi, and Su Wuzhen were also in the mine. They had also heard what the monk had said. The few of them could not help but focus their gazes on the entrance of the mine. They really wanted to meet Zhao Hai, the person who had created miracles time and time again. When a person fell into the water, even if there was a straw, they would grab onto it with all their might, because that was their only hope in life. Zhao Hai was like that now, and he was that straw. Kong Miao and the others all hoped that Zhao Hai could create another miracle. Not long after, Zhao Hai entered the mine. As soon as he entered the mine, Zhao Hai immediately bowed to Kong Miao and the others. Actually, he was very clear about the situation in the mine, but he still had to bow. He did not want others to see through him. Kong Miao came forward and helped Zhao Hai up, saying, "Little Hai, when did you come back? How did you find this place?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If we can't even find the door to our home, we will lose face. Let's not talk about this first. When I first came back, I fought with a small team of Sioux people with the people from the world of 100 treasures. We had more than 1,000 people and fought with more than 500 people from the world of 100 treasures. We killed nearly 300 people from the world of 100 treasures. The rest of us have already entered the mine. I then led the Sioux people. Now the 1,000 Sioux people are waiting outside." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people in the mine cave were overjoyed. Without waiting for Kong Miao to speak, Su Ning said to Zhao Hai, "Did you really kill more than 300 people from the 100 treasures world?" Zhao Hai nodded. It should be around 300. They had more than 500 people. In the end, only about 200 entered the mine. We took care of the rest. Kong Miao also said excitedly, "Good. This time, Little Hai, you've done a great service. Come, have a seat. I'll just have to explain the current situation to someone." He brought Zhao Hai to the stone table and pointed at the map. To be honest, Zhao Hai had not noticed this map before. Now that he had a look, he could not help but reveal a similar expression. Kong Miao explained, "This map was made by our cultivation world seniors after more than 100 years. It can be said that the entire mine is now a huge magic formation. This map is the command center of the magic formation." Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao in shock. He was truly shocked. He had never thought that the cultivation world would have such a treasure. Kong Miao waved her hand and said in a deep voice, "Do you see these 5 red lines? These 5 red lines are the people from the world of 100 treasures. Although I want to trap them in area number 3, the effect seems to be very good at the moment. However, the people from the world of 100 treasures are still expanding little by little. If they find the teleportation array, we will be in trouble." Zhao Hai looked at the map. Every part of the map was clearly displayed. The map was divided into 5 regions, and region number 3 was the outermost region of the map. At the center of the map was not the teleportation formation mine, but a forbidden zone. The forbidden zone was completely empty. It was obvious that the people of the cultivation world did not want anyone to know the terrain of the forbidden zone. There were 4 teleport formation mines next to the forbidden area. Each mine was big, and the teleport formation mine was called the teleport area on the map. Besides the teleportation zone and the forbidden zone, the mine was divided into 5 zones: Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 4, and Zone 5. They were all in the periphery of the teleportation formation zone. Zone 3 was in the periphery of the 4 zones. If Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 4, and Zone 5 were the hammerheads of hammers, Zone 3 was the handles of hammers. Zhao Hai looked at area number 3. The red line that represented the people of the treasure world was slowly extending outward. Apparently, the people of the treasure world had also discovered Kong Miao's plan and were now thinking of a way to solve the current situation. "Master, do you know when the giant spirit race's reinforcements will arrive?" Zhao Hai asked with a slight frown. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, everyone in the mine looked at Kong Miao. Kong Miao sighed and said, "I don't know yet. There has been no news of Ba Yandong since he went back, and there has been no news of the man from the Great Spirit's world who went back to rescue him. However, the remaining 48 people from the Great Spirit's world are still here, and they have been attacking the people from the 100 Treasures world." Zhao Hai sighed and expressed his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the map and said, "What we need to do now is to destroy the forces of 100 Treasures world as much as possible. They are now divided into 5 teams. Each team has more than 500 people. We've already killed nearly 300 people from one team, leaving only 200 or so people. This team is no longer a threat. I wonder how the losses of the remaining few teams are." Kong Miao laughed bitterly. "Their losses aren't that great. After all, those magical formations are inanimate objects. It's almost impossible to use those magical formations to cause them too much damage. Right now, each of their teams has about 30 casualties. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good enough." The commander of the treasure world is a master. He knows that it's useless to fight in the mine with too many people, so he divided himself into a few small teams. We can use the magic array to deal with him now and stall them. However, the power of the magic array is still a little weak. We should add more fire to them now. How do we add? Kong Miao asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said, "It's better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Instead of dragging things out with them, why don't we take the initiative to attack? Master, you can see that there is a big mine here. It should be quite big, right? Why don't we set up an ambush here and lure the people from the world of 100 treasures to this mine? It's a distance away from area number 3, so even if the other teams of people from the world of 100 treasures want to help this small group, they won't be able to arrive in a short time. We'll eliminate this group first, then deal with the other groups." Kong Miao looked at the map and listened attentively to Zhao Hai. The bigger mine that Zhao Hai pointed to was some distance away from Area 3. It was indeed possible to deal with the people from the 100 Treasures world there. Furthermore, the mine was huge. Even if 10,000 people fought there, it would not be too crowded. However, it would not be easy for them to gather their forces. The cultivation world and the Sioux people had already been separated, and they were setting up formations around it. It would not be easy to gather them in a short time. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Master, there are more than 1,000 Sioux tribe brothers with me. I can take them to the mine and ambush them. You can send someone to lead the 100 Treasures world there and contact the other teams to gather at the mine as soon as possible. Once they are there, we can take care of them. At the same time, we can set up a few lines of defense outside to prevent the other teams from the 100 Treasures world from coming to help." When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai say this, she could not help but nod her head and say, "All right, let's do it this way. Immediately go to the mine and set up an ambush. Once you're done, immediately send me a letter." Zhao Hai nodded, bowed to the others in the mine, and left. Sioux WFA and the other Sioux clan members were waiting for Zhao Hai outside. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, they all looked at him with eager eyes. To be honest, they really wanted to move with Zhao Hai and not by themselves. Zhao Hai told Sioux WFA about their mission as they flew. Sioux WFA didn't object. On the contrary, they were excited. They wanted to start a war with the people of the treasure world as soon as possible and take care of them. Zhao Hai led them around and soon arrived at the mine where they were going to lay in ambush. The mine was really big. Although there were many stone pillars inside, they were 400 to 500 meters tall. Those stone pillars would not affect the battle. Zhao Hai ordered the merman to set up an ambush. At the same time, he took out a messenger jade sword and sent a message to Kong Miao. In the past, Zhao Hai really didn't know what this messenger jade sword was, but now he did. This messenger jade sword was very convenient to use, and because of the spiritual seal on the sword, it increased the confidentiality of the message being sent. This was the reason why Zhao Hai liked the messenger jade sword. After Kong Miao received Zhao Hai's jade teleportation sword, she immediately sent a message to the other teams that were setting up the formation, telling them to head towards the mine as soon as possible. There was only one team that was an exception. This team had about 100 people and was the team with the most people out of all the other teams. The leader was from a cultivation world. This person was also someone that Zhao Hai was familiar with, Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding was originally in charge of the newbies' residential area, but this war concerned the entire cultivation world. Since everyone had gathered at the old camp, he and Yuan Zhen had naturally gathered as well. With their strength and prestige, they were naturally at the level of team leaders. Their main task now was to set up the array and delay the progress of the 100 Treasures world. When Yuan Ding received Kong Miao's message from the Jade Sword, he was also stunned. However, when he sent his mental energy into the Jade Sword, he immediately understood the contents of the Jade Sword. After seeing the contents of the Jade Sword, Yuan Ding smiled. Yuan Zhen had been following beside Yuan Ding the entire time. When he saw Yuan Ding's appearance, he could not help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Yuan Zhen understood his senior brother very well. His senior brother was very calm in handling matters. There were not many things that could make him smile. Yuan Ding didn't hide anything from him. He passed the jade sword to Yuan Zhen and said, "Look, Zhao He, she's beautiful." Yuan Zhen was stunned for a moment. He took the jade sword and used his mental power to probe inside. He immediately saw the contents of the jade sword. This jade sword was sent by Kong Miao. The contents of the jade sword were related to this operation. Not only did it explain the entire operation in detail, but it also told the two of them to listen to Zhao Hai's command. Master Yuan Ding and Master Yuan Zhen had personally led Zhao Hai into the Myriad Realm battlefield. He had only been in the Myriad Realm battlefield for a short time, but in this short period of time, Zhao Hai had already become an important figure in the cultivation world. This was something that Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen had not expected. The two of them were not envious of Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was brought in by them. There were rules in the cultivation world that if the person they brought in performed well in the Myriad Realm battlefield, they would also be rewarded. If the person they brought in became a figure in a region, they would receive more rewards. In addition, those who were brought in by them would take care of them more because of this relationship. Yuan Ding and Yuan were very supportive of this. The better the newbie performed, the happier they were. After reading the contents of the Jade Sword, a smile appeared on Yuan Zhen's cold face. Not bad at all. I didn't expect that Zhao Hai would do such a good job. Senior brother, what do you think? Yuan Ding smiled. Although the Jade Sword doesn't understand, it can be seen that Master Kong Miao and the others don't want to count on the people from the world of records anymore. They want to do it themselves. This is good too. We will take care of the people from the world of 100 treasures one by one. Sooner or later, we will take care of them all. HMPH. Yuan Zhen nodded and snorted. Those guys from the 100 treasures world really think we're easy to bully. This time, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Yuan Ding frowned. Don't underestimate the enemy. Those guys from the world of 100 treasures are not easy to deal with. They are very strong. Although we are only luring them to the 13th mine this time, we still have to be careful. Yuan Zhen nodded. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll pass down the order immediately. They'll be careful. Yuan Ding nodded, and Yuan Zhen bowed to pass on the order. After the order was passed down, Yuan Ding led everyone to the small team from the 100 treasures world. Yuan Ding's place could be considered as the front line. Although they didn't meet the people of the 100 treasures world, they still knew where they were because they had been breaking the formation. Just the sound of the formation breaking could let them know the location of those people. Yuan Ding was also a veteran soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. He was very clear about what they were going to do now. Therefore, after carefully instructing the people behind him, he led his people and set off. Soon they found the group of people from the 100 treasures world. There were more than 500 of them, and they were breaking the formation. Yuan Ding immediately ordered his men to attack the people from the 100 treasures world when he saw them. The attack soon began. The people from the 100 treasures world were already annoyed by the shameless tactics of the great cultivation world, but they could do nothing about it. They found that the people from the great cultivation world were like mice, hiding in the hole at will. It was not easy to find them. They were completely unfamiliar with the terrain here. In addition, the people from the cultivation world had set up too many Dharma arrays, so they couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Now, the people from the cultivation world dared to challenge their patience, which was intolerable. All the people of the 100 treasures world were so angry that their eyes turned red. Their patience had reached its limit, and they could not tolerate such provocation. More than 500 people from the 100 treasures world roared and rushed towards Yuan Ding and his men. Although Yuan Ding and his men turned around and ran, they were not fast. It was not because they were flying slowly, but because they had to set up a magic array while flying. This made the people from the 100 treasures world even more annoyed. This was what Guyi wanted to do. He didn't want to give the people of the 100 treasures world the feeling that they were trying to lure them. Instead, he wanted them to feel that they were not luring them, but testing them. After such a long time of continuous array breaking, those people from the 100 treasures world must have thought that the cultivation world was trying to drag them down in this way. When they were tired, those people from the cultivation world would come to deal with them. The people from the cultivation world had been holding them back for a long time. This time, they had appeared and attacked them. It was very likely that they had come to see if they were really being held back. If they were really tired, the people from the cultivation world would immediately gather a large number of troops to attack them. Yuan Ding wanted those people in the 100 treasures world to have this feeling. He wanted them to think that he was here to test them. In this way, they wouldn't think that he was here to lure them. The people of the 100 treasures world were so angry that they didn't think much about it. They thought that Yuan Ding and his men were here to provoke them and test them. They didn't realize that Yuan Ding and his men were setting up the formation much slower than before. This time, the cultivation world had made full preparations to deal with the attack of the 100 treasures world. They had also put in a lot of money. Setting up an array required array flags and array discs. Although the people from the cultivation world had prepared a lot of array flags and array discs, they were still not enough. They had also transferred a lot of array flags and array discs from the cultivation world to deal with the people from the 100 treasures world. There were too many good things in the Myriad Realm battlefield, and the cultivation world was reluctant to give them up. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, there were not only various mineral materials and medicinal herbs, but most importantly, there were all kinds of cultivation techniques. In the cultivation world, there were many cultivation techniques that were obtained from the Myriad Realm battlefield. Although the jade slips obtained from the Myriad Realm battlefield had a mental seal, and if the mental seal was broken, the contents of the jade slips were likely to disappear. It could be said that even if the mental seal on 1,000 jade slips was broken, one might not be able to obtain a cultivation technique. However, there were too many people in the Myriad Realm battlefield. There were more than 30,000 realms alone, and there were countless battles of all sizes every day. The number of jade slips obtained was even more uncountable. Even if they could get a cultivation technique after breaking 10,000 jade slips, it would be a profit for the people of the cultivation world. It was for these reasons that the people of the cultivation world were reluctant to give up the Myriad Realm battlefield. To them, giving up the Myriad Realm battlefield was equivalent to sealing themselves up. In this way, they would be left behind by the other realms, and the distance would only grow further and further. It was also because of the existence of the Myriad Realm battlefield that the higher-ups of the cultivation world always had a sense of crisis. Although the realm of the Myriad Realm battlefield did not know the exact coordinates of the cultivation world, who could guarantee that they would not know in the future? If the people of those realms knew the exact coordinates of the cultivation world, they would kill their way to the cultivation world. Then, what awaited them would be a disaster. Being vigilant in times of peace was also a sign of the maturity of a race. After suffering several setbacks in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the cultivation world had really begun to mature, and they were no longer arrogant. To be honest, the people of Buddhism were now a little regretful about plotting against the masters of the celestial sect. If the masters of the celestial sect were still around, the cultivation world would be regarded as the upper middle realm. Although there was only a difference of one level, the benefits they would get were incomparable. Although the Buddhist sect had also attacked the celestial sect of wonders in recent years, they had not been so ruthless. They also wanted the cultivation world to develop faster. Only when the cultivation world became stronger would they gain more benefits. In the beginning, the people of the cultivation world had hoped that the giant spirit clan would be able to win the battle against the 100 Treasures world. However, when they realized that only 50 people from the giant spirit clan had come, the high-level people of the cultivation world understood that the giant spirit clan did not take this matter seriously or care too much about it. This was what they were most worried about. It was precisely because they realized that the giant spirit clan did not care much about this matter that the cultivation world had to take out their own assets to fight with the treasure world. Yuan Ding and the others who were in the Myriad Realm battlefield felt it the most. They were also the ones who were the most unwilling to give up on the Myriad Realm battlefield. Therefore, in order to complete the mission perfectly, Yuan Ding had put on a good show and was very careful. The people of the 100 Treasures world did not discover Yuan Ding's intention and were still chasing after them. Although he was still breaking the formation along the way, he kept biting Yuan Ding's body, which made them very excited. Yuan Ding's current position was not far from the 13th mining cave where Zhao Hai and the others had set up their ambush. Soon, Yuan Ding and the others arrived at the 13th mining cave. Once they entered the cave, Yuan Ding and the others were stunned. They did not sense any ambush in the cave. In fact, they did not even sense anyone in the cave. This made Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen confused. Just as they were in a daze, Zhao Hai's voice reached their ears. "Masters, please enter the mine and enter the 8th cave. You two can hide inside first and wait for the battle to start before you come out." Although they didn't know where Zhao Hai was, they could recognize his voice. They nodded slightly and flew straight to a small hole. Before they entered the hole, the people from the 100 Treasures world came from behind. Yuan Ding and the others did not stop and went straight into the 8th cave. The 100 Treasures world's people naturally followed them closely. Just as they reached the middle of the cave, a sudden change occurred. Countless celestial devices attacked their group. Yuan Zhen and the others also turned around and attacked. The 100 Treasures world's people were stunned. They knew they had fallen into a trap, but they did not panic. They immediately organized themselves and prepared to resist. Just as the people from the 100 Treasures world gathered together and prepared to fight against these attacks, 12 huge metal beasts suddenly appeared in the middle of their team. These 12 metal beasts appeared from the middle of the team, not from the outside. The people of the 100 Treasures world had never dreamed that the 12 metal beasts would suddenly appear among them. They were almost caught off guard, and the killing began. The 12 metal beasts were like 12 killing machines. They moved unhindered in the formation of the people from the treasure world, and no one could stop them. The Sioux people who had been lying in ambush outside the formation also rushed over. They had fought with the people of the 100 Treasures world before, so they were very experienced. Now that the formation of the 100 Treasures world had been messed up by the 12 metal beasts, and they had the advantage in numbers, the people of the 100 Treasures world were caught off guard. Many people of the 100 Treasures world were killed without knowing what was going on. This was probably the most cowardly battle that the 100 Treasures world had ever fought. They had never thought that the people of the cultivation world and the Sioux tribe would be so bold as to attack them. This was definitely an accident. In addition to Zhao Heizhong's blooming tactics, the people of the 100 Treasures world were unable to organize a proper resistance. In the end, they could only end up in a completely passive situation. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were also dumbfounded. They had fought with the people of the Hundred Treasures world for a short time, so they knew how powerful they were. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the Su people could deal with them so easily. What Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen didn't know was that the reason why the Su people were able to deal with the Hundred Treasures world's people so easily was because they had already built up their confidence. Confidence was sometimes a very strange thing. Those people from the big realm were very confident in the people from the small realm. The strength of the two was about the same, but in the end, the person from the big realm won because they were full of confidence. Confidence represented morale, and with enough morale, they would naturally win. However, the people of the small realm did not seem to have any confidence in the people of the big realm. They could not be blamed for this. The people of the big realm were better off than them. Moreover, they had to worry that the people of the big realm would take revenge on them. Naturally, they would be timid when they fought. Many people of the small realm could escape from the hands of the people of the big realm, which was enough for them to show off for a while. However, the situation was different this time. This was a war of life and death, a war between countries. If they lost, they would be exterminated. The Su people completely let go of their worries. However, they still hadn't been confident before. It was only when Zhao Hai and the others had dealt with the people from the Hundred Treasures world that the Su clan regained their confidence and were no longer hesitant. In this way, the Su people could discover 120 of their strength when they fought, so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the people of the Hundred Treasures world. In addition, the people of the Hundred Treasures world were in a panic, so it would be good if they could display 60 of their combat power. Under such circumstances, the people of the Hundred Treasures world were at a disadvantage and could only be suppressed by the Su people. Although the people from the Hundred Treasures world were being suppressed, they still resisted. Perhaps it was the last trace of pride in their hearts that made them not give up resisting, so it was almost impossible to end the battle in a short time. The Hundred Treasures world's people also had another idea, and that was to wait for reinforcements. They had already sent a jade messenger sword to ask for help. As long as they could hold on until the reinforcements arrived, they would win. However, the people of the Hundred Treasures world didn't know that all the jade swords they sent out had been confiscated by Zhao Hai. None of them had been sent out. Furthermore, their wish to hold on until the reinforcements arrived was impossible to achieve, because a large number of cultivators and Su people were rushing towards them. Once these people arrived, these people from the Hundred Treasures world would definitely be dead. The people from the Hundred Treasures world also realized this. They realized that the more they fought, the more Su people and cultivators from the cultivation world there were, while their numbers were getting smaller and smaller. It was too late to stop now. The battle was still going on. There were more than 3,000 cultivators and Su people gathered in the mine, while there were only about 100 people left from the Hundred Treasures world. They were all injured and were putting up a last-ditch resistance. However, the people of the cultivation world and the Su tribe did not want to let them go. This was not a small matter. It concerned the life and death of the two worlds. Now that they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Hundred Treasures world, if they did not take this opportunity to deal with those people from the Hundred Treasures world, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. Those who could come to the Myriad Realm battlefield were all the elites of their respective clans. Most of them were powerhouses at the Crossing Calamity stage. Which of these people did not have blood on their hands? Killing people was too common for them. It was basically the same as being soft-hearted. Moreover, these people were all old foxes. The Giant Spirit clan had not sent any reinforcements for a long time, which made them feel bad. They also knew that it was better to rely on themselves than anyone else. They would have to fight the people of the Hundred Treasures world in the future anyway, so they might as well fight now. The people from the Hundred Treasures world couldn't hold on any longer. They were at a disadvantage in numbers and their momentum was suppressed. They had no chance of turning the tables. Now the arrogance in the Hundred Treasures world's people had disappeared. They used to look down on the people of the cultivation world and the Su tribe. They always thought that even if they sent 500 people, they could easily defeat 5,000 people. But now, they knew that if they really forced others to fight with their lives, they would not be much better than their opponents. Other than the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai had not made a move. He had only stood at the side and watched. Now he had even kept the 12 metal beasts. He just stood there and watched. Mo Sheng was standing behind him. No one knew when Li Zongdao had arrived. He was also standing beside Zhao Hai. The two of them were like guards, protecting Zhao Hai on both sides. The battle ended quickly, and the Hundred Treasures world's people were all killed. None of them could escape. Some of the Hundred Treasures world's people wanted to surrender, but they were killed by the cultivators and Su people. When the last person from the Hundred Treasures world fell to the ground, the cultivators and Su people all cheered. This was the first time they had won against a person from the Hundred Treasures world, so they were naturally very happy. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and coughed lightly. His voice was not loud, but strangely, everyone who heard his voice fell silent. In an instant, the entire mine was silent. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Now is not the time to be happy. Everyone, please take out the things on these people. They are considered war trophies. However, I have a request. Everyone, please leave these bodies to me. I am a black magician. I can make undead creatures out of these bodies. What do you think?" The cultivators and Sioux people didn't even think before they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'll follow Mister's orders." Zhao Hai had already used his own strength to make these people acknowledge his status. These people took out all the space teleportation equipment from the Treasures World's people. However, they didn't put them into their own waste bags. Instead, they gathered them and handed them to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately understood what these people meant. This time they had only killed about 500 people from the 100 Treasures World, but now there were more than 4,000 cultivators and Sioux people. It would not be fair to split the loot now, so these people had gathered the loot and would split it after the battle. Zhao Hai didn't reject the offer. He turned to Su Wfa and another cultivator and said, "The two of you, please make a trip and hand these things over to Grandmaster Kong Miao." Su Wfa and the other man naturally didn't have any objections. They immediately agreed and left with the spatial equipment. Zhao Hai collected the corpses of the 100 Treasures World's people and turned to the others. "Now, let's split up the work. Master Yuan Ding and Master Yuan Zhen, please lead the cultivators to the 100 Treasures World. Our friends from the Sioux tribe will be lying in ambush here. You have the invisibility cloak on you, so it's the best place to lie in ambush." "Please act." Yes, everyone responded and did as Zhao Hai said. Although Zhao Hai had only entered the battlefield of the Myriad Realms for a short period of time, both the Sioux people and the people of the 100 Treasures World had suffered at his hands. Originally, those Sioux people were still a little angry with Zhao Hai, but after dealing with the people of the 100 Treasures World twice, they were no longer angry. On the contrary, they wanted to get closer to Zhao Hai. Although Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were the ones who led Zhao Hai into the Myriad Realm battlefield, the two of them did not dare to act arrogantly. They responded and led their men away. The Sioux clan people also went into hiding. However, Zhao Hai did not leave immediately. Instead, he cleaned up the battlefield before finding a mine to hide in. Hiding in a mine, Zhao Hai kept an eye on those from the Treasure World, especially Tang Jai's group. They were the strongest group. If they really fought with Tang Jai's group, Zhao Hai thought they would suffer a great loss. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were ready to lure the people from the world of 100 treasures. This time, the people they lured were not from Tang Jai's group, so Zhao Hai was relieved. The strategy was almost the same. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen directly attacked those people from the world of 100 treasures, then turned around and ran away. At the same time, they kept setting up magic formations to provoke the anger of those people from the world of 100 treasures. At the same time, they could make those people from the world of 100 treasures not let go. In a short while, they led the group of people from the world of 100 treasures to the mine. The battle began again, and this time it was the same as the previous one. Zhao Hai's tactic was very destructive to the people from the treasure world. However, Zhao Hai frowned this time. It wasn't because the situation was bad. On the contrary, the people of the treasure world were defeated even faster this time. The ambush was beautiful and there would be no accidents. What Zhao Hai frowned was that Tang Jai and the others had stopped and seemed to have discovered something. Not long after they started fighting, Tang Jai stopped. He seemed to have discovered something and frowned. Then he took out a few jade swords to send messages and released them. At the same time, he also made the entire brigade stop and stay on guard. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what Tang Jai meant. He didn't know why Tang Jai had stopped. They were so far away from each other, so Tang Jai shouldn't have noticed anything. Zhao Hai immediately said to Kai, check and see what's going on with this Tang Jai. Did he contact the other teams before?" Kai nodded and immediately went to investigate. After a while, Kai said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, I found something." It turns out that Tang Jai will contact the other teams every hour or so. During this period, 2 teams have stopped contacting Tang Jai. This may have made him suspicious. Zhao Hai nodded. "So that's how it is. It seems like our fishing plan can only be carried out one last time, but this is already good enough." Kai replied without saying anything else. Zhao Hai's eyes were fixed on the cultivators from the world of 100 treasures. The number of cultivators that were surrounded was getting smaller and smaller. In less than an hour, the group of cultivators from the world of 100 treasures was finally annihilated. However, this made Tang Jai even more suspicious. Zhao Hai found that Tang Jai was slowly moving closer to the other 2 teams, and it was impossible for them to go fishing again. After everyone had finished cleaning up the battlefield, Yuan Ding and the rest were about to go fishing again. However, they were immediately stopped by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't go anymore. The people of the 100 Treasures world have already found out that they have lost contact with 2 teams. They are already suspicious. If you go now, they won't be fooled. On the contrary, it will be more dangerous. Master Yuanding, let everyone take turns to rest. At the same time, you must complete the previous task. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yuan Ding immediately understood what he meant. Zhao Hai wanted them to continue setting up the magical formation. This was not a problem. After all, they were already used to doing this. Yuan Ding acknowledged and went to make the arrangements. Zhao Hai greeted everyone and flew towards the command mine. He wanted to inform Kong Miao of the situation. The moment he arrived at the command mine, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. This was because he discovered that the giant spirit tribesmen who had stayed behind were actually in the mine. These people were standing arrogantly at the side. A giant spirit tribesman was standing right beside Kong Miao, his eyes glaring at Kong Miao. Kong Miao's expression was also extremely unsightly as she glared at the giant spirit race member. The atmosphere between the two of them was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Zhao Hai was stunned. He had been monitoring Tang Jai and the others and didn't notice what had happened. When Zhao Hai saw that Su Wuzhen was standing at the side with an ugly expression, he could not help but ask curiously, "Sir, what's wrong?" Su Wuzhen looked at the giant spirit race member and snorted. "This is Ba from the giant spirit race. He asked us to send our troops to the decisive battle with the 100 Treasures world immediately. We can't use such despicable means anymore." Su Wuzhen emphasized the word despicable, and Zhao Hai immediately understood what the giant spirit race meant. His face darkened. These people really didn't feel any pain when they spoke. As it turned out, this wasn't their home, so they didn't feel any heartache no matter how much they were beaten up. The most important thing was that if they were to fight head-on with the people from the 100 Treasures world, they would suffer a great loss. Although there were only 1,000 people left in the 100 Treasures world, the Sioux tribe from the cultivation world would suffer a great loss if they underestimated the combat power of these people. These two ambushes had been an act of using numbers to attack the weak. They had used the tactic of blooming flowers from the center to disrupt the formation of the 100 Treasures world. Under these circumstances, the two ambushes had also caused more than 100 casualties to the Sioux race and the Great Cultivation world. If they had fought head-on, the number of casualties would have been multiplied by several generations. For the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux race, this was not a loss they could afford. The giant spirit tribe wanted the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux tribe to risk their lives. What were they thinking? Bamu had clearly heard Su Wuzhen's words. He glanced at Su Wuzhen and snorted. "What's wrong? Do you have any objections? I don't see any use in doing this, except for wasting some time for the people of the 100 Treasures world." Zhao Hai glanced at Bamu. He could tell that this Bamu looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. This Bamu-er's attitude was exactly the same as those people from the large realm. He was far from Ba Yandong. They always thought they were high and mighty, looking down on others and not putting them in their eyes. Zhao Hai hated people like this the most. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to go head-to-head with Bamu. No matter what, Bamu was now representing the giant spirit race. If he offended him, it would be of no benefit to the cultivation world or the Sioux race. Zhao Hai stepped forward and bowed to Bamu. "Greetings, Mr. Bamu. I have the latest battle report to Master Kong Miao. If Master Bamu is interested, you can stay and listen." Although Bamu did not have much contact with the people of the cultivation world, he still knew Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai's reputation in the Myriad Realm battlefield was even greater than Kong Miao's. Moreover, Kong Miao liked to discuss anything with Zhao Hai, so Bamu did not make things difficult for Zhao Hai. He only glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh, I'd like to hear the battle report." Kong Miao was also looking at Zhao Hai, not knowing what he wanted to say. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. Just now, the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux people joined forces and used fishing tactics and ambush tactics to annihilate two teams of 100 Treasures world people in one fell swoop. We killed 1135 people from 100 Treasures world and suffered 147 casualties on our side. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone in the mine was stunned. Then Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen's faces showed a hint of joy. On the other hand, a hint of suspicion appeared on Bamu's face. Clearly, he didn't believe it. Without waiting for Kong Miao to speak, Bamu said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Do you have any evidence to prove that you killed more than 1,000 people from the 100 Treasures world?" Zhao Hai smiled and took out a batch of interspatial equipment. There were more than 500 of them, including interspatial rings, interspatial bracelets, and interspatial bags. Zhao Hai put them on the ground and turned to Bamu. "Mr. Bamu, this is the second batch of interspatial equipment for the people of the 100 Treasures world. I've already sent a batch over. I wonder if Master Kong Miao has received it." Kong Miao nodded and said, "Yes, I have." "I didn't expect you to take care of another group of people from the 100 Treasures world so quickly. Good little Hai, well done. By the way, why didn't you stay there to deal with those from the 100 Treasures world?" Kong Miao had just asked that person from the cultivation world. He also knew that the two ambushes had been able to achieve such results because of Zhao Hai's command and tactics. Without Zhao Hai, it would not have been easy for this plan to proceed so smoothly. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't do it anymore. The teams in the world of 100 treasures contact each other every hour or so. Now that two teams have lost contact, they are suspicious. If we lure them now, they won't be fooled. I'm afraid we will suffer a lot of losses. Then what do you think we should do?" Kong Miao nodded. Zhao Hai smiled. "I've already asked Big Reason Yuan Ding and the others to set up the formation. We'll hold them back for now. It won't be too late for us to take action when they're tired. If we attack now, we'll suffer a great loss." HMPH. Bamu snorted coldly. "Do you think these invisible storage equipment can prove that you really killed those people from the world of treasures? These spatial equipment all have a mental seal on them, and we can't open them at all. Who knows if you guys found some spatial equipment from there to fool us?" Zhao Hai couldn't help frowning slightly when he heard what Bamu said. Bamu's words were a little too much, but Zhao Hai still said in a deep voice, "Mr. Bamu, this is the old camp of our cultivation world that has been running for tens of thousands of years. It's like our home. Now that there are bandits in our home, we'll naturally find a way to fight them out. Do you think we'll lie to ourselves and take out some space equipment to trick our own people? I don't think it's necessary, right? And I can open these spatial equipment now." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a group of undead creatures from the treasure's world appeared beside him. He pointed at the invisible storage equipment and said, "Take your spatial equipment, open it, and take out everything inside." The undead creatures answered and took out their interspatial equipment. The people of the 100 treasures world were really rich. There were all kinds of ores, medicinal herbs, and even their personal weapons. The weapons in the treasures world were small and looked delicate. Actually, Zhao Hai had already opened the portal once and took out all the ores that were not in there. He had created the mine vein in the portal. Some well-preserved medicinal herbs in jade boxes had also been printed in the store in the portal. They could be bought there. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't feel any heartache when he took out these things. On the contrary, he was happy because there were dozens of new mines and nearly 100 new medicinal herbs in his inner space. These were all high-grade goods. People in the treasure world wouldn't even look at the trash goods. However, Kong Miao and the others weren't paying too much attention to the things on the ground. Instead, they were paying attention to the undead creatures that Zhao Hai had released. These undead creatures were like humans, without any injuries on their bodies. Other than the fact that they didn't have any heartbeats, no breathing, and had a deathly aura, they looked exactly like real humans. From their clothes, one could tell that they had been through a huge battle and were all dead. Of course, these people were all from the 100 treasures world. Seeing the people of the 100 treasures world turn into undead creatures, Bamu's expression finally changed. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others would defeat the people of the 100 treasures world and turn them into undead creatures. This was completely beyond his expectations. It wasn't until the people from the treasure world released all their items that Zhao Hai collected all the undead creatures. Kong Miao glanced at the items on the ground and turned to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, I'll make the decision. You can put away the dimensional storage equipment and the weapons used by the Sioux people. The weapons of the Sioux people are too small for anyone to use, and they're not worth melting down. You can give them to your undead creatures." When Zhao Hai heard what Kong Miao said, he was stunned. He had never thought that Kong Miao would suddenly be so generous to actually give him so many things at once. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt at ease. The celestial devices in the 100 treasures world were all extremely refined. There was a special feature in the cultivation world. The more refined a celestial device was, the more difficult it was to break it down. In addition, these celestial devices were very small in size. Even if they were broken down, they would not get much. Thus, Kong Miao decided to do Zhao Hai a favor at no cost and gave all these things to him. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't have to leave the ores and herbs on the ground. Zhao Hai did not have any objections. The ores and medicinal herbs were already available in his inner space. To be honest, he had long wanted to obtain these artifacts, but he was too embarrassed to mention it. Kong Miao waved her hand, then turned to Bamu. "Mr. Bamu, you've seen the situation. Our plan is useful. Please go back, Mr. Bamu. We're friends from the cultivation world and the Sioux tribe. We're confident in dealing with the people from the 100 treasures world." Kong Miao's words didn't sound wrong at first, but if you thought about it carefully, you would find a problem. The Sioux tribe of the cultivation world was confident in dealing with the 100 treasures world, so they didn't need the giant spirit tribe to point things out. At the same time, it was also a reminder to Bamu, that even if the giant spirit world's reinforcements didn't arrive, they could still deal with the 100 treasures world's people. Although Bamu was arrogant, he was not an idiot. He immediately understood what Kong Miao meant. His face could not help but turn extremely ugly, but he did not know what to say now. It had been a long time since Ba Yandong had returned to the giant spirit tribe. Even the person who had gone back to ask for help had been back for a few hours. It had been so long, but the giant spirit tribe still had not sent a single reinforcement. Kong Miao and the others were not the only ones who were dissatisfied. Even Bamu was very surprised. In Bamu's opinion, the clan should immediately send reinforcements and beat the people from the world of 100 treasures back. This way, not only could they take care of the world of 100 treasures, but they could also establish their might in front of Kong Miao and the others, killing two birds with one stone. However, the tribe still hadn't sent any reinforcements, which surprised Bamu-er. Kong Miao and the others had long been dissatisfied with Bamu-er, but it was useless for him to say anything now. After all, their reinforcements had yet to arrive. To tell the truth, Bamu could understand the dissatisfaction of Kong Miao and the others. They were well aware that their clan had indeed gone overboard this time. The cultivation world would offer many things to the Giant Spirit clan every year so that they could ask the Giant Spirit clan to step in when they were in trouble. However, now that the cultivation world was in trouble, and the one who was looking for trouble was the Giant Spirit clan's arch-enemy, the 100 treasures world, under these circumstances, the Giant Spirit race should have sent people to help the cultivation world immediately, but they had not seen a single person yet. This did not make sense. Although he understood what Kong Miao and the others were thinking, this didn't mean that he would allow them to be dissatisfied with the Giant Spirit world. In his opinion, the Giant Spirit race was the upper race, and the cultivation world was the lower race. The Giant Spirit race could save the cultivation world if they wanted to, and if they didn't want to, they couldn't. The cultivation world couldn't show any dissatisfaction. Any dissatisfaction with the Giant Spirit race was disrespectful to the Giant Spirit race. Only the people of these large Jai would have such an overbearing thought, so when Bamu-er heard Kong Miao's words that carried the nature of a complaint, his face couldn't help but turn ashen. Kong Miao didn't pay any attention to Bamu-er. To be honest, he was extremely disappointed in the Giant Spirit race. The Giant Spirit race's reinforcements still hadn't arrived, and it looked like they wouldn't come. This was the most important thing about Kong Miao. Bamu glanced at Kong Miao and snorted coldly. He turned around and returned to where the Giant Spirit clansmen were standing, then led them away. Seeing that Bamu-er had left, Kong Miao also snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "If the Giant Spirit race continues to be like this, then their position in the upper world will be lost." Zhao Hai also sighed. He completely agreed with Kong Miao's words. From the undead creatures of the 100 treasures world, he already knew why the 100 treasures world wanted to deal with them this time. It was to attack the prestige of the Giant Spirit race in the middle and upper worlds. Then, they would think of a way to bring these worlds under their banner and weaken the Giant Spirit race's strength. At that time, they would be able to deal with the Giant Spirit race. B.A. Yandong had already known this when he was talking to them. However, after B.A. Yandong returned, the Giant Spirit clan still did not send any reinforcements. There was only one explanation. The Giant Spirit clan was planning to give up on the cultivation world. Zhao Hai didn't understand why the Giant Spirit race was doing this. It would be a serious blow to their prestige. Some middle worlds, like the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux race, would have to think twice before they decided to join the Giant Spirit race. It could be said that the Giant Spirit race wasn't just giving up on the Cultivation World and the Sioux race this time. They were giving up on the entire middle world or the upper world. And this was also why Kong Miao said that if the Giant Spirit race continued like this, they would have to be removed from the upper realm. To become an upper realm in the Myriad Realm battlefield, not only did one have to be strong, one also had to have power, territory, and subordinates. Just like the Giant Spirit clan and the 100 treasures world, they were both upper realms. They were not only powerful, but also extremely powerful. Each realm was in charge of hundreds and thousands of middle and upper or middle realms, and even some upper and middle realms and lower realms. These realms were equivalent to their subordinates. If they were to fight with an upper realm, these realms would also have to contribute. Even if you didn't provide people, you would have to provide some materials. It could be said that middle realms like the Great Cultivation World were an important part of the upper realm's strength. If all middle realms or middle realms left the upper realm's jurisdiction, the upper realm's strength would be severely affected, and it could hardly be called the upper realm anymore. Su Wuzhen didn't look too good either. That Bamu-er was only the vice-captain of a small team from the Giant Spirit race, yet he could actually point his finger at them. This made Su Wuzhen extremely displeased. Kong Miao, however, did not pay any attention to this matter. Instead, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we're not in a good situation right now. If the Giant Spirit race really gives up on us, we'll be in big trouble. We've already offended the 100 treasures world. If the Giant Spirit world gives up on us, we'll have no one to rely on. This is not a good thing for us." Su Wuzhen also frowned. The Sioux clan was willing to cooperate with the Cultivation World because the Giant Spirit clan was behind the Cultivation World. The Giant Spirit clan could help them deal with the 100 treasures world. However, if the Giant Spirit clan gave up on them now, they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai also furrowed his brows. He glanced at Kong Miao and said in a low voice, "Master, if you allow me, I would like to meet the people from the treasure world." Kong Miao was taken aback. She looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked to see the people from the Hundred Treasures world. Why? Do you really think that the people of the Hundred Treasures world will accept us? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. We'll only know after we try. You know the situation now. The giant spirit clan hasn't arrived yet, so we'll have to think of another way. We do have a grudge against the Hundred Treasures world, but if we can bring them greater benefits, they might let go of this grudge. Of course, they might take revenge later, but as long as we bring them greater benefits in the future, the situation may not be the same. Kong Miao did not quite understand Zhao Hai's words, but he had no choice but to admit it. This was the safest method for now. At this moment, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. With a flash, he disappeared from the mining cave. When Zhao Hai reappeared, he was already in the teleportation mining cave. With a wave of his hand, all the teleportation arrays in the teleportation mining cave were locked down by him. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and he returned to the mining cave. Kong Miao had just been wondering what Zhao Hai was talking about when he ran off again. When he saw Zhao Hai appear again, he could not help but ask in confusion, "Little Hai, what happened? Did something happen?" The reason why Kong Miao asked this was because he had noticed that Zhao Hai's expression was extremely unsightly. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Master, after Bamu and the others left this place, they received a message jade sword. After reading the contents of the jade sword, they went to the teleportation mine. I think they must be thinking of returning to the great spirit world. I just went to the teleportation mine and sealed all the teleportation arrays. I'll go talk to the people from the Hundred Treasures world now. You can't let Bamu and the others go. Maybe they can become a bargaining chip in our hands." Kong Miao's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He knew all too well what Zhao Hai meant. After Bamu and the others had received the jade sword message, they had immediately gone to the teleportation mine to leave. This meant that the great spirit world was giving up on them. If that was the case, they would be in real trouble. Zhao Hai had sealed the teleportation formation so that Bamu and the others could not leave. If Zhao Hai could really negotiate with the Hundred Treasures world, they could give Bamu and the others as gifts to the Hundred Treasures world, which might have unexpected effects. Su Wuzan understood Zhao Hai's intentions, but before they could say anything, Zhao Hai had already left. Su Wuzan looked in the direction that Zhao Hai had disappeared in and turned to Kong Miao. "Master, do you think Zhao Hai will succeed? Even if he succeeds, will the seniors in the longevity stage agree to this decision?" Kong Miao shook her head and sighed. "I don't know, but this is our last chance. If the Hundred Treasures world doesn't accept us, then I'm afraid there won't be a place for us in the Myriad Realm battlefield." Su Wuzan was taken aback for a moment before sighing as well. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "If Zhao Hai can really convince the treasure world, then we'll agree with this decision." The voice seemed to be right next to their ears. It was very clear, but there was an old feeling to it. Kong Miao and Su Wuzan both understood that these were the words of a longevity stage expert. However, the two of them did not expect that the longevity stage expert would actually say such a thing. It seemed like they were extremely disappointed in the giant spirit race. Tang Jai wasn't in a good mood. Now that the teams had gathered together, there were less than 2,000 people left. They had lost more than 1,000 people at once. This was something that Tang Jai had never expected. Tang Jai was sure that the people of the cultivation world did not let the longevity masters attack because they did not dare to. But because he knew this, Tang Jai felt even more aggrieved. He never thought that with the strength of the Hundred Treasures world, they would suffer such a great loss when dealing with the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe. Most importantly, they had not caused any damage to the Hundred Treasures world and the Sioux tribe so far. This was the most aggrieved part. It was not a good thing for more than 1,000 people to gather in such a small tunnel. Previously, Tang Jai had asked them to separate because the tunnel was too small. Now that they were gathered together, it was not very convenient to fight with too many people. Just as Tang Jai was about to order the mine to be opened, a person suddenly appeared in front of them. Tang Jai's eyes narrowed when he saw this person because he knew this person. It was Zhao Hai. Tang Jai's main target in the great world of cultivation was Zhao Hai, so he was very familiar with him. However, when he saw Zhao Hai coming alone, he couldn't help but be curious. Zhao Hai didn't look like he was here to fight with them. He was confused, so he didn't say anything and just looked at Zhao Hai. Tang Jai didn't say anything, but the people from the Hundred Treasures world behind him couldn't help but start to make noise. Because they had fought with Zhao Hai before, they all felt like they had met their enemy when they saw him. Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked at those people and finally focused his eyes on Tang Jai. Then he cupped his fists at Tang Jai and said, "Zhao Hai greets Captain Tang Jai." Zhao Hai's words stunned Tang Jai. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to be so well informed. You actually know my name. I'm a black magician," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "I can turn dead people into undead creatures. I can also make undead creatures tell me everything they know." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai's eyes shrank. Then he said to Zhao Hai coldly, so you've turned all of us from the 100 Treasures world into undead creatures. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right. We are enemies. I never show mercy to my enemies. I believe that Captain Tang Jai is the same kind of person, isn't he? Tang Jai suddenly laughed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, that's right, you're right. We can't be soft on our enemies. Zhao Hai, I really admire your honesty. I really don't want to be your enemy, but it seems like we can't be friends anymore. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai and smiled. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes, enemies can become friends, and friends can become enemies. It just depends on whether there's a need to do so. What do you think? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, I don't quite understand what you mean, Mr. Zhao Hai. We can't be friends. I'm afraid that more than 2,000 people from the 100 Treasures world have died in your hands. Do you think we can still be friends? Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai and smiled. Of course we can. We did kill more than 2,000 people of your 100 Treasures world, but we were enemies at that time, so we can't show mercy to our enemies. However, if we have a common enemy, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Moreover, there are nearly 10,000 people from our cultivation world and the Sioux clan in the Myriad Realms battlefield. If all of us are willing to help the 100 Treasures world, then the 100 Treasures world will have nearly 10,000 fresh troops. The benefits it brings to the world of 100 Treasures doesn't seem to be only reflected in the number of people, right? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up and he said, I've heard that the cultivation world is under the protection of the giant spirit race, and they're mortal enemies with the 100 Treasures world. Aren't you afraid that the giant spirit race will blame you for what you've said? Zhao Hai knew that Tang Jai was testing him. He didn't want to hide it from Tang Jai, so he cupped his fists at Tang Jai and said, Captain Tang, I won't lie to an honest person. I think you've seen the people from the giant spirit world before. When you used the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, one of them had already gone back to ask for help. How long has it been since you attacked our old camp in the cultivation world? I'm sure Captain Tang knows that the giant spirit clan hasn't sent any reinforcements. Just a moment ago, they even sent letters to the giant spirit clan members who stayed behind to ask them to return. This means that they're giving up on us. Although our cultivation world is only a small, medium to small world, we still pay our respects to the giant spirit clan every year. Our cultivation world may be small and weak, but we're not a rag that can be thrown away easily. Since the people of the giant spirit world want to give up on our cultivation world naturally has nothing to do with them. If Captain Tang is willing, we can also give the remaining 48 members of the giant spirit world as a gift to you. What do you think, Captain Tang? Zhao Hai knew clearly that in this situation, the truth was more useful than the lie. If he told the truth, Tang Jai might think that he had no other choice but to seek shelter with them. He might make things difficult for him. However, if he told a lie, it would be more troublesome if Tang Jai found out. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhao Hai with a thoughtful expression. He really had to think about it carefully. Zhao Hai's words were very obvious. Zhao Hai and the others were the subordinates of the giant spirit race, so they were naturally the enemies of the 100 Treasures world. It was no big deal to kill them. They couldn't always treat their enemies to tea. However, the giant spirit world had abandoned Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others were resentful, and they had even detained the giant spirit race. It was obvious that they wanted to fall out with the giant spirit race. If the cultivation world fell out with the giant spirit race, there would only be benefits and no harm. Just as Tang Jai was thinking about this, Zhao Hai continued in a deep voice, I know that the reason why the 100 Treasures world is targeting us is to let the middle and upper worlds under the banner of the Giant Spirit Clan see the true colors of the Giant Spirit Clan and leave. The 100 Treasures world's next move is just to spread rumors and stir up trouble. But if we join the 100 Treasures world and openly become enemies with the Giant Spirit Clan, I think the effect will be better, right? Tang Jai was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know everything. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai smiled at Tang Jai and said, besides, you seem to have underestimated our cultivation world. Our strength is indeed not strong, only at the level of an intermediate world, but now that the Sioux clan is our ally, we've offended both of you at the same time, and now we've offended the giant spirit world at the same time. It can be said that our two clans are now grasshoppers on the same rope, and will definitely act together. This way our strength will reach the level of an intermediate world. Even if the 100 Treasures world wants to deal with us, we'll still have to work together. This is not beneficial to the 100 Treasures world at all, and it will only give the giant spirit race an advantage. After all, we are now the enemy of the giant spirit race. Why do you not use us as your helpers and insist on pushing us to the position of the enemy? Compared to dealing with us two middle worlds, I think everyone from the 100 Treasures world should be more interested in dealing with the giant spirit race, right? Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai. Only now did he understand how terrifying Zhao Hai was. The most terrifying thing about Zhao Hai was not his strength, but his ability to grasp people's hearts. Every word he said would reach your heart and explain the pros and cons for you. Thus, Tang Jai knew that Zhao Hai was at his wit's end. If the Hundred Treasures world did not accept the Cultivation world and the Su clan, the Cultivation world and the Su clan would probably have to withdraw from the Myriad Realm battlefield. But even if you knew, so what? Because you would find that it was far more useful to keep the Su tribe's Hundred Treasures world than to force it out of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. If you kept them, they would become a sharp sword in your hand. If you gave them up, it was the same as giving up the best opportunity to attack the enemy, and at the same time, it would also bring you losses. In this case, even an idiot would know what to choose. Therefore, even though Tang Jai knew that taking over the great cultivation world and the Su tribe would bring them greater benefits, he was still tempted. Not only Tang Jai, but the people from the Hundred Treasures world behind him were also silent. They listened to Zhao Hai's words quietly. They were also attracted by Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai was at a dead end now, they had to admit it. What Zhao Hai said was reasonable. It would be more beneficial for the Hundred Treasures world to take in the Great Cultivation world and the Su tribe. They would have a legitimate reason to attack the Giant Spirit tribe. Neither the Cultivation world nor the Su clan were their enemies, nor were they qualified to be their enemies. Their true enemy would always be the people of the Giant Spirit world. In order to deal with the Giant Spirit world, they could completely accept the rudeness of the Cultivation world and the Su clan. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai for a while and then said calmly, "This matter is too big, I can't make the decision. I need to contact the clan." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Please do as you wish. Before your clan replies, we will not attack you. At that time, we will also not let the Giant Spirit clan members go. If the Hundred Treasures world agrees to accept us, those Giant Spirit clan members will be our gifts. If the Hundred Treasures world does not accept us, then we in the Su clan will first kill those Giant Spirit clan members. After fighting with you, we will leave the Myriad Realm battlefield." Zhao Hai was threatening Tang Jai. Tang Jai's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you threatening me?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We wouldn't dare. Our cultivation world has already offended you, and now we've offended the Giant Spirit race. If you still can't accept us, then there's no place for us in the Myriad Realm battlefield. So why can't we stay here? It's just a fight between immortals and mortals. We've suffered an undeserved disaster, but since you forced us into a corner, the cultivation world and the Su tribe aren't good people. It's good to take advantage of this before we leave to vent our anger. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Please contact your people. I'll take my leave." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and he disappeared. Tang Jai looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared. A trace of anger appeared on his face, and then he suddenly laughed. At first, it was just a smile, but it turned into a loud laugh. Tang Wen, who was standing beside Tang Jai, looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "Senior brother, what are you laughing at?" Tang Jai laughed and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the cultivation world. He's eloquent and has a detailed analysis of things. He's placed a few situations in front of you for you to choose. If you choose the one that benefits you, it's good for him too. If you choose the one that's not good for you, it's bad for him too. He's a great man. All right, for his sake, I'll persuade the higher-ups to take the cultivation world and the Su tribe into the Hundred Treasures world. With them joining us, we'll be even more confident in dealing with the Giant Spirit race. No way, senior brother." "Do you really value Zhao Hai that much?" Tang Wen was stunned. Tang Wen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "No way. Do they really dare to kill us? Aren't they afraid of our Hundred Treasures world's revenge?" Tang Jai looked at Tang Wen and sighed. "They've already been forced to the point where they can't return to the Myriad Realm battlefield, so what's there to be afraid of? As long as they destroy all the arrays here, it won't be easy for us to find the coordinates of the cultivation world. At that time, I'm afraid those immortal stage experts will attack. Anyway, they have no more worries." Tang Wen couldn't help but shiver when he heard Tang Jai's words. If what Tang Jai said was true, they would have to accept Zhao Hai and the others. Otherwise, their lives would be lost here. After Zhao Hai left Tang Jai's place, he immediately rushed to the mine. However, at the same time, he paid close attention to the situation in Tang Jai's place. After hearing Tang Jai and Tang Wen's words, Zhao Hai had some admiration for Tang Jai. This Tang Jai was really a person who could take things seriously and let go easily. The reason why Zhao Hai was in such a hurry to return to the command mine was that the Giant Spirit race had already started a commotion. The members of the Giant Spirit tribe had originally wanted to sneak back to their tribe, but the kingdom had sent a letter to them, telling them to return immediately. Bamu was a smart man and knew very well what their tribe meant by telling them to return. They wanted to give up on the great cultivation world and the Su people. Bamu didn't quite understand the clan's decision. If the clan really did give up on Zhao Hai and the others, it would have a huge impact on the clan. He didn't understand why the clan would do this. However, Bamu still decided to go back because he was very angry at Kong Miao's rudeness. He didn't want to care about the matters of the cultivation world anymore. However, Bama was no fool. He had already discovered that Kong Miao was dissatisfied with them. If they were to go and tell Kong Miao that they wanted to go back now, even Kong Miao would definitely not agree. Moreover, Kong Miao would definitely be able to guess that the giant spirit race was going to give up on them. At that time, what Kong Miao would do was something that Bama would not dare to say. Bama was very clear that if the people of the cultivation world were really forced into a corner, they wouldn't be afraid of killing. The more than 1,000 undead creatures from the 100 Treasures world that Zhao Hai had just released had already shocked Bama. Bama understood that if they were to leave with a big fanfare, Kong Miao and the others would definitely not let them off. They might even kill them directly. Thus, after Bama read the letter, he immediately led his men to the teleportation mine. In any case, they knew the way there, and those ordinary cultivators still didn't know about these dirty things. They only needed to ask, and those cultivators would tell them where the teleportation mine was. Once they reached there, they could activate the teleportation array and leave. However, Bama would never have dreamed that their every move was under Zhao Hai's surveillance. When Zhao Hai saw that they had rushed to the teleportation array after receiving the letter, he immediately understood their intentions and sealed the teleportation array. When Bamu's group arrived at the teleportation array mine, they found that all the magic arrays there were not working. They asked the cultivators in charge of the teleportation array, but they didn't know anything. Of course, the cultivator didn't know. He only saw Zhao Hai suddenly appear, wave his hand, and then send a message. He didn't know that Zhao Hai had already sealed all the teleportation arrays. Just as Bamu was about to order the cultivator in charge of the teleportation formation to open it, Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen led a large group of people to the teleportation formation mine. When Bamu saw Kong Miao and the others arrive, he felt that things were not good. However, he did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he looked at Kong Miao coldly and said, "Kong Miao, what do you mean by this? If you seal the teleportation formation, how will our reinforcements come? Quickly open the teleportation formation. I need to go back to the clan and have them send out reinforcements as soon as possible." Bamu glanced at the people beside Kong Miao and found that they didn't show any signs of hostility. It was as if they had really come to welcome them. This puzzled Bamu. He didn't understand why Kong Miao had suddenly appeared here. Wasn't it because she had discovered that they were about to leave? If they didn't realize that they were leaving, why did they seal the teleportation formation? Bamu looked at Kong Miao in confusion. Kong Miao looked at Bamu with a smile still on her face. "Mr. Bamu, we've just received news that the people from the 100 Treasures world seem to have found the coordinates of our teleportation array and are preparing to send people over through it. That's why we've sealed the teleportation array. We can't open it now, so don't be in a hurry. Come with me." Hearing Kong Miao say this, although Bamu was still a little confused, he couldn't say anything. If he had to force Kong Miao to open the teleportation formation now and send them away, Kong Miao would definitely become suspicious. At that time, they would be the ones to suffer. Although Bamu felt extremely aggrieved, he still nodded and followed Kong Miao and the others to the command mine. He didn't see all the cultivators and Sioux people. They looked at their backs with a strong killing intent. However, the killing intent only flashed for a moment and then disappeared. Although these people were not the strongest in the Myriad Realm battlefield, they were all old and experienced people in various realms. They had seen all kinds of things. It was really too easy to hide their killing intent. Unless they were like Zhao Hai, who knew a cultivation method like the clear heart seeing the nature, it was impossible to find out what they were thinking. Bamu, Kong Miao, and the others arrived at the command mine. After Kong Miao asked everyone to sit down, she said to Bamu, "Little Hai went out to find out how the people from the treasure world found my coordinates. He'll be back soon. Please wait for a moment." Bamu nodded, then frowned. "Grandmaster Kong Miao, why is Mr. Zhao Hai the one who went to scout for information? Will he be able to get any information?" Kong Miao smiled and said, "Of course you can. Little Hai is a black magician. His undead creatures are big and small. If you have some small undead creatures, you can go to the battle formation of the treasure world to get some information. Then you can find some clues." Bamu nodded and said to Kong Miao, "Master Kong Miao, when do you plan to launch a general attack on this group from the 100 Treasures world? If we let them keep wandering around here, the destruction will be very strong." Kong Miao's and Su Wuzhen's expressions changed when they heard what Bamu said. They both knew that Bamu had left, and the giant spirit race had already given up on them. However, Bamu still said such things in this situation. Wasn't this clearly pushing them into a pit of fire? He wanted them to fight to the death with the people of the 100 Treasures world. This intention was too sinister. Kong Miao had almost lost control and jumped up to fight with Bamu. After expending a great deal of effort, Kong Miao suppressed the killing intent in her heart and said with a calm expression, "Just wait. Now, those people from the 100 Treasures world have turned around. They're not cracking the formation anymore. They're setting up the teleportation formation and trying to kill us from our teleportation formation. If we didn't act fast enough, they might have already killed their way here. It won't be too late for us to kill them after we figure out how they know my coordinates. Bamu nodded and looked at Kong Miao. Since they've discovered that they can't use your teleportation array anymore, I don't think they'll be using it anymore. Can you open the teleportation array? It won't be good if you seal the teleportation array when our clan's reinforcements come through it. Kong Miao was cursing madly in her heart, but on the surface she did not make a sound, only nodding her head and saying, "Sir is right, but we can't do it now. We have to make sure they're not using the teleportation array. But I would like to ask Master, when will the nobles' reinforcements arrive? Why hasn't it arrived after such a long time?" Bamu looked at Kong Miao and said in a low voice, "What does Master Kong Miao mean? Are you complaining that our reinforcements are too late? It will take some time for our clan to mobilize the army. Besides, the last time we sent people to ask for help, they probably didn't expect that you couldn't even stop the people who have yet to reach the 3,000 treasures world, so it's normal for the reinforcements to come a little later." Kong Miao looked at Bamu and said in a low voice, "Of course we can deal with less than 3,000 people from the 100 treasures world, but you and I know why they want to fight us. Small worlds like the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux clan are not worth the 100 treasures world's time. Their target is actually the Giant Spirit clan. I just didn't expect that the Giant Spirit clan didn't have the courage to fight with the people from the 100 treasures world." When Bamu heard Kong Miao's words, he was clearly stunned. He had not expected Kong Miao to be so impolite. Before Bamu could react, one of his Giant Spirit clan members behind him stood up, pointed at Kong Miao and scolded, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the captain like that?" Kong Miao looked at the Giant Spirit race member and snorted coldly, "I'm the current commander of the Cultivation World. I can speak on behalf of the Cultivation World, but who the hell are you? Let alone you, even if it's Bamu what right does he have to be on equal footing with me? Was he the captain? He's just a vice captain. Even if he's your captain, Ba Yandong wouldn't talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to yell at me?" Bamu's expression changed completely. He had not expected Kong Miao to really dare to speak to him in such a manner. That's right, he was only the vice captain of a 50-man team, but they were people from the upper realm. Even an ordinary member of the upper realm who had just spoken up had the right to speak to Kong Miao in such a manner, let alone him, a vice captain. In their opinion, it was perfectly normal for them to speak to Kong Miao in such a manner. In fact, their attitude was already very good. Kong Miao simply did not have the qualifications to speak to them in such a manner. He had never thought that Kong Miao would say that they had no right to speak to him. This shocked Bamu and the other Giant Spirit race members also stood up. Some of them had already released their magic tools, and the cultivators and Sioux people from the Great Cultivation World also rushed into the mine. These people also took out their magic tools, and the flames were ignited at the first touch. Just as they were about to draw their swords, a voice suddenly sounded, "Yo, what's going on? Why did he show his weapon? What happened?" As he spoke, a person flew in. When Kong Miao saw who it was, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because the person was Zhao Hai. Even though Zhao Hai did not have any official position in the cultivation world, everyone knew of his usefulness. Kong Miao realized that she was becoming more and more dependent on Zhao Hai. Previously, when he had faced off against Bamu's group and had even taken out his weapon, Kong Miao had felt a little uncertain and panicked. However, when he saw Zhao Hai appear, he suddenly wasn't so nervous. Bamu also saw Zhao Hai, but he didn't say anything. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's status wasn't even as high as Kong Miao's, so what did he have to be afraid of? Thus he snorted coldly and said, "Zhao Hai, you have no right to speak here. Get lost." Zhao Hai glanced at Bamu and suddenly smiled. "It seems that Captain Ba doesn't understand the situation. Do you know where you are? This is the Great Cultivation World's territory, and I'm from the Great Cultivation World. Who do you think you are to make a big fuss here? Why, do you really think we don't know what you're thinking? Don't you think it's strange? Why were those teleportation formations suddenly sealed? It seems that Master Kong Miao was really too kind to you before. You still don't understand the situation." Following Zhao Hai's words, Bamu expression changed several times. When he heard Zhao Hai curse at him, his face had already darkened. However, when he heard what Zhao Hai said at the end, Bamu's face slowly turned white again. He realized that he had been wrong. What Kong Miao had told him before didn't seem to be true. Zhao Hai looked at Bamu and snorted coldly. "When you left this place, you received a message from your clan's Jade Sword. Then, without even saying a word, you brought your people to the teleportation formation. Are you thinking of using the teleportation formation to return to the Giant Spirit race? I can tell you that it's too late. After I discovered your movements, I sealed the teleportation array. Do you want to know where I just went? To tell you the truth, I went to the 100 Treasures world to negotiate with them. Our cultivation world and the Sioux clan would rather join the 100 Treasures world to help them deal with your Giant Spirit clan as long as they accept it. You, on the other hand, are just a gift for the Hundred Treasures world, and you still dare to make a fuss here. If the giant spirit clan is full of idiots like you, it's not far from being defeated. Bamu's face was ashen as he looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "You're ungrateful. You people from the cultivation world are all ungrateful. Our giant spirit clan has always treated you well, but you want to detain us and give us to the Hundred Treasures world. Are you still human?" Zhao Hai looked at Bamu and suddenly laughed out loud. After a while, Zhao Hai stopped laughing and looked at Bamu with cold eyes. "Bamu, don't flatter yourself. Your giant spirit race has treated our great cultivation world well. How could you say that?" The great cultivation world had to hand over 3 layers of the things we worked so hard for every year to the giant spirit race for your protection. But now, the Hundred Treasures world is here to deal with us. Why are they here to deal with us? We are people from the middle world. When we meet people from the Hundred Treasures world, we will avoid them. It is impossible to offend them. They are against us because we are under the protection of the Great Spirit world. We have a conflict with them and have killed 1,000 people from the Hundred Treasures world. We want to show your Great Spirit world our attitude. We are willing to follow you and help you deal with the Hundred Treasures world. But what did you do? You actually only sent 50 people to check on the situation here. After confirming that the situation is real, you still refuse to send reinforcements. In the end, you even want to give up on our cultivation world. Not to mention that our cultivation world is now an ally of the Sioux people, but the combined strength of our 2 worlds is at the level of the upper middle world. Even if we are only at the level of the middle world, you should also see the amount of things we offer every year. And the world of Hundred Treasures sent troops to help us because we are your sworn enemies, but you actually ran away without fighting and sold out your loyal subordinates. Am I even human? Is what your giant spirit race did something that humans should do? You're not fit to be the upper realm. The giant spirit clan is finished. From the moment you decided to give up on our cultivation world, the giant spirit race was finished. You've lost the bear-like heart and drive to become the upper realm, and you've also lost the domineering air of the upper realm. The upper realm without domineering air is no longer the upper realm. If you can't even protect your own subordinates, if you don't dare to protect them, what qualifications do you have to be the upper realm? Let me tell you, you'd better behave. I can let you live for a while longer. I can kill you and give your heads to the Hundred Treasures world. Bamu's face turned ashen at Zhao Hai's words, and the veins on his head bulged. At that moment, a giant spirit race member suddenly roared and waved his hand. A giant axe directly chopped down on Zhao Hai's head. This had happened extremely suddenly. No one had expected that the giant spirit race member would suddenly attack. Moreover, this attack was so fast that Zhao Hai would not be able to avoid it. Kong Miao's face turned ashen. Just as she was about to step forward, Zhao Hai stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. With this snap, blood spurted out of the giant spirit clansman's throat. A round hole appeared in his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The giant spirit clansman's eyes slowly lost their luster, and the giant axe that was attacking Zhao Hai also fell to the ground. Zhao Hai glanced at the giant spirit race member and said softly, "You don't know what's good for you. Thousands of people from the Hundred Treasures world came to attack us, but we've trapped them all in this mine. With less than 50 of you, what kind of waves do you think you can cause? Bamu, you'd better behave, or I don't mind killing you right now." Zhao Hai's move had not only stunned Bamu and the others, but also Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others all looked at Zhao Hai in a daze, not knowing how he had done it. Zhao Hai flew to Kong Miao's side and said, "Master, the team leader of the treasure world, Tang Jai, said that we can't make the decision and we have to contact them. But I believe that they will most likely agree." Kong Miao immediately came back to his senses, and he immediately nodded his head and said, "Good, that's good." "What about them?" Zhao Hai glanced at the ashen-faced Bamu and sneered, "A bunch of arrogant idiots. Don't worry about them. Let's watch them first. If they dare to cause trouble again, we'll kill them directly." Kong Miao nodded and turned around to give an order. Immediately, the cultivators and the Sioux clan used their magic artifacts to command Bamu's group and suppress them. Only after Bamu's group had left did Kong Miao turn to look at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, how did you do that? How come I didn't notice you attacking that giant spirit race member?" Zhao Hai gave a faint smile and moved his lips to Kong Miao's ear, saying softly, "When I was talking to them before, I secretly turned the liquid silver into a very thin needle and used my words to attract their attention. Then I secretly pierced the small needle into their necks. They were too excited, so they didn't notice it. When I was about to attack, I just let the needle attack. Didn't matter if I snapped my fingers or not. Snapping my fingers was just to make them think that I attacked by snapping my fingers." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao could not help but be stunned for a moment. She muttered, "This works too." Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course it can. I've improved on the way to use the Dharma artifacts of the Hundred Treasures world. Master, the 100 bending Vajra staff should be able to do the same." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao could not help but be stunned. Then his eyes brightened. However, he did not say anything. The The two of them had been speaking very close to each other and had used telepathy, so no one had heard them. At this moment, Su Wuzhen walked over and laughed heartily at Zhao Hai. "Good job, little Hai. I've vented my anger, it's too vented. These days, I've been looking at those arrogant guys and I've been feeling uncomfortable. I've finally vented my anger." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, even if the people of the treasure world don't accept us, we can't keep these guys from the giant spirit world. We'll kill them and then push the blame on the people of the treasure world. Then they won't have time to find the coordinates of our two worlds and deal with us. So these guys will die sooner or later. Before they die, why should we let them be arrogant? It's better to vent their anger." When Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai's words, their hearts trembled. To be honest, the reason they didn't want to have a conflict with Ba Mu before was to leave themselves a way out. If the people of the 100 Treasures world really didn't accept them, then they would have to go and beg the giant spirit race. In fact, they knew that the giant spirit race had not come to help them. Even if they begged the giant spirit race, nothing would come out of it. However, the giant spirit race was from the upper world, after all. They had their reservations when killing them. They were just like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not care whether the giant spirit race was from the upper world or not. He only did things that were beneficial to himself. From the moment the giant spirit race gave up on them and was discovered by Zhao Hai, they would be killed. Bamu and the others were already dead, and Zhao Hai had probably already planned this at that time. Just as the two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. "HMPH, you reckless thing, you still don't want to give up." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Kong Miao was taken aback. Then her expression changed and she said, "What's wrong? Did Bamu and the others cause trouble again?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Bamu secretly released a messenger jade sword. It seems that he wants to inform the great spirit world of the situation here. But master, you don't have to worry. The jade sword has been taken by my undead creatures. I'll be back soon." With that, Zhao Hai's figure flickered and he disappeared. Seeing that Zhao Hai had left, Kong Miao sighed and said to Su Wuzhen, "Now I know what a superior is like. Before little Hai ascended, he must have been a superior. He was cruel and merciless. When he needed to attack, he would definitely not show mercy." Su Wuzhen laughed bitterly as well. To be honest, he and Kong Miao weren't really considered to be in the upper echelons. The two of them had been focused on cultivation before, so they really didn't know much about how to deal with these things. It was because of this that the two of them couldn't be as decisive as Zhao Hai when dealing with things. This was their biggest weakness. Bamu's face was ashen as he looked at the cultivators and Su people around him. He had never thought that he would one day fall to such a state. He had actually been noticed by the people of the middle world. This was something he had never even dreamed of before. There was no way Bamu could take this lying down. He quietly took out a messenger jade sword and released it. Although his actions were hidden from the cultivators and Su people around him, it wasn't hidden from the giant spirit tribesmen behind him. The giant spirit tribesmen were very cooperative and created a small commotion to attract the attention of the cultivators and Su people, allowing Bamu to release the messenger jade sword smoothly. In fact, this was also because the cultivators and Su people had been too relaxed. Just now, Zhao Hai had killed a person from the great spirit world with a wave of his hand and helped them vent their anger. This had piqued the interest of the cultivators and Su people, so they weren't too focused and didn't notice the jade sword that Bamu had released. When Bamu saw that the jade sword had been released, he couldn't help but sneer. He looked at the cultivators and Su people with a cold glint in his eyes. He was already thinking about how the giant spirit race would take revenge when they arrived. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this person, Bamu face couldn't help but turn even uglier. This person was Zhao Hai. Bamu didn't understand why Zhao Hai had come at this time. He didn't think that the jade sword he had sent out would be stopped by Zhao Hai. Because the jade sword was extremely fast and small in size, almost no one could stop it once it was sent out, so Bamu didn't think in that direction. When the cultivators and Su people holding down Bamu's group saw Zhao Hai appear, they immediately stopped and looked at him in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at Bamu with a cold face and said, "Bamu, I've warned you not to play any tricks with me. You've turned a deaf ear to my words, so you'll have to pay the price." Bamu looked at Zhao Hai and said with an ashen face, "Zhao Hai, don't go too far. We didn't resist, nor did we play any tricks. If you want to kill us, do it now." Zhao Hai looked at Bamu and sneered, "No tricks. Then what was this? Didn't you place this messenger jade sword there? I said that I would make you pay the price, and I wasn't joking. You released a messenger jade sword, so I'll kill 5 of you. It's not too much, right?" When he saw Zhao Hai take out the messenger jade sword, Bamu expression changed. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, Bamu face turned black. Before he could explain, Zhao Hai snapped his fingers, and bloody holes appeared in the throats of the 5 giant spirit clansmen, causing them to fall from the sky. Zhao Hai looked at Bamu and said, "If you want to live a little longer, you better behave yourself. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll kill 10 next time." Then he turned to the cultivators and the Su clansmen and said, "Look after them. those people quickly responded, but their expressions were not too good. The cultivators and Sioux people had ugly expressions not because Zhao Hai had said anything, but because they hadn't realized that Bamu had been up to something under their noses. This made them feel very bad. It was impossible for them to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, Zhao Hai's actions were all very satisfying. Thus, it was impossible for them to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. They were just surprised that they did not notice the giant spirit race's little tricks. At this moment, the cultivators and Sioux people looked at the giant spirit race with unkind expressions. If these people were to fight against the giant spirit race, they might not be a match for them. However, they were not weak either. As long as they got serious, it would not be easy for Bamu, and the others to try to do anything. After locking Bamu and the others in a cave, Zhao Hai returned to the command mine. He wanted to talk to Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen about the 100 Treasures world. Soon, Zhao Hai returned to the command mine. Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen were discussing something in the mine. The longevity stage expert had already given them instructions, so the two of them could make the final decision on this matter. Now, the two of them were discussing what their next step would be if the people of the 100 Treasures world really agreed to take them in. Other than the two of them, several of the Sioux tribe's soul-splitting powerhouses were also present. Su Ning, Jian Yi, and the other soul-splitting powerhouses from the cultivation world were also present. Everyone was sitting in the command hall, discussing their next step. Of course, they were only talking about it now. To decide on their next step, they still needed an extremely important person to join them. This person was, of course, Zhao Hai. The moment Zhao Hai appeared in the mine, he was immediately called to his side by Kong Miao. After Zhao Hai sat down, Kong Miao looked at him and said, "Little Hai, what happened just now? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm fine. It's just that those guys weren't very honest. I taught them a lesson. What's everyone talking about? We're talking about our next step. What do you think, Little Hai?" Kong Miao said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the mine and said, "Now that the giant spirit clan has given up on us, if the 100 Treasures world is willing to accept me, we can follow them. However, we've had so many conflicts with the 100 Treasures world before, so we have to be careful that they won't find trouble with us later. In order to prevent them from finding trouble with us later, there's only one way. When the 100 Treasures world is fighting with the giant spirit clan, we have to put in more effort and develop our strength at the same time. We need to make the people of the 100 Treasures world worry even if they want to find trouble with us, so that we can really stand firm." Kong Miao and the others all nodded, but Kong Miao still said, "What if the people of the 100 Treasures world don't accept us? Then what should we do?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Then let's go back to the cultivation world and let them fight each other. Not only do I want them to fight, I want them to fight non-stop. As long as these two upper realms are seriously injured, then even if we appear in the Myriad Realm battlefield again, they can't do anything to us." Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and the others were taken aback. They didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. Although the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit race were mortal enemies, their battles were very restrained. Although both sides had casualties, they wouldn't hurt each other. As long as the casualties on both sides reached a certain level, they would stop fighting and return to their own territory to lick their wounds and prepare for the next battle. The people of both the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit world were very clear that although their biggest enemy was the other party, if their casualties were too great, it would only benefit the other party. It was for this reason that both sides had been so restrained. It was precisely because they knew this that Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen were stunned. They did not believe that the 100 Treasures world and the Great Spirit world would really fight to the death. Although it seemed that the 100 Treasures world had come prepared this time, and the giant spirit clan had made a wrong decision, which would put them at a disadvantage, a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. The giant spirit clan was not so easy to deal with. As long as the giant spirit clan fought a few battles with the 100 Treasures world, and the 100 Treasures world suffered a lot of casualties, they should call a truce. It was almost impossible to let both sides suffer. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and the others, and said with a smile, "Everyone should be familiar with my information." "Good, didn't you all discover my most important special technique?" When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Kong Miao and the others were stunned again. They had already seen Zhao Hai's information, but they couldn't recall the special technique that Zhao Hai was talking about. Just as they were thinking hard, Jian Yi's voice came, "Special space technique." Everyone was taken aback when they heard him. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. "That's right, special technique." Kong Miao and the others were no fools. Once they heard about the special space technique, they immediately thought of many things and naturally understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Even if the people of the 100 Treasures world don't accept us now, our withdrawal from the Myriad Realm battlefield is only temporary. As long as I want to come back, I can come back at any time. So now I hope that the people of the 100 Treasures world will accept us. Otherwise, the Hundred Treasures world and the Giant Spirit clan will not have a good time. Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Zhao Hai's murderous words. They suddenly realized that the Hundred Treasures world and the Giant Spirit race had made the worst decision they had ever made in their lives. As long as Zhao Hai was involved in this matter, these two families would not be able to get any benefits. Kong Miao took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "If the Hundred Treasures world really accepts us, what should we do next? If the world of 100 treasures really accepts us, then our next step is to give up this place and return to Octopus Island," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Leave this place?" "Why?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "This place is too close to the old camp of the Giant Spirit race," Emo said. "They can keep sending troops to attack us and we can't stop them. But it's different if we go to Octopus Island. Octopus Island is further away from the old camp of the Giant Spirit race. Although it's further away from the old camp of the Hundred Treasures world, it's still closer than this place. We can also set up a teleportation formation on the island. Moreover, Octopus Island is on the sea. Even if we can't stop the attack of the Giant Spirit race, we can retreat to the sea and take shelter. I believe that after so many years, the Sioux people must have some understanding of the situation at sea. Therefore, Octopus Island is more suitable as a base." Kong Miao frowned. Although what Zhao Hai said made sense, he was still unwilling to give up their old camp just like that. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and smiled. "Master, our friends from the Sioux tribe believed in us completely for the sake of survival and came to our old camp. Why can't we go to our old camp? Now that our two worlds are in the same boat, we naturally have to advance and retreat together." Kong Miao nodded. "All right, if the people of the treasure world really accept us, then it's fine even if we move to Octopus Island." Su Wuzhen and the others were overjoyed. To be honest, they were in their old camp in the cultivation world. Although everything was fine and the people of the cultivation world did not look down on them because they were fighting together, they still felt a little uncomfortable. If they could return to Octopus Island, they would naturally be happy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Even if we move to Octopus Island, those guys won't let us go. But even if they don't let us go, it's not a big deal. We just want to beat them and step on their corpses to become famous. As long as we become famous, even the Hundred Treasures world will have to think carefully before dealing with us. After all, we've helped them a lot. If they really dare to kill the donkey after it's done what it's done, they'll only follow in the footsteps of the Giant Spirit tribe." Kong Miao and the others now understood Zhao Hai's plan. They also understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that they must make more contributions. They wanted to brand themselves with the label of the Hundred Treasures world, and they wanted to be the most loyal and the one who made the most contributions. This way, if the people of the Hundred Treasures world really wanted to touch them, it would be even more difficult. If they touched them, the people's hearts would also be scattered. Kong Miao nodded. "That's a good idea, as long as the Hundred Treasures world is willing to accept us. However, the Giant Spirit race is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid that we will be their first target. Once we surrender to the Hundred Treasures world, the blow to them will not be as simple as increasing the number of people in the Hundred Treasures world, but also a huge blow to their prestige. That's not all. If we can really hold the Giant Spirit race back at Octopus Island and prevent them from taking it, what will the consequences be?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm afraid that no one will be afraid of the Giant Spirit race in the future. The upper world can't even take down a middle world. This is the biggest blow to the Giant Spirit race." Su Wuzhen and the others nodded their heads. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, the reason why those from the upper worlds had their current status was because they had already exterminated all those who dared to provoke them. As long as they dared to offend or provoke the upper worlds, the people from the upper worlds would use thunderous means to exterminate them to show their strength. If a middle and intermediate world offended an upper world, and the upper world was unable to destroy the middle and intermediate world in the shortest time possible, then everyone would think that the upper world no longer had the strength of the upper world. It no longer deserved to be called the upper world. At that time, the Giant Spirit race would really be finished. In fact, all of this should have belonged to the Giant Spirit race. If the Giant Spirit race didn't give up on the cultivation world, Zhao Hai would definitely fight the Hundred Treasures world to the end. By then, all these problems would be solved by the Hundred Treasures world. The Giant Spirit race could use this incident to attack the Hundred Treasures world. When that time came, the Hundred Treasures world would be the one in trouble. Unfortunately, the Giant Spirit race gave up this opportunity and caused a huge problem for themselves. Tang Jai stood calmly on the ground. The people from the treasure world stood behind him. Tang Jai was the team leader and these people respected him very much, so he didn't say anything. Those people also didn't say anything and just looked at him. Tang Jai was waiting for the news. He had already made the stakes very clear. Tang Jai believed that the people in the world would agree, because the Giant Spirit clan was the one that the world wanted to deal with the most. Losing these people in the cultivation world was not a big deal. If they could take the cultivation world under the flag of the 100 Treasures world, it would be better for their plan. At this time, Tang Wen walked to Tang Jai's side and said to him, "Senior brother, do you think the people who stayed at the Octopus Island are anxious now? We haven't sent any news over for a long time." Tang Jai was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "It's too late to send the news now. I'll try." After saying that, Tang Jai took out the messenger Jade Sword and entered the message into the sword. He was about to release the Jade Sword, but the Jade Sword didn't have any reaction. Upon seeing this, Tang Jai could not help but sigh softly. "It's just as I thought. This Zhao Hai is truly ruthless." Tang Wen looked at the Jade Sword's condition and couldn't help but be stunned. "Senior brother, what's going on? Did something happen on the Octopus Island?" Tang Jai sighed and said, "I thought it was strange when they said that Zhao Hai killed his way in from the outside of the old camp in the cultivation world. Now it seems to be true. Zhao Hai must have run to Octopus Island and killed our people there before coming back here to deal with us. This person is really cruel and merciless. It's not good to be his opponent." Tang Wen's expression changed when he heard Tang Jai's words. "Does Zhao Hai really have such ability? That's impossible, right?" "Senior brother, don't you think you're overestimating him?" Tang Jai shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. The people left on Octopus Island must be dead and they must have been killed by Zhao Hai. Little Wen, don't underestimate Zhao Hai. You've seen his information. After he came from the lower realm and the flying realm, he has fought many times. When have you seen him suffer a loss? Even when he was at the nascent soul stage, he was chased by a tribulation stage cultivator from the cultivation world. It was just a tough battle and he even got a master for nothing. After that, he went into seclusion for more than half a year. When he came out, he still looked like he was at the nascent soul stage, but look at his combat power. I'm afraid he's no weaker than a soul-splitting stage cultivator. He's also a black magician. Such a person can't be underestimated." Tang Wen nodded. "Black magicians are all cruel and merciless. In order to make undead creatures, they usually work with corpses. This Zhao Hai isn't any better." Tang Jai nodded and said, "Zhao Hai's undead creatures are very special. I even helped him fight before. Ordinary black mages have to learn higher cultivation techniques to make progress after ascending. Black magic will also be slowly abandoned. However, Zhao Hai's undead creatures are very strong. Even now, his undead creatures are still a big help to him. But have you noticed that he rarely uses them in battle? Why do you think this is? He can't control the undead creatures for too long." Tang Wen asked in surprise. Tang Jai shook his head and said, "He's saving his strength and trump cards. He'll only show them when it's necessary. In other words, he didn't use his full strength when he fought us. I'm afraid even the people of the cultivation world don't know what his full strength is. He's very scheming. It's best if we can use such a person. Besides, there's another benefit to subduing the cultivation world." Tang Wen was stunned and asked, "There are benefits. What kind of benefits?" Tang Jai looked at Tang Wen and said in a low voice, "Do you think it's a good thing that our 100 Treasures world has suffered 2 losses in the hands of the great cultivation world and the Sioux people? If this gets out, where will our 100 Treasures world put our face? Instead of getting into trouble, why don't we take in the cultivation world and the Sioux clan and let them become a sharp sword in our hands to deal with the Giant Spirit clan? Think about it, if the Giant Spirit clan can't do anything to them, what will happen?" Tang Wen didn't give an answer. He immediately understood Tang Jai's mind and nodded. "You're right, senior. If the giant spirit race really can't do anything to the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe, their reputation will take another hit. With the betrayal of the great cultivation world, the giant spirit race will be in trouble." Tang Wen's eyes lit up. It seems like taking in the bearded man from the great cultivation world is really beneficial. "But senior brother, have we not avenged our previous enmity?" he asked. Tang Jai glanced at Tang Wen and said in a deep voice, "Little Wen, there are some grudges that you must remember and some that you can't. Zhao Hai and the others are of great use to us. Our real enemy is the Giant Spirit clan. When Zhao Hai and the others are against us, they still belong to the Giant Spirit clan. However, if they join us, they belong to our 100 Treasures world. We can't settle scores after the fall of the clan, do you understand?" Tang Wen immediately understood what Tang Jai meant. The Giant Spirit clan would leave endless trouble for themselves if they did not save the cultivation world. If they came to settle the score after this, then everyone who followed them would be in danger. It would only bring harm to the 100 Treasures world. Tang Wen nodded and didn't say anything else. Right now, he only hoped that the realm would really accept the cultivation world and Su Fang. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for the realm. The two of them did not use voice transmission, so everyone else heard their conversation. When they heard what the two of them said, they all fell into deep thought. Strictly speaking, these people were also cultivators. In the 100 Treasures world, they also had their own forces. It was not until they came to the Myriad Realm battlefield that they were grouped together and trained into an army. Each of them would serve in the Myriad Realm battlefield for more than 10 years before they were allowed to return to the 100 Treasures world. It was not necessarily true that there was a deep comradeship between them. Cultivators were selfish to begin with. For the sake of greater benefits, even if their brothers, disciples, and nephews died, they wouldn't be heartbroken, let alone some of their comrades. The people of the Hundred Treasures world understood that they could do whatever they wanted in the Myriad Realms battlefield because they were from the Hundred Treasures world. If the reputation of the Hundred Treasures world was damaged and suppressed by all parties, they would not have a good life. So when they heard Tang Jai's words, they all fell into deep thought. In their opinion, it was indeed good for the Hundred Treasures world to take in the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux clan. Perhaps they would not let their nemesis, the Giant Spirit clan, suffer. Thinking of this, they were angry with the Great Cultivation world. It also slowly disappeared. Tang Jai said these words out of concern. He really admired Zhao Hai. In the Myriad Realm battlefield and even in the Hundred Treasures world, ruthlessness was not a derogatory term. There was one cultivator who was not cruel. NBSB Zhao Hai had a sense of propriety in his actions, and his attacks were ruthless. He was definitely a talent. If Zhao Hai could really block the Giant Spirit race's attack like how he had blocked their attack, it would be a good thing for the Hundred Treasures world. Tang Jai looked at the people behind him, and a smile appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a jade sword flew to Tang Jai. He took the jade sword and used his spirit power to explore it. After seeing the contents, he let out a sigh of relief. Tang Wen looked at Tang Jai and immediately said, "Senior brother, what do the higher-ups say?" Tang Jai threw the jade sword to Tang Wen and said with a smile, "You'll know when you see it." Tang Wen didn't stand on ceremony. He took the jade sword and used his spirit to probe inside. After seeing the inside clearly, Tang Wen also said with a happy face, "Good, that's great. The higher-ups have agreed." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard in that case. "On behalf of the Great Cultivation world and the Sioux clan, I thank the Upper Realm for taking me in." Tang Jai and Tang Wen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Hai, Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and many other soul-splitting cultivators standing not far away from them. Tang Jai immediately came back to his senses and greeted Zhao Hai and the others with a smile. However, Kong Miao was standing at the front of the group. Tang Jai cupped his fists at Kong Miao and said, "You're too kind, master. We should be the ones thanking you for joining the treasure world." After saying that, Kong Miao gestured for Tang Jai to follow suit. Tang Jai smiled and said, "Please," he said. The two of them flew side by side into the mine. Tang Wen followed behind Tang Jai, Su Wuzhen followed behind Kong Miao, Su Ning and the other soul-splitting experts followed behind Su Wuzhen, and the people from the Hundred Treasures world followed behind Tang Wen. Zhao Hai, however, did not move at all. He was the last one to walk. Along the way, the people from the Hundred Treasures world saw many cultivators and Sioux people setting up formations. From the marks, there were many formations. If they really didn't agree to take in Zhao Hai and the others, then just these formations would be enough to make them suffer. Soon, everyone arrived at a slightly larger mine. Tang Jai asked Tang Wen to follow Su Ning and the others to settle them down first, while he followed Kong Miao to the command mine. Su Ning and the other soul-splitting stage experts did not follow the two of them. Instead, they personally went to make arrangements for the people from the Hundred Treasures world. Only Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and Zhao Hai accompanied Tang Jai to the command mine. After the few of them sat down in the mine, Zhao Hai immediately took out a bottle of wine and a few jade cups. He poured each of them a cup of wine and then retreated behind Kong Miao. He did not say a word, just like a servant. However, Tang Jai didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. He paid special attention to Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. It's a great fortune for Tang Jai to be able to drink the wine personally poured by Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. "You're too kind, Captain Tang Jai. I'm just a junior in the nascent soul stage. It's my good fortune to be able to pour wine for you." Zhao Hai also smiled. He didn't mind, but he had a good impression of Tang Jai. He was a bit arrogant, but he was good at getting along with people. It took a while for Tang Jai and the others to calm down. Tang Jai took a sip of the wine and nodded. "Good wine. Even in the Hundred Treasures world, it's a top-quality wine. I didn't expect the wine-making technique in the cultivation world to be so advanced." Kong Miao smiled slightly. "Captain Tang, you're too polite. This wine is already the best in the cultivation world, and not everyone has this wine. In the entire cultivation world, only one person can produce this wine, and this person is right in front of you." Tang Jai was stunned. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to know how to make wine. You're really multi-talented." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's just that the ingredients are good. Besides, I didn't brew this wine. I hired someone to brew it. If you like it, I can give you some." Tang Jai nodded and turned to look at Kong Miao. "Master, our realm lord has agreed to your conditions. From today on, the cultivation world and the Sioux clan will belong to our Hundred Treasures world. What other conditions do you have?" Kong Miao shook her head. "I don't have any requests. Our two worlds already feel extremely honored to be taken in by the Hundred Treasures world. I know that the Hundred Treasures world is about to go to war with the Giant Spirit race. We will definitely cooperate fully. Then I wonder what Grandmaster plans to do next." Tang Jai nodded and said in a deep voice, Tang Jai had also thought about what would happen after the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux clan joined them. He also realized that the old camp of the Great Cultivation World was too close to the old camp of the Giant Spirit clan. If the people of the Great Cultivation World really joined them, then there was no need to use this old camp. He was still thinking about how to persuade the Great Cultivation World and the Sioux people to move, but Kong Miao brought it up first. Tang Jai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Oh, that's a good idea. How did you think of it, master?" Kong Miao smiled and said this was suggested by Little Hai. We also think that what he said makes sense. NBSB. Tang Jai couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. He realized that he had underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't mind and just smiled at Tang Jai. Tang Jai nodded at Zhao Hai, then turned to Kong Miao and said, "Little Hai's suggestion is very good and I have no objections. However, I think that everyone should move quickly. Otherwise, the Giant Spirit clan will soon discover the changes here and come to kill us." Kong Miao nodded. "I've already sent someone to prepare it." "The way, Captain Tang, we said that we would give you some gifts. Please go and take a look later." When Tang Jai heard Kong Miao's words, he was slightly stunned. His face darkened as he said, "Are you talking about the people from the Giant Spirit race? How many are there in total?" Kong Miao laughed. "There's a total of 48 of them. However, because they caused trouble before, 6 of them were killed by Little Hai. Now there's only 42 of them left. Captain Tang, when do you want to go and see them?" "I want to go now. Where are they?" Tang Jai said in a deep voice. Kong Miao smiled and turned to Zhao Hai, saying, "Little Hai, you brought Captain Tang Jai to see him, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. He said to Tang Jai, "Captain Tang Jai, please." Tang Jai nodded and cupped his fists at Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen before turning around and following Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai flew out of the command mine with Tang Jai and headed straight for the mine where the Giant Spirit tribe members were locked up. Tang Jai said to Zhao Hai as they flew, "Little Hai, are those Giant Spirit race people just going to be locked up by you? You're not playing any tricks, right? They wouldn't dare because they still want to live for a few more minutes," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Although he was enemies with the Giant Spirit clan, he had to admit it. The Giant Spirit clan was very powerful. Even if the people of the Treasure World were to fight against the Giant Spirit clan one-on-one, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, in Zhao Hai's words, the people of the Giant Spirit clan were like ducks that could be slaughtered at any time. This was really terrifying. Very quickly, the two of them arrived outside the mine. Even though the entire cultivation world and the Sioux tribe were preparing to move, there were still a large number of people guarding the mine. These people were very serious. Judging from their attitude, even Zhao Hai's liquid silver flying needle would not be able to fly into the mine. When the cultivators and Sioux people saw Zhao Hai and Tang Jai, they all saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned the gesture and said, "Bamu bring your people out. A friend wants to meet you." The cultivators separated from the Sioux people and surrounded the entrance of the mine. This time, Bamu didn't play any tricks and led his people out of the mine. As soon as he flew outside, he saw Tang Jai. His expression changed. He knew that the 100 Treasures world must have agreed to accept the Great Cultivation World. At this moment, his heart was completely cold, not only for his future, but also for the fate of the Giant Spirit tribe. He realized that the Giant Spirit clan had made a very wrong decision. Giving up on the Cultivation World was a mistake. The 100 Treasures world had taken it as soon as they had given up on it. This did not mean that the people of the 100 Treasures world were stupid enough to pick up things that others did not want. On the contrary, they were very smart. They had been able to take over the cultivation world so quickly because the cultivation world could bring them more benefits. If the Giant Spirit race gave up the cultivation world, their prestige would definitely be damaged. If the 100 Treasures world took over the cultivation world, their prestige would increase to a certain extent. This increase and decrease was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Bama was a little unwilling. If the upper echelons of the Giant Spirit race were here, Bama would definitely ask them in person what they were thinking and why they had given up on the Great Cultivation World. The Great Cultivation World had been loyal to them in the past. Bamu knew very well that the reason the Cultivation World had betrayed the Giant Spirit race was that the Giant Spirit race had abandoned them. If the Giant Spirit race had sent reinforcements, the Cultivation World would not have betrayed them. After all, the Cultivation World had already killed so many people from the 100 Treasures world. At the thought of this, Bamu couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. It was not that one didn't know what was good, but that one was afraid of comparing the two. By comparing the Giant Spirit race and the world of 100 Treasures, the difference between them was immediately determined. The Giant Spirit race had given up their loyalty to the Cultivation World, which had been offered yearly. It was like throwing away a piece of paper to wipe their ass. However, the 100 Treasures world had taken over the Cultivation World that had killed more than 2,000 of them. This kind of breadth of mind and magnanimity was really incomparable to the people of the Giant Spirit world. However, Bama was still a little unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to see his enemy standing in front of him so proudly. So Bamu looked at Tangjai with a calm expression and said coldly, Tangjai, don't be so smug. If the cultivation world can betray us today, they can betray you tomorrow. A race like this is not worth trusting. Tangjai was a famous young master in the world of treasures, so Bamu recognized him. Tangjai couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Bamu said. Bamu, I didn't call you by the wrong name, right? You're obviously trying to drive a wedge between us. Do you think I can't tell? Betrayal. Did the great cultivation world betray you, or did you betray the great cultivation world? You know this better than I do. I think your great spirit world really has no hope. Bamu snorted coldly and turned to look at Zhao Hai. With a face full of hatred, he said, Zhao Hai, don't be so smug. You've killed so many people from the 100 Treasures world. Do you think they won't come after you if you join them now? You won't have a good ending in the future. Zhao Hai glanced at Bamu and smiled. No, I'm sure that the people of the 100 Treasures world won't settle the score with me. I'll have a good ending too. Because I killed one person of the 100 Treasures world this time, I'll kill 10 or even 100 people of the giant spirit race as compensation. I think with this compensation, the people of the 100 Treasures world won't settle the score with me. What do you think of my method? Everyone present felt as if a ghost was right behind their necks, blowing cold wind on their backs. That kind of eerie and cold feeling made them instantly have a layer of goosebumps. Tangjai turned to look at Zhao Hai, who was smiling. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Hai's answer was beyond his expectations, but he had to admit that he liked it. Bamu's face was ashen as he looked at Zhao Hai. He snorted coldly and closed his eyes. He really didn't want to see Tangjai and Zhao Hai's faces, and he didn't want them to see the fear in his eyes. He was a member of the giant spirit race, and he couldn't let his enemies see his weak side. Zhao Hai ignored Bamu and turned to Tangjai. Captain Tang, how should we deal with these people? Deal with him the way you did before, said Tangjai as he looked at Zhao Hai. If that's the case, I'll obey your orders, Zhao Hai smiled. After saying that, Zhao Hai gently stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Blood burst out of the throats of Bamu, and the others, and they fell from the sky. However, before they could land on the ground, a cloud of black chi wrapped around them. When the black chi dissipated, Bamu, and the others had already disappeared. This was Tangjai's first time seeing Zhao Hai turn a human into an undead creature. The process seemed very simple, but it was because it was so simple that Tangjai felt a little cold. From Zhao Hai's actions, he had done this many times. This was the scariest part for Tangjai. Tangjai turned to look at Zhao Hai and said softly, Little Hai, can you let them out for me to see? Of course you can, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and 48 giant spirit race members appeared in front of him. These people looked exactly the same as when they were alive. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies. It wasn't for the fact that they didn't have a heartbeat and had a trace of death energy on them. No one would believe that they were undead creatures. Tangjai looked at these well-made undead creatures and didn't know what to say. He only felt that Zhao Hai was really terrifying. But soon, Tangjai noticed that the auras of Bamu and the others didn't seem to have changed. They still gave off a kind of pressure, which could only be emitted by powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage. Tangjai's expression changed. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, don't tell me that the strength of these undead creatures is still at the crossing calamity stage. How is that possible? Zhao Hai laughed. These undead creatures are only at the refinement stage. They just preserve their aura to scare people. Tangjai heaved a sigh of relief. This was the answer he had expected. If these undead creatures were really at the crossing calamity stage, he would be surprised and find it hard to accept. Zhao Hai kept the undead creatures and turned to Tangjai. Captain Tang, let's go back. I think everyone is almost done packing. We can use the teleportation array to go to Octopus Island. We still have to make some arrangements there to defend against the giant spirit tribe. Tangjai nodded and followed Zhao Hai to the command mine. While flying, he said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, when do you think the giant spirit race will find out that something has happened here? Zhao Hai sighed. They probably already know that when the giant spirit race sent the last messenger jade sword to Bamu, it should have been for them to return immediately. But Bamu was detained here by us, and I stopped him from sending a message jade sword back to the giant spirit race. When the giant spirit race realized that Bamu, and the others didn't send a message jade sword back, and that the teleportation array was sealed, they should have already felt that something was wrong. I'm afraid that the giant spirit race's army is already on their way here. When can we go to the Octopus Island? Asked Tangjai with a gloomy face. Many of the defensive arrays on Octopus Island have been destroyed, and they need to be repaired as soon as possible. Moreover, we've already received orders from our clan to stay behind and fight against the giant spirit clan with you. If there's a need, the clan will immediately send reinforcements. Zhao Hai turned to Tangjai and smiled. Don't worry, Captain Tang. When you agreed to accept us, other Su clan members and people from the cultivation world had already rushed back to Octopus Island to repair the array. I believe that by the time we reach Octopus Island, the array should have been repaired. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai. He believed that this was Zhao Hai's arrangement, so he asked, "Did you arrange this again? I've only brought up a suggestion." "It was an order from Master Kong Miao and Mr. Su Wuzhen," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. A white light flashed, and Zhao Hai, Tang Jai, and Tang Wen appeared on the teleportation array. They were now on Octopus Island, and they were the last batch of people to reach the island. Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen had already led them back to Octopus Island, while Tang Jai, Tang Wen, Zhao Hai, Mo Sheng, Li Zongdao, and a few cultivators from the Hundred Treasures world were the last batch to return to Octopus Island. They had stayed behind to destroy the teleportation array in the cultivation world's old camp. This time they were really destroying it, completely destroying it without leaving any traces. This time, Kong Miao and the others had made up their minds. Since the giant spirit race had already fallen out with them, they would become mortal enemies with the giant spirit race's clan head in the future, so they had to give up on their old camp in the cultivation world. Since they had to give up that place, they couldn't leave any clues for the giant spirit race. Thus, the old camp in the cultivation world was completely destroyed. Of course, this was only done with the consent of the longevity stage experts in the cultivation world. No one liked to give up their home, but if they wanted to live, they could only give it up. The people of the cultivation world were very clear that if they continued to stay, they would only die. The cultivation world could not give up on the Myriad Realm battlefield. If they gave up this place, it would be very difficult for the cultivation world to develop. Therefore, the longevity masters of the cultivation world gritted their teeth and agreed to Zhao Hai's plan, destroying the entire old camp. The reason why the longevity powerhouses of the cultivation world made such a decision was precisely because of their hatred for the giant spirit tribe. The people of the cultivation world hated the giant spirit race more than the Hundred Treasures world. They had been enemies with the Hundred Treasures world from the very beginning, so they wouldn't be too surprised no matter what methods the Hundred Treasures world used to deal with them. When dealing with an enemy, one had to use all means. However, the giant spirit race was different. They had been their sovereign race from the very beginning. They had offered tributes every year for the protection of the giant spirit race. However, the giant spirit race had abandoned them when they needed them the most. This made the people of the cultivation world think that the giant spirit race was a traitor. Just like how people hated traitors more than enemies, the people of the cultivation world hated the giant spirit clan more than the Hundred Treasures world, which had always been their enemy. The destruction of the camp deepened the hatred the people of the cultivation world had for the giant spirit race. It was the same for Zhao Hai. Now, he no longer regarded defeating the giant spirit race as his goal. What he wanted was to destroy the giant spirit race so that they would never be able to rise again. As soon as they came out of the teleportation array, Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen walked over and bowed to Tang Jai. Tang Jai returned the bow and followed the two of them into the Su People's Hall. After they sat down in the main hall, Tang Jai looked at Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao and said, "Two masters, how are the preparations on Octopus Island?" Kong Miao nodded. "It's almost done. The original defensive formations on the island have all been restored. We're now doing some work to set up more formations on the island. At the same time, we're also setting up some spirit-extinguishing formations." Tang Jai nodded and said, "Very good. I think the giant spirit clan will be here soon. We have to hurry up. Little Hai, have you left some undead creatures to monitor the old camp? If the giant spirit race is coming, they'll definitely go to the old camp first." "Yes," Zhao Hai nodded. "I've already made the arrangements. If the giant spirit race really goes to the old camp, we'll know immediately." Tang Jai said in a deep voice, "The people of the giant spirit clan are not all idiots. They will soon realize how wrong their decision is, so they will try their best to make up for it. The best way to make up for this mistake is to use a thunderous method to wipe out the cultivation world and Zufeng from the battlefield of the Myriad Realms. So this time they will either not attack, or if they do, their attack will be very fierce. Although the defensive magic array here on Octopus Island is not bad, it will be very difficult for them to attack. However, I'm afraid that it'll be a little difficult to defend against the giant spirit race's attack. The giant spirit race should also have the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. If they use these things, we'll be in danger." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He turned to Tang Jai and said, "Brother Tang, I don't know if you can let me study the formation-breaking spirit serpent needle. I'm also an artifact refiner, so I want to see if I can make some imitations of the formation-breaking spirit serpent needle. If we have those things in our hands, it will be very beneficial to us." Tang Jai was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words, but he still nodded and agreed. Then he waved his hand, took out the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, and gave it to Zhao Hai. Tang Jai was not afraid of Zhao Hai copying him. In fact, the method to make the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was almost public in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Even the cultivation world had the method to make this formation-breaking spirit snake needle, but the cultivation world did not have the ability to make it. Tang Jai didn't think that Zhao Hai had the ability to make the formation-breaking spiritual snake needles. In his opinion, no one in the cultivation world had the ability to make them, let alone Zhao Hai. This was also the reason why he was willing to give the formation-breaking spiritual snake needles to Zhao Hai. In his opinion, it was just to do Zhao Hai a favor. It was no big deal. He valued Zhao Hai very much, and there was no need to make Zhao Hai unhappy with this kind of thing. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was extremely excited. After receiving the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, he immediately stood up and cupped his fists to the few of them, saying, "Brother Tang, Grandmaster, and Mr. Su Wuzun, I'm going to study the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. I won't be accompanying you guys." The three of them waved their hands and Zhao Hai left. Tang Jai looked at the disappearing Zhao Hai and turned to Kong Miao. Little Hai seems to be very keen on these things. Is he very good at artifact refining? Kong Miao smiled and said, "It's very powerful. When we were fighting against the Su people, Little Hai invented a way to find the invisible Su people. That's why we had the upper hand in the battle against them. Unfortunately, there is a very special metal in that machine. We have never heard of the existence of that metal in the entire myriad world battlefield. However, Little Hai accidentally discovered the abilities of this metal, but the weakness of this metal is very obvious. No matter where he is, he will recover quickly. There is no way to preserve his body for a long time, so that thing can only be said to be a one-time use item. However, from this point, it can be seen that Little Hai's artifact refining talent is really strong." Su Wuzun couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard Kong Miao's words, and his expression changed drastically. It should be known that the Su tribe's greatest reliance was their invisibility cloak, but now Kong Miao was saying that they had found a way to break it. How could he not be shocked? The reason why Kong Miao brought this up was because they were now allies with the Su tribe, and they were inseparable allies at that. In addition, the detector that Zhao Hai had found could only be used for a year at most. After a year, it would be useless, so Kong Miao didn't mind telling them. Looking at Su Wuzun's expression, Kong Miao smiled slightly, took out a search device and threw it to Su Wuzun. This is the tracking device that Little Hai made. As long as there is a Su clan member within 10,000 meters, it will show up, even if he is invisible. This was originally meant to deal with you, but now it's no longer needed. Also, this tracking device can only be used for a year. After a year, it will become a piece of scrap metal. Because there are no materials, Little Hai can't make another one. Don't worry. Su Wuzun took the device and looked at it carefully. It was very easy to operate, so he could tell how to use it as soon as he turned it on. He found his position on the device very quickly and immediately went invisible, but it was no use. The red dot that represented him was still shining. When Su Wuzun appeared, his expression was a little ugly. He now understood why the people of the cultivation world had always had the upper hand when they were fighting against the Su tribe. With such a powerful weapon in their hands, the Su tribe's greatest trump card was now in use. On the contrary, the people of the cultivation world could deal with them both intentionally and unintentionally. This was the most important reason for the Su tribe's failure. Su Wuzun's greatest worry was that this method would be learned by others. If that happened, it would be a disaster for the Su people. Kong Miao could tell that Su Wuzun was feeling uneasy, but he didn't say anything. He took out the large glass bottle and showed Su Wuzun and Tang Jai what little liquid metal was left in it. He also explained the characteristics of the liquid metal to them. Su Wuzun had never heard of it before, and neither had Tang Jai. In fact, it would be strange if they had ever heard of it, because this kind of thing did not exist at all. The liquid metal was just liquid silver. In the end, Kong Miao even opened the glass bottle. In the blink of an eye, the remaining bit of metallic liquid had disappeared. Su Wuzun was only slightly relieved when he saw this. At this moment, Zhao Hai did not care so much. Although he knew what Kong Miao and the others were talking about, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Naturally, he did not need to pay attention to them. He was currently in the medium. He had just placed the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle in the universal analyzer. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to break down the formation-breaking spirit snake needle and take out all the materials inside. Then, he would be able to make the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. He could also add those rare metals into the mercury staff. This way, he would be able to use countless formation-breaking spirit snake needles in the future. The attack power of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was undeniable. It was specially used to break the mountain's protective formation, so how could its attack power be weak? Not only could the formation-breaking spiritual rope needle break the mountain's shielding formation, but more importantly, the destructive power of the defensive formation was also amazing. It could be said that with this thing, Zhao Hai's attack power would definitely increase by a lot. Try to imagine, using the method of controlling flying needles in the 100 Treasures world, controlling countless formation-breaking spiritual snake needles. What kind of situation would that be? At that time, not even a soul clone expert would be Zhao Hai's match. For the universal analysis machine, it was very common to break down magic weapons. With the consent of breaking down the formation breaking snake needle, countless mineral veins were formed in the space, and countless arrays appeared in the space. The next step was to merge these minerals with the liquid silver, and then the liquid silver would be even more powerful. Zhao Hai sized up the green formation-breaking spiritual snake needle in front of him with a happy face. This formation-breaking spiritual snake needle looked slimmer than the one that Tang Jai took out, but the line was smoother and looked more like a needle. This formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was naturally formed from Zhao Hai's liquid silver. This formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was very different from the original one because it contained many magic arrays and materials that the original one didn't have. In addition to the special properties of liquid silver, it could be said that this formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was much stronger than the original. In addition, this formation-breaking spiritual snake needle could use the power of faith. Its attack power was incomparable to the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle that Tang Jai had taken out. Zhao Hai gently touched the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. He felt that his formation-breaking spiritual snake needle shouldn't be called a formation-breaking spiritual snake needle anymore. It could be big or small, long or short, separate or close. It was extremely powerful. It could be said that with this, Zhao Hai's attack power had increased by at least several times. He waved his hand and put away the spiritual snake needle. Then, another thing appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. It looked like the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, but it was far from it after a closer look. This thing was segmented. Although it could move, it seemed a little stiff and large, much larger than the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle that Tang Jai took out. However, the impact force of this thing was not as strong as the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. It was about 1/10 of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. However, even so, the attack power of this thing could not be underestimated. It was much stronger than the attack power of ordinary magic tools. This was the replica that Zhao Hai had made. This replica was designed in the boundless space. Then Zhao Hai calculated the materials that he had. With the materials that he had and the design of the all-purpose analytic machine, he finally made this thing. He was here to refine weapons, and he had been in the spatial space for 3 days. If he didn't take out something, it would be a bit unreasonable. So he made such an item which could be used by 10 masters at the Spirit Division stage at the same time. If 10 masters used it at the same time, it would not be impossible to break the general mountain protecting formation. It could be said that this was a very successful imitation. However, Zhao Hai did not mind. This item was of little value to him. He was prepared to give this to Kong Miao and the others. After making sure that nothing was wrong with the item, Zhao Hai left the medium in a flash and returned to the cave abode that Su Wuzhen had arranged for him. Although Zhao Hai had been in the origin space for the past few days, he had been keeping an eye on the situation outside. The giant spirit tribe had arrived at their old camp in the cultivation world 2 hours ago. There were 5,000 of them, and they had already set off from their old camp and were heading toward Octopus Island. Originally, they couldn't have arrived so quickly. Zhao Hai had already planned it out. Even if they used the Soaring Cloud Shuttle, which was a flying magic tool specifically used for traveling, it would take at least 5 days to get from the giant spirit tribe's old camp to the old camp in the cultivation world. The reason why the giant spirit tribe had arrived so quickly was because they had used a teleportation array to send people to an old camp in the middle world, which was only 3 days away from the old camp in the cultivation world. From there, they had arrived at the old camp in the cultivation world. Of course, Zhao Hai had heard what the members of the giant spirit race were saying. Zhao Hai had no more energy to criticize the actions of the giant spirit race. He realized that the members of the giant spirit race were really stupid. The situation in the cultivation world had not yet spread in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Although the 100 Treasures world wanted to use this method to deal with the giant spirit clan, they had not expected the change to come so quickly, so they were not ready yet. Thus, they had not yet begun to carry out the next step of the plan to attack the giant spirit clan with rumors. However, the giant spirit race did it themselves. They had sent so many people through the transfer array in the middle world, so the person in the middle world knew that something must have happened. As long as the person in the middle world checked, he would know what had happened. After all, it was no secret that the 100 Treasures world had attacked the cultivation world. This was equivalent to the giant spirit race spreading the news themselves, which would save the 100 Treasures world a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai was speechless. If it was Zhao Hai, he would definitely destroy the cultivation world first. Then others would find out about this and show their strength. However, the giant spirit race had to let others know first. He really didn't know what they were thinking. However, the giant spirit clan was his enemy now, so he didn't have to worry about them. He came out of his cave abode and flew to the main hall. Tang Jai and the others stayed in the main hall. In the past 3 days, they had been doing their best to set up the Octopus Island, trying to turn it into an impregnable fortress. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived at the main hall. Although there were guards outside the main hall, they all knew Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai, they didn't even stop him. On the contrary, they even bowed to him. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the hall, he saw Kong Miao and the others standing on a huge stone table. On the stone table was a plate of sand in the shape of the octopus island. There were also various colors on the plate. Tang Jai and the others also felt Zhao Hai's arrival. Tang Jai looked up at Zhao Hai and smiled. "You've come out of seclusion. How's the research going?" Zhao Hai smiled and returned Tang Jai's formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. Then he took out the replica that he made and said, "I made a replica, but it's far from the real one." Tang Jai and the others looked at Zhao Hai's defensive item with curiosity. Although it was in pieces, Tang Jai had to admit that this imitation was really good. Following that, Zhao Hai explained the ability of this replica. After he finished, he found Kong Miao and the others staring at him with their mouths agape. Zhao Hai looked at them in confusion and said, "What's wrong? Although this imitation isn't considered a success, it's immune to force. I've already tried my best." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai and the others didn't know what to say. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and said with a bitter smile, "Little Hai, who said that this imitation is not successful? Let me tell you, this imitation is quite successful. This is the best imitation I've ever seen. In fact, it's the only successful defense. Don't tell me that the people from other realms don't have the defensive products of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle." Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai with a puzzled expression. Although it wasn't easy to make this defensive item, it wasn't completely impossible to make it. Although this replica only has about 1/10 of the power of the original, if it can really be used by 10 powerhouses at the soul-splitting stage, its power will not be small. Even the island's protective array here on Octopus Island will not be able to resist it for a few times, right? Tang Jai sighed and said, "You're right. However, people have been trapped in a misunderstanding before. They have always wanted to make a magic weapon like the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. It's not a piece but a whole, so they have never succeeded." When Zhao Hai heard Tang Jai's words, he didn't know what to say. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He handed the fake formation-breaking spiritual snake needle to Kong Miao and said, "Master, you can keep it." Kong Miao didn't stand on ceremony and nodded as she kept it. Zhao Hai turned to look at Su Wuzhen and said with a bitter smile, "Zhu Wuzhen, I also want to make two, but I don't have enough materials on hand. As long as you provide me with the materials, I can make one in a short time." "Do you need it?" Su Wuzhen's eyes lit up. "Yes, I do. What materials do you need? Give me a list." Zhao Hai did not stand on ceremony. He took out a jade slip and threw it to Su Wuzhen. "The things I need are all on it. You just have to get your people to prepare it. However, you'd better hurry up. The giant spirit race is coming soon." Kong Miao and Tang Jai, who were looking at the fake formation-breaking spirit snake needle, were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Tang Jai quickly said, "How far away are we from here?" Zhao Hai smiled. "It's fine. They've just been discovered in the old camp in the cultivation world for more than an hour. It's not too long, but they've brought 5,000 people this time. There are close to 200 soul-splitting powerhouses, and they've also brought their magical artifacts. They should be here soon." 5,000 men, Tang Jai snorted coldly. "It seems that they really want to exterminate you all. But with us here, I'm afraid that his 5,000 men are not enough. I just don't know if they have the formation-breaking snake needle." Zhao Hai nodded. "I don't know about that. However, they didn't receive any news that you had the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. I don't think they will. If you don't use the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, what do people usually use to break the mountain's protective array?" Without waiting for Tang Jai to speak, Kong Miao said in a deep voice, "A big magic weapon. If I don't use the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, I'll use a big magic weapon to break the formation. Although it's not as good as the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, as long as I'm willing to part with the big magic weapon, I can still break the formation. It's just that it's much slower than the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. If they use the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, are there no other ways to deal with them?" Zhao Hai nodded. Tang Jai shook his head and sighed. "So far, there is no good way to block the formation-breaking spiritual serpent needle. The best way to deal with the formation-breaking spiritual serpent needle is to use another formation-breaking spiritual serpent needle to deal with it. However, this is very dangerous. You should know that the defensive power of the formation-breaking spiritual serpent needle is really not good. If you are not careful, both of the formation-breaking spiritual serpent needles will be destroyed. Therefore, generally, no one will use this method." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "This is interesting. If they have the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, I don't mind giving it a try. Let's see if I can deal with their formation-breaking spiritual snake needle." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai frowned and said, "Little Hai, don't mess around. When I said that the defense of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle was not good, that was only in comparison to the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. Ordinary magic weapons can't do anything to the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. The formation-breaking spiritual snake needle can be as flexible as a snake, and ordinary magic weapons can't get close to it. Zhao Hai understood what Tang Jai meant. Although the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle could move like a snake and the needle could change its shape, it was very different from his flowing silver and Kong Miao's 100 changes golden staff. Zhao Hai's liquid silver could change into almost any shape, and so could the ever-changing Vajra scepter. However, the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle couldn't change its shape. In other words, it could only be in the shape of a needle and could only move. It wouldn't change shape, but even so it was already very impressive. Snakes could change their shape at will like noodles, and they were extremely flexible. Just this point alone was enough. Zhao Hai knew that Tang Jai meant well, so he just smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Tang, I won't act rashly. Let's also prepare. Those guys should be arriving soon. If they don't have the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, then they're using a great formation." However, the magic tool they're using to hurry this time is very special. It's actually a big ship. It's very big. It seems that there won't be any problems with 5,000 people on it, but it's not very fast. Tang Jai coldly snorted. The giant spiritual treasure ship. The giant spiritual race has taken out the giant spiritual treasure ship this time. It seems that they are a little anxious. The giant spiritual treasure ship is a great formation created by the giant spiritual race. It needs 100 crossing calamity stage powerhouses to operate it. Each ship can hold 10,000 people. Not only can it be used as a flying tool, but it can also be used as a great magic weapon to attack. However, it is not very flexible because of its large size. However, its attacking power is not bad. Since the giant spirit race has taken out their giant spiritual treasure ship, it seems that they don't know how to use the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai in confusion. Su Wuzun continued, "The giant spirit treasured ship has some reputation in the Myriad Realm battlefield. If the giant spirit treasured ship attacks, the impact force is also very famous among the great magical artifacts. Usually, the people of the giant spirit clan use the giant spirit treasured ship to attack their mountain protecting great formation. They use this method to deal with a few disobedient small realms." Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he nodded. "I see. Then can we use the formation-breaking spirit snake needle to deal with their giant spirit ship?" Tang Jai thought for a while and said, "It's not that this method is impossible, but the formation-breaking spirit snake array is mainly used to break arrays. They will find a little rule in the energy fluctuation of the array, and then follow this rule to slowly break the array." However, the giant spirit treasure ship is a magic artifact, and magic artifacts have their own strength. Moreover, the giant spirit treasure ship is known for its defensive power. If they go against it, although they can break the giant spirit treasure ship, it will affect the lifespan of the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It's not worth it. Zhao Hai frowned when he heard that. The formation-breaking spirit serpent needle is too precious, and it's very difficult to collect the materials. It's indeed not worth it if the formation-breaking spirit serpent needle is damaged to deal with the giant spiritual treasure ship. By the way, we can use the replica I made. Although it's not very powerful, it can still fight against the giant spiritual treasure ship for a while. It'll take them some time to come here, and I can use this time to make another replica of the formation-breaking spirit serpent needle. With my great formation, we might be able to deal with the giant spirit race without the formation-breaking spirit snake needle." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the three people's eyes lit up. Tang Jai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. If the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle can really block the giant spiritual treasure ship, then everything will be fine. By the way, what materials are used for this imitation? We still have some materials on us. Let me see if it's enough." "If it's not enough, we can have the realm send it over." Su Wuzun immediately took out the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him and handed it to Tang Jai. "The materials aren't rare. It's good if we can prepare more. We can make a few with the materials here. Is that the time for people?" At this point, he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. "It should be enough. I've spent a lot of time researching the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. I've designed the shape and calculated the materials. Now I don't need any of that. I already have the specific data. With the materials, I can make it. It should be very fast." Tang Jai scanned the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual power. Then his eyes lit up and he turned to Zhao Hai. "Good, little Hai. We will prepare these things for you. You can try to refine them, the more the better. You don't need to provide the materials. I will provide them. You can only refine them." "All right, as long as you have the materials, it won't be a problem." Zhao Hai nodded. Tang Jai nodded and left. He came back after a while with an interspatial bag in his hand. He threw the bag to Zhao Hai and said, "Go, be quick." Zhao Hai did not waste any time. He nodded and returned to his cave. As soon as Zhao Hai left, Tang Jai immediately took out a messenger jade sword and entered the message. He turned to Su Wuzun and said, "Mr. Su Wuzun, immediately send this jade sword to the old camp of the 100 Treasures whirled through the ground connecting magic array. Hurry." "Yes," Su Wuzun replied. He turned around and flew away with the teleportation jade sword. After Su Wuzhen left, Tang Jai turned to Kong Miao and said, Kong Miao, after this matter is over, I want Little Hai to go to the 100 Treasures world to develop. What do you think? Kong Miao looked at Tang Jai in surprise. To be honest, this was the first time he had heard of such a request. He had never heard of those big sects allowing people from other realms to join them. Those big sects were very proud and did not care about people from small realms at all. Why would Tang Jai suddenly make such a request? Tang Jai looked at Kong Miao and knew what he was thinking. He sighed and said, Kong Miao, you've seen Little Hai's strength and his talent in refining weapons. To be honest, it'd be a pity to let him stay in the cultivation world. If he goes to the 100 Treasures world, his future will be limitless. Of course, I won't let you guys suffer. When Little Hai goes to our world, I'll prepare him to teach you some of the 100 Treasures world's cultivation techniques and refining methods. What do you think? Kong Miao's eyes brightened when he heard Tang Jai's words. To be honest, he could not refuse such a condition. The reason why the cultivation world was unwilling to leave the Myriad Realm battlefield was that they wanted to obtain better cultivation techniques and refining methods. However, these things were not open to the public. Although he had the full set of cultivation methods from the 100 Treasures world in his hands, if they were to cultivate and were discovered by the people from the 100 Treasures world, the 100 Treasures world would have an excuse to punish them. One had to know that they were the subordinates of the 100 Treasures world. It was a great taboo for a small world to steal a sect master's cultivation technique. Kong Miao was currently vexed over this matter. However, if Zhao Hai became a member of the 100 Treasures world and taught them some techniques, everything would be fine. The cultivation world practicing the techniques of the 100 Treasures world would not attract the attention of the people of the 100 Treasures world. At the thought of this, Kong Miao also nodded and said to Tang Jai, It's my honor to go to the 100 Treasures world. I believe he will agree. As long as he doesn't object, I naturally have no objections. Tang Jai nodded and said, Okay, I believe Little Hai won't object. Our 100 Treasures world has been preparing for a long time to deal with the giant spirit clan this time. I believe we can definitely take care of them. I know that your cultivation world has paid a lot this time, but you don't have to worry. Whether or not we can deal with the giant spirit clan this time, I will find you a good place in the 100 Treasures world and let them build their own camp. It will definitely be better than your original place. Tang Jai waved his hand. You're welcome. If we can really take care of the giant spirit clan, the great cultivation world will have made a great contribution. The 100 Treasures world will not mistreat those who have made great contributions. Kong Miao thanked him again. At this time, Su Wuzhen also walked in from outside. He nodded to Tang Jai and said, I've already sent it over. Tang Jai nodded and let out a long breath. Then he looked at the sandbox and said, Now, the defensive formation on Octopus Island is basically complete. If Ziohai can make a few imitations of the formation-breaking Snake Needle, we can even start a war with the giant spirit tribe outside the island. This way, the island's protective formation won't be broken. Octopus Island is very close to the giant spirit tribe's territory. As long as we can protect this place, our 100 Treasures world will have a bridgehead to attack the giant spirit tribe, so it's best to protect the island's protective formation. Kong Miao nodded. We'll do this as soon as possible. If we really can start a war with the giant spirit race outside the island, then there won't be any problems with preserving the island's protective formation. Su Wuzhen nodded. It's all up to you now, Little Hai. As long as you can make a few replicas of the formation-breaking spirit Snake Needle, we can start a war with the giant spirit race outside the island. Tang Jai forced a smile and said, It won't be that easy. Even if we really defeat the giant spirit clan this time, they will immediately organize a counterattack. At that time, they might even mobilize some of the armies from the small worlds under their banner to participate in the attack. Therefore, this time, we can't let the giant spirit clan lose too quickly, nor can we let them break the protective formation on the island. It might be very difficult for them to control this. The letter I just sent to the clan was to let them immediately start the plan to deal with the giant spirit clan. Go and make contact with the small realms under the giant spirit race. However, this will take time. We have to delay the giant spirit race for a while. Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen could not help but frown when they heard Tang Jai's words. To be honest, it would not be difficult for them to fight the giant spirit race head-on. They would just have to arrange their formations and fight with their own means. However, it would be a little difficult to drag the giant spirit world on and not let the giant spirit race win or lose. Both Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen were very confident in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai could make a replica of the formation-breaking spirit Snake Needle. As long as they had the replica, together with the people from the 100 Treasures world, they were confident that they could deal with the giant spirit race. However, it would be a little difficult to prevent them from winning or losing. Tang Jai looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, I know that this matter is difficult to handle, but for the sake of the final victory, we have to hold them here. It's best if they feel that they have a chance of winning, but they can't. That way we'll succeed. To be honest, Tang Jai's request was extremely high, but Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen could not object to it. In fact, they wanted the Giant Spirit Clan to be defeated or even annihilated more than Tang Jai, because the Giant Spirit Clan must hate them to the core. If they did not defeat the Giant Spirit Clan, their two worlds would not have a good ending in the future. Bie Yandong stood on the giant spiritual treasure ship and looked at the man standing at the bow of the ship. He could not help but sigh. To be honest, Bie Yandong somewhat blamed the man. Although the man was a famous master among the younger generation of the giant spiritual clan, Bie Yandong really did not think highly of him. Bie Yandong was very clear that the current situation was all caused by that person. His name was Berk, the son of an elder of the giant spirit tribe. The elder was not young anymore, and he had a son at his old age. Naturally, he doted on Berk very much. Therefore, Berk had been eating pills like jelly beans since he was young. It would be strange if such a person's cultivation speed was slow. However, Bie Yandong had to admit that Berk was indeed a genius, and his cultivation speed was fast. Furthermore, no matter what kind of spell or magic weapon it would be able to display its greatest power in his hands. However, such a person was too arrogant and selfish. He didn't care about anyone else except himself. Even in the giant spirit race, there were not many people who liked him. This time, after learning about the situation in the cultivation world, Bie Yandong immediately went back to his old camp to ask for help, because he was very clear that the situation in the cultivation world was definitely not a coincidence. There must be a conspiracy of the 100 Treasures world. When the elders of the tribe heard what he said, they were ready to send troops to save the cultivation world, but they were stopped by Berk. He thought that a medium world wasn't worth saving, and it was even less worth it to start a war with the 100 Treasures world for a medium world. Moreover, the cultivation world was involved with a bandit race like the Sioux tribe, so it was even less worth saving. If they really went to save the world, people might think that the Sioux tribe was their underlings. That would affect the reputation of the giant spirit race. Although there was some truth to his words, Bie Yandong believed that not going to the rescue would have a greater impact on the giant spirit race's reputation. Unfortunately, he was only a small team leader, and his words carried little weight. He didn't know what those elders were thinking, but they actually agreed to Berk's words and stopped rescuing the cultivation world. They even sent a letter to Bamu to bring people back. Upon hearing the clan's decision, Bie Yandong was at a loss for words. The clan was clearly giving up on the cultivation world. How would the other small worlds view the great spirit world? This was equivalent to destroying the prestige that the giant spirit race had built up over the years. Bie Yandong wanted to persuade him, but he was just a small team leader. He could not say anything at all. In the eyes of those old guys, there was only Berk. Even Berk's fart was fragrant to those old guys. At the thought of this, Bie Yandong could not help but feel discouraged. In his opinion, if they had sent troops to save the cultivation world earlier, the subsequent events would not have happened at all. Bie Yandong still remembered that when those old guys had sent a letter asking Bie Mu, to bring people back, they had not taken this matter to heart at all. However, after sending the letter for almost a day, Bie Mu, and the others still had not returned, which made those old guys feel that something was wrong. However, they could no longer send out any letters. They wanted to use the teleportation array to go to the old camp in the cultivation world, but the teleportation array could no longer be used. Those old guys finally felt that something was wrong and immediately sent people to find out what was going on. However, the answer they got was that a person from the Middle Realm had discovered that the old camp in the cultivation world seemed to have been completely destroyed. Those old guys could no longer sit still and asked Berk to take 5,000 people to see what was going on. Bie Yandong was also chosen to be one of the 5,000 people. He immediately understood what was going on. Those old guys must have thought that something must have happened in the cultivation world. Otherwise, they would not have asked Berk to bring 5,000 people to take a look. These 5,000 people were enough to destroy the cultivation world. When Bie Yandong followed Berk's group to the old camp in the cultivation world, all he saw was ruins. However, Bie Yandong's group still discovered that the old camp in the cultivation world had been destroyed on purpose. If it had only been a battle, it would not have been destroyed to such an extent. They used magic to check again and found that there were no bodies at all. Bie Yandong and the others knew that things were not good. This place must have been abandoned, and things were developing towards the worst possible outcome. Although Berk didn't know how to read these things, he immediately made a decision to go to the Octopus Island after hearing about this. If the people from the cultivation world were there, he would kill them. They were now on their way to the Octopus Island, but Bie Yandong still blamed Berk. If Berk had not intervened, the situation would have been completely different. Unlike Berk, Bie Yandong had never seen Zhao Hai and the others before. Therefore, Berk did not care about them at all. Bie Yandong had met Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, and Zhao Hai before. These three were all outstanding people, especially Zhao Hai, who had left a deep impression on him. Although Zhao Hai's strength was only at the nascent soul stage, Zhao Hai was neither overbearing nor overbearing in front of him. His words were clear and he gave him a good impression. Ba Yandong knew clearly that the small world was not without talents. On the contrary, those who could appear here were all geniuses because there were very few cultivation materials in the small world. Those who could cultivate to the Duji stage were all experts, just like those who had ascended. They were generally more talented. Ba Yandong would not look down on people from the small realm, but that did not mean that others would not look down on people from the small realm. In fact, people from the large realm generally looked down on people from the small realm. They could not be blamed for this. The cultivation resources in the large realm were too rich. The small realm could not compare with them at all. It was like a person holding a knife. No matter how well made the knife was, it would still be killed by the person holding a gun. Therefore, sometimes, the weapon could determine the outcome of the battle. The battle between cultivators was even more so. Weapons were even more important to cultivators. A good weapon could directly determine the life and death of a cultivator. The reason why the people of the big realm could defeat the people of the small realm with the same strength was that they had a big advantage in terms of weapons. In addition, they also had some advantages in spells and cultivation methods, so the people of the small realm were not the opponents of the cultivators of the big realm. It was because of this that Ba Yandong believed that people from the upper realm had no reason to look down on people from the small realms. It was also because of this that he was so polite to Kong Miao and the others. It was precisely because of this personality that Ba Yandong could not stand Berk's behavior. Ba Yandong also knew that Berk could not stand him. In Berk's opinion, Ba Yandong did not put on any airs as a disciple of a large realm. This was a disgrace to the large realm. Ba Yandong knew that Berk did not like him, so he would try his best to avoid him. Even on the spiritual treasure ship, Ba Yandong would hide in a corner and try not to let Berk notice him. The giant spirit ship wasn't very fast. It would take a few days to travel from the old camp in the cultivation world to Octopus Island. These few days were very peaceful. Some cultivators took a detour when they saw the giant spirit ship. For cultivators, a few days was really nothing. Soon, the treasured ship arrived outside the Octopus Island. When the treasured ship reached the outside of the Octopus Island, Ba Yandong and the others were stunned because someone was waiting for them outside. Outside Octopus Island, there were 3 battle formations. In the middle was a team of cultivators from 100 Treasures World. They were all dressed in black robes and were very easy to recognize. On the left were cultivators from Cultivation World. Some were monks while some were ordinary. Some were wearing cultivator robes while others were wearing monk robes. On the right was a team of Sioux people. There were about 10,000 people in all. Seeing this, Berk naturally understood what was going on. He stopped the giant spiritual treasure ship, stood at the bow, and coldly looked at the people of the 100 Treasures World. In fact, in Berk's eyes, only those people of the 100 Treasures World were worthy of his attention. He didn't care about anyone else. Berk glanced at Tang Jai. Obviously, he knew Tang Jai because he and Tang Jai were famous young experts in the Giant Spirit Clan and the 100 Treasures World respectively. The two of them could be said to be natural enemies, and it was impossible for them not to know each other. Berk looked to the side and snorted coldly. Tang Jai, what do you mean? Are you trying to protect the traitor of my giant spirit race? Tang Jai looked at Berk and smiled. Berk, you're still so full of yourself and unreasonable. Traitor, weren't you the ones who gave up on the cultivation world? How did they become traitors? HMPH, Berk snorted coldly. Once you become a member of the Giant Spirit Clan, you'll forever be a member of the Giant Spirit Clan. Anyone who wants to leave the Giant Spirit Clan is a traitor. Tang Jai looked at Berk and said with a smile, Berk, you're the ones who gave up on the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe. Now they're willing to join our 100 Treasures world. Did you come here in such an aggressive manner today to find trouble? The two of them were talking nonsense. However, this kind of matter of face had to be said before the war between the large realms. It was rare for a large realm to declare war without declaring it. Berk looked at Tang Jai and said, Tang Jai, don't talk nonsense. All this time, your 100 Treasures world has been provoking our Giant Spirit Clan. Now it's time to settle the score, but you're unlucky today. Do you think you can stop the attack of my Giant Spirit treasure ship with just your 1,000 men and those trash? Tang Jai chuckled. We'll stop them even if we can't. We're not like some people who give up on their subordinates when there's danger. We can't do that. Hearing Tang Jai's words, Berk's face turned ashen. Berk knew that he had made a mistake this time. He never thought that someone from the cultivation world would be so bold as to turn to the treasures world. This was a slap to his face. Now that Tang Jai was mocking him with this matter, it would be strange if Berk's expression could not be any better. Berk turned to look at the battle formation of the cultivation world and snorted. Great cultivation world, how dare you betray the giant spirit race? Let me ask you, where are the disciples of the giant spirit race? The person standing in front of the cultivation world was Kong Miao. Beside her was Zhao Hai. Kong Miao glanced at Berk and said calmly, kill him. Although these two words were simple, and Kong Miao had said them in a very casual manner, it was more powerful than a long speech. Berk felt like his blood was rushing to his head. He looked at Kong Miao and said, "What a great cultivation world. You really don't know what's good for you. Today I'm going to slaughter the entire cultivation world." Kong Miao looked at Berk's expression, and her expression became even calmer. She still said indifferently, "Please do." Berk's face turned red. He felt like he was about to vomit blood. The simpler Kong Miao's answer was, the more it showed that she didn't take him seriously. This was like a slap to the face, and it was a resounding one. It wasn't just Berk who had an ugly expression on his face. The other members of the giant spirit race also had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, Berk was the representative of the giant spirit race. Now that Berk had been slapped in the face, the entire giant spirit world would be embarrassed. A burst of laughter came from the treasure world. Tangjai had never thought that Kong Miao, who had always kept a low profile, would have such a side to her. These 4 words were even more powerful than 400 words of scolding Berk. When Berk heard this laughter, he couldn't take it anymore. He let out a furious roar and waved his hand. A huge executioner's blade was slashed towards Kong Miao. This executioner's blade was more than 30 meters long and was completely silver. The back of the blade was very thick, and one could tell at a glance that it was extremely heavy. When the blade was swung, it actually brought with it a sharp whistling sound, and its aura was astonishing. Kong Miao stood there, looking at the executioner's blade. She didn't move at all, as if she had been scared out of her wits. As the blade was about to land on Kong Miao's head, Berk's eyes could not help but reveal a hint of joy, but at the same time, a hint of confusion. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kong Miao. A white light flashed in his hand, and with 2 clang and hong sounds, Berk's executioner's blade was actually sent flying back. Zhao Hai stood there holding an executioner's blade in his hand. However, his executioner's blade was still within the acceptable range. With a blade that was more than a meter long and the hilt of the blade in both hands, it looked like a guandao with a shorter handle and longer blade. It was obvious that Berk's attack was from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face looked pale, as if he had been seriously injured. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Hai. One should know that Berk was a soul-splitting stage expert, while Zhao Hai was only a nascent soul stage cultivator. The difference in their cultivation levels was obvious, yet he was able to block Berk's attack. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Tang Jai and the others had a very high estimation of Zhao Hai's strength, but now Tang Jai realized that he had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength was already so strong. Zhao Hai looked at Berk and snorted, "Are all giant spirit clan members as shameless as you?" He actually launched a sneak attack. To be honest, Berk's attack was not a surprise attack. However, if Zhao Hai insisted, there was nothing they could do. The reason why Kong Miao did not make a move and Zhao Hai was the one who took the hit was because they had already discussed it beforehand. They wanted to make Kong Miao infuriate Berk so that Zhao Hai would take the hit. From the looks of it, Zhao Hai was only at the nascent soul stage. However, Berk's furious attack was actually blocked by a nascent soul stage expert. If this news were to spread, Berk would lose all his face. At that time, Berk would definitely want to get rid of Zhao Hai. What could make people lose their minds? The answer was hatred. Zhao Hai and the others did this to make Berk hate them and make him lose his mind. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Berk would not return. Instead, he would continue to attack Octopus Island. This way, the 100 Realms would have enough time to carry out the next step of their plan. As expected, when Zhao Hai said that, Berk's face turned green. He looked at Zhao Hai and gritted his teeth. "You're Zhao Hai." "That's right, it's me," Zhao Hai snorted. "You're looking for death," Berk snorted. After saying that, he waved his hand and his executioner's blade once again slashed out. Although this executioner's blade looked extremely heavy, each time Berk swung it, the blade would move easily, sealing off all the retreat of the opponent, making it so that the opponent could only take it head-on. Of course, this was only relative. If it was someone like Tang Jai, he would naturally have many ways to avoid Berk's attack. Of course, Zhao Hai could have dodged it, but he couldn't. He wanted to let Berk's hate hit him, so he chose to take it head-on. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and Hades appeared beside him. He didn't board the ship, but instead directed Hades to crash into Berk's ghost head blade. With Zhao Hai's current strength, there was no need for him to use Hades to deal with Berk. Zhao Hai did this because he did not want Berk to know his true strength. As soon as the Hell King charged out, it collided with Berk's executioner's blade. Although the executioner's blade was huge, it was still nothing compared to the Hell King. With a loud boom, the executioner's blade struck the bow of the ship. The huge hull of the ship was pushed back, and the executioner's blade was successfully blocked. Zhao Hai stood behind the Hades. When Ghost Head Blade landed on the Hades, his face turned red. Then, as if he was swallowing something, his face turned as white as a sheet. From an outsider's point of view, Zhao Hai had naturally vomited blood from Berk's slash. However, Zhao Hai did not want to vomit blood out, so he swallowed it. In fact, Zhao Hai was not injured at all. He had just swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and made his expression change. At his level of strength, changing his expression was naturally easy. However, at his level of strength, no one would be so bored as to do such a thing. When Berk saw that both of his attacks had been blocked by Zhao Hai, he could not help but feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to attack Zhao Hai again, a sharp screech was suddenly heard. Berk felt as if his left arm was being pricked by needles. Berk knew that it wasn't because he had been hit, but because someone had locked onto his left arm, and it was obviously a warning. At Berk's level of strength, his senses were extremely sharp. If a certain part of his body was locked on, he would be able to sense it easily and dodge it. However, this was only relative. Those who were weaker than him could sense that the other party had locked onto that place. If it was someone who was at the same level as them, they might not be able to sense that the other party had locked onto that place. If they were ambushed by Shanjiang, they would not be able to sense it even more. The chi that locked onto his left arm was on par with his strength. Berk turned around and saw that it was Tang Jai. Tang Jai was good at sneak attacks. If he really wanted to deal with Berk, he would not have made such a low-level mistake. Therefore, Tang Jai's warning was more of an attack than a warning. Berk kept his executioner's blade and stood there, looking at Tang Jai. Tang Jai, what do you mean? Don't tell me you want to fight with me now. Tang Jai glanced at Berk and snorted. Berk, Sifu is just a junior in the nascent soul stage. What kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, then come and compete with me. Berk squinted his eyes and sized up Tang Jai carefully. Then he sneered and said, I've long heard that your reputation in the treasures world is comparable to mine. I've long wanted to have a fight with you, but you people in the treasures world are like rats, hiding in your old camp every day. I couldn't find an opportunity to have a fight with you. Since you've come out of your rat hole today, let's have a fight. Tang Jai looked at Berk and suddenly burst out laughing. Berk, you've said it the other way around, right? All these years has our 100 treasures world rarely moved around in the myriad realm battlefield. As for your giant spirit race, I've heard that your giant spirit race is currently lacking in talent. What's the matter? Is this the reason why he would rather give up the cultivation world than fight us? Tusk, 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 how pitiful. An upper realm actually muddled to such a point, too pitiful. Cut the crap, Tang Jai, Barrack snorted coldly. Is your mouth the only thing you're good at? Do you want to compete or not, can you decide? If I don't compete with you, you'll think that I'm afraid of you. Come on, Tang Jai sneered. With that, Tang Jai waved his hand, and the people from the 100 Treasures world behind him all stepped back. The people from the cultivation world and the Sioux people also stepped back. Berk also waved his hand, and the giant spiritual ship also retreated a distance, leaving a large space for the two of them. The two of them stared at each other from a distance, trying to find the other's weakness. The two of them were very clear that the other party had made such a big name for himself, so his means must be extraordinary. Neither of them dared to take it lightly. At first, Tang Jai did not want to fight Berk like this. However, in order to attract Berk here, he naturally had to fight with Berk. However, this time, he did not fight to defeat Berk. On the contrary, he wanted to lose to Berk without suffering too many injuries. This way, Berk would feel that he was stronger than him. This way, Berk would stay here and deal with them. It was because of this that he agreed to a one-on-one battle with Berk. However, when it was time to make a move, Tang Jai did not dare to take it lightly. The 100 Treasures world had been fighting with the Giant Spirit clan for many years and had not gained any advantage. This clearly proved the means of the Giant Spirit clan. He could not be careless. Berk, on the other hand, did not think too much. He had been paying attention to Tang Jai very carefully. Although Tang Jai was just standing there and looking at him, Berk knew that Tang Jai was ready. No matter where he attacked from, it was impossible to kill Tang Jai in one blow. In other words, Tang Jai had no flaws now. Not having any flaws didn't mean that one couldn't attack. Ordinary cultivators rarely revealed flaws when standing like this, let alone a great expert in the soul-splitting stage like Tang Jai. However, as long as they started to attack, they would naturally reveal their flaws. Berk snorted as he thought of this. He waved his hand forward and slashed his executioner's blade at Tang Jai's head. This slash was very similar to the one he had slashed at Zhao Hai. The blade was light and had already locked onto all of Tang Jai's escape routes. Tang Jai coldly snorted and moved to the left. Under the pull of chi, the blade of the executioner's blade could not help but move to the left. At this moment, Tang Jai's body suddenly moved to the right and broke away from the chi lock of the executioner's blade. At the same time, he raised his hand, and 5 throwing knives that were only the size of a palm flew out from his hand, shooting straight at Berk. Tang Jai's 5 flying daggers were divided into 5 colors, namely gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. These 5 flying daggers were also slightly famous magic artifacts in the Myriad World battlefield. They were called the 5 Elements Flying Daggers. The color of the 5 Elements Flying Daggers was not for show. When the 5 flying daggers were made, each of them was made of materials of one of the 5 elements, and they were all materials with 5 elements poison. The 5 element materials were actually materials that contained attributes, such as materials with the gold attribute or materials with the wood attribute. These materials were collectively called the 5 element materials. However, materials with the 5 elements poison were rare. The five elements poison was a very special poison, which was closely related to the properties of the materials. For example, if a material with the wood element poison stabbed a person, the person's body would produce a wood element poison. This poison would mobilize the wood element in one's body and then produce a trace of wood element energy, which would destroy one's body. It could be said that this was a kind of poison that was similar to when someone injected true chi into your body and destroyed it. This kind of poison was very overbearing. An ordinary person's body contained the five-element chi. The five-element chi in a person's body maintained a certain balance. Once the five-element chi was unbalanced, the person might fall sick. However, it was different for cultivators. The cultivation of cultivators required the spiritual root, which was actually a kind of chi of the five elements. Generally, cultivators had an imbalance of the chi of the five elements in their bodies. For example, a person with metal spiritual root had a greater proportion of metal chi in his body. It was the same for people with other spiritual roots. If such a person did not cultivate, he would also grow up to be an adult. However, such a person would be born with this or that kind of defect. He would often get sick and would not live for long. The cultivation technique of cultivators was to transform the extra part of the five-element chi into a kind of energy. This way, the five-element chi in the human body would reach a balance, and the cultivation technique of cultivators would be to transform the energy from the five-element chi. However, the poison of the five elements just had to break the balance of the five elements in the human body in a very overbearing way. This way, a trace of strange true chi would appear in the cultivator's body. This true chi would run amok in his body, damaging his meridians at the least, and even causing chi deviation in the worst case. This was the reason why the poison of the five elements was so tyrannical. Therefore, Tang Jai's set of flying daggers was very famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Many people had died under this set of flying daggers. The five elements flight was aimed at the five major acupuncture points on Berk's body. Berk snorted coldly and turned around. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a large shield appeared in front of him, blocking him behind it. Meanwhile, his executioner's blade had already turned around and slashed at Tang Jai. Tang Jai waved his hand, and a plate-like magic weapon suddenly appeared under his feet. This plate-like magic weapon was still spinning. The disc-like magic weapon should have turned sharply when the ghost fighting blade was about to slash at him and dodged Berk's attack. At the same time, his five elements flying daggers did not stay idle. They were like five swimming fish, circling Berk and looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao Hai could tell that these two were just testing each other. However, he could also tell from their fighting style that Berk was the type with great strength. He used a large shield and a large blade, and his first attack was always heavy. As long as he managed to land a hit on his enemy, it would be a heavy blow. Tang Jai, on the other hand, was the agile type. His body technique was very flexible, and even the magic weapon he used was very flexible. It was like mercury flowing on the ground, penetrating through all holes. These were two very extreme styles. No wonder the people of the realm were at odds with each other. Their fighting methods were two extreme ends. It was not surprising that they did not like each other. At this moment, Berk and Tang Jai's attacks on each other had also increased. It was obvious that they thought that they had tested each other's strength and were starting to get serious. Now that the two of them were serious, Zhao Hai finally realized how terrifying they were. There was nothing strange about their fighting style, which was similar to the one in the cultivation world. Berk took out a few more heavy weapons, while Tang Jai also took out all kinds of small hidden weapons as if they were free. Berk propped up 4 large shields for defense, while Tang Jai only had a circular defensive magic artifact. However, the magic disc-like thing under his feet was an agility-type magic artifact that could accelerate his dodging speed. Berk's attacks could not touch him at all. Although the battle was very lively on the field, there were very few times when their magic weapons clashed. Berk's heavy weapon could not hit Tang Jai, and Tang Jai's small weapon would not usually touch Berk's big shield. Berk was looking for an opportunity outside his defensive circle. As long as there was an opportunity, he would immediately move in. If the big shield blocked in front of him, those magic weapons would change direction immediately like fish, as if his magic weapons had no inertia at all. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai understood why Tang Jai was able to make his weapons so flexible. It was because Tang Jai did not use his full strength in each attack. He only used about 70 of his strength. This was also what people often said: you don't always use your moves. Berk's situation wasn't much different. Although the heavy weapons he used looked like he had used all his strength in the first move, if he had really used all his strength in the first move, his heavy weapons would definitely not be as flexible. The two of them were truly worthy opponents. This battle was so intense that the sky was spinning and the earth was dark. Every move they made was terrifying. The two of them were fully focused. Now they only had their opponent in their eyes. They would not pay attention to anyone else because they could not afford to be distracted. Once they were distracted, the only result that awaited them would be death. It wasn't just the two people who were fighting that were extremely nervous. Everyone who was watching the battle was also extremely nervous. This was because the identities of these two people were really too important. If anything happened to either one of them, it was not something that they could bear. Everyone's eyes were on the battle. If there was a need, they would immediately come to the rescue. Therefore, both sides were staring at the two people in the field. The level of nervousness was not any less than the two people in the competition. Zhao Hai was also staring at the two. Not only was he preparing to rescue them, but he was also observing their fighting style. The two were the few young experts of the giant spirit clan in the 100 Treasures world. There were many things he could learn from their fighting. Zhao Hai also began to pay full attention to the two. He believed that the outcome of the battle would be decided very soon. Just as Zhao Hai thought of this, the situation suddenly changed. When Berk used a weapon that looked like a mace to hit Tang Jai's dodge was a little slow. The mace flew past Tang Jai's left arm and took away a lump of flesh on it. Tang Jai's left arm was bleeding profusely. Seeing this situation, Tang Wenzai couldn't stand it anymore. He ordered his men to lead the way, and the people of the 100 Treasures world immediately shot out their Dharma artifacts. The giant spirit clan members who had long noticed this situation naturally didn't stay idle. They also released their Dharma artifacts. At the same time, the people of the two worlds swarmed into the field, ready to save their own people. Zhao Hai didn't move because he felt strange. He could tell that Tang Jai didn't dodge because he was exhausted. He seemed to have done it on purpose. Zhao Hai was confused. He didn't understand why Tang Jai did that if he did it on purpose. However, when he saw the joy on the faces of the giant spirit race, Zhao Hai immediately understood that Tang Jai was doing this to hold them back. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai immediately said to Kong Miao, "Master, immediately order everyone to attack the giant spirit race. When the 100 Treasures world's people retreat to Octopus Island, we will retreat as well." Kong Miao was taken aback as she looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai did not say anything and only nodded his head. Kong Miao naturally did not ask any more questions and immediately nodded her head. She then directed everyone to release their magic tools and attack the giant spirit race. Zhao Hai immediately sent a telepathic message to Su Wuzhen after giving Kong Miao his instructions. Su Wuzhen was stunned for a moment, but he did not ask further. He thought that this was what Tang Jai had told Zhao Hai to do. Everyone knew that Tang Jai admired Zhao Hai and was prepared to let Zhao Hai go to the treasure world with him. That was why Su Wuzhen was very polite to Zhao Hai. The two of them joining the attack didn't make the giant spirit race too nervous. The giant spirit race's people were all gathered on the giant spirit treasure ship, and the ship's defensive power was extremely shocking. The magic artifacts used by the great cultivation world and the Su people wouldn't be able to break through the giant spirit treasure ship. As soon as Berk returned to the giant spiritual treasure ship, he immediately directed the ship to rush forward. Seeing this, the people of the 100 Treasures world couldn't help but panic and retreat. At this moment, the Hades appeared again and rushed toward the giant spirit ship. With a boom, the Hades was knocked backward, but the giant spirit ship didn't seem to be affected at all. It continued to move forward. At this time, another pagoda rushed over and hit the giant spirit ship, but it was still knocked back. Then another 20 golden beasts appeared. However, it was like a puppy standing next to a car, just like the giant spirit boat. These metal beasts also desperately slammed into the giant spiritual treasure ship, but it didn't make much of a difference. The giant spiritual treasure ship still pressed forward. Of course, these things were released by Zhao Hai. When Hades was sent flying, he had already started vomiting blood. When all 12 metal beasts were sent flying, not only was Zhao Hai vomiting blood, but blood was also oozing out of his 7 orifices. His mask was hideous, and it was a tragic sight. At this moment, a nearly 100-meter-long needle shot out from the battle formation of the 100 Treasures world's people and hit the giant spiritual treasure ship. With a boom, the needle was knocked back, but the giant spiritual treasure ship was also stopped. In fact, the previous few collisions had already slowed down the speed of the giant spirit treasured ship. This big needle was merely the last attack. Once the giant spiritual treasure ship was stopped, it would not be easy to start it again. It was like a car. A small car could not hit a big car, but it was impossible for the big car to reach the speed of the small car after starting it. The big car needed a process to slowly increase its speed before the impact force could be increased. As soon as the giant spiritual treasure ship stopped, the people from the 100 Treasures world, the Su clan, and the cultivation world immediately surrounded it from 3 directions and began to attack the people on the ship. Although the treasure ship stopped, the defense was still there, and the people on the ship were slowly retreating. No one from the 100 Treasures world, the Su clan, or the cultivation world could stop the ship from retreating. Everyone knew that the giant spiritual treasure ship was accumulating power. As long as they retreated a certain distance, they would launch a second charge. After the giant spirit ship retreated a distance, the people from the 100 Treasures world also slowly retreated to Octopus Island. Seeing that, the Sioux people and the people from the cultivation world also slowly retreated to Octopus Island. After a while, 3 groups of people had retreated to Octopus Island. As soon as they retreated to the Octopus Island, the 3 teams quieted down and could not see the panic outside. At this time, Tang Jai's voice came. Little Hai, where's Little Hai? Has anyone seen Little Hai? Tang Jai was standing in front of the team from the treasure world and shouting loudly. His arm had stopped bleeding, but it still looked like a bloody mess. Zhao Hai flew out from the team from the cultivation world. His face was covered in blood as he flew to Tang Jai and said, Big brother Tang, I'm here. What's the matter? Hai, are you all right? Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai. I saw that your injuries weren't light. Zhao Hai was slightly surprised. With a wave of his hand, a ball of water appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, his face was washed clean. His face looked very ruddy, and it did not look like he was injured at all. Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just pretending to scare those guys. Zhao Hai laughed. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai couldn't help but laugh. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good boy, you're really something. Tell me, how did you find out that I was injured on purpose? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you, big brother Tang. The next time you're injured, pick a similar weapon. The mace is a heavy weapon among heavy weapons. His movements are almost the closest. You can't even dodge the attack of the mace. If that's the case, you'll have died under other weapons. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai didn't blame him at all. Instead, he laughed and said, Good kid, you're quite observant. I lost on purpose so that Berk will keep his eyes on us. He wants to kill both of us so that they won't leave easily. Our mission will be considered complete. Zhao Hai nodded, however. It seems that the World Spirit Clan is about to crash into us. Big brother Tang, please arrange some people to deal with the giant spirit boat with the array-breaking spirit snake needle, but don't use all of your strength. I won't go out, but I'll send the 8 handsome green imperial chariot out. This way, the giant spirit boat won't crash into the island's protective array without using all of its strength, leaving the giant spirit clan with a hope of conquering the octopus island. This way, they won't run away. Tang Jai nodded and said in a deep voice, however, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight in a few days. Berk is not an idiot. Once they see us here, they will definitely want to mobilize troops from the giant spirit clan's territory. When the people from the other small worlds arrive, we won't be able to hide our strength even if we want to. Zhao Hai smiled. When the time comes, we won't have to hide our strength anymore. If the giant spirit tribe can't flatten Octopus Island after getting the people from the small realms to help us, they won't have to command the people from the small realms anymore. Tang Jai laughed and said, Yes, you're right. Little Wen, immediately arrange a few people to go out with the array-breaking spirit snake needle imitation. Some of the others will also go out. This time, your main task is to delay the giant spiritual ship. As long as the giant spiritual ship doesn't attack the island's protective array, it will be fine. Yes, Tang Wen replied and immediately led his men out. In addition to the 10 users with the array-breaking snake needle imitation, there were 500 people from the 100 Treasures world. Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen naturally didn't fall behind and also sent out 2,000 people each. Zhao Hai didn't go out, but his 8 handsome green imperial carriages had already been sent out. Berk's expression was very calm, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. There was no other way. The giant spirit race in the 100 Treasures world had always been enemies. The young experts of the 2 worlds had also competed with each other, but they had never really fought each other. Today, they finally fought and he won. How could he not be happy? It was a pity that he couldn't kill Tang Jai. Berk was really proud of himself now. Nothing made him happier than being able to step on an enemy who had always been on par with him. Now, the people of the treasure world had all retreated to Octopus Island. However, in Berk's eyes, this was nothing. Octopus Island was like a tortoise shell. However, no matter how hard the shell was, it would be broken one day. Now, the giant spiritual boat had retreated to a suitable distance and was ready for the second attack. To be honest, Berk was still very dissatisfied with the slow movement of the giant spiritual boat. In his opinion, the giant spiritual boat should attack quickly and react quickly. With one attack after another, they should break through the island's protective formation of the Octopus Island and let those who dared to go against and betray the giant spiritual tribe die without a burial. At the thought of this, Berk couldn't help but become even more excited. When he saw that the giant spiritual ship had retreated to a safe distance, he immediately shouted, Attack! Break that damn shield! The giant spirit treasure ship began to accelerate slowly, and all the giant spirit clan members on the ship revealed their Dharma artifacts. As long as the giant spirit treasure ship broke through the other party's barrier, they would immediately start a massacre. Of course, this did not mean that these people believed that the giant spiritual treasured ship could break through the island's protective formation. In the Myriad Realm battlefield, besides the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, there were very few things that could break through the formation of the other party, not even the giant spiritual treasured ship. However, these giant spirit clan people still had a trace of hope. In their opinion, Tang Jai's defeat would definitely affect the morale of the allied forces of the Hundred Treasures world, the Sioux clan, and the Cultivation world. As long as their morale was affected, it would be much easier to break through the island's protective formation. Just as the giant spiritual boat accelerated, a group of people suddenly came out of Octopus Island. This time, there were only about 2,000 people and 8 handsome green imperial carriages. Among the 2,000 people, 10 of them revealed huge needle-shaped magic tools. These magic tools didn't seem to be classified as great magic tools, but they were larger than ordinary magic tools and looked somewhat nondescript. In order to maintain the mystery of this array-breaking imitation snake needle, the ones used by Tang Wen and the others were all straight and didn't let them move, so they looked like needle-shaped Dharma artifacts. This time, the 3 clans didn't split into 3 battle formations. Instead, they formed a single battle formation under Tang Wen's command. 8 handsome green imperial carriages stood in front of the formation. Tang Wen glanced at the giant spirit ship that was getting faster and faster. Just as he was wondering how to order the 8 handsome green imperial chariots to attack, the 8 handsome green imperial chariots had already moved. They lined up in a column and rushed toward the giant spirit ship without hesitation. Berk stood at the bow of the giant spirit treasure ship and looked at the 8 handsome green imperial carriage that was rushing over. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He knew very well what the 8 handsome green imperial carriage was like. The giant spirit race had many 8 handsome green imperial carriages. To be honest, although this thing was a large magic tool, it could be said to be the weakest one among the large magic tools. Even if it was attacked by a group of small magic tools, it could be scattered in the end, let alone when it clashed with other large magic tools. If the 8 handsome green imperial chariot clashed with other magic weapons, the final result might be that the 8 handsome green imperial chariot would be washed to pieces. In Berk's opinion, if Tang Jai and the others wanted to use the 8 handsome green imperial chariot to attack the giant spiritual treasure ship, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The giant spiritual treasure ship would crush the 8 handsome green imperial chariot into pieces like killing a bug. As soon as Tang Wen saw that the 8 handsome green imperial chariots had begun to charge, he immediately commanded the 10 cultivators of the 100 Treasures world, who were controlling the array-breaking spirit snake needle, to follow the teacher's order and rush toward the giant spiritual boat. He believed that after so many impacts, the impact of the giant spiritual boat should have been reduced a lot. Boom! An 8 handsome green imperial carriage collided with the giant spiritual ship. However, the 8 handsome green imperial carriage didn't shatter as Berk had expected. Instead, it was sent flying, but it didn't shatter. Just as Berk was paying attention to the flying 8 handsome green imperial carriage, the second one had already hit the giant spiritual treasure ship. As expected, this one was sent flying again, followed by the third one. After all 3 of them were knocked away, the giant spiritual treasure ship's speed had already slowed down a little. Berk noticed this with his sharp senses. He frowned slightly and turned to the person beside him. What's going on? Why did the speed of the ship slow down when there were only 8 handsome green imperial carriages? The person beside him was his confidant. This fellow was only at the crossing calamity stage and was not very powerful among these people. However, he was very good at pleasing Berk, so he became Berk's confidant. In the giant spirit race, he often used Berk's name to intimidate others. However, this fellow was also a smart person. Upon hearing Berk's words, he immediately said, "I'll go ask immediately. Please wait a moment, my lord." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the control room of the giant spiritual treasure ship. There was a control room on the gigantic spiritual treasure ship. There were many magic formations in the control room, and there were nearly 100 crossing calamity stage experts working inside. Their main task was to control the treasure ship and make it move forward smoothly. At the same time, they also needed to provide a part of the power for the treasure ship. There was also a huge magic formation on the treasure ship. This magic formation burned spirit stones, and it could be said that this magic formation was the real power system of the treasure ship. The moment Berk's trusted aide entered the control room, he immediately shouted, "I say, what's going on with you guys? Darren asked you why the speed of the treasured ship slowed down after being attacked 3 times. Darren is very angry. Even though the people in the control room looked down on this person, they did not dare to express any dissatisfaction towards Berk. One of them said, "Please tell my lord that the treasure ship was stopped by the enemy before it reached its maximum speed. That's why it slowed down. If the enemy continues to stop it, the treasure ship will probably stop again." Hearing this, the man had no choice but to come out of the control room and run to Berk's side. "Sir, the people in the control room said that the speed of the treasure ship was not raised to its maximum before it was stopped by the other party. If the other party stops the attack like this, the treasure ship will likely stop again." Berk's expression darkened when he heard that. He turned to the man and said, "Barrett, Go and tell the people in the control room that if the treasure ship stops again, tell them to retreat a bit more. I don't want the treasure ship to be stopped for the third time." The reason Berk did not blame the people in the control room was that he had discovered that the huge needle-shaped magical equipment from the world of 100 treasures had already rushed onto the treasure ship. With a loud boom, the giant spiritual treasure ship stopped and slowly retreated. At this time, Barrett had once again arrived at the control room and passed down Berk's order. The treasured ship retreated once again. This time they retreated even further. Tang Wen also noticed this situation, and his face couldn't help but change. He knew very well what the other party was up to, so he immediately led the team and ran forward. When Berk saw that the people from the 100 Treasures world had followed them, his expression turned ugly. He immediately said in a deep voice, 2,000 men, stop them. As soon as Berk gave the order, 2,000 people immediately separated from the giant spiritual treasure ship and went to meet Tang Wen and the others. Tang Wen couldn't help frowning when he saw this. If they were delayed by the other party, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the giant spiritual treasure ship. If that happened, the giant spiritual treasure ship would have to go at its maximum speed. If the ship were to go at its full speed, it would be very difficult for them to stop it. Just when Tang Wen didn't know what to do, Tang Jai's voice was suddenly heard. "Little Wen, don't follow up. Come back a little and don't go too far from Octopus Island." Although he didn't quite understand what Tang Wen meant, Tang Wen still led the team back in the direction of Octopus Island and returned to their previous position. There was still some distance from Octopus Island, but it wasn't very far away. It would be very convenient for Octopus Island to rescue them. When the giant spirit clan members saw Tang Wen and the others retreat, they thought that they were afraid and immediately rushed forward. Tang Wen couldn't help but frown when he saw this, but he immediately organized a defense. It should be known that there were only 500 people from the 100 Treasures world in their group, and the remaining 2,000 were an alliance of Sioux people and people from the cultivation world. Under these circumstances, it was almost impossible for them to defeat these 2,000 giant spirit clan members. Therefore, he could only take a defensive stance. At this time, Tang Wen saw that the giant spiritual treasure ship was about to stop, which meant that the third charge of the giant spiritual treasure ship was about to begin. At this time, they were already entangled, and it was impossible to stop the giant spiritual treasure ship. Tang Wen couldn't help but feel anxious, but it was useless. Now that they had already fought with the giant spirit clan, he couldn't spare any time to block the giant spirit ship. If the giant spirit ship hit the island's protective formation, it would cause great damage to it. At this moment, the giant spiritual treasure ship had already stopped and slowly accelerated forward. The third charge had begun. Just as the giant spirit treasure ship's third charge began, a large group of people suddenly rushed out of Octopus Island. Under the command of Tang Jai, these people were like a big net, killing the people of the giant spirit clan. This time, there were no less than 20,000 people who followed Tang Jai, including 1,000 people from the 100 Treasures world. This time, the people of the giant spirit clan could not hold on. Furthermore, the members of the giant spirit race also realized that they were being attacked from above, below, to the left, and to the right. They could only retreat. These people from the giant spirit race didn't think too much about it. They began to organize themselves and slowly retreat. As they retreated, their formation didn't fall into disorder. It had to be said that the giant spirit race's combat literacy was still very high. If they retreated without falling into disorder, they wouldn't suffer too many losses. However, if they were to really fall apart, their losses would be huge. However, these giant spirit race people who were fully focused on dealing with the attacks of the three races didn't realize that behind them, the giant spirit treasure ship was slowly slowing down, and on the bow of the ship stood an ashen-faced Berk. Berk's face turned ashen as he looked ahead. He really did not expect that he would be tricked by Tang Jai. The 2,000 people he sent to deal with the allied army of the Three Realms were actually ordered by Tang Jai to rush to the path of the giant spiritual ship and block it. There was no need to talk about the impact of the giant spiritual treasure ship, but because of its huge size, it was very difficult to turn. It had to make a big turn to turn. Tang Jai and the others also saw this. Therefore, when the giant spirit treasure ship just started, Tang Jai led the army and flew out of Octopus Island. Then he forced the giant spirit clan people to the path of the treasure ship. Because the process was very short, it was impossible for the treasure ship to turn. The giant spirit clan people were all dealing with it. Tang Jai and the others' attack did not notice that they had been forced to the path in front of the giant spirit treasure ship. No matter how high Berk's status was in the giant spirit race, it was impossible for him to disregard the lives of 20 million giant spirit race people and crash into them. Therefore, when he saw this situation, the giant spiritual treasure ship had no choice but to stop. Berk felt extremely aggrieved. He was actually forced to stop by the other party's method. This was simply too aggrieving. However, since it had already happened, there was nothing more to say. Berk said in a deep voice, "Send out another 2,000 men and save those 2,000 people." Someone beside him responded and immediately sent out another 2,000 people to rescue the 2,000 people he had sent out before. They retreated all the way back to the giant spiritual treasure ship, which then slowly retreated. As soon as he saw the giant spiritual treasure ship retreating, Tang Wen immediately led more than 2,000 people forward, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close to the giant spiritual treasure ship. When he saw Tang Wen's behavior, Berk was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Tang Wen was stuck to them like sticky candy. If you retreated, he would follow, but they would not get too close to you. Even if you wanted to attack them, they would have a way to retreat to a very suitable distance. Moreover, there were more than 20,000 people eyeing them covetously behind Tang Wen. Berk was very clear that even if he sent all his men out, it was impossible to defeat those 20,000 people in one go. Moreover, if they really went out to deal with Tang Jai and the others, the treasured ship could only hit the octopus island by itself. However, there was a problem in this way. Tang Jai and the others could also learn from him. Tang Jai and the others could also use a large number of people to fight with them here. Then they could send a small number of people with large magic artifacts to block the giant spiritual treasure ship. In this way, they still wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. At the thought of this, Berk could not help but have a headache. He really did not have any good ideas to deal with Tang Jai's shameless tactics. If Tang Jai didn't have anything that could block the giant spiritual boat, it would be fine. But the problem was that Tang Jai had people who could block the giant spiritual boat, and the giant spiritual boat was the most important weapon to break through Octopus Island. Without the giant spiritual boat, it would be very difficult for them to break through the island's protective formation. The giant spiritual treasure ship was still slowly retreating. In fact, the distance between the giant spiritual treasure ship and the Octopus Island was enough for the giant spiritual treasure ship to launch an attack. However, the problem was that Tang Wen and the others were still following. If the giant spiritual treasure ship launched an attack now, it would be stopped by Tang Wen and the others before it could move forward. Berk gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Retreat. Retreat to a safe distance. Retreat until they stop following us." I don't believe that they will keep following us. In fact, the people on the ship also understood this. They also knew that the people from the 100 Treasures world couldn't follow them all the time, but this feeling was really sullen. Just as Berk had said, when they were about 1,000 miles away from the octopus, Tang Wen and the others stopped following them. Berk saw this and didn't stop the giant spiritual treasure ship. The giant spiritual treasure ship continued to retreat. They had to retreat to a position where they could charge and then launch the fourth charge. At this time, Tang Wen was commanding the crowd to slowly retreat. However, as they retreated, they left a few people behind at a certain distance. These people were not from the 100 Treasures world, but the Sioux people. As soon as these Sioux people left the group, they immediately went invisible. Tang Wen and the others stopped after retreating about 500 miles. They were still about 500 miles away from Octopus Island. This distance was enough for the team on Octopus Island to come and rescue them, and also enough time for them to return to Octopus Island. Berk was relieved when he saw that most of them had retreated, and Tang Wen and the others had indeed retreated. He stood at the bow of the ship, gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and shouted, "Charge." He wanted to use this roar to vent out the grievances in his heart. The giant spiritual treasure ship began to move forward slowly. At first, its speed was very slow, but it gradually became faster and faster, and faster and faster. After starting for about 300 miles, the speed of the giant spiritual treasure ship reached its limit. To be honest, such a long warm-up of the giant spiritual treasure ship really made Berk feel very impatient. However, he had to admit that if the giant spiritual treasure ship wasn't so big, he would lose his impact. Very quickly, the giant spiritual treasure ship entered the 1,000-mile range outside the Octopus Island. Tang Wen and the others had stopped here just now. After arriving here, Berk even deliberately looked at both sides and smiled when he saw what was happening. Just when he was about 800 miles away from the Octopus Island, a group of people suddenly flew up from their left. They were all Sioux people, and there were only about 10 to 50 of them. As soon as they appeared, they immediately took out a huge flying needle that was 100 meters long. This flying needle went straight for the left side of the treasure ship. With a boom, the flying needle hit the left side of the ship's bow. The ship shook slightly, but its speed didn't decrease at all. It was still flying forward. After the group of Sioux tribe people retrieved their flying needles, they turned invisible and disappeared. Berk looked in the direction where the merman had disappeared and frowned slightly. He didn't say anything, though, and the ship continued to move forward. The giant spiritual treasure ship was traveling at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled more than 10 miles. At this moment, another group of mermen appeared. They did the same thing as the previous group. They released a flying needle and hit the treasure ship, then disappeared. Berk's frown deepened. He wasn't afraid that the treasure ship would be damaged. In fact, Berk had absolute confidence in the giant spiritual treasure ship. He frowned not because he was worried, but because he was impatient. He was extremely annoyed. Those Sioux clan people were like flies flying around him, and that was what annoyed him the most. However, it was impossible for him to send people to deal with the Sioux people. The speed of the treasured ship was too fast, and the people on the ship couldn't leave the ship easily. As the ship moved forward, there would be a huge airflow. It would be very dangerous to leave the ship. If he wanted to send people to deal with the mermen, he would have to slow down the speed of the treasure ship, which was impossible for Berk. Even if someone were to put a knife to his neck, he would not slow down the speed of the treasure ship. If Zhao Hai knew what Berk was thinking, he would be shocked. It was as if Berk had become an entire organization on Earth. When the people of that organization were commanding the aircraft to crash into the building, their thoughts were probably similar to Berk's. Berk didn't slow the ship down, which was no surprise to the people on the ship. However, the Sioux people didn't stop because of this. Small groups of Sioux people appeared one after another, and the needles hit the bow of the ship. After 10 groups of Sioux people hit the ship with the needles, they didn't appear again. Just as Berk let out a breath, 3 junking imperial chariots appeared and hit the bow of the ship one after another. Berk was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Fortunately, the speed of the treasured ship didn't slow down, and it was still rushing toward Tang Wen and the others. Tang Wen stood there with a calm expression, looking at the treasure ship that was getting closer and closer to them. He turned to the people beside him and said, "Are you sure?" "It's been confirmed, don't worry," the man nodded. Tang Wen nodded and waved his hand, "Retreat." After he said retreat, the people around him suddenly scattered in all directions. It didn't look like they were retreating at all. It was as if they were scared and scattered. When Berk saw Tang Wen and the others, he couldn't help but laugh and said to Barrett, "Barrett, did you see that? I told you those guys were cowards, but they were scared to the point of scattering. Ha ha ha, this is too funny." "Of course they're cowards," Ba quickly said with a salivating face. "They'll naturally run away when they see your majesty's might." Although Berk knew that this wasn't the case, he still laughed and patted Barry's shoulder, making his bones feel lighter. But soon, Berk realized that something was wrong. They realized that they seemed to have deviated from their flight path. If they continued to fly like this, it was impossible for them to hit the octopus island. They would only fly past the side of the island. When he saw this, Berk's smug expression turned dark. He roared, "What's going on? Don't those idiots in the control room know how to control the direction? Why did they deviate from the route?" No one answered him. Berk turned to Barry and shouted, "Why don't you go to the control room and ask those idiots why this situation happened?" Barrett responded and turned around to leave. In fact, Barrett had already figured out what was going on, but he did not dare to say it out loud. If he did, Berk might treat him as a punching bag. Therefore, he quickly ran to the control room. He did not ask why the flight route had deviated. Instead, he said, "Can you turn the direction back?" The person in the control room smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's too late. The enemy has calculated the distance. After the final collision, it's too late for us to turn back." Barry smiled bitterly, turned around, and flew toward the bow of the ship. Berk's eyes were spewing fire as he watched the giant spiritual treasure ship brush past the octopus island. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He now more or less knew why the giant spiritual treasure ship had deviated from its course. It was all because of the continuous collisions of the Sioux people's teams. In fact, there was nothing difficult to understand about this matter. When the giant spiritual treasure ship was traveling at full speed, it was like a car that drove a horse carriage. It was very difficult to knock down the car from the front, but it was much easier to knock over the car from the side. In addition to the Sioux people's formation breaking spirit snake needles, Zhao Hai's 3 handsome green imperial chariots had also been used. The collision of these 3 chariots had caused the giant spiritual treasure ship to completely deviate from its course. The deviation of the giant spiritual treasure ship was not completed in a short time. It was completed after many collisions. This made the operators of the giant spiritual treasure ship not realize in time that the treasure ship had deviated from the course. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. In fact, from the moment the treasured ship was hit for the first time, they could no longer control the direction of the treasured ship. It was not easy to control the direction of such a large ship. Moreover, they had been hit continuously. Under such circumstances, they could not control the direction even if they wanted to. Tang Jai couldn't help but laugh when he saw the giant spiritual boat pass by Octopus Island. He turned around and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "Good job, little Hai. This is a good idea. Ha ha ha, I'm sure Berk's expression will be very interesting." Zhao Hai smiled. "After these few times, I think Berk will realize the disadvantage of not having enough soldiers. I think they should ask for reinforcements. The real battle is about to begin." Tang Jai's expression also calmed down. He nodded and said, "Yes, the real battle is coming, but it will take a few days for their reinforcements to arrive. This is enough time for the Inner Realm to carry out the next step of the plan. Little Hai, I have good news for you. The Inner Realm will send another 5,000 reinforcements and a large amount of materials. What you need to do next is to make more formation-breaking spirit snake needles. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He then smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother Tang, don't tell me you want me to give each of you a defensive formation-breaking spirit snake needle. To be honest, I'm too busy to do that. Besides, there's no need to make so many array-breaking snake needles. They're not as flexible as the real ones, and they're not as powerful. They're just a big celestial device. If they're not controlled by a soul-splitting stage expert, they're only a little stronger than the 8 handsome green imperial chariot. Even if they exert their full power, they can only be controlled by 10 soul-splitting stage experts at the same time. But it can't break the island's protective formation. If 10 soul-splitting cultivators control it to collide with the opponent's great magic weapon, I'm afraid it won't take long for the needle to be destroyed. It's not worth it. Tang Jai sighed and said, I know what you're saying, but Little Hai, you have to know that our opponent is the Giant Spirit Clan. The number of Giant Spirit Clan's big celestial devices is one of the best in the big realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield. In the previous battle between the 100 Treasures World and the Giant Spirit Clan, we suffered a loss because of these big celestial devices. When the two sides fight, the big celestial devices are much more useful than the small celestial devices. This time, the world wants to defeat the Giant Spirit Clan, so we attach great importance to the formation-breaking snake needle imitation you made. You'll have to suffer for a while. Hearing Tang Jai's words, Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, don't worry. I'll do my best, Tang Jai nodded. This time, there will be some artifact refiners from our Jai among the reinforcements. At that time, Little Hai, you can't be stingy. Give the manufacturing method of the array-breaking spirit snake needle to the people in our Jai. Zhao Hai smiled. It's not a great method, don't worry. When they come, I'll just tell them the ratios of the materials and the order of the formation. Tang Jai nodded and looked at the giant spiritual treasure ship that was making a big turn with a burning gaze. He said in a deep voice, if we can defeat the giant spirit race this time, then our 100 Treasures world will receive unexpected benefits. Little Hai, you will be the greatest hero of our 100 Treasures world, and the clan will not mistreat you. The reason why Tang Jai told Zhao Hai this was that he had told him that after this matter was over, Zhao Hai would go back to the treasure world with him. Zhao Hai would then be considered to have officially joined the treasure world. Zhao Hai just smiled when he heard Tang Jai's words. He didn't say anything. To be honest, he was really not interested in joining the 100 Treasures world. He knew all the cultivation methods in the 100 Treasures world, and now he even knew the cultivation methods of the giant spirit world. What he needed to do now was to get the cultivation methods of the other big worlds and see if he could find any clues in them. What Zhao Hai was most concerned about now was how the 6-realm battlefield and the Myriad Realm battlefield had been formed, who had created them. These were the things that Zhao Hai was most concerned about. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. To be honest, he admired Zhao Hai's calmness. He was a man who did great things. Tang Jai could understand Kong Miao a little now. Before this, he had seen that no matter what Kong Miao did, she would always discuss with Zhao Hai. He had felt that it was strange. It was only later on when he found out about Zhao Hai's miraculous abilities that Tang Jai finally understood why Kong Miao would do that. In fact, he was now similar to Kong Miao. No matter what Kong Miao did, she would always discuss with Zhao Hai. Under everyone's gaze, the giant spiritual treasure ship made a big turn and once again turned into the distance. Moreover, its speed had also slowed down. It seemed that Berk had discovered their weakness. The weakness of Berk's group was that they didn't have enough manpower. If they had enough manpower, they could have used them to defend against the sudden attacks of the mermen, and they could have stalled the allied forces of the 3 realms. It wouldn't have been so troublesome. However, because they didn't have enough manpower, they had to fight back without achieving anything. This made Berk very angry, but at the same time, Berk also knew that this was not the way to go. So after making a round, he made the giant spiritual treasure ship slow down. He sized up Tang Jai and the others on the octopus island, and said in a deep voice, retreat, out of the range of the octopus island. Immediately send a letter to the clan and have them send reinforcements as soon as possible. Someone beside him naturally took note of his order, and the giant spirit ship slowly retreated. In a short while, it had left the territory of the octopus island and disappeared. Everyone cheered when they saw the giant spirit boat retreat. They knew that the giant spirit race would not give up just like that. However, they had won the first battle. It must be known that their victory this time was not easy. They had to preserve a portion of their strength. They couldn't push back the giant spirit race in one go. They had to let the giant spirit race think that they were not invincible. From the current situation, they had done very well. Furthermore, the people that the giant spirit race had sent out this time weren't weak. Not only did they have a giant spirit treasure ship, but they also had 5,000 giant spirit race members accompanying them. 5,000 giant spirit race members was not a small number. In fact, the most excited people were the Sioux people and the people of the cultivation world. All along, the people of the great spirit world had been like kings high up in the air. Even looking at them was a gift. As long as the Great Spirit World casually sent out 3,000 or 4,000 people, they could almost drive them out of the Myriad Realm battlefield. But now, however, they had defeated the Giant Spirit Clan. Although this had a lot to do with Tang Jai and the others, they had also contributed, hadn't they? Furthermore, they had put in a lot of effort. This was enough to make them feel proud. Tang Jai looked at the cheering people around him and smiled. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, let's go back. Little Wen, arrange for someone to stand guard. Don't let the giant spirit ray slip through." Tang Wen acknowledged and went to contact Kong Miao and Su Wuzhen to arrange for the security. Zhao Hai, Tang Jai, and the others returned to Octopus Island. Tang Jai told everyone to rest while he led Kong Miao, Su Wuzhen, Tang Wen, and Zhao Hai into his cave. After they arrived at the quiet room in the cave, they sat down. Tang Jai smiled and said, "I didn't expect that we would force Berk to retreat so quickly. I think Berk must be really angry right now. He's mobilizing his troops and preparing for the second attack." Everyone chuckled. They were all in a good mood. Although they did not kill the Giant Spirit Clan's people, they were still very happy after defeating the strong enemy. Tang Jai looked at everyone and said with a smile, "The tribe's reinforcements will be here soon. In about 2 hours, the first batch of reinforcements will arrive on Octopus Island. I'll have to trouble Mr. Su Wuzhen to make arrangements then." Su Wuzhen nodded immediately. "Don't worry, Captain Tang. I'll make the arrangements. I just wonder who's the commander of the reinforcements sent by the Treasure World this time." Kong Miao also noticed Su Wuzhen's question. To be honest, they were still a little worried. Tang Jai was very polite to them because the combined strength of the Su people and the people from the cultivation world was greater than the strength of Tang Jai's forces. However, once the 100 Treasures World's reinforcements arrived, the 100 Treasures World's strength would increase. When that time came, it was hard to say whether the 100 Treasures World's attitude towards them would still be the same. Su Wuzhen was the one who worried the most. The people from the cultivation world were not too worried because Zhao Hai had already joined the 100 Treasures World. They would not make things difficult for the cultivation world out of consideration for Zhao Hai. Moreover, the cultivation world had betrayed the giant spirit race, so it was more useful to the 100 Treasures World. But the Su tribe was different. They were not qualified to be the subordinates of the 100 Treasures World. In addition, they had a bad reputation. If the 100 Treasures World really made things difficult for them, they would have to suffer in silence. Su Wuzhen wouldn't be too worried if Tang Jai always had the final say in the 100 Treasures World. After all, Tang Jai was still very polite to them. Moreover, they had gone through a great war with Tang Jai, so he wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. However, if someone else was in charge of the 100 Treasures World, then things would be different. Who knew if the new people of the 100 Treasures World would not like them? After all, the Su people's reputation was there, and they had always been not well liked. Tang Jai was a smart person. He immediately understood what Su Wuzhen meant. He smiled and said, "This time, the leader is my senior Muyu. He's the disciple of my eldest senior uncle. However, he has a very good relationship with me and Zio Wen. He takes good care of us. He's an expert who became famous before me in the 100 Treasures World. There are almost no young experts in the Giant Spirit Clan who are as famous as him. With him leading the way, we don't have to worry." Su Wuzhen was stunned for a moment when he heard Muyu's name. Then he said happily, "Are you Mr. Muyu, who people have given you the nickname Rain of 10,000 Flowers?" Tang Jai smiled slightly. "That's right, senior brother Mu claims to be the #1 expert among the younger generation of our 100 Treasures World. His technique, Falling Rain, 10,000 Flowers Bloom, is also very famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield." Hearing Tang Jai's words, Zhao Hai and Kong Miao also knew who Muyu was. Muyu was known as the #1 expert among the younger generation in the 100 Treasures World. However, he was very low-key, so not many people had heard of him in the Myriad World battlefield. However, he was recorded in the beginner Jade Slip by the Cultivation World Office because of Muyu's magic artifact. Muyu's magic item was called Raindrop, 10,000 Flowers Bloom. This was the name of his magic item and the method he used to use it. It was said that this magic item was created by him through his own research. When you use it, you will feel as if you have entered a sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers, there was a drizzling rain. In the drizzling rain, the 10,000 flowers bloomed, looking extremely beautiful. However, almost everyone who had seen this scene was dead. No one knew how he used this magical weapon, nor had anyone seen what it looked like. This was why the introductory Jade Slip of the Cultivation World had listed Muyu as someone not to be offended. Falling Rain of Myriad Flowers was just Muyu's nickname. In reality, Muyu had another nickname, Emperor of Myriad Flowers. This was his nickname in the introductory Jade Slip of the Cultivation World. This was why Zhao Hai and Kong Miao did not immediately remember who Muyu was. It was only when they heard the name of the magic tool, Falling Rain of Myriad Flowers, that they finally remembered who he was. Tang Jai was right. Muyu's falling rain 10,000 flowers bloom was very famous in the Myriad Realm battlefield, especially among the people of the Big Realm. As for the people of the Small Realm, Muyu was not very famous because he rarely went out, and he usually did not attack the people of the Small Realm. Instead, he usually went to find trouble with the people of the Big Realm. Zhao Hai and Kong Miao were very happy when they heard that Muyu was leading the army to help. Muyu was a famous expert, even more famous than Tang Jai. With such an expert as a reinforcement, in addition to the reinforcements from the 5,000 Treasures world, Octopus Island would have no problem protecting itself. Naturally, they would be even safer. Tang Jai looked at the few of them and smiled. Mr. Su Wuzun, please arrange a place for the reinforcements to rest. Grandmaster Kong Miao, please go and rest as well. I have something to say to Little Wen and Little Hai. After Su Wuzun and Kong Miao left, Tang Jai turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, tell me the truth. Do you have some special technique? Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what Tang Jai said. Many people know that I know special techniques. There's nothing strange about it. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and said, No, Little Hai. I'm not talking about your spatial special technique. Everyone knows that you have spatial special techniques. I mean, do you know any other special techniques besides spatial special techniques? Zhao Hai was stunned and his expression changed. His first reaction was that Tang Jai knew about the realm, but then he felt that something was wrong. He immediately began to reflect on what he had exposed this time. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. I was right. You really do have other special techniques. Tell me, is it the kind of special technique that can decompose an object and restore it? Zhao Hai wasn't surprised when he heard Tang Jai's words. However, he was already prepared, so he pretended to be very shocked. Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and thought that he had guessed right. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I guessed right. I've heard that there's a person in the magic puppet world who used to have this special technique. It's because of his presence that the magic puppet world has so many methods and ratios to make magic artifacts. You're the same, right? Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Tang Jai's words. If that was what Tang Jai thought, then everything would be fine. As long as they didn't discover the secret of the space, everything would be fine. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai and sighed. In fact, my special technique is not only about decomposition and restoration, but also synthesis, just like refining artifacts. It's much faster to synthesize different materials into what I want than refining artifacts. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Good, that's great. So as long as we take care of the giant spiritual treasure ship, you'll be able to know what kind of materials and magic artifacts were used in the ship, and what the ratio was. That's right, Zhao Hai said with a smile. As long as we can take care of the giant spiritual treasure ship, I can restore it. As long as we have enough materials, we can make more than one giant spiritual treasure ship. Tang Jai's eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, that's great. Where's the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle? It's the same. As long as you provide me with enough materials, I can make the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Tang Jai laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Good, that's great. With this, your status in the 100 Treasures world will be higher than mine. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai in confusion. Why? Even if I can, I'm not the only blacksmith in the world of 100 treasures, right? Tang Jai looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head impatiently. You really don't know how lucky you are. Don't you know that there's a success rate in artifact refining? Do you know what the success rate is for an ordinary magic tool? If you could achieve a success rate of 1/5, you would be considered a top-notch blacksmith. The success rate of refining a large celestial device was even lower, about 1/50th. For a celestial device like the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, his success rate was less than 1%. 1%. With so many materials and such a low success rate, even if people knew that he had a 1% success rate, he would still be able to refine it. But where could he get so many precious materials for them to waste? Therefore, blacksmiths are very popular in all realms. Little Hai, no one can be like you with a 100 success rate in refining. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. I'm not 100 successful. It's just that I've already broken down all the failed items. Then I'll refine them again. So you can say that I'm 100 successful. At the very least, I won't waste so many materials. Tang Jai laughed and said, that's already very amazing. Really, Little Hai, with you, our 100 Treasures world strength will definitely be improved one step further. I can tell you the truth. For so many years, we have obtained countless good things, but there are too few blacksmiths. With you, those materials can be turned into weapons. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jai and said, Big brother Tang, you don't seem to have thought of the greatest use of my special technique yet. How do you deal with the broken magic tools you've obtained in the past, or the magic tools you've obtained after killing people? Tang Jai's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He said in a deep voice, those things can become materials and new magic tools. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? That's too shocking. Think about it, what a shocking number that would be. Tang Jai couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked around the quiet room with excitement. After a while, he calmed down and turned to Zhao Hai. Little Hai, how confident are you in dealing with the giant spiritual treasure ship? Zhao Hai smiled. 100. Don't worry. That cumbersome fellow isn't a threat to me at all. It'll be too easy to take care of him. Tang Jai frowned and looked at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, don't be too full of yourself. The giant spiritual treasure ship isn't easy to deal with. Don't worry, big brother Tang, said Zhao Hai with a smile. I guarantee that he won't be able to have any romantic affairs. Let me show you something. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a formation-breaking spiritual snake needle appeared in front of him. This formation-breaking spiritual snake needle didn't have the stiffness of an imitation at all. It looked extremely flexible, as if it was even more flexible than the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. Tang Jai was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Of course, he couldn't find anything. He immediately used his spiritual power to explore his invisible storage equipment and found that the formation-breaking spirit snake needle he brought was still hidden inside. He was relieved. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled face and said, "What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled. "This is my magic weapon, liquid silver. You should have some qualifications for this kind of magic weapon. This is the masterpiece of a genius from the cultivation world. He made it after the 100 treasure Vajra staff, but it was even better. However, he didn't complete the last step before he swore. Later, I obtained this magic weapon and completed the last step. In my hands, this magic weapon can change its shape at will, and I can add materials into it to make it. You can even inscribe spiritual arrays at will inside. It can be said that the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle you're looking at now is also an imitation, but it's a much better imitation than the one I made. Their actual power is not bad. Think about it. As long as I force the giant spiritual treasure ship to stop, and then use this formation-breaking spiritual snake needle and the other protective artifacts to deal with the giant spiritual treasure ship, what would the result be? No matter how strong the defensive power of the gigantic spiritual treasure ship is, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand it. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tang Jai's eyes became brighter and brighter. He laughed and said, "Good, it's good that you're confident. Ha ha ha, this is great. Let's see how those fellows from the giant spirit race can still be so arrogant." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything else. Tang Jai walked around on the ground for a while and counted the time. He turned to Zhao Hai and Tang Wen and said, "Little Hai, little Wen, all right, let's go. We'll wait for you at the teleportation array. Big brother Muyu is about to arrive." Zhao Hai and Tang Wen both stood up and the three walked out. Once they were outside, Tang Jai immediately sent 2 people from the 100 Treasures world to inform Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao to go to the teleportation array. Muyu's status in the 100 Treasures world was very high. If Cha said that Tang Jai was only a target to be nurtured in the 100 Treasures world, then Muyu was being nurtured as the future leader of the 100 Treasures world. With Muyu's status, even if Tang Jai didn't say anything, Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao would have gone to pick him up. If Muyu thought that he had neglected him, then Su Wuzhen and the others would cry out loud. They soon arrived at the square where the teleportation array was located. The square where the Su clan's teleportation array was located wasn't small. Tang Jai stood in the square and looked at the teleportation array square before turning to Su Wuzhen and saying, "Mr. Su Wuzhen, how's the preparation of the resting place?" Su Wuzhen nodded. "Don't worry, Captain Tang, everything's ready. We can move in as soon as the reinforcements arrive. Don't worry. Is there any news from those sentries outside?" Tang Jai nodded. The sentry posts that Tang Jai mentioned were all formed by the Su clan. After all, in the Myriad Realm battlefield, the only one who could really break their invisibility was Zhao Hai. Even the Giant Spirit clan would find it very difficult to find the invisible Su clan members. The main purpose of these surveillance posts was to monitor the Giant Spirit tribe and prevent Berk from launching a surprise attack. The furthest surveillance post from the Octopus Island was already close to 10,000 miles away. At this distance, even if the Giant Spirit tribe wanted to attack, the Octopus Island would have enough time to react. "We have news," Su Wuzhen said in a deep voice. "I've asked them to send back a message every hour, but nothing happened. It seems like the Giant Spirit race has really retreated. I think they're waiting for reinforcements." Tang Jai nodded and said, "It's just as we expected. Berk is preparing to bring more men before attacking again. This time, they must have a lot of men. Even if we have reinforcements, we must be careful. According to our previous experience, I'm afraid that the Giant Spirit race will be able to bring about 50,000 reinforcements this time, or even more." When Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao heard what Tang Jai said, their expressions turned ugly. Su Wuzhen even muttered, 50,000 reinforcements. If we include the Giant Spirit race, doesn't that make up 55,000 people? Tang Jai nodded and said, "It will only be more and not less. How many troops do we have now?" "Even if senior brother Muyu's reinforcements arrive, we only have around 30,000 men, less than half of the enemy's forces. We have no choice but to be careful. After all, a numerical advantage can be very useful in certain situations." Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao both nodded with heavy expressions. They knew very well that the Sioux tribe and the great cultivation world would inevitably suffer losses in this war. Losing a few thousand people might not be a big deal to big worlds like the Hundred Treasures world and the Giant Spirit race, but to the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe, it was a serious blow. The white light on the teleportation array flashed, and then nearly 100 figures appeared on the teleportation array. When the white light was completely gone, Tang Jai and the others also saw the people on the teleportation array clearly. These 100 people were all dressed in black cultivator clothes. The leader looked to be about 30 years old. He had long, flowing hair that was tied into a ponytail casually. His eyes were very bright, and he had a very gentle smile on his face. Coupled with his fair skin, he gave off a gentle and elegant feeling. He wasn't very handsome, but his temperament was very attractive. He didn't look like a battle-hardened cultivator at all, but more like a gentle and polite scholar. He gave people a warm and peaceful feeling when he stood there. Although he was also wearing a black cultivator's suit, one would not treat him as a threat at first sight. But when Zhao Hai saw this person, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. To be honest, this person's temperament was very similar to his. However, Zhao Hai believed that this person was definitely a very dangerous guy because he was an expert in hidden weapons. What did hidden weapons mean? Hidden weapons were a type of assassination weapon. Only when you used it unexpectedly could the power of this weapon be displayed. People who used hidden weapons weren't the type to show off their abilities. The more you didn't pay attention to him, the more advantageous you were to him. On the other hand, Tang Jai's aura was too obvious. This wasn't a good thing for a person who used hidden weapons. However, Muyu did a good job. A person like him was a real threat. Even though Tang Jai was still introducing him, Zhao Hai was certain that this person was Muyu. However, Zhao Hai did not stare at Muyu. He only took a glance at Muyu before he started to size up the others. At this moment, Tang Jai had already come forward and dodged Muyu's attack. Greetings, senior brother Muyu. Zhao Hai followed Tang Jai and bowed to Muyu. He was right, the person he noticed was Muyu. Muyu chuckled, "Little Jai, why are you being so polite with me? When did you start calling me senior brother Muyu? Do you want me to hit you?" When Tang Jai heard Muyu's words, he couldn't help but smile. "Big brother Muyu, there are outsiders here, right? Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Hai. I've already told the family that after this matter is over, I'll take Little Hai back to the family. The family has agreed, so Little Hai will be one of us from now on." Zhao Hai took a step forward and bowed to Muyu. "Greetings, senior brother Muyu." Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. He then helped Zhao Hai up and said, "You don't have to be so polite. In the future, just call me Big Brother Muyu like Little Jai. Little Hai, your name is even more well known than mine in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Ha ha ha, I'm really envious of you, I'm afraid." "Big Brother Muyu, please don't make things difficult for me in the future," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Muyu couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Hai's words. "I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but now that you've said that, I really want to make things difficult for you." Tang Jai also smiled and said to Muyu, "Big Brother Muyu, this is Master Kong Miao, and this is Mr. Wu Zun." Kong Miao and Su Wuzun both stepped forward and dodged Muyu. "Greetings, Mr. Muyu." Kong Miao and Su Wuzun quickly said in unison, "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Mr. Muyu, you're too kind." Tang Jai immediately responded and asked his men to bring them to rest. He brought Muyu to a cave abode that he had prepared for Muyu. The cave abode was very big, even bigger than Tang Jai's. The decorations inside were also very good. It seemed to be the best cave abode in the Sioux tribe. After they sat down in the quiet room of the cave, Tang Jai explained the situation of the battle to Muyu in detail, as well as the performance of Zhao Hai and the others. Muyu listened carefully. After Tang Jai finished, Muyu let out a long sigh and said, "Good, you've all done well. This time, the giant spirit race isn't really leaving. Instead, they're preparing for an even larger scale attack. It seems like they won't be lacking in numbers if they come again. We have to be careful." Tang Jai nodded. "We've already thought about this. The biggest threat to us now is the giant spirit boat. As long as we can restrain it, it will be very difficult for the giant spirit clan to attack the octopus island." Muyu nodded, "That's true. However, we have to be prepared for both eventualities. The giant spirit race also has the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It's not impossible for them to transfer one over. It's best for us to be careful. Also, do you guys have the confidence to deal with the giant spiritual ship?" Tang Jai smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior brother. There's definitely no problem. Did the realm see the array-breaking spirit snake needle I sent back? As long as we can get a few more of those formation-breaking snake needles, it won't be a problem to deal with the giant spiritual treasure ship." Muyu nodded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. He smiled, "Little Hai is really a heavenly material. No one expected that the formation-breaking spirit snake needle would have such great power. We used it to do some experiments, and it's really powerful. I believe it won't be a problem to deal with the giant spiritual treasure ship." Zhao Hai smiled. "You're too kind, Big Brother Muyu. This array-breaking imitation snake needle has a lot of shortcomings. It's still lacking in many areas. Compared to the real thing, it's far too inferior." Muyu laughed out loud. "You don't have to be so polite." The real formation-breaking spirit snake needle isn't that easy to make. It's already very impressive that you could make a replica. I'm afraid that this replica will be the main character in the battle against the giant spirit race. Zhao Hai smiled. No matter how good the magical equipment is, it still needs someone to use it. Brother Mu, you're flattering me. Muyu waved his hand, no longer discussing this topic. He turned to Tang Jai and said, "Is there any movement from the giant spirit race?" Tang Jai shook his head. "There's no movement yet. I'm sure that the giant spirit clan doesn't exist within 10,000 miles of the octopus island. I don't know where they are now." "Little Hai, do you know?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I do. They're now in the spirit-controlling sect's old camp. They're regrouping there and waiting for reinforcements." Muyu nodded and said, "I do know about the spirit-controlling sect. They seem to be a realm that specializes in controlling evil spirits, right? It can be considered as the middle upper realm." As he spoke, he took out a mirror-like spiritual artifact and cast a spell into the mirror. The mirror flashed and a map appeared on it. Then the map became more and more three-dimensional, and finally became a three-dimensional map. After that, the map quickly moved and then slowly stopped. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the map and saw that it was a map of the entire territory of the Great Spirit's world. The old camp of the Great Spirit's world was covered in red. Muyu pointed at the map and the map suddenly enlarged, showing the area around Octopus Island. Muyu then pointed to a place and said, "This is the old camp of the controlling spirit sect. It will take less than 3 days to reach the Octopus Island from the camp. They can also use the teleportation formation to send reinforcements. I think they should arrive in a few days." Muyu's words were reasonable. Although the Titan race could travel very quickly to the controlling spirit sect, that was because they were on the Titan spirit ship. The Titan spirit ship's speed wasn't slow at all. If a person were to fly normally, it wouldn't be that fast. It would take them at least 3 days. Muyu turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, can you confirm that they're at the spirit-controlling sect?" Zhao Hai nodded. "That's true. My little undying creatures have already run to the giant spiritual treasure ship. I'm sure of it." Muyu nodded. "Can you see that the reinforcements from those clans have arrived?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I know. However, the giant spirit race has only just arrived. No reinforcements have arrived yet. However, I think they'll be here soon." Muyu nodded. "Keep a close eye on them. If anyone from the giant spirit race comes, let me know immediately. Also, calculate the total number of reinforcements they have." "Yes, don't worry, Big Brother Mu," Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai knew that Muyu was worried that the Titan race would bring the formation-breaking spirit snake needle over. If the Titan race really did bring the formation-breaking spirit snake needle over, it would be a real problem. Muyu looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I have good news for you. The second step of our clan's plan has already been carried out when you return to Octopus Island from the old camp in the cultivation world. What we need to do now is to hold off the giant spirit race's attack here. The longer we hold them off, the more beneficial it is for our 100 Treasures world. It's best if reinforcements from the giant spirit race's homeland arrive. As long as we continue to hold them off here, the giant spirit race's prestige will be hit. As long as we can get the giant spirit clan to focus their attention on this place, our clan will give them a huge surprise. So Muyu is here. I'm counting on everyone. We're willing to serve you, my lord," the crowd replied in unison. Muyu nodded. "Okay, I know the Su clan and the great cultivation world still have some concerns. You fought with the 100 Treasures world before and killed some of our people. You're afraid that we'll settle the score later. I can tell you clearly that we're magnanimous. We won't do something like that. I can swear to my inner demons here. I'll make it 10 times more difficult for the people of the 100 Treasures world to reach the crossing transformation stage. Please don't worry." Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled. "Little Hai, there are quite a few blacksmiths among the people who came with me this time. You have to teach them how to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle." At this time, Su Wuzhen had already left. Only Muyu, Tang Jai, Tang Wen, and Zhao Hai were sitting in the cave, so Muyu spoke to Zhao Hai in this way. "Don't worry, Big Brother Mu. I promise I won't hide anything," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Muyu nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Don't worry, the Jai will not treat you badly." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Tang Jai smiled and told Muyu about Zhao Hai's special ability. Muyu was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He did not expect Zhao Hai to have such an ability. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Hai, is what Jai said true?" "It's true," Zhao Hai nodded. Muyu laughed out loud. "Good, the heavens are really helping our 100 Treasures world. Those giant spirit race idiots actually pointed a treasure like you to our 100 Treasures world. Ha ha ha, they deserve to die." Zhao Hai chuckled and didn't say anything. Muyu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go, Little Hai. I'll take you to those artifact refiners right now. You'll immediately teach them the method to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle. I hope that before the next attack by the giant spirit race, we'll have 100 array-breaking spirit snake needles in our hands. 100. Zhao Hai was stunned. Just in a few days. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'll try my best. You're not the only one. I'll ask everyone to help you. We'll also provide all the materials. Don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu in confusion and asked, Big Brother Mu, why did you prepare so many array-breaking imitation snake needles? Although that thing is very big, it's still a little small when used as a big magic tool. It's not very useful when both sides are fighting in a battle formation. Mu Yu laughed bitterly. I know what you're saying. However, do you know that the reason why the giant spirit race was able to fight to a draw with us was because they had a lot of great magical artifacts. At the most crucial moment, they would use them to charge at us. This made us very vulnerable. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately understood Mu Yu's thoughts. He looked at Mu Yu and said, so you're saying that you're going to use these formation-breaking spirit snake needles to deal with the giant spirit race's great magic tool? Mu Yu nodded. That's right. The giant spirit race used their big magical weapons to win against us. If we destroy their big magical weapons, I'll see what else they can use to win against us. Although the formation-breaking snake needle can't be used as a big magical weapon, it's very good to use against big magical weapons. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded. He had to admit that Mu Yu was right. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle had a strong impact, but because it was in the shape of a needle, it was almost impossible to use it as a large magic weapon to break through the formation. The area of impact was too small, and it wouldn't pose much of a threat to a large formation with tens of thousands of people. However, if the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was used to deal with the opponent's large magic weapon, it would be perfect. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was the nemesis of large magic weapons. Moreover, there was another advantage to the array-breaking spirit snake needle. It was not expensive to make. Although some good materials could be used in the array-breaking spirit snake needle, they were only good. For a large world like the 100 Treasures world, the materials used in the array-breaking spirit snake needle were very easy to find. It was like a bazooka. A magic weapon was like a tank. When a tank attacked an enemy's position, it would show unparalleled power. However, a bazooka could make the tank obedient. It was impossible to expect a bazooka to deal with an enemy's position. The formation-breaking snake needle was like a bazooka, and the magic weapon was like a tank. The tank was very powerful when charging through a formation, but it was finished when it encountered a bazooka. Moreover, the cost of the array-breaking spirit snake needle was not very high, just like a bazooka. Compared to tank, the cost of a bazooka was pitifully low. By the same logic, the cost of the array-breaking spirit snake needle was also very low compared to a large magic weapon. Therefore, using the array-breaking spirit snake needle to deal with a large magic weapon was the best strategy. Mu Yu's eyes were fixed in front of him, his gaze deep and profound. He said in a deep voice, the enmity between the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit race has been going on for too long. It's time to end it. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and didn't interrupt. Even though he was considered half a member of the treasure world, if he asked any random questions, they might think that he was trying to find out something. Hence, Zhao Hai didn't ask or speak. Mu Yu was only dazed for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses and followed Zhao Hai to the entrance of a cave abode. He specially instructed Su Wuzhen to prepare a very big cave abode for him. This cave abode was not meant for people to live in, but for the blacksmiths. All the blacksmiths had to gather here to forge their weapons. When a weapon refinement master was refining a weapon, they also needed to be quiet. This was because if they made a mistake, they could destroy a magic weapon. However, there were times when the situation was out of the ordinary, such as refining a magic tool like the array-breaking spirit snake needle. This kind of magic tool was very large, and if it was only refined by an artifact refiner, not to mention 3 days, even 3 months might not be enough to succeed. Therefore, there was also the saying of cooperation between artifact refiners. There were 3 types of artifact refiners. The first type was when one person did not use any tools and guaranteed to use their own spiritual fire to refine the artifact. However, it was impossible to continue refining for long. Because the consumption was too great, they usually only made very simple and ordinary things. The second way was to use a weapon furnace. A weapon furnace was a special furnace for refining weapons. It was guided and controlled by the spiritual chi of the weapon refiner. However, the weapon refiner did not provide energy to the weapon furnace. The energy used by the weapon furnace was provided by crystals. The crystals could pass through the weapons and produce spiritual fire. Then the materials would be refined. During the whole process, the chi practitioner only needed to control the fire, shape the spirit weapon, and inscribe arrays. However, this situation was generally only suitable for refining some small magic tools. It was not possible to refine big magic tools. Firstly, the furnace was not that big, and secondly, it was impossible for one weapon refiner to do it. In this case, it would require the cooperation of many weapon refiners. If a few armament masters worked together, then they wouldn't need to use an armament furnace, but an armament furnace array. This armament furnace array was different from an armament furnace. An armament furnace usually looked like a cauldron, but this cauldron was much larger than a medicinal cauldron. The smallest medicinal cauldron was only the size of a palm, while the smallest armament furnace had to be as tall as a person, reaching about 3 meters. The furnace array, on the other hand, was no longer in the shape of a cauldron. Instead, it was in the shape of an array. The furnace array was generally very large, occupying more than 10 square meters. A furnace that was a few dozen square meters in size wasn't considered very big, right? It's impossible to create an array that's more than 100 meters long like the array Breaking Spirit Snake Needle. NBSB at this point, it was necessary to mention another feature of the furnace array, which was the feature of internal space. What was this? This was the same as Zhao Hai's Hades. When Hades expanded, it would become a huge warship. However, no matter how big the warship was, it could not possibly fit hundreds of thousands of people. However, Hades could do so because there would be an internal space in the hold of the ship. This internal space was much larger than its body. Some of the large realms, after many experiments, had also made this furnace array into a magical weapon with an internal space. Even though the furnace array only took up a few dozen square meters, the space inside the furnace array was very large, at least tens of thousands of meters. It could even make a soaring cloud shuttle, let alone a formation breaking spiritual snake needle. However, there was a limit to the furnace array. At most, it could only be used to craft something like the soaring cloud shuttle. It was definitely impossible to craft something as big as the giant spiritual treasure ship. In fact, the giant spiritual treasure ship was not a single entity. It was divided into several parts for the refinement. After the successful refinement, they would be assembled together to form the giant spiritual treasure ship. This time, the 100 Treasures world wanted to refine the array-breaking spirit snake needle, so they could only use the weapon furnace array. The furnace array was a circular magic array. In fact, circular magic arrays weren't a specialty of magic arrays. Many magic arrays were circular. The furnace array's design was even more special. There were 8 points on the side of the circle. A person had to stand on the first point of each of the 8 points. They were responsible for different things. One person was responsible for loading crystals into the furnace array and controlling the heat. One person was responsible for adding materials, and one person was responsible for shaping. One was the commander-in-chief, 2 were in charge of inscribing arrays, and 2 were in charge of tempering. Only with the cooperation of so many people could the furnace array be put to use and be made into a large magic tool. This time, Muyu had brought over 160 artifact refiners to Octopus Island, and he had also brought over 10 artifact furnace arrays. It was clear that Muyu's intention was to keep refining until he could produce enough array-breaking snake needles. 10 sets of the broken furnace array required a lot of space to store the items, and with the addition of other replacements, the space needed was even greater. In the end, Su Wuzhen had no choice but to empty out an old arsenal of the Su tribe to heal these people. Zhao Hai and the others followed Muyu here and were stunned by the scene before them. 10 huge metal weapons that took up dozens of square meters were placed on the ground. The weapons were extremely complicated. They were round on the outside and were covered in all kinds of mysterious patterns on the inside. Just looking at them would make one's scalp tingle. In the outermost circle of the array, there were 8 platforms that were 2 square meters in size. These platforms were used to stand people. Now the armament masters were standing in front of the armament furnace array. Every 16 people were responsible for one armament furnace array. Everything was ready. When those people saw Muyu enter, they all bowed to him and said, "My lord." Muyu waved his hand and turned to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, now they will listen to you. You can tell them the refining method of the array-breaking spirit serpent needle, and you can also give them some guidance from the side. From the outside, you can see the whole refining process." Zhao Hai understood Muyu's intentions. This furnace array was like a transparent furnace. One could see the progress of a magic weapon just by standing outside. This was a pretty good design. However, Zhao Hai had also used the all-purpose analyzer to analyze how the snake needle imitation was made using ordinary methods. He even provided a very detailed explanation. Hence, when Zhao Hai heard Muyu's words, he could only smile bitterly. "Big brother Mu, they're all armament refining seniors and no more than me. Moreover, my armament refining method is somewhat special, so there's no need to talk about giving any guidance. I've recorded the armament refining method and process in the Jade Slip. I think these seniors will know what to do with a single look." Muyu nodded when he heard Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, Muyu had been wondering how Zhao Hai managed to create such a huge array-breaking spiritual snake needle. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he finally understood. Zhao Hai had used a special technique to create it, not refining it. When Muyu first heard that Zhao Hai used a special technique to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle, he was a little worried that Zhao Hai didn't know how to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle using normal methods. However, he was only at ease when Zhao Hai said that he knew how to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle using normal methods. Hence, he wasn't surprised when he heard Zhao Hai's words. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and passed it to Muyu. Big brother Muyu, the recipe is here, take a look. Muyu nodded as he received the jade slip. He scanned the jade slip with his mental energy. To be honest, he was worried that Zhao Hai's words were not true. If the jade slip was a failure, they would be in big trouble. However, once he saw the contents of the jade slip, Muyu was completely relieved. The jade slip recorded the process of using ordinary methods to create the array-breaking snake needle. It was very detailed, including what kind of fire, what kind of materials needed to be added, when to shape it, and when to inscribe the array. It recorded everything clearly, not to mention these high-level artifact refiners. There probably wouldn't be any mistakes. Muyu nodded and threw the jade slip to one of the blacksmiths. Record it on your own jade slip and read it slowly. The armament master understood what he meant and nodded. He took out his own jade slip and recorded the contents into it. Then he handed the jade slip to someone else and focused on reading his own. In a short while, over 100 people had finished recording. Muyu kept the jade slip and passed it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. Big brother Muyu, you can take it. I don't need it anyway. Muyu nodded and kept the jade slip. He turned to look at them and said, look carefully at the appearance of the flesh in the jade slip. First, look at the part that you are responsible for. When there is an opportunity in the future, you can slowly study it. The most important thing now is to make the array-breaking spirit snake needle imitation in the shortest time possible. The armament masters acknowledged and started to study it carefully. Muyu took a look and did not say anything else. He just stood quietly at the side. When Zhao Hai saw this, he turned to Muyu and said, Big brother Mu, then I'll also return to the cave dwelling to refine them. It's always good to refine more. Muyu nodded. Zhao Hai then turned around and returned to his cave abode, entering the medium. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the medium, he immediately ordered the all-purpose manufacturing machine to start making the array-breaking spirit snake needle imitation. Of course, he could not let the all-purpose manufacturing machine continue making them endlessly. He only asked the all-purpose manufacturing machine to make 20 of them, which was too easy for the all-purpose manufacturing machine. It should be known that the all-purpose manufacturing machine could make more than one item at a time. For things like the array-breaking spirit snake needle imitation, as long as they were set, the all-purpose manufacturing machine could even produce 10,000 of them at a time. Hence, Zhao Hai was not worried about making the array-breaking snake needle imitation. When he said that time was too tight for Muyu, he was just trying to drag it out. He couldn't let Muyu know that he could settle the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle in minutes, or else it would only make Muyu more suspicious. After making the necessary arrangements for the all-purpose manufacturing machine, Zhao Hai returned to his origin space. In the next 3 days, he was going to relax and spend more time with Laura and the others. To be honest, they had been working really hard. When they were fighting, they had to help Zhao Hai. When they were not fighting, they had a lot of things to do. This made Zhao Hai feel very guilty towards them. Most importantly, Laura and the others were still living in the inner space. Although the interspace was very large, due to the special characteristics of the interspace, all the people in the interspace had already regarded Zhao Hai as a god. Even Zhao Hai's old friends were gods. If Laura and the others went to chat with those people, they would only make them panic and feel uncomfortable. Thus, Laura and the others rarely went to other interfaces. Although the situation on 100 Spirit Planet was better, and Merlin, Green, and the others did not treat Zhao Hai as a god, most of the people there were workaholics. They were obsessed with all kinds of strange research. Sometimes, even Zhao Hai did not know what they were researching. It was difficult for normal people like Laura and the others to have any common topics with these workaholic. That was where the problem lay. Laura and the others had been isolated. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai felt even more guilty towards them. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to spend more time with Laura and the others. When he had the chance in the future, he would bring them out of the medium and let everyone know about their existence. He would let everyone know that he had achieved what he had today because of the efforts of so many women. Laura and the others understood this point. Even without the space, they were willing to do all this for Zhao Hai. The more Zhao Hai felt guilty towards them, the more they accepted him. Zhao Hai did not take their efforts for granted, which was why they were so touched. However, Zhao Hai was a little surprised today. Every time he returned to the origin space, Laura and the others would come out of the villa to welcome him, but today they didn't. Zhao Hai was a little confused. He pushed open the door and entered the house. Laura and the others seemed to be studying something. The screen wasn't showing the situation outside, but a conversation between Tang Jai and himself. Zhao Heiwei took a look at the kitchen and saw Mo Sheng eating in the kitchen. Other than Mo Sheng, everyone else was sitting in the living room, pointing at the screen. Zhao Hai looked at the screen in confusion. It was Tang Jai who said that as long as they defeated the giant spirit race, there would be an unexpected scene. This made Zhao Hai confused, and he did not understand why Laura and the others were watching this scene. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others before walking over and sitting down in the middle. What's wrong? Why was he watching this part? Could it be that Tang Jai is more attractive than me? Brother Hai, don't you think there's something wrong with Tang Jai's words? Lola rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura in confusion. Is there a problem? What was the problem? How come I didn't notice it? Lola said in a deep voice, everyone knows that there will be benefits for the 100 Treasures world to exterminate the giant spirit clan. But take note that what Tang Jai said is unexpected benefits. Unexpected. The benefits that the 100 Treasures world will get from exterminating the giant spirit clan are all imaginable, such as unparalleled prestige, the territory of the giant spirit clan, and the submission of more small worlds to them. They will get more materials and cultivate more talents. But these benefits are almost imaginable by anyone. Was this considered an unexpected benefit? No, definitely not. Then what was the unexpected benefit that Tang Jai was talking about? Also, did you notice that when Muyu said he wanted to end the long-term hatred between the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit clan, his tone was a little off, and he was a little absent-minded at that time. This is almost impossible for a soul clone stage expert, which means that there's probably something else behind their hatred. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then he frowned. To be honest, he hadn't thought of this before. However, now that Laura had said this, he really felt that something was wrong. He looked at Laura and said, "What do you mean? Big Brother Hai, do you remember what happened on the 6th World Battlefield?" Laura asked. Zhao Hai immediately understood what Laura meant. He looked at her and said, "You mean to say that the Myriad Realm Battlefield is just like the existence of the 6th Realm Battlefield, and there is another place like the Myriad Realm Battlefield above the Myriad Realm Battlefield?" Lola shook her head and said, "No, I'm not talking about the 6th Realm Battlefield. I'm talking about before we entered the 6th Realm Battlefield. When we just ascended, have you heard of the 6th Realm Battlefield? When we were in the 6th Realm Battlefield, have you heard of the Myriad Realm Battlefield? No, in fact, it was only when you repelled Huang Dioran's master that you really knew about the existence of the Myriad Realm Battlefield. Even at that time, Huang Dioran and Feng Beiming were also speaking inauspiciously. It was not until Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen went to find you that you really knew about the existence of the Myriad Realm Battlefield. And I think that behind the powerful realms like the 100 Treasures world, there might be an even more powerful existence instructing them, and perhaps they don't want to be enemies with the giant spirit race. Perhaps in the eyes of some people of a higher level, the Myriad Realm Battlefield is just a toy, just like how the people of Buddhism rarely go to the 6th Realm Battlefield for training, because in the eyes of the people of Buddhism, the 6th Realm Battlefield is just a toy, and the Myriad Realm Battlefield is the main focus. This time, Zhao Hai finally understood what Laura meant. He looked at her with his eyes shining. "You mean, after I enter the world of 100 treasures, I will come into contact with more powerful existences?" Lola nodded. "Maybe. You'll have to wait until you enter the world of 100 treasures. You'll know after you understand it." Zhao Hai nodded and let out a long sigh. "I thought it was boring at first, but it doesn't look like it anymore. Maybe it'll become very interesting." Lola smiled and said, "That's right, Big Brother Hai. You have to be mentally prepared. Do you remember when we first ascended? We thought that the Great Cultivation Era was a higher realm. It wasn't until we entered the 6th Realm Battlefield that we realized that there was actually someone who could create a space like the 6th Realm Battlefield. At that time, we were still the overlords of the Array world. What about now? We've already joined the world of 100 treasures, so this might just be another starting point." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "That makes sense. It's very possible. It seems like things are getting more and more interesting. Do you think I will meet another person who uses the power of faith there? But there's one thing I don't know. Even if I were to meet another person who can use the power of belief, I wouldn't know." Lola smiled and said, "You'll definitely encounter it. There are people who know how to cultivate the power of faith in the cultivation world, let alone in a big world like the treasure world. Brother Hai, I think you should ask Tang Jai about this if you have the chance. I think you'll definitely tell people about it given your relationship with him now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Well, I think so too. If I ask Tang Jai about the power of faith, he will definitely tell me. This will help me better understand the power of faith. Forget it, don't bother me. I want to relax for a few days. Ladies, you need to rest well too. Let's go take a shower." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls became a bit embarrassed. They unconsciously glanced at the kitchen as Mo Sheng was still eating there just now. They didn't want him to hear their words. However, at the sight of the kitchen, Laura and the other girls laughed as Mo Sheng had fallen asleep. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and Mo Sheng went to the room that Zhao Hai had arranged for him. Zhao Hai knew that Mo Sheng liked to stay in the boundless space. As long as Mo Sheng was in the boundless space, he wouldn't look for Zhao Hai even if Zhao Hai wasn't around. He would go and cultivate or find food. After all, he was more comfortable in the boundless space. After sending Mo Sheng off, Zhao Hai led a group of shy women to the hot spring. Although Zhao Hai's current strength was untainted and his body was not dirty at all, it did not stop him from taking a good bath. He liked the feeling of being in the hot spring. It was very comfortable. It was different from Zhao Hai's vacation. Muyu and the others were extremely busy. The artifact refiners were working at full speed, preparing to make more array-breaking spirit snake needles. Because Zhao Hai had written down the production process in great detail, it was not difficult for the artifact refiners to make the array-breaking spirit snake needles. This had even increased their success rate. This was something that Muyu and the others had not expected. Because Zhao Hai had returned to his cave abode to refine equipment, the array-breaking spirit snake needles weren't processed into materials. In fact, this was exactly the result Muyu wanted to see. What they needed now were the array-breaking spirit snake needles that could be used in battle, not piles of materials. Muyu had been staying in the forging room the entire time. He knew all too well how important these formation-breaking spirit snakes were to the 100 Treasures world. It could be said that these formation-breaking spirit snake needles would become a great killing weapon for the 100 Treasures world to deal with the giant spirit race. He couldn't afford to ignore them. From these formation-breaking spirit snake needles, Muyu saw hope to defeat the giant spirit race. Just like what he had said before, it was time to put an end to the grudges that had lasted for so many years. Even though Zhao Hai was on vacation, he was not completely idle. He suddenly recalled that he had learned a very special weapon refinement technique in the lower realm, which was water refinement. Zhao Hai had learned the water refining technique from the marine race, but he had the all-purpose manufacturing machine, so he rarely used it. Now, he only used the water refining technique to enhance the green dragon conch. What annoyed Zhao Hai was that many of the green dragon conch's shells in the boundless space suddenly became very lively. As long as Zhao Hai did not touch them, they could live forever. The shell of the green dragon conch was always in the water. Its hardness had reached an astonishing level. Other than the azure dragon conch, Zhao Hai also used the water-based technique on the demonic beasts in the sea. There were a few advantages to using the fire-based technique, but there were also a few difficulties. The first difficulty lay in the water. Water alchemy required a high level of water. If the level of water was not high enough, the results of the water alchemy would not be good. The second was that the time required was too long. The fire refining technique was a slow refining method. It was impossible for one to refine it as quickly as fire. It would be several times or even dozens of times slower than fire refining. This was also a very big disadvantage compared to fire refining. There were also many advantages to the water refining technique. First, as long as the level of water was high enough and there was enough water, he could refine large magic tools, no matter how big they were. If you had an ocean, you could even use the water refining technique to refine multiple giant spirit boats at the same time. In addition, the failure rate of the water refining technique was very low because it was a relatively gentle refining method. Coupled with the long time required, the success rate was greatly increased. The success rate of some small magic tools could even reach 100, and the success rate of some large magic tools would not be too bad as long as they were well practiced. The reason why Zhao Hai started to think about the water refining technique was that he thought this method of refining weapons was very suitable for big realms like the 100 Treasures world. High-level water was not a difficult thing for the people of these big realms. They had talents, and there would be no lack of people who could control water. Moreover, the water refining technique did not necessarily require complete control of water. One only needed to pay attention to the degree of the magic weapons, just like how one paid attention to the heat. This success rate was the most important factor. Zhao Hai didn't want to be used as a human-shaped decomposition machine after he entered the 100 Treasures world. That was why he decided to study the water refinement technique and teach it to Muyu. Zhao Hai was afraid that he would become a human disintegrator because he had seen the process of the failures of the artifact masters in the boundless space. It was terrifying. The failure rate of the artifact masters was as high as 10. Zhao Hai had heard from Tang Jai that the success rate of refining a great artifact was less than 1. He didn't think much of it. Now, he was shocked when he saw the broken imitation formation breaking spirit snake needles. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw how satisfied Muyu was with the results, to the point of even praising him. He didn't know what to say when he saw that Muyu was being praised for his success rate. After staying in the medium for 3 days, Zhao Hai came out. At the same time, he had recorded the water refining technique into a jade slip. The water refining technique was not very difficult, but people seemed to be stuck in a certain way of thinking. They seemed to think that only fire could make magic weapons. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation at Berk's side. Just like what Muyu and the others had been worried about, Berk was ready to take over Octopus Island in one fell swoop. This time they had not found 50,000 reinforcements, but 80,000. Apart from the 5,000 Titan race members that had followed Berk, another 3,000 had arrived, and they had brought along 2 giant spirit boats. There were also 28 handsome green imperial carriages. The only good news was that the giant spirit race did not bring the formation-breaking spirit snake needle this time. Zhao Hai thought that it was because the giant spirit race liked to use the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. The giant spirit race liked large magical artifacts and liked to use their strength to defeat 10 opponents. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was an extremely agile magical artifact. Although its attack power was extremely strong, its snake-like flexible body was not liked by the giant spirit race. They could have sent 2 more giant spirit ships and 8 handsome green imperial carriages, but they would not easily take out the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. In their opinion, 3 giant spirit ships were not enough. With 28 handsome green imperial carriages, it was enough to clean up Octopus Island. However, these people had just met up with Berk and had not set off to the Octopus Island yet. Berk had already thought it through. He could also see that it was impossible for Tang Jai and the others to retreat from the Octopus Island. Just as well, he did not need to be in a hurry. He could attack after he was fully prepared. Zhao Hai saw what Berk and the others were doing and didn't say anything. Berk could attack whenever he wanted to. He didn't care. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Zhao Hai had noticed that in the past 3 days, although those artifact refiners had wasted a lot of materials, he had to admit that those guys still had some skills. In the 3 days of taking turns to refine artifacts, they had already refined more than 90 array-breaking spirit snake needles, which was not a small number. Zhao Hai came out from the interspace and headed straight to the weapon forging cave. There were already guards outside, and normal people were not allowed to enter as they were afraid of disturbing them. However, Zhao Hai was not one of them. Muyu had instructed that if Zhao Hai arrived, he was not to be blocked. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the cave, he saw Muyu sitting in a corner. No one would notice him there, and it was obvious that he didn't want to disturb the people who were forging. Muyu nodded at Zhao Hai as soon as he saw him enter, and Zhao Hai nodded back at Muyu. Zhao Hai walked to Muyu's side and whispered, "Big brother Mu, let's go out and talk. I have something to tell you." Muyu nodded his head. He knew that Zhao Hai must have something to do with Berk. He stood up and flew out with Zhao Hai, then headed back to his cave. After entering Muyu's cave, Muyu immediately called Tang Jai, Tang Wen, Su Wuzhen, and Kong Miao over. While they were still in the cave, Zhao Hai told Su Yu about the remaining forces and the number of powerful magical artifacts that Berk had brought. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, Tang Jai and the rest arrived. When they arrived, Muyu told them about the news that Zhao Hai had received. Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao couldn't help but gasp when they heard about the number of soldiers Berk had. That was 80,000 soldiers, not 8,000. Furthermore, 8,000 of them were from the giant spirit tribe. It seemed like the giant spirit tribe would not give up until they flattened Octopus Island. Muyu looked at them and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do in this situation?" Tang Jai and the others frowned. To be honest, they really did not know how to deal with this situation. The number of reinforcements that Berk had gathered this time was beyond their imagination. In addition to that, there were so many great magic tools. It really put a lot of pressure on them. Zhao Hai didn't say a word, but he didn't seem nervous. On the contrary, he seemed to be unconcerned. It was obvious that he didn't care about the number of people in Berk's group. Although Muyu noticed Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that Zhao Hai's words wouldn't carry as much weight as his own. Hence, he didn't wait for Zhao Hai to speak and said, "Actually, we don't have to worry about how many Berk and the others have sent. Now, the second step of the realm's plan has already been launched. What we need to do is to beat Barak and the others up here, and let everyone here in the Myriad Realm battlefield see the strength of our 100 Treasures world. That's all." Tang Jai and the others were still in a heavy mood, because they still didn't know how many array-breaking spirit snake needles those artifact refiners had made in the past few days. If the number of array-breaking spirit snake needles was not enough, it would be more troublesome for them to deal with those big artifacts. Muyu knew what they were thinking the moment he saw them. He said in a low voice, "Over the past few days, the armament master has already refined 94 array-breaking spirit snake needles, but Berk and the others haven't arrived yet. Before Berk and the others arrive, I dare to say that we can still refine some more array-breaking spirit snake needles. The amount of array-breaking spirit snake needles we can refine will definitely reach 100, but we don't have enough materials, so we can only refine about 100. Zhao Hai coughed and said to Muyu, "Big brother Mu, in fact, I've also refined 20 array-breaking spiritual snake needles in these 3 days. In fact, the number of array-breaking spiritual snake needles in our hands has already exceeded 100. Moreover, the materials are not a problem. If Berk were to give us a few more days, the number of array-breaking spiritual snake needles in our hands would increase even more. I'm afraid it might reach around 200. Muyu got excited when he heard Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, is this true? I wouldn't dare to lie to you about something like this," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. With that, Zhao Hai took out an interspatial bag and tossed it to Muyu. Muyu went closer to the bag and looked inside. There were 20 formation-breaking spiritual snake needles lying inside. Muyu laughed out loud. "Good, this is great. As long as we have these formation-breaking snake needles, we'll be even more confident in dealing with those giant spirit tribesmen." Tang Jai and the others were also shocked. It could be said that the appearance of these array-breaking spirit snake needles finally gave them a trace of confidence. Tang Jai and the others were not afraid of Berk and his men. They were afraid of those big magic weapons. Whether they were used to break the formation or the island's protective formation, they would pose a great threat to them. Without those arrays to break through the island's protective array, they could use it to easily block the attack of these tens of thousands of people. After all, the arrays of the guardian camps in any realm were not that simple. Moreover, Su Wuzhen and the others had not been idle these days. With the help of Tang Jai and the others, they had further strengthened the island's protective array. If they did not use any great magic artifacts or the formation-breaking spirit snake needles, they could attack the island's protective array. It was almost impossible. Previously, Tang Jai and the others were worried that the number of array-breaking snake needles they had was not enough to deal with those big spiritual artifacts. Now, they were not worried anymore. Muyu looked at the crowd and said, "What we need to do now is to sharpen our weapons and wait for those guys to come and die. I want to see the expressions on the faces of those giant spirit clan members after we destroy their powerful weapons. Ha ha ha, I believe their expressions will be very interesting." Everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, they had truly relaxed. The formation-breaking snake needle had given them courage. Allowed them to not back down even when faced with the powerful strength of the giant spirit race. Muyu looked at everyone's expressions and laughed. "All right, everyone, go and rest. The surveillance posts outside have to be even more careful these few days. If they discover the enemy's arrival, immediately report back. I don't think that the giant spirit race will arrive too quickly this time. After all, they have too many people. As soon as they discover the enemy, have the surveillance posts immediately retreat. You don't want to see how many troops the enemy has. We're already clear on this." Su Wuzhen and Kang Miao responded, stood up and turned around to leave. Tang Jai, Tang Wen, and Zhao Hai didn't move. Muyu had just given them a look, and the three of them stayed. It was only after Su Wuzhen and Kang Miao left that Muyu let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect the giant spirit race to send so many people here. Little Jai, do you think we should ask for some reinforcements from the realm? We have quite a few small worlds under our control, so we can't just rely on the Su clan and the great cultivation world to deal with the giant spirit race. That would be too unfair to the two worlds." Tang Jai was stunned when he heard Muyu's words. In his impression, Muyu was always very confident no matter what. What was going on today? "What's wrong, big brother Mu?" Tang Jai asked in a deep voice. "Why are you not so confident?" Muyu glared at Tang Jai. "It's not that I'm not confident. I just don't want to cause too many casualties to the Su clan and the great cultivation world. It's really important for them to join us this time. They've contributed greatly to our 100 treasures world, so we can't let them suffer too much losses. First, we'll let them down, and second, we'll let those small worlds have some bad ideas." Zhao Hai smiled. "Big brother Mu, you're overthinking it. Big brother Mu, you're afraid that we'll end up like the giant spirit clan. We'll be at a disadvantage in numbers, right? If that's what Big Brother Mu is worried about, then there's no need to do so. We have a lot of people on our hands." Muyu was stunned as he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "What do you mean? We don't have any manpower." Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course we have manpower. Big Brother Mu, don't forget what I do. I'm a black magician. To be honest, even if the giant spirit clan and his underlings in the small world were all mobilized, they wouldn't have as many undead creatures as I have. Although my undead creatures' attack power isn't good and their strength is very weak, don't forget that the array-breaking snake needle in our hands has a spirit-gathering array. I can gather the energy of those 10,000 undead creatures into the array-breaking snake needle. In this way, we don't need the undead creatures to fight directly, and we can also exert the greatest power of the array-breaking spirit snake needle. We don't have to worry about a lack of manpower." Muyu and Tang Jai were stunned. They had never thought of this method. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, that's more than 100 array-breaking spirit snake needles. One array-breaking spirit snake needle uses 10,000 undead creatures, so that's more than 1,000,000 undead creatures. Do you really have that many undead creatures?" Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that the spirit-gathering array of the array-breaking spirit snake needle imitation couldn't store too much energy, I could give each array-breaking spirit snake needle 100,000 undead creatures. Looking at Zhao Hai's shiny white teeth, Tang Jai and the other two couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, they had seen blood before. In fact, they had seen no less blood than anyone else. However, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they still felt a chill down their spine. There were more than 100 array-breaking snake needles, and each of them was paired with 10,000 undead creatures. That would be more than 1,000,000 undead creatures. If each of them was paired with 100,000 undead creatures, that would be more than 10 million undead creatures. What was 10 million undead creatures? That was equivalent to more than 10 million people. If these undead creatures were created by Zhao Hai himself, he was definitely worthy of the title of a homicidal maniac. "Little Hai, how did you get those undead creatures?" asked Tang Jai tentatively. Zhao Hai glanced at Tang Jai and understood what he meant. He smiled, showing his white teeth. My enemy. Tangjai, Tangwen, and Muyu were even more shocked. The name Zhao Hai echoed in their hearts for a long time. Although it was an ordinary name, the smell of blood behind it could not be concealed. Muyu took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression and said, "Okay, we'll do as you say. When the time comes, those array-breaking snake needles will all be yours, plus your own big magic weapon. Little Hai, this time we're giving you the best trump card in our hands." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Mew. By the way, Big Brother Mew, this is my gift to you. No, it's a gift to the realm. I hope it'll be of some use. I brought this back from the lower realm. I don't know if it'll be of any use in the upper realm." As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and threw it to Muyu. Zhao Hai's jade slip recorded the fire method. He had already discovered that the water method wasn't very suitable for the cultivation era. If he wanted to use the water method again, he would need to make some changes to it. However, the water method in Zhao Hai's jade slip had not been changed. Of course, Zhao Hai had the ability to modify the water-based technique into a weapon-based technique suitable for the cultivation world. However, that would make Muyu and the others suspicious, so he didn't change it. In reality, the water-based technique was just a prelude, a door. All he had to do was tell Muyu and the others where the door was, and they would walk over and open it themselves. Zhao Hai never doubted the intelligence of people of his level, so he didn't make any changes and only gave Muyu the original version. Muyu took the jade slip and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Then he sent his mental energy into the jade slip. At first, he was a little nonchalant. To be honest, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to take out anything good. He knew that Zhao Hai had ascended to this world. Even the cultivation techniques and forging methods of the people from the cultivation world were not worthy of his attention, let alone the things that Zhao Hai had taken out. However, after reading the contents of the jade slip for a while, Muyu's expression slowly turned serious. Then he slowly became excited, and his expression became more and more excited. Muyu's specialty wasn't forging equipment. In fact, he only had a smattering of knowledge about forging equipment. However, he still had his eyes. He was very clear that the water refining technique that Zhao Hai showed him was very likely real. After he finished reading the water refining technique, Muyu looked at Zhao Hai excitedly and said, "Little Hai, is this true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's true. When I was in the lower realm, I came into contact with a race called the Sea Race. They treat the sea as their home and are the rulers of the sea. I helped them once, so they gave me this water refining technique. How about it? It's a little useful, right?" Muyu laughed out loud. "It's useful, it's really very useful. Little Hai, you're really the lucky star of our 100 treasures world. By the way, why didn't you take this out before?" Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I've never used such a method before. I have a special technique. Do I need to use this method? If it wasn't for their low success rate, I would have long forgotten about its existence." "Big Brother Mew, Little Hai, what are you two talking about?" Tangjai asked, puzzled. "What water refining technique? What is that?" Muyu smiled and threw the jade slip to Tangjai. He said in a deep voice, "This thing is really too important to our 100 treasures world. We must not reveal even a trace of it in the Myriad Realm battlefield. We must send this thing back to the realm as soon as possible. All the refining process must be carried out in the realm." At this moment, Tangjai also saw the contents of the jade slip. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "Little Hai, will this really work? Why do I feel like it's a little strange?" Zhao Hai laughed. "Of course it's useful. When I helped the Sea Tribe fight against another race, the weapons they used were all made using this method. Those weapons aren't any worse than the weapons made using the lower realm's refining method. Of course, this water refining technique might not be suitable for us, but we can let them study it." Muyu nodded. "Of course it's not suitable. However, the general direction is right. We just need to improve a part of it. Hahaha, with this method, our 100 treasures world can refine whatever we want." At this time, Tang Wen had also finished reading the contents of the jade slip. He was also very clear about what the jade slip meant to the 100 treasures world. Now Tang Wen really admired Zhao Hai a little. He realized that since Zhao Hai became a member of the 100 treasures world, his contribution to the 100 treasures world was even greater than that of him, a native of the 100 treasures world. Muyu stood up and said to the three of them, "Don't tell anyone about this jade scroll and its contents. I'll personally go back to the old camp and hand the jade scroll to the higher-ups." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Muyu's words. "Big Brother Mew, you don't have to do this, right? It's just a method of refining. Is there a need to give such a heavy gift?" Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you know? Our 100 treasures world is a master in the refinement of small artifacts. However, our refinement of big artifacts is much worse. If this water refining technique is successfully improved, our 100 treasures world can refine big artifacts. We can even refine big artifacts that are bigger than the giant spiritual treasure ship." Zhao Hai looked at Muyu, who was getting more and more excited, and quickly said, Okay, Big Brother Mew, don't be so excited. Although this water refining method is very powerful, it must first have high-level water. Not only must there be high-level water, but there must be a lot of it. Does the Hundred Treasures world have such water? Muyu glared at Zhao Hai and snorted. You've underestimated the world of 100 treasures. Let me tell you, there are many good things in the world of 100 treasures. High-level water is nothing. You don't have to worry about it. You three keep a close eye on this place for me. I'll come back as soon as I get back. The three of them replied and Muyu ignored them. He turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu's back and sighed. Big brother Mu is really too much. Is there a need to be so nervous? Tangjai patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, cut the crap. If Big Brother Mew didn't come here, give this to me and I'll immediately have 500 people escort me back to the old camp. Although I know there's no danger in using the teleportation array, I'll still do it. That thing is really too important to our 100 treasures world. Tang Wen also nodded. Yes, with this thing, our 100 treasures world's strength can be improved by at least a few generations. Think about it at that time in the Myriad Realm battlefield. Is there any world that can be our opponent? Tang Jai was also excited. Zhao Hai looked at the two and could not help frowning. Now he really did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to give the water refinement method to the 100 treasures world. If the 100 treasures world really wanted to control the entire Myriad Realm battlefield, it would be impossible to succeed. If the 100 treasures world fell, then the cultivation world would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but ask, Big Brother Tang, you're not really thinking of unifying the entire Myriad Realm battlefield, are you? In that case, all the great planes of the Myriad Realm battlefield might join forces to deal with us. Tang Jai shook his head and said with a smile, no, we won't unify the Myriad Realm battlefield. The situation here is too complicated, and there are too many forces. It's impossible for us to unify this place, but it's possible for our 100 treasures world to maintain a transcendent position in the Myriad Realm battlefield, so that no force would dare to provoke us easily. In this way, more and more small worlds will come to our side, and our power will grow, and we will get more and more good things. In the future, it would not be impossible for us to become the #1 power in the Myriad Realm battlefield. When Zhao Hai heard Tang Jai's words, he was relieved. It should be known that unifying the Myriad Realm battlefield and becoming the #1 force in the Myriad Realm battlefield were two completely different concepts. The former had absolute dominance over the Myriad Realm battlefield, while the latter did not. The former was an absolute king, while the latter could only be regarded as an expert. However, this was already enough. If the 100 treasures world became the strongest force in the Myriad Realm battlefield, it would be very beneficial for Zhao Hai's future development. Although Muyu had left, there weren't many changes on Octopus Island. Octopus Island had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared. Right now, they already had more than 100 formation breaking spirit snake needles in their hands, so there wasn't much to prepare. Only one person was a little busy, and that was Zhao Hai. He had to break down the formation breaking spirit snake needles that the artifact refiners had wasted and turn them into materials for the artifact refiners to continue refining. Berk's high-spirited thoughts were on the bow of the giant spiritual treasure ship. At least, that was what others thought of him. However, Berk's mind was filled with more thoughts of revenge. Last time, he was forced to retreat by Tang Jai and the others. In Berk's eyes, this was the greatest humiliation in his life. This time, he had 80,000 troops. He had 3 giant spiritual boats and 28 handsome green imperial carriages. Berk was confident that he could flatten Octopus Island with his strength. However, Berk was still a little worried about the reaction of the 100 treasures world. Although Berk was arrogant, he also knew how important Octopus Island was to the 100 treasures world. It was equivalent to stabbing a sword into the giant spirit race's territory. As long as it was necessary, this sword could be used to kill. Octopus Island was so important to the world of 100 treasures, so they wouldn't just sit by and watch him get destroyed. They might send reinforcements to Octopus Island, and now Berk could only hope that the reinforcements from the world of 100 treasures wouldn't be too many. This was also the reason why Berk had brought so many reinforcements. He wanted to bring more troops so that even if the 100 treasures world sent reinforcements, he would not have to be afraid and would be able to take care of them. However, their marching speed was not very fast this time, because there were many things to deal with for such a large army operation. In addition, there were too many people this time. It was impossible for 3 giant spirit treasure ships to carry so many people. Therefore, most of the people could only fly beside the giant spirit treasure ship. These people were all using their own flying celestial devices. Some were flying swords, some were shuttles, and there were all kinds of strange celestial devices. Although the speed of these flying magical equipment was not slow, Berk did not dare to let them fly too fast, because he had to ensure that these people's combat strength was good. Berk had fought with Tang Jai and the others before. He had a deep understanding of Tang Jai's cunning. He was afraid that if he let these people fly too fast, their combat effectiveness would be affected when they reached Octopus Island. By then, Tang Jai and the others would seize the opportunity to attack, and it would be troublesome. After suffering a few losses at the hands of Tang Jai and the others, Berk finally learned his lesson. He felt that he was fighting against the enemy with an advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the enemy would not run away, so there was no need to be so anxious. He would fight steadily and step by step, not leaving any chances for the enemy. Soon, Berk's group was only about 10,000 miles away from the octopus island. Berk stood at the bow of the ship and saw with his own eyes some of the Su Fang people turning around and running away in panic. To be honest, Berk felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw how the Su people ran away. Meanwhile, on Octopus Island, Muyu had also received the news that Berk and the others had arrived. The number of people in Muyu's team had not increased, and there were still less than 30,000 people. However, Muyu now paid more attention to Zhao Hai. He had already publicly announced that Zhao Hai had officially become a member of the Treasure World, and had even given him the status of a weapon-forging Grandmaster. Although an equipment refining Grandmaster was not a position with great power and could only be regarded as an auxiliary profession, it was very respected in the Hundred Treasures world. Among the hundreds of millions of people in the entire Hundred Treasures world, there were less than 100 people who had the title of equipment refining Grandmaster. These people had a high status in the Hundred Treasures world. Not to mention the 100 people in the Hundred Treasures world, even a key cultivation target like Tang Jai had to be respectful to an equipment refining Grandmaster and dared not to offend him. It could be said that Zhao Hai's status was the highest on Octopus Island, aside from Muyu. Of course, this was only in terms of how he addressed the others. After all, Zhao Hai was born in the cultivation world, and many people in the treasure world did not respect him. However, Zhao Hai was well aware of his status. He didn't look arrogant at all and was still polite to everyone. He still addressed Tang Jai as Big Brother Tang, showing great respect. Unlike those who didn't know the truth, Tang Jai knew very well how Zhao Hai got the title of equipment forging Grandmaster. It wasn't given to him by the treasure world for no reason, but because Zhao Hai had taken out a real item. Putting aside the array-breaking spirit snake needle, just the water refinement technique alone was enough to earn Zhao Hai the title of a Grandmaster. In the Hundred Treasures world, not everyone could be called a weapon-refining Grandmaster. If you were good at refining weapons, they would at most call you a weapon-refining Grandmaster, but not a weapon-refining Grandmaster. To become a weapon-refining Grandmaster, you had to make great contributions to the Hundred Treasures world in addition to good refining skills. To put it bluntly, the title of equipment forging Grandmaster was an honorary title. It didn't have much real power, but it would make his status be respected. Zhao Hai was very clear about his status. He didn't think that he was a big shot just because he was addressed. In fact, compared to Tang Jai and Muyu, he was nothing in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Hundred Treasures world. At most, he was just a slightly useful person, far less important than Tang Jai and Muyu. Zhao Hai put his identity and status in a very proper way. He was not arrogant at all, which made the people of the treasure world admire him very much. Since he had officially joined the treasure world, they gradually accepted him and even respected him. This respect was not due to Zhao Hai's status as a master blacksmith, but because Muyu and Tang Jai were very polite to him. This was the reason why the people from the Hundred Treasures world respected Zhao Hai. Moreover, those people from the Hundred Treasures world who had fought with Zhao Hai before respected him from the bottom of their hearts. They were very clear about how terrifying this man who seemed to only have the strength of the nascent soul stage was. In the myriad realm battlefield, no matter which realm it was, strength was the most important. If you were strong, you would naturally be respected. Right now, Zhao Hai was standing on Muyu's left and Tang Jai was standing on Muyu's right. The two of them were standing on Muyu's left and right. Anyone who saw them would know that they were Muyu's right-hand men. Muyu was standing beside the barrier, looking at the situation outside. The design of Octopus Island's protective formation was very ingenious. From the inside, one could see the outside, as if the barrier didn't exist. However, it was extremely difficult to see inside from the outside. From the outside, it looked like the entire Octopus Island was shrouded in a fog. Muyu had just finished listening to the report from one of the Whiskered tribe members and knew that Berk and the others were not far from the Octopus Island. Muyu couldn't help but think for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "Do you guys think Berk will really take the attack regardless of the consequences?" Tang Jai thought for a while and said, "I think so. Last time, Berk was really angry with us. Now he can't wait to kill us immediately. He will definitely attack us without any regard." Muyu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a while and said, "I'm not sure, but I don't think it's likely that Berk will attack us directly because they have the advantage in numbers and absolute strength. He might come here to check out the situation. Berk is also very clear that our Hundred Treasures world will also send reinforcements here, so I think he will come to see how many reinforcements we have so that he can have a better idea." Muyu and Tang Jai both nodded. Tang Jai clapped his hands and said, "That's right. That brat Berk suffered a few losses in our hands last time. He should have learned to be smarter." This time he has the advantage in both military strength and strength. In his opinion, the only surprise might be the number of reinforcements from our 100 Treasures world. As long as he knows the number of reinforcements from our 100 Treasures world, he can choose how to deal with us. Muyu nodded. Even though I've never fought with this Berk before, I've heard of his name before. He's a new rising genius of the giant spirit race. I don't think he's too stupid. It seems like they won't attack us immediately. In that case, I can go out and meet him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good to meet him. I wonder how he'll react when he finds out that big brother Muyu has personally brought reinforcements. I hope he won't run away without a fight. When Muyu heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, you brat, you're just good at talking. He won't run. There's a rule in the giant spirit race that when you encounter people from the 100 Treasures world, you can't retreat. Tang Jai also smiled and said, there was no other way for Berk last time. He was actually on the offensive side. We can only say that he retreated and thought of a way to deal with us. If he retreated without fighting, even if he is a genius of the giant spirit race, he cannot escape the punishment of the giant spirit race's rules. All the more reason we should go out and meet them, Zhao Hai said with a smile. However, we still need to make some preparations. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a large number of undead creatures appeared on Octopus Island. These undead creatures were arranged in Rubik's Cube formations. Each Rubik's Cube formation contained 10,000 people, and there were as many as 100 Rubik's Cube formations. These 100 Rubik's Cube formations formed an even larger Rubik's Cube formation, which stood in the sky above Octopus Island and gave off a strong sense of oppression. After releasing the undead creatures, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 100 array-breaking snake needles appeared in front of the huge Rubik's Cube. The undead creatures took over the array-breaking snake needles and arranged them into a Rubik's Cube formation in front of the Rubik's Cube formation, ready to attack at any time. Muyu had approved of this arrangement. Zhao Hai had said that he would let the undead creatures control the array-breaking snake needles. This way, not only would they be able to unleash the power of the array-breaking snake needles, but it would also free up the rest of the people to fight. The weakest one here was a crossing calamity stage expert. As for Zhao Hai's undead creatures, many of them hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet. If they were to train on their own, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Now, he wanted all 10,000 of them to focus on the array-breaking spiritual snake needle. This would allow the array-breaking spiritual snake needle to unleash its greatest power while these undead creatures wouldn't be injured. This was what Zhao Hai was most interested in. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai's arrangements and nodded his head. He didn't say anything, but Zhao Hai's importance in his heart increased. It wasn't because of Zhao Hai's arrangement, but because of the undead creatures. Zhao Hai had told Muyu before that he had many undead creatures that could control the formation-breaking spiritual snake needles. Muyu believed that Zhao Hai would not lie about this. Zhao Hai said that he could add 10,000 undead creatures to each of the formation-breaking spiritual snake needles, and Muyu believed that Zhao Hai could do it. However, he didn't ask Zhao Hai to release 1,000,000 undead creatures, so he didn't know what would happen after that. Now that Zhao Hai had really released the 1,000,000 undead creatures, the overwhelming number of them was truly hair-raising. Anything that reached a certain number would be terrifying, not to mention these undead creatures. These undead creatures were like humans. Imagine what a 1,000,000-strong army would look like. As the saying went, there's no end to 10,000 soldiers, but there were 1,000,000 soldiers here. 1,000,000 soldiers, even if they knew that they were their own people, it was still very shocking. How could Muyu not take Zhao Hai seriously when he saw this? Muyu was very clear about Zhao Hai's power. Zhao Hai could break down things into materials. Even if Zhao Hai did not come to the 100 Treasures world, it was not impossible for him to explore the Myriad Realm battlefield alone. Try to imagine, Zhao Hai robbed a few more people, and then used the things in their hands to refine the array-breaking spirit snake needles. Then he let these undead creatures control these array-breaking spirit snake needles to help him fight. How many people in the Myriad Realm battlefield would be his match? The people from the Sioux tribe in the Great Cultivation world were mentally prepared for this. They had seen Zhao Hai release the undead creatures before, so they weren't too surprised. On the contrary, the people from the 100 Treasures world were shocked. Tang Jai and Tang Wen came forward to calm everyone down. After everyone had calmed down, Muyu led everyone to the outside of Octopus Island and got into formation. The undead creatures remained on Octopus Island as it was not the time for them to show up. Muyu and the others had just come out of Octopus Island when they saw a group of people flying over from the distance. Muyu narrowed his eyes and looked at those people. At the very front were 3 giant spiritual treasure ships, and behind them were many ordinary cultivators. They were like infantrymen behind the 3 tanks as they slowly pressed toward Octopus Island. Right now, Muyu and the others were only about 300 miles away from Octopus Island. The other party had clearly seen them as well. Their speed, which was not fast to begin with, slowed down once again. Slowly, the other party was only about a mile ahead of them. Berk stood at the bow of the ship and immediately saw Muyu, who was standing in front of the allied army of the Three Realms. He also saw Tang Jai and Zhao Hai, who were standing on his left and right. As soon as he saw Muyu, Berk's eyes couldn't help but shrink. As a member of the Giant Spirit clan, he obviously knew Muyu. Muyu was known as the #1 expert among the younger generation in the Hundred Treasures world. If he didn't know him, then he wouldn't be able to survive in the world. Taking a look behind Muyu, Berk couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He realized that the number of allied forces had increased, but it was only the people from the Hundred Treasures world. It wasn't a lot, only about 5,000 people. This was out of Berk's expectations. Berk thought that the Hundred Treasures world would send some people over, and then, like him, let the small worlds under their rule send some people over as reinforcements. But it seemed like the Hundred Treasures world didn't do so. This surprised Berk. However, when he saw the octopus island not far away, he was a little uncertain. The octopus island was shrouded in mist, and he could not see the situation inside at all. Who knew if there was an army hidden inside? Just as Berk was sizing up Muyu and the rest, Muyu was also doing the same. He smiled and said in a deep voice, "So it's Berk. Why, is your giant spirit race trying to stir up trouble again?" Zhao Hai and Tang Jai almost laughed out loud when they heard Muyu's words. This Lin Yu was too good at distorting the truth. They were the ones who started the trouble, but now he was saying that it was the other party who started it. They really didn't know what Berk would think if he heard this. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Berk immediately looked at Lin Yu with an angry expression and said, "Lin Yu, you're also a famous expert. Don't distort the truth there. This time, your Hundred Treasures world provoked me first, and then took in the traitor of my giant spirit clan. You have to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone knew that these were just words of courtesy. Even if Muyu were to give him an explanation, Berk wouldn't hold back. He had brought tens of thousands of people with him, and they weren't here for a vacation. Muyu said in a low voice, "Berk, you don't have to waste your breath. I'm sure you know very well how things have developed to this stage. I heard that you were the one who suggested that we don't request for the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe. Hahaha, I really didn't expect that there would be a talent like you in the giant spirit world. Berk, are you a spy from our Hundred Treasures world?" Hearing Muyu's words, Berk's face couldn't help but turn red and white. This matter was definitely a taboo topic within the Titan race. This was one of the worst things Berk had done, so Berk didn't want anyone to mention it. To be honest, Berk was still feeling a little regretful. He really didn't expect that the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe would turn against each other and end up in this situation. Berk was a proud person to begin with, and this incident had become his biggest stain. Now that Muyu was using this incident to mock him, how could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Berk snorted. "Muyu, you've been famous for a long time. Why are you wasting your breath? This is all a conspiracy of the Hundred Treasures world. The great cultivation world and the Sioux clan aren't spies you planted in our giant spirit tribe." The reason why Berk said this was because he noticed that the people from the little realm behind him were slightly disturbed when they heard about this. Berk could not help but be shocked. He immediately understood what Muyu meant by saying this. Muyu was not simply mocking him. More importantly, Muyu was going to tell the people from the little realm about this and cause them trouble. Berk now knew how wrong he had been to give up on the great cultivation world and the feelers. The great cultivation world and the feelers were nothing, but they represented a class. They might not represent the middle and upper worlds, but they could represent the middle and lower worlds. The attitude of the giant spirit tribe towards the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe would make the other worlds feel the same way. If Berk gave up on the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe, the other worlds would feel uneasy. Everyone would think that if they could give up on the great cultivation world and the Sioux tribe today, they could give up on themselves tomorrow. With this thought, it was almost impossible to make these people submit to the giant spirit tribe with peace of mind. It was precisely because he knew this that Berk had said this. He wanted to mislead the people of the small worlds and make them think that the great cultivation world and the Sioux clan were really spies sent by the Hundred Treasures world to the giant spirit race. This way, even if the people of the small worlds suspected them, the giant spirit race would have an excuse to cover it up. After Berk finished speaking, Zhao Hai snorted coldly before Muyu could say anything. He looked at Berk and said in a deep voice, "Berk, I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Everyone here knows what's going on. Ever since we people of the cultivation world appeared in the Myriad Realm battlefield, we've become your giant spirit race's subordinate race. We've been providing you with tributes every year. We've worked hard to obtain medicinal herbs and exchanged our lives for ores so that your giant spirit race can protect us at critical times. But what did you do when we were at war with the Hundred Treasures world? You only sent 50 people to take a look and even abandoned us. At that time, our cultivation world and the Sioux clan had already killed more than 1,000 people from the Hundred Treasures world. You were forcing us to our deaths. If the Hundred Treasures world didn't take us in, our two worlds would have already withdrawn from the Myriad Realm battlefield. How could you have the nerve to say such things? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Bellicos's face turned black. They were in the wrong in this matter, and Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. For a moment, Bellicose really did not know how to refute. As for the people from the small world behind him, they became even more restless. The people from the small realms were not stupid. Many of them had not known what had happened in the cultivation world before, but now they knew. To be honest, this outcome was really beyond the expectations of the small realms. They had not expected the cultivation world to betray the giant spirit tribe for this reason. Berk was a little anxious. He knew that if these people from the little realm believed Zhao Hai's words, it would be even more troublesome in the future. When he thought of this, Berk immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true?" Zhao Hai glanced at Berk and snorted. "Berk, do you really think I don't have any evidence? Even if I have to offend the people of the 100 Treasures world, I'm going to expose the true shamelessness of your giant spirit race." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a large group of undead creatures appeared beside him. They were all dressed in black cultivator clothes, just like the people from the treasure world. In addition to their dressing, the people of the 100 Treasures world had another special feature, which was their hands. Those who used hidden weapons usually had very flexible and slender hands, but ordinary cultivators were different. Ordinary cultivators had to go through all kinds of training when they were at the body refining stage, so their hands would have the characteristics of their own cultivation methods. For example, the hands of the giant spirit tribe were usually very wide, thick, and full of strength. This was the most important way to determine which realm a cultivator belonged to. Berk knew that the situation was not good. He snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "What can I do if I don't save you? Why don't you take a look at who you're with? The Sioux clan, HMPH, the entire Myriad Realm battlefield knows that the Sioux clan is a bandit clan. You're willing to associate with these bandits, but we, the Giant Spirit clan, are not willing. From the moment you've been with the Sioux clan, you're no longer a member of our Giant Spirit clan." Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Berk said. What a great Berk, what a great giant spirit race. Do you guys really think of yourselves as saints? In my opinion, even the Sioux clan is much better than your giant spirit clan. At the very least, the Sioux clan is willing to admit what they have done, while your giant spirit clan is really not worthy of being called the upper realm. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the undead creatures from the treasure world. When the giant spirit tribe members heard Zhao Hai's words, they could not help but look ashamed and angry at the same time. They were ashamed because they knew that Berk's words were too amateur. In the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, who would not be a bandit? Would those who were honest be able to survive? Yet Berk had to come up with such a lousy excuse. Wasn't this a clear indication that they didn't want to save the great cultivation world? They were furious because Zhao Hai had said that the Sioux people were much better off than them. This made the giant spirit race extremely angry. Although Berk's words were amateurish and stupid, Zhao Hai's words were a little too much. Berk also knew that he had said something wrong. His face turned even darker. He looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, "Stop wasting your breath. Let's see who's stronger. The great cultivation world betrayed us and killed our people. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Muyu, do you really want to get involved in this mess?" Muyu looked at Berk and smiled. "Since we're already in this mess, we'll be letting them down if we don't make it worse. Besides, the Sioux race and the cultivation world are now vassals of our 100 Treasures world. We don't have the habit of giving up on our subordinates." Hearing Muyu's words, Berk's face turned even darker as he coldly snorted, "Then stop talking nonsense and take this." With a wave of his hand, the entire brigade slowly retreated. Berk didn't notice that the people from the small interface behind him were all looking at him with disdain. To be honest, the people from the smaller worlds looked down on Berk, not only because Berk had given up on the cultivation world and the Sioux tribe, but also because of his performance just now. Berk's performance had truly disappointed them. Not only was he at a loss for words during the confrontation with Zhao Hai, but he had also said some stupid things in the end. And this person was the most popular young expert in the giant spirit tribe. This made the people of the little realms have no choice but to reconsider the way out of their own realms. The truth was, when Muyu had pointed out that the great world of cultivation and the tribe of roots were Berk's idea, the people from the small worlds had already been disappointed. The small world sought refuge with the big world because it wanted protection. Therefore, the small world was also very careful about some changes in the big world. Whether the big world still had the ability to protect itself or not, these small worlds were very careful. The giant spirit world used to be very strong. However, they were a little disappointed when they saw Berk's current state. If the giant spirit race was really handed over to Berk in the future, it was hard to say if the giant spirit race could still maintain its current strength. If Berk knew what these small interfaces were thinking, he would definitely kill himself. He didn't expect that he would make an even bigger mistake instead of letting these people not notice his previous mistake. Although the people from the small realms had such thoughts, they did not show it. They continued to move with Berk and the others. They were very clear that no matter what the giant spirit race would become in the future, the current strength of the giant spirit race was enough to deal with them. When Muyu saw that Berk and the rest were slowly retreating, he knew that they wanted to launch an all-out attack. He gently waved his hand, and the large group of people slowly retreated into the octopus island. As soon as they entered the island, Muyu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job, little Hai. Your performance today was really great. You made that Berk unable to advance or retreat. Hahaha, that's great. Big brother Mu, please don't blame me for killing so many people from the realm," Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Muyu shook his head. "What's so strange about that? Do you think that there are few people from our 100 treasures world who die here in the myriad realm battlefield every year? After they die, they can still make some contributions to the 100 treasures world, so it's worth it. Let's talk about how to fight the enemy. Little Hai, we've made a total of 200 formation-breaking spirit snake needles this time. Do you want to use them all?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. "Big brother Mu, you're trying to defeat the giant spirit clan in one fell swoop, right? I can even send my great magic tool to help. I believe that we can break all of the great magic tools of the giant spirit race in one go. Let everyone prepare. Once their great magic tools are broken, we will immediately attack. At that time, with the help of our great magic tools, it will be much easier to deal with them." Muyu nodded and smiled at Zhao Hai. "You still don't understand. That's right. Today we have to defeat them as quickly as possible. With what we said today in the second step of the realm's plan, as long as we defeat the giant spirit race as quickly as possible, those people from the smaller realms will definitely be disloyal. When that time comes, we'll take the opportunity to show up, and the giant spirit race will not be far from defeat." Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, he released 1,000,000 undead creatures and 100 formation-breaking snake needles. At the same time, he also released his spiritual artifacts, Hades, 3 handsome green imperial carriages, and the pagoda. However, the formation-breaking snake needle made of liquid silver that Zhao Hai showed Muyu and the others didn't appear. However, Muyu was already very satisfied with all of this. He nodded his head and stood there quietly. He looked at the retreating figures of Berk and the rest, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay attention. As soon as Little Hai destroys the enemy's great magical weapon, we'll immediately start attacking with all our might. Pay attention to maintain formation and don't split up." He had used his spiritual energy to shout out these words. His voice was very loud and everyone heard it clearly. The atmosphere before the battle became tense. Everyone took out their weapons. Zhao Hai's eyes were half closed, but he was actually paying attention to the situation of Berk and the others. Berk's current formation was to charge forward. However, he had learned his lesson from the last time. He lined up the 3 giant spiritual boats in a row, and the 28 handsome green imperial chariots were divided into 2 columns on both sides of the giant spiritual boat. This was to protect the 2 sides of the giant spiritual boat from being attacked. The rest of the people followed behind the large magical artifact. Now, Berk and the others had retreated to about 1,000 miles away from the octopus island. This distance was enough for the giant spiritual ship to charge. Berk waved his hand and said loudly, "Charge." With his order, the 3 giant spirit boats began to accelerate slowly, while the 28 handsome green imperial chariots rushed forward at full speed, overtaking the giant spirit boat in the blink of an eye. Berk didn't get angry. He had also agreed to the 8 handsome green flying chariots charge. The reason was that the speed of the giant spiritual treasure ship was different from the speed of the 8 handsome green flying chariot. Because of its large size, the starting speed of the giant spiritual treasure ship was slow, but this didn't mean that its maximum speed would be slow. On the contrary, the maximum speed of the giant spiritual treasure ship was very fast. The 8 handsome green imperial carriage was smaller than the giant spirit boat, so it was naturally faster. However, the fastest speed of the 8 handsome green imperial carriage was far inferior to the giant spirit boat. When the ship first started moving, it didn't need any protection. After all, they were moving very slowly. Even if Zhao Hai and the others wanted to deviate the ship's course from the side, they could adjust in time. When the ship reached its maximum speed, it would almost catch up with the 8 junking imperial chariot. As long as they passed the middle distance, it would be too late for Zhao Hai and the others to deviate the ship's course. It was because of this consideration that the 28 handsome green imperial chariots ran faster than the giant spiritual boat. After a while, the giant spiritual boat also slowly picked up its speed. The distance between them and the 8 handsome green imperial chariots was getting closer and closer. Soon, the giant spiritual boat had already moved parallel to the 8 handsome green imperial chariots. At this time, they were less than 500 miles away from the octopus island. Then the ship slowly surpassed the 8 handsome green imperial carriage. At this time, the ship was less than 300 miles away from the octopus island. 300 miles could be covered in an instant by the ship. Berk stood on the giant spiritual treasure ship. gritting his teeth as he looked at the octopus island that was getting closer and closer. He really wanted to see the expressions of Muyu and the others after he drove the giant spiritual treasure ship and broke through the island's protective formation. However, there was one thing that made him feel very strange. He did not understand why the people of the Hundred Treasures world did not have any way to stop them this time. It was a little strange. Just as Berk was feeling strange, he suddenly noticed that a few great magical weapons had appeared on Octopus Island. When these magical weapons appeared, Berk couldn't help but sneer. These magical weapons were the warship and the 8 handsome green imperial carriage that he had fought with before, so he didn't take them to heart. Last time, Zhao Hai had used Hades and the 8 handsome green imperial chariot to block the attack. However, they were easily knocked away by the giant spiritual ship, so Berk did not take Hades seriously. However, Berk soon realized what was wrong. He found that there was a large pile of needle-shaped magical artifacts beside the warship and the 8 handsome green imperial chariot. This needle-shaped magical artifact had left a deep impression on him. Last time, it was this needle-shaped magical artifact that had knocked the giant spirit treasure ship off course, forcing him to retreat in despair. Last time, only 10 of these needle-shaped celestial devices were lit up in the Hundred Treasures world. Berk was very clear that the attack power of these needle-shaped celestial devices was not weak. This time he counted and found that there were more than 100 of them. Berk could not help but have a bad feeling. However, it was too late for him to have any other thoughts now. The giant spirit ship was less than 100 miles away from Octopus Island. It was too late for him to turn back or make a turn. At this time, Zhao Hai controlled the Hades, the 8 handsome green imperial chariot, and the array-breaking snake needles to rush over. Muyu and the others stood on Octopus Island, looking outside nervously. Hades, 3 8 handsome green imperial chariots, and the fake formation-breaking snake needles were all smaller than the giant spiritual ship. The collision between the two sides looked like a suicide attack. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and finally, the two sides inevitably collided. With a series of boom, 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 Hades crashed into the giant spiritual treasure ship in the middle, which Berk was on. Muyu and the others didn't see the impact, but Berk did. He didn't think much of Hades, but he realized that he was wrong. Just as Hades was about a mile away from the gigantic spiritual treasure ship, the ram of Hades suddenly flew out. Then the ram slithered in the air like a snake, which stunned Berk. While Berk was still in a daze, the flowing ram had already crashed into the spiritual treasure ship beneath his feet. Berk felt the spiritual treasure ship shake slightly, then there was no reaction. He had thought that the giant spirit treasured ship had sent the ram flying, but then he realized that something was wrong. He realized that the giant spirit treasured ship seemed to have changed. He lowered his head and was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. That was because he realized that there was a huge hole on the bow of the gigantic spiritual treasure ship. The collision had actually created a huge hole on the gigantic spiritual treasure ship. Berk felt as if his mind was in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was going on. How could an ordinary-looking ram penetrate the gigantic spiritual treasure ship? Before Berk could recover from his shock, the Hades had already crashed into the giant spiritual treasure ship. This time, Zhao Hai used all his strength and even installed the gathering spiritual array on the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle onto the Hades. Now, the Hades was not only supplied with energy by the yin-yang pool, but also by the countless undead creatures and people from various races in Zhao Hai's dimensional space. It could be said that the Hades was now a ship-shaped formation, breaking spiritual snake needle. Furthermore, it was even more powerful than the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle used by Tang Jai and the others. When Tang Jai and the others used the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle, they only gathered the power of less than 3,000 crossing calamity stage powerhouses. On the other hand, although Zhao Hai's Hades didn't have the power of so many crossing calamity stage powerhouses, there were too many of them. Now, the number of undead creatures that supplied energy to Zhao Hai's Hades exceeded 1 billion. In the face of such a force, the giant spiritual treasure ship was nothing. With a loud boom, Berk felt himself flying up. A huge force rushed towards him from the outside of his body, straight into his inner mansion. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked down at the situation with a shocked expression. The giant spiritual treasure ship that he was on was completely destroyed. The front half of the giant spiritual treasure ship was smashed into pieces by the Hades. The huge force threw the giant spirits on the ship into the air like toys. These people were relatively lucky, and many of them were killed directly. When he saw the pathetic state of the giant spirit tribe, Berk, who had yet to fully control his body, spurted out another mouthful of blood. This time he was truly provoked. It was no wonder he was so excited. These 3 giant spirit ships could originally hold 30,000 people, but Berk didn't let so many people sit on the ships. Instead, he only let 8,000 of his clansmen sit on the ships, along with some people in charge of the lower realm. The total number of people on the three ships was only about 10,000, and most of them were from the Giant Spirit clan. This Giant Spirit treasure ship was a celestial device with stronger defense than attack. Although the impact of the Giant Spirit treasure ship was very strong, it was only because of its good defense, large size, and heavy weight. If it was driven fast, the impact would naturally be very strong. However, the strongest thing about the Giant Spirit treasure ship was its defense ability. The imitation ability of the Giant Spiritual treasure ship not only made it unbreakable, but it also had many defensive magic arrays. No matter how much impact the treasure ship suffered, the people sitting on the treasure ship wouldn't feel much. Of course, this was under the premise that the treasure ship wasn't broken. But now the treasure ship was broken by the ram of Pluto, which meant that the defense system of the Giant Spiritual treasure ship was destroyed. Under normal circumstances, with the giant body of the treasure ship, such an attack wouldn't affect its movement too much. After all, the Giant Spiritual treasure ship was too big. Destroying one or two arrays wouldn't affect the people of the Giant Spiritual treasure ship. But this time, it was Zhao Hai's liquid silver that destroyed the ship. After the liquid silver destroyed the ship, it began to destroy the ship's body. This caused the ship's defense system to fail almost completely. At this moment, Pluto crashed into them. With its current strength, even if the Giant Spiritual treasure ship was in good condition, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a collision, let alone now. Therefore, the Pluto kept smashing the front half of the Giant Spiritual treasure ship into pieces. Many of the Giant Spirit race members on the ship didn't even have time to react before they were knocked to death. The reason Berk didn't die was because he saw the hole in the front of the Giant Spirit ship. Berk was the first to see the destruction of the Giant Spiritual boat. Although he was stunned at that time, his instincts as a martialist made him alert. Therefore, his body's instincts reacted immediately after the collision. He put up a certain amount of defense, which allowed him to only be injured but not die. The other Giant Spirits did not know about this. They had seen the Giant Spirits collide with Pluto, and they knew that Pluto had been knocked away last time. They thought it would be the same this time, but they did not expect to be in big trouble this time. There were two other giant spiritual boats that were in a similar situation to Berk's. Zhao Hai had given one of the giant spiritual boats to two 8 handsome green imperial chariots to deal with. Of course, he also had the silver version of formation-breaking spiritual snake needle. Although the other ship was only dealt with by one 8 handsome green imperial chariot, it was equipped with 20 array-breaking spirit snake needles and the Mercury version of the array-breaking spirit snake needles, so the other giant spirit ship was destroyed in one fell swoop. The 3 giant spirit boats were destroyed, and the 20 carriages of 8 handsome green imperial carriages were not in a better state. They were directly destroyed by the formation-breaking snake needles. At this time, all the great magical artifacts of the giant spirit race's allied army were destroyed, and the giant spirit race's people were also severely injured. Out of the 8,000 giant spirit race's people, more than 2,000 were directly killed, and nearly 3,000 were injured. There were only 3,000 people left in perfect condition. At this moment, Muyu led his army and charged out. At this moment, Berk had just stabilized his body and had yet to organize his men. Meanwhile, the Hades, the 8 junking imperial armor, and the formation-breaking spiritual snake needle had already charged into the army of the giant spirit tribe. The allied army of the giant spirit race was also in a daze. They really didn't know what was going on. It should be known that some of the leaders of the allied army were all on the giant spirit treasure ship, and they were right next to Berk. Berk had brought these people with him, firstly, to make them feel proud, and secondly, to make it easier for him to command them. Berk could simply give these people the order to attack as he wished. However, they didn't expect that after Pluto destroyed the giant spirit boat, the people from the small realms would suffer heavy casualties. This meant that there was no one to command the small realms. In addition, Pluto and the others had rushed into the formation, and the giant spirit tribe's allied forces were in chaos. When Muyu and the others arrived, the giant spirit race's allied army became even more chaotic. They had no way to organize an effective resistance. This could no longer be considered a war. From the moment the giant spirit boat was destroyed, it could no longer be considered a victory, but a one-sided slaughter. When Muyu and the allied forces saw that the 8 handsome green imperial chariot had been destroyed, their morale was greatly boosted. They charged towards the allied forces like a pack of wolves and tigers. The giant spirit tribe's allied army was in chaos because their giant spirit ship had been destroyed. In addition, they had Hades charging into the formation. Now that they had lost their commander, the allied army was in chaos. When Muyu and the others charged in, they were naturally defeated. There was a huge hidden danger in the allied army of the giant spirit race, and that was that the people of the various realms were relatively independent. The cultivators of the various realms could only command the people of their own realms. It was impossible for Berk and the others to command those people directly. This was also the rule that had always been in place in the Myriad Realm battlefield. However, as soon as Berk was injured, more than half of the leaders of the various realms were dead. This was equivalent to destroying the command system of the giant spirit race's allied army. It was hard for the allied army not to be in chaos. Berk had managed to stabilize his body, but he was also injured. In addition, the entire formation was in chaos, so it was impossible for him to stabilize the situation. Seeing this, Berk knew that he had lost. He had never thought that his 80,000-strong army would be defeated so quickly. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, adding more injuries to his injuries. At this time, some of the giant spirit tribe members had already arrived beside Berk. They had seen many things before, so they were naturally able to calm down faster than the people from the small realms. However, even so, there were less than 1,000 giant spirit tribe members gathered around Berk. What was even worse was that the Hades was already rushing towards them. At this moment, one of the Titan race members looked at Berk and said, "My lord, what should we do now?" Berk looked at the approaching Pluto and gritted his teeth. Split up, gather at the controlling spirit sect at that time. After saying that, he turned around and flew away. The other Titan giants were also stunned when they heard what Berk said. However, the Hades was getting closer and closer to them. They did not think too much about it and turned around and left. It could be said that the scattering of the giant spirit tribesmen represented the end of the entire battle. If even these giant spirit tribesmen were no longer resisting, there was no need to mention the others. Although the allied army had the absolute upper hand, Muyu did not rashly split them up. He split them into 20 teams of 1,000 people and began to pursue them. Zhao Hai had also kept all his magic weapons. The giant spirit tribe's allied army could no longer form a large resistance, so there was no need to use his magic weapons to pursue them. Zhao Hai didn't stay idle, though. He wasn't hunting down his enemies. Instead, he was collecting the corpses of his enemies, as well as the broken pieces of the giant spiritual ship and the 8 handsome green imperial chariot. He was going to collect all these powerful Dharma artifacts that he had shattered. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked the giant spiritual treasure ship. It was big enough and had a strong impact. He wanted to move the giant spiritual treasure ship into the medium and turn all the materials into mineral veins. Then he would add the refining method of the giant spiritual treasure ship into the liquid silver. However, Zhao Hai didn't want the 3 gigantic spiritual treasure ships anymore. He wanted to give them to Muyu and the others after he repaired them. After all, one couldn't be too greedy. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to give Muyu all 3 giant spiritual boats. After all, one of them was so badly damaged that half of its body was broken. Naturally, that was Berk's boat. As for the other 2, they were relatively less damaged. Zhao Hai planned to repair the 2 less damaged boats and give them to Muyu. As for the one that was too damaged, he would just merge it with the liquid silver. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the pursuit anymore, so he decided to let the undead creatures collect the corpses while he returned to Octopus Island. Zhao Hai knew that Muyu wouldn't chase them all the way to the spirit-controlling sect in one go. Muyu wasn't that stupid, so they would return very soon. Once they returned, Muyu would probably have to consider attacking. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to Octopus Island, he went into his cave abode and entered the medium. He looked at the situation outside through the screen. Just as he had expected, Su Wuzun and the others had basically stopped chasing and were gathering the team. The people of the 3 clans were all overjoyed. After the casualties were calculated, they were even happier. They had not suffered any casualties in this battle. Only a few were injured, and no one had died. The number of people who had died in their hands had reached about 10,000. Adding the ones who had been killed by the Great Formation, the number of casualties of the Allied army had reached about 20,000, a quarter of the casualties. They had not lost a single person, but the enemy had a quarter of the casualties. Among them, there were about 3,000 people from the giant spirit race. This was definitely a great victory. Even if the 100 Treasures world and the giant spirit race had fought many times, this was still a great victory. After the team had gathered, Muyu looked around but did not see Zhao Hai. His expression changed as he said, "Where is Little Hai? Why don't I see Little Hai? Did any of you see it?" No one said anything. Tang Jai and the others' expressions changed as well. They didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. At this moment, a giant spirit race member flew over from afar. Everyone was stunned. Just as they were about to kill him, Muyu waved his hand and said, "Wait, are you all blind?" I couldn't tell that they were undead creatures. After Muyu said that, everyone finally reacted. The giant spirit tribesmen were indeed 3 undead creatures. The undead creature flew in front of Muyu and bowed. "I'm here to report to Master Mew that Master has already returned to Octopus Island. Master Mew, please don't worry." Muyu looked at the undead creature from the giant spirit clan and burst out laughing. Tang Jai, Tang Wen, and the others were puzzled. They were relieved to hear that Zhao Hai was fine, but why did Muyu suddenly burst out laughing? "Big brother Mew, what are you laughing at?" Tang Jai looked at Muyu in confusion. Muyu turned to look at Tang Jai and laughed. "I can actually see a giant spirit tribesman bow to me in front of me. How can I not be happy? Although this giant spirit clansman is an undead creature, they died in our hands. Hearing Muyu's words, Tang Jai was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. In fact, whether it was Zhao Hai or Kong Miao, they had all underestimated the enmity between the giant spirit race and the Hundred Treasures world. The giant spirit race and the Hundred Treasures world had been fighting for too long, so long that the hatred between the two races had been formed to the bone, and it was impossible to resolve it. Before this, because the two races knew that they couldn't deal with each other at once, they could still bear it. This enmity was too deep, and neither side wanted to die before the other, so they could bear it. However, when they saw that they could resolve this hatred, the hatred that was engraved in their bones would erupt like a volcano, enough to set them on fire. Muyu and the rest were currently in such a situation. Although they had yet to be burned by the flames of hatred, the flames of hatred had already been ignited. Hence, when they saw a Titan warrior standing in front of them and bowing to them, Muyu was extremely happy. After laughing for a while, Muyu finally stopped. He looked at the undead creature from the giant spirit race and said, "Little Hai, why did you return to Octopus Island so quickly? Why don't you come out and kill 2 more people?" Muyu did blame Zhao Hai. In his opinion, nothing was more important than killing a few more members of the giant spirit tribe. Zhao Hai was extremely powerful, and every minute he stayed here meant that he could kill 1 more giant spirit tribe member. However, Zhao Hai had left so early, which made Muyu a little unhappy. The undead creature of the giant spirit race said, "Master Mu, Master said that he went back to repair the giant spiritual treasure ship and the 8 handsome green imperial chariot." Muyu was taken aback by the undead creature's words. The unhappiness in his heart instantly disappeared as he said in a deep voice, "I see. Then what are we waiting for? Everyone retreat." With that said, he led the way and flew towards Octopus Island. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, Muyu was really preparing to attack the Titan race. Hence, when he heard that Zhao Hai was going to repair the giant spiritual treasure ship, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was preparing to attack the Titan race. Muyu couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt towards Zhao Hai. He felt guilty that he was angry at Zhao Hai just now. Without realizing it, his flying speed increased. He wanted to see Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Soon, the group retreated to the Octopus Island, but they didn't see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had returned to his cave abode and had an undead creature guarding the entrance. No one was allowed to enter. When Muyu saw the situation, he immediately gave the order for Zhao Hai's cave to be a restricted area. At the same time, he got the blacksmiths to stand in for him. If Zhao Hai needed any help, they were to be the first to appear by his side. After settling Zhao Hai's matters, Muyu and the others began to summarize the battle. At the same time, they had to write a battle report and send it back to the realm. And just as Muyu was doing all this, the entire Myriad Realm battlefield was already in chaos. The war between the Hundred Treasures world and the giant spirit race wasn't considered news in the Myriad Realm battlefield, because the two worlds would go to war once every 100 years or so, and the people of the large worlds were already used to it. However, the people from the big realms were still very concerned about the war between the two worlds. They had been watching the situation of the war between the two worlds. This did not mean that they were very concerned about the two worlds or had good intentions. On the contrary, the people from the big realms did not have good intentions. They just wanted to see how the war between the two worlds would end. If the two worlds ended up suffering losses, they could take advantage of it. It was because they were very concerned about the battle situation here that those large realms knew about the battle situation almost immediately. The result of this battle was something that those large realms could not have imagined. It wasn't just the large realms that didn't think of this. The small realms didn't think of this as well. The small realms under the giant spirit race were in a mess. They already knew from Zhao Hai why the cultivation world and the Su race had surrendered to the Hundred Treasures world. The reason was that the giant spirit world had abandoned them. For these small realms, they offered tributes to the big realm in order to protect the treasure. However, the situation in the big cultivation world was that they offered tributes but did not get protection. What made the small realms despise the giant spirit world the most was that this time, the giant spirit world had come to deal with their sworn enemy. They had wanted to deal with their subordinates, but in the end, they had actually given up on their own subordinates. How could they not despise this? How could this be something that a large world could do? If that was all, it would be fine. After all, the giant spirit clan was powerful. Even if they couldn't deal with the Hundred Treasures world, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with small fries like them. If the giant spirit tribe could successfully flatten Octopus Island and wipe out all those who had betrayed them, then nothing would happen. They wouldn't even need to wipe them out. As long as they flattened Octopus Island and forced the people of the cultivation world, the Whisker race, and the Hundred Treasures world to leave, it would be considered a victory. Those small worlds wouldn't have any thoughts about it. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, the giant spirit race had lost in a very strange way. 3 giant spirit treasure ships and 28 handsome green imperial carriages were destroyed. More than 20,000 of the 80,000 soldiers were injured or killed, and nearly 20,000 were injured. No one had expected such a result, not even the people of the Hundred Treasures world. The reason why the higher-ups of the Hundred Treasures world had sent Muyu to Octopus Island was so that Muyu could stall the giant spirit race. The longer Muyu and the others delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the giant spirit race. They could also take the opportunity to take over the small worlds under the giant spirit race's control and then lead their army to fight the giant spirit race. They had never thought that Muyu and the rest would win. In their opinion, that was an impossible mission. After all, the octopus was too close to the territory of the giant spirit race. The giant spirit race could mobilize a large number of troops at any time. Even though they were connected to the Octopus Island by a teleportation array, it would still be very troublesome to transfer their troops over. The army needed a place to rest. Octopus Island had a limited area, so it was not impossible for the army to rest there. However, they could not send too many people. For this reason, the Hundred Treasures world did not send too many reinforcements. They just wanted to defend Octopus Island. Before the war started, the Hundred Treasures world had already contacted some of the small forces under the giant world race and told them why the cultivation world had surrendered to them. They also hoped that those small worlds would also turn to them. However, the people from the small world were a little hesitant. After all, things had not gone too bad. It was normal for them to hesitate. The Hundred Treasures world wasn't worried that the people from the small worlds would tell the giant spirit race about this. After all, what happened in the cultivation world was true. Those small worlds still wanted to leave themselves a way out. Moreover, the people from the small realms were also afraid. They were afraid that if they told the giant spirit clan about this, and the Hundred Treasures world found out that they had kept it a secret, they would immediately deal with them. If the giant spirit clan gave up on them as they had given up on the cultivation world, they would really be finished. In the eyes of the people from the small worlds, this was completely possible. Don't forget that the cultivation world had already started a war with the Hundred Treasures world and killed their people. Under such circumstances, the giant spirit clan had given up on the cultivation world. They had only told the giant spirit clan a little secret, so it was even more likely that the giant spirit clan would give up on them. The people from the small realms had heard from the Hundred Treasures world and the outside world why the great cultivation world had betrayed the giant spirit clan. They didn't believe it and thought it was a trap set by the Hundred Treasures world. However, the rule of survival for small realms was that they would rather believe it than not. The less trouble they caused, the better. Under no circumstances could they take things too far, so they didn't tell the giant spirit clan that the Hundred Treasures world had contacted them. However, the fact that the great cultivation world had betrayed them because it had been abandoned had been confirmed. Furthermore, Bearkid personally admitted that they had abandoned the great cultivation world. This made the small world's thoughts come alive. In addition, the giant spirit race's defeat was no longer as intimidating as before. Naturally, the small realms began to have more ideas. The other large realms had even more thoughts. They really didn't expect that the old enemies of the Hundred Treasures world and the giant spirit race, who had been fighting for so many years without a winner, would suddenly have a winner at this time. Although the giant Hundred Treasures world had only won a small battle, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The people from the big worlds were not prepared for it and immediately began to study how to deal with the situation. For the people from the large worlds, it was naturally best for the giant spirit race and the Hundred Treasures world to coexist. If one side swallowed the other, it might allow the victorious side to achieve a qualitative leap in strength in a short time, which was not a good thing for them. They hadn't thought of this result before, but now that it was in front of them, they had to think of a way to deal with it, and the one who made them feel the most uncomfortable was him. They couldn't think of a better way to deal with it in a short time. Now, the people from the other worlds were also having a headache. They didn't know whether they should help the giant spirit race or the Hundred Treasures world. For the people of the big worlds, it was fine to help the giant spirit race and the Hundred Treasures world. They might not get any benefits from helping the giant world race, and they might even offend the people of the Hundred Treasures world. However, there was one thing that could be done, and that was to maintain a balance between the Hundred Treasures world and the giant spirit race. This was also a benefit for them. If they helped the Hundred Treasures world deal with the giant spirit clan, they would definitely get a lot of benefits. If the Hundred Treasures world dealt with the giant spirit clan, then the giant spirit clan's territory would become ownerless. No matter how big the Hundred Treasures world's appetite was, it was impossible for them to swallow the giant spirit clan's territory all at once, so they would also get some benefits. To be honest, these benefits were really attractive. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, those people from the big worlds really had no good choice. Just as they were caught in a dilemma, Muyu was already preparing for the next attack. This time their target was the old camp of the Spirit Tamer world. However, Muyu had also received a letter from the Inner Realm, telling them to attack a few days later. The Inner Realm would send reinforcements, and this time there would be no less than 50,000 reinforcements. This would be the first batch of reinforcements, and more would arrive soon. Muyu knew very well that the Inner Realm wanted to expand their gains here. Muyu wouldn't object to the Inner Realm's decision. Now that their morale was high and everyone was asking to fight, it was a good time to expand their gains. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they would really be letting down the heavens. Muyu knew that not all of the reinforcements were from the 100 Treasures world. It was impossible for them to send so many people at once. Among the 50,000 reinforcements, only a small portion of them were from the 100 Treasures world. Most of them were from the small worlds under their rule. In this way, things would become a little complicated. The more people there were in those small worlds, the harder it was to manage. Although the 50,000 reinforcements seemed to have increased their strength by a lot, in fact, the increase in their strength was not as much as one would think. Muyu couldn't help but sigh as he thought about this. He then looked towards Zhao Hai's cave. Zhao Hai had been in his cave for 2 days, but he had not come out. Muyu was a little worried. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Zhao Hai. He was worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to repair the 3 giant spirit boats. If he couldn't, it would greatly affect their next move. Just as he was thinking about this, Tang Jai came to Muyu's side and said to him, "Big brother Mu, the first batch of reinforcements from the realm has arrived." Muyu nodded. "Let's go and take a look. Tell Su Wuzhen and the rest to make the arrangements. It's a critical time now and the octopus island isn't that big. Let's just let everyone squeeze in. Don't let everyone have their own cave. It's definitely not big enough for everyone." Tang Jai nodded and said, "Don't worry, big brother Mu. Su Wuzhen has already made the arrangements. I've just gone to take a look. There won't be any problems." Muyu nodded and led Tang Jai to the teleportation array. Although the 100 Treasures world had sent a lot of reinforcements this time, there was no commander. In other words, these people were all under Muyu's command. This made Su Wuzhen and Kong Miao heave a sigh of relief. Muyu and the others were busy outside, and Zhao Hai could see everything clearly from the origin space. Not only Muyu's situation, but he was also paying attention to the situation with Berk and the others. He had also seen the people from the small world sending messages to his world with jade swords. Berk obviously knew about this too, but he was powerless to stop it now. Berk was seriously injured this time, and it wasn't a light injury. However, under normal circumstances, this injury wouldn't be able to affect a cultivator. Cultivators had all kinds of medicinal pills that were very beneficial for healing injuries, so they just needed to take a few of them. However, it was strange that no matter how many pills he took, his injuries didn't seem to get better. On the other hand, the giant spirit race had also lost a lot of people this time. Many of them were injured as well. Therefore, the people from the giant spirit race were not in the mood to care about what the people from the small world were doing. However, at least Berk did one thing right, and that was to send a letter to the giant spirit race asking for reinforcements. Obviously, Berk also knew that the 100 Treasures world would not let them off so easily. Berk also wanted to recover as soon as possible. He had been eating pills like he was eating rice. However, his body was not in a good condition. Although he had recovered his strength, he would still vomit blood from time to time. This was something Berk could not understand. However, the giant spirit race's response was even faster than the 100 Treasures worlds. The day before the 100 Treasures world's reinforcements arrived, the giant spirit race's reinforcements arrived as well. Along with the reinforcements was a veteran soul clone expert from the giant spirit race. He was also an elder of the giant spirit race. After this elder arrived, the first thing he did was to announce that Berk's position in the group had been removed. He was now just an ordinary member of the giant spirit race, and everyone was now under the command of this elder Bachelou. This time, Bachelou had not only brought 3,000 giant spirit tribesmen as reinforcements, but he had also brought 2 giant spirit ships, 38 handsome green imperial carriages, and 2 formation-breaking snake needles. This time, the Titan race had really gone all out. It seemed like they had thought that Muyu would obediently stay at Octopus Island and wait for them to attack. They did not expect that Muyu had already prepared to attack them. It was no wonder that the giant spirit clan had such thoughts. Although the people of the 100 Treasures world had defeated them this time, they did not have the advantage in numbers. In the eyes of the giant spirit clan, the 100 Treasures world was more than capable of defending the island and was lacking in offensive power. They had never thought that the 100 Treasures world would attack them. At the same time, the members of the giant spirit tribe had a misconception. They thought that since the 100 Treasures world did not send many reinforcements last time, they would not send too many this time either. Thus, they were still thinking about attacking Octopus Island and had never thought that Muyu would attack them. It couldn't be said that the giant spirit race was too stupid. They didn't think that the 100 Treasures world would send more reinforcements. It could only be said that the giant spirit race was ignorant of the situation and didn't think of this. Now that the reinforcements from the Hundred Treasures world had arrived, Zhao Hai knew that it was time for him to leave. Not only did he have to show Muyu the giant spirit ship, but he also had to tell Muyu about the situation with the giant spirit race. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all that he couldn't deal with the giant spirit race this time. He realized that the giant spirit race really didn't have any talents. The people from the small worlds under their control were already in such a mess. All the small worlds under their control had undercurrents. At this time, they didn't think about stabilizing their own rear and then fighting with the Hundred Treasures world. Instead, they thought of taking the initiative to attack. This was really a stupid decision. Zhao Hai could more or less guess what the giant spirit race was thinking. They wanted to use a huge victory to stabilize their morale. However, this kind of gambling-like tactic was not suitable for the current giant spirit race. Now the morale of the giant spirit race was low because of these two battles, and the small realms were even more disunited. At this time, the first thing they had to do was to stabilize their own rear and not attack like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about this. The giant spirit race could do whatever they wanted. The more stunning moves the giant spirit race used, the better it was for him. Zhao Hai also felt that it was about time for him to head out. He had to meet Muyu and let her know how many powerful magic tools he had. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of his cave, a person from the treasure world came over. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Master Mu asks you to see him as soon as you come out. You're Mu Ping, right? Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. You don't have to be so polite and call me master. Where is big brother Mu now? The reason why Zhao Hai remembered this Mu Ping was because he was one of Muyu's most trusted aides. He was Muyu's junior brother, but Muyu's master had stopped caring about matters a long time ago and had left the responsibility of teaching his disciples to Muyu. Although they were brothers in name, they were actually master and disciple. Zhao Hai had always been confused about the surnames in the treasure world. Tang Jai and Tang Wen were fellow disciples, but they were not blood brothers. However, they had the same surname. Mu Ping and Mu Yu were the same. Zhao Hai could not understand why. After asking Tang Jai, he found out that there was a rule in the treasure world. If you followed a master, then you had to take the last name of that master. Tang Jai's master's last name was Tang, so they all had the last name Tang. Muyu's master's last name was Mu, so they all had the last name Mu. Zhao Hai was also very curious about the rules of the treasure world, but he didn't ask much. The first world had its own strange customs, so it was not strange. However, Zhao Hai remembered Mu Ping because he was Mu Yu's trusted aide. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, a smile appeared on Mu Ping's face. Mu Ping had been learning from Muyu since he was young. He was very smart and talented, so he improved very quickly. Now he was already a Duji stage expert. Moreover, he had always admired Muyu since he was young. In his heart, Muyu was like a master and a father. Aside from Muyu, he also admired Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was second only to Muyu. Now that Zhao Hai had called him by his name, he was really happy and felt respected. Mu Ping led Zhao Hai into the cave, but they did not go to the quiet room. Instead, they went to another resting room. Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to them. Among the reinforcements, there were many people from the small realms under the control of the Hundred Treasures world. Muyu naturally had to explain things clearly to them. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Muyu walked in from outside, and when he saw Zhao Hai, he laughed out loud. Little Hai, you're finally out. How are you? How's the matter? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, brother Mu, it's done. However, one of the giant spiritual treasure ships was so badly damaged that I had to integrate it into my liquid silver. I've only managed to repair 2 of them. As for the 28 handsome green imperial carriages, they're ready to be used at any time. Zhao Hai then took out a jade slip and threw it to Muyu. The materials used to make the giant spirit treasure ship, the refining method, and the arrays on the ship are recorded in this. I believe it won't be wrong. Muyu received the jade slip, his eyes shining. Good, this is great. With this, I'll see how arrogant the giant spirit race can be in the future. Little Hai, you've done a great job. You were able to repair the 2 giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 handsome green imperial carriage in such a short time. Now I'm more confident in dealing with those giant spirit race. Zhao Hai smiled and said, This time, the giant spirit tribe has sent another 3,000 reinforcements. They also brought 2 giant spirit boats, 2 formation-breaking spiritual snake needles, and 38 handsome green imperial carriages. It seems like Berk has been dismissed as well. The person in charge of commanding the troops is an elder named Bachalu. Brother Mu, do you know this person? When Muyu heard Zhao Hai mention Bachalu's name, his face changed. Bachalu, it's actually him. It seems like the giant spirit race is really anxious this time. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and asked, Is this Bachalu very famous? Muyu nodded. He's very famous. Bachalu is a famous warrior among the giant spirit race. He's different from the other giant spirit race members. Most giant spirit race members would use more than 10 magic weapons, or even dozens of magic weapons. However, Bachalu only uses 2 magic weapons in his entire life, which are 2 axes. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, although it seems stupid to keep using two ritual tools, these two ritual tools are Bachelu's life-bound ritual tools. Their offensive power is extremely strong. Although he's only at the soul clone stage, he was able to escape from the hands of an expert at the longevity stage. In addition, he's not afraid of death in battle and dares to fight. He's one of the more difficult people to deal with in the giant spirit tribe. However, he's already an elder, so he rarely walks around. I heard that he's currently trying to reach the longevity stage. Now, the giant spirit clan had sent him here. It seemed like the giant spirit clan knew that this was an urgent matter. However, why did they send the formation-breaking Snake Needle here? Don't tell me they want to attack us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Big Brother Mew, you're right. He's here to attack us. Now they're gathering the defeated troops and mobilizing reinforcements from the various small worlds. They've also brought 3,000 reinforcements from the giant spirit race. They're preparing to attack Octopus Island. Muyu was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. They still want to attack. Ha ha ha, good, very good, very good. Let them come, I'll wait for them here. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and smiled. Big Brother Mew, are you really going to wait here? Muyu was stunned. He then looked at Zhao Hai and said then, Little Hai, what do you mean? Can't we just wait here for the exhausted? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good for us to wait here. However, we're still defending. I've just asked Little Ping and he said that we're going to have tens of thousands of reinforcements. Big Brother Muyu, wouldn't it be too boring for tens of thousands of reinforcements to just stay in such a small place? Could it be that Big Brother Mew didn't want to attack the enemy head-on? As long as we defeat the giant spirit race head-on, those people from the small worlds will not surrender. Even if they don't surrender, they will only put in more effort when they fight us in the future. After all, they want to leave a way out for themselves. If we attack, it is not only to show them our strength, but also our ambition. Ambition, Muyu mumbled. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and said, that's right. Ambition. Big Brother Mew, to a large world, ambition is very important. Those small worlds also want to grow stronger. But how can I make my small worlds grow stronger in the Myriad Realm battlefield? Of course, it's to protect the strength of their big realm. Even if they can't strengthen themselves, they don't want to be bullied by others. We've fought against the giant spirit race twice and made them suffer losses. The second time, we even repelled them. This is enough to show our strength. If we have strength but don't have the ambition to match our strength, those small realms won't like to follow us. If we take the initiative to attack the giant spirit race, it's like we're telling those small realms, if we want to take over the giant spirit race's territory, those people from the small worlds will have to think of their own way out. If we don't attack, they will think that we don't want the giant spirit race's territory. In that case, they won't dare to join us. Muyu's eyes lit up, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he continued to walk around in circles. After 2 circles, he said in a deep voice, all right, let's do that. It's time to let those people know the ambition of our 100 Treasures world. Zhao Hai smiled. As long as we defeat the people of the giant spirit clan, it will be more convenient for us to do what we want to do in the future. Besides, Big Brother Mew, we have made such a big commotion here, but the people of the other large realms in the Myriad Realm battlefield have not made any movements. This is also strange. Those guys are not easy to deal with. Of course, they hope that we will fight with the giant spirit clan until both sides suffer. Only then will they be able to benefit from it. As long as we defeat the giant spirit clan head-on, those guys will see clearly. Some of them might help us, hoping that after we win, we can get some benefits, but they might also help the giant spirit race. They hope that our 2 races will continue to fight like this, and if the giant spirit race is in a life and death situation, they will definitely send people to seek help from those large realms. As long as they are willing to, it is not a problem to ask for some reinforcements, so we have to be even more careful. This matter this time, if not handled well, could be a big matter that will stir up the entire Myriad Realm battlefield. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and laughed out loud. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, good, good boy. Little Hai, it's our 100 Treasures world's fortune to have you. Those old guys above have already thought about what you said. Let them handle it. We only need to do our own things. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a little embarrassed. He did not get this analysis from monitoring others, but from his own analysis. He did not expect that in the Myriad Realm battlefield, those old guys from the various realms were all cunning old foxes. Those old guys would naturally have thought of what he had thought of. Zhao Hai said to Muyu in embarrassment, I've embarrassed myself, Brother Mew. I'm too free to worry. Muyu said seriously, no, Little Hai, you're not worrying about it for nothing, Emo said. You've seen it, but Little Jai, Little Wen, and the others haven't, so they still need to practice. You may not know this, but our 100 Treasures world has been preparing for a long time to deal with the giant spirit clan, including the previous wars. In the previous wars, as long as we found a talent in the giant spirit clan for overall planning, we would kill them with all our might, no matter how big the price was. Our goal is to kill all the smart people in the giant spirit race. At that time, as long as we save some idiots from ruling the giant spirit race, it will naturally be much easier for us to deal with the giant spirit race. After doing this a few times, it is already effective. The elders of the giant spirit race's elder council are all reckless and unintelligent people. Otherwise, they would not have made so many stupid moves, except for dealing with the giant spirit race. Our 100 Treasures world has already made an agreement with the neighboring realms that once the giant spirit clan is exterminated, their territory will be divided among us. We won't monopolize it all to prevent the situation you mentioned from happening. It's also because of this that I can deal with the giant spirit clan with ease. Zhao Hai was shocked when he heard Mu Shu's words. He never thought that the 100 Treasures world would come up with such a method to deal with the giant spirit race. Although it was a stupid method, it was very effective. They killed all the smart rulers of the giant spirit race, leaving only useless existences. This was equivalent to letting the giant spirit race slowly weaken. Now, the giant spirit race was in such a situation. It probably had a lot to do with their previous actions. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the 100 Treasures world. To deal with the giant spirit race, they had actually made such a long-term plan. This was truly a far-reaching plan. Zhao Hai sighed. Senior, you're wise and far-sighted. I can't compare to you. There are some powerful people in the 100 Treasures world. We don't have to worry about the battle with the giant spirit race. Muyu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Zhao Hai's words. You brat, enough. Stop sighing. Let's stick to our previous plan. However, the problem this time is the two formation-breaking spirit snake needles of the giant spirit race. Bachalu is a ruthless character. He will really use the formation-breaking spirit snake needles to deal with our giant spirit treasure ship. If he really uses them to destroy our treasure ship, we will still suffer a loss. Zhao Hai smiled. It's fine. I'll handle the two formation-breaking spiritual snake needles. Big brother Mu, don't forget that my Hades and the 8 handsome green imperial chariot are made of my liquid silver. Even if a hole is made in my liquid silver, it can heal in it. There's nothing to worry about. Muyu smacked his head and laughed. That's right, I forgot about this matter. All right, let's do it. Ha ha ha. I want to see what kind of expression Bachalu will have when the time comes. When Zhao Hai heard Muyu's words, he realized that something was wrong. Muyu's tone seemed to be filled with deep hatred. Zhao Hai couldn't help but whisper, Big brother Mu, could it be that you have a grudge against that Bachalu? Muyu snorted. Back then, it was this Bachalu who killed my master's wife. I have an irreconcilable grudge with him. It's a pity that master has already entered the longevity stage. He will definitely kill this fiend personally. Now that master can't do it, it's natural for me, his disciple, to do it. Zhao Hai nodded. So that's how it is. Then all the more reason we can't let them go. Big brother Mu, Bachalu will be making a move in the next 2 days. When do you think we should make a move? Muyu thought for a moment. The reinforcements are almost here. Let's go tomorrow. We'll leave tomorrow. It's just that there are so many people, given the speed of our operation. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. Big brother Mu, how could you forget that my Hades has an internal space? The 2 giant spiritual treasure ships can carry 20,000 people. The rest of the people can just board my giant spiritual treasure ship. Muyu was taken aback. The spirit boat can carry that many people. Zhao Hai smiled. Don't worry. It can fit twice as many people. Big brother Mu, you don't have to worry. Muyu nodded. That's good. I'll make the arrangements now. We'll leave tomorrow. Without waiting for Zhao Hai's reply, he turned and left. Zhao Hai smiled at Muyu's expression. If he were to fight against the entire giant spirit race alone, he would have no chance of winning. However, if Muyu and the rest of the treasures world were to join the battle, the giant spirit race would be doomed. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the soul-splitting stage experts, not even Bachalu, who was already half a step into the longevity stage. He was only afraid of those elder stage old monsters. The strength of that old monster wasn't something he could match up to. The longevity eccentrics from the cultivation worlds that Zhao Hai had met were already too powerful for him to deal with, not to mention the giant spirit clan and the treasure world. The eccentrics in their realms were even more powerful. With his current strength, the best outcome for him was to escape. However, it was impossible for those old monsters to kill him. Even if Zhao Hai didn't hide in the medium, those old monsters wouldn't be able to kill him. In the past, Zhao Hai might not have been a match for those old monsters, even with the power of faith. But now, things were different. He had the energy-gathering formation. To others, the energy-gathering formation didn't seem very useful. It could only be used in group battles where everyone could work together. However, to Zhao Hai, the energy-gathering formation was very useful. He had the space. If necessary, he could gather everyone's power in his liquid silver. One could imagine how powerful that would be. Even a powerhouse in the longevity stage would have to avoid such a force. However, Zhao Hai didn't want those people to know about his power. These things were used to save his life, and should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. He always felt a sense of insecurity in the Myriad Realm battlefield. He was afraid that the Myriad Realm battlefield was like a space, where he would know everything that happened in the space. If the creator of the Myriad Realm battlefield knew everything that happened in the Myriad Realm battlefield, then he would undoubtedly be courting death by revealing too many of his trump cards. Therefore, he had been enduring silently. He would never do anything that could be done with the help of others. Zhao Hai had put in so much effort to deal with the giant spirit race because he knew that the great cultivation world had already offended the giant spirit race to the core. If they could not get rid of the giant spirit race this time, they would stick to the great cultivation world like maggots attached to a bone. The giant spirit world couldn't do anything to the 100 Treasures world, but that didn't mean they couldn't deal with the cultivation world. The 100 Treasures world protected the cultivation world, but the giant spirit race had many ways to deal with the cultivation world. Even if the 100 Treasures world stepped in, the cultivation world would suffer heavy losses. In the end, the cultivation world would be the one to suffer. The cultivation world was Zhao Hai's foundation. Nothing could happen to the cultivation world, so Zhao Hai had to take care of the giant spirit race. Moreover, there was another benefit to him working hard to deal with the giant spirit race. That was, he could make the people of the 100 Treasures world treat him as one of their own.